In the world of Dragon Ball, on Earth, a range of Bowsy Mountains lay 800 miles away from West City, where various birds and beasts roamed the plains below. This increase in combat power is far too sluggish. A tall, handsome youth, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, murmured to himself. His name was Jiun, a traveler from another world. 3 years ago, he had inexplicably crossed over into the Dragon Ball universe, and like many travelers, he had arrived in this unfamiliar realm in a state of bewilderment. He could hardly comprehend how he had come to be here, let alone why he had landed in the Dragon Ball world, a land where the powerful abound. Initially, things seemed manageable, but as the story progressed, world-destroying battles became commonplace, which was utterly terrifying. However, like many others, Jiun awakened his extraordinary ability upon arrival, a divine selection system. With the aid of this system, he steadily cultivated his strength on Earth. Each time, the system would issue selective tasks for him to complete, resulting in his combat power reaching a remarkable 10,000. Simultaneously, he had mastered the fundamental skills of aerial maneuvers, energy waves, and the perception and manipulation of ki with great proficiency. What am I to do? My combat power is absurdly low. This will be troublesome in the later stages. Jiun sighed, shaking his head in resignation. If others were to overhear him, they would surely choke on their disbelief. With his current strength, he could be considered the strongest on Earth. Yet, as a traveler, he understood that this level of power would render him little more than cannon fodder in the later stages. Hardly superior to an ordinary person. Suddenly, while Jiun lamented his fate, he sensed 3 distinct energies nearby. Though weak by his standards, they still surpassed the ki of an average Earthling. Could it be Raditz and Goku? Jiun squinted, feeling the energies drift away. Earlier that day, while training in this location, he had sensed a formidable presence suddenly descend upon Earth. This energy was roughly a tenth of his own and lingered momentarily before soaring off into the distance. Based on the Dragon Ball narrative, it was highly likely that these energies belonged to Raditz, Goku, and Piccolo, emanating from their battle. Ding! The divine selection system has been activated, detecting the invasion of the Saiyan Raditz on Earth. Please make a choice. Choice 1. Ignore it, it's none of my concern. Reward: Namekian Bloodline. Effect: can regenerate severed limbs. Choice 2. Confront him, Jiun, and eliminate Raditz. Reward: the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Exceptional talent, truly extraordinary. Having just sensed the energies around him, Jiun was greeted by the long-awaited voice of the system in his mind. Indeed, it is Raditz. Jiun nodded slightly. His suspicion was confirmed. Those 3 energies were indeed the result of the battle between Raditz, Goku, and Piccolo. Jiun preferred not to interfere, as Raditz was destined to be defeated in the original storyline, and he felt no need to intervene. However, with such enticing rewards presented by the system, he would feel remiss to ignore them. Given his status as a traveler, I choose option 2. Confront him, Jiun, and eliminate Raditz. Jiun declared, without further deliberation. The horror of the Super Saiyan Bloodline was well known. Under normal circumstances, it could contend with a Super Saiyan, and upon transformation, it could even take on 2 opponents, overpowering both Goku and Vegeta. It was an utterly broken lineage. In contrast, while the Namekian Bloodline was commendable, granting the ability to regenerate severed limbs, something Cell had once utilized to recover from complete disintegration, it paled in comparison to the Super Saiyan Bloodline's extraordinary capabilities. Host selection successful. Confront Raditz, Jiun, and eliminate him. Upon task completion, the system will automatically dispense the rewards. Please stay alert. After Jiun made his choice, the system's voice echoed once more. Raditz, prepare to experience despair. With a powerful leap, Jiun shot into the sky, enveloped by an overwhelming aura as he sped toward the battlefield. In an instant, he transformed into a mere speck of light, vanishing into the horizon. The battle site, a green-skinned being with 2 antennae, missing an arm and clad in tattered clothing, bellowed, "Demon, flash cannon." He unleashed a spiraling golden energy wave toward a long-haired as the formidable energy beam hurtled toward him. The long-haired man froze in mid-attack, his heart racing. If struck, he would surely meet his demise. Swiftly, he dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the blast. Boom! The energy beam collided with a nearby mountain, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered the towering peak into oblivion, leveling the area and sending clouds of dust and smoke swirling through the air. Piccolo, Raditz, and the unconscious Goku are engaged in quite the fierce battle. Jiun arrived at the scene with remarkable speed. Taking in the devastation with a silent critique, he instantly recognized the identities of everyone present, their appearances mirroring those from the anime of his past life. Jiun had minimized his aura to remain undetected, allowing the combatants to focus entirely on the battlefield, unaware of the observer hovering above them. The battle raged on. That was a close call. Raditz, glancing at the obliterated mountain, exhaled in relief. He hadn't anticipated such overwhelming power from his opponents. Had he not evaded that attack, he would have surely perished. Damn it! Piccolo gritted his teeth, frustrated that his strongest attack had been evaded. This technique required an extensive charging time, and now that his opponent was aware of its potency, he would likely not get another chance to strike. The thought of possibly falling here as a formidable demon king was intolerable. Raditz, too, grew increasingly vigilant. He understood that he needed to be on high alert, otherwise he could genuinely find himself in peril. This time, he intended to conclude the battle swiftly, leaving no room for error. Just as Raditz prepared to dispatch Piccolo, Goku suddenly darted forward, unexpectedly appearing behind Raditz. With unwavering determination, Goku seized Raditz by the tail. Chapter 2. The arrogant Raditz. Raditz was taken aback by the sudden strike from Sun Wukong. He turned to look at him, his eyes filled with a hint of panic. Heh, you were too careless. I've caught your tail. Sun Wukong, with slightly swollen eyelids and a triumphant smirk, declared confidently. Simultaneously, he tightened his grip on Raditz's tail, unconsciously applying more force. When did you? Raditz stammered as he collapsed to the ground, cold sweat pouring from his forehead, his voice weak. Without wasting words, Sun Wukong shouted loudly towards Piccolo, Piccolo, now's your chance. Execute that move again. Seeing Raditz sprawled on the ground, Piccolo felt a surge of joy, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. Well done, Wukong, you've got a good grip on his tail. He placed his fingers on his forehead, the veins on his temples bulging. This time, he was determined to take down this detestable foe. After all, his energy was running low, and another attempt would be his limit. At that moment, Raditz was utterly flustered. He was firmly at Sun Wukong's mercy. If he were to be struck by the same move again, he would surely perish here. Kakarot, you intend to kill your only brother? Raditz struggled to speak, hoping to evoke some sympathy for a chance at survival. Enough. You are no brother of mine, Sun Wukong retorted, his eyes wide and teeth clenched. Though somewhat naive, he was far from foolish. Raditz had just vowed to kill his child and previously demanded he take the lives of 100 people before him. He would not be deceived by such empty words. Please, let me go, and I will leave immediately. Trust me, brother. Raditz pleaded desperately, resorting to emotional appeals. I know I have wronged you, even towards you, but I promise, if you spare me this once, I will never set foot on Earth again. Sun Wukong hesitated, his innate kindness wavering. Upon hearing Raditz's words, he unconsciously loosened his grip. Really? He asked, feeling a twinge of compassion. Raditz sensed his trick was working and quickly affirmed, absolutely. As Sun Wukong released his hands, Raditz's tail slipped from his grasp. Baka, don't let go of his tail. Piccolo shouted angrily as he realized Sun Wukong had seemingly loosened his hold. Raditz, having succeeded in his deceit, revealed a cruel smile and elbowed Sun Wukong, sending him flying with the sudden attack. Piccolo, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming wave of frustration wash over him. Good grief, this is simply infuriating. High above, Jiun observed the unfolding events, shaking his head in exasperation at the naive Wukong. Meanwhile, the fallen Sun Wukong was filled with regret. But it was too late. Raditz wrapped his tail around Wukong's waist and began to stomp on him mercilessly. Unforgivable! I will make you all perish, Raditz declared, his murderous intent palpable. Piccolo watched from a distance, trembling under Raditz's overwhelming aura. He understood this was the end. There would be no further opportunities granted by the foe. Just then, Jiun descended from the sky, stepping calmly before Raditz. His presence halted Raditz's assault. On the ground, Sun Wukong struggled to open his eyes and glanced at Jiun. Nearby, Piccolo's begrudging gaze was also drawn to Ji-Yun's arrival. All eyes were now fixed upon him. Who are you? Raditz questioned, perplexed by the sudden appearance, activating his scouter to gauge Ji-Yun's power level. Humph, another weakling with a power level of only 5. Raditz scoffed, dismissing Ji-Yun. After all, he still had a formidable enemy to deal with. A fighter with a power level of 5 posed no significant threat. Quick! Run! It's dangerous here. Sun Wukong trembled, sensing Ji-Yun's weak energy, realizing he was no match for Raditz. It would be better to flee than to perish needlessly. Piccolo's thoughts were in disarray. He had expected a formidable ally, only to find someone who appeared destined for death. Once again, he cursed Sun Wukong's foolishness for squandering a golden opportunity. A weakling? Allow me to send you to your demise. Jiun, undeterred by Wukong's warning, spoke to Raditz with an air of nonchalance. Had he not intervened, a head would have surely been lost. He had been keenly aware of the energy emanating from the spherical spaceship nearby. Inside, trapped, was Wukong's son, Gohan. The energy radiating from him had already surpassed everyone present, except for Ji-Yun himself. While the others were engaged in battle, they hadn't noticed the situation unfolding there, but Ji-Yun had been observant. How foolishly overconfident you are. You shall meet your end. Raditz sneered coldly, utterly unaware of the audacity it took for someone to challenge him. With that, Raditz unleashed a powerful palm strike, a golden energy wave hurtling toward Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun, observing the menacing golden wave, remained unfazed, his expression devoid of any disturbance. The energy wave struck him directly, causing an explosion that engulfed him in a cloud of smoke. Damn it! Sun Wukong seethed in furious disbelief. As a Saiyan born and raised on Earth, witnessing the slaughter of his kin filled him with indignation. Regret washed over him for having believed Raditz's deceitful words. Piccolo, standing nearby, remained indifferent, focused solely on formulating a strategy against their adversary. He had lived a life of wisdom. Could it truly end here today? Trash is merely trash. Raditz sneered, reveling in his apparent victory. However, as the smoke began to clear, he widened his eyes in disbelief. No, it can't be, he gasped, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. Emerging from the dissipating smoke was a faint silhouette, slowly stepping forward. Chapter 3. The terrifying Ji-Yun. How rude. To attack without provocation. Ji-Yun emerged slowly from the thick smoke, his tone nonchalant. Not a trace of injury marred his form, and not even a speck of dust sullied his attire. Raditz recoiled as if he had seen a ghost, hastily retreating several steps. This can't be real. Raditz swallowed hard, his eyes wide with astonishment. His initial attack, though not particularly potent, was not something one with a power level of merely 5 could withstand. Yet here's to Ji-Yun, impervious to harm, his clothes unscathed. Could this truly be the feat of someone with a power level of 5? Raditz was not the only one taken aback. Goku too was enveloped in confusion. Nearby, Piccolo regarded the sudden appearance of this young man with evident surprise. In a state of panic, Raditz observed Ji-Yun advancing towards him, and in an instant, he created a significant distance between them. With a flurry of movements, Raditz concentrated energy into his hands, launching a barrage of energy waves at Ji-Yun. However, these relentless assaults did not impede Ji-Yun's advance. They struck him directly. Yet they had no effect whatsoever. As Piccolo watched, now fully engaged in the battle, he instinctively swallowed hard. Pondering the identity of this formidable individual, someone he had never encountered before, Goku slowly rose from the ground, the cacophony of explosions surrounding him igniting his curiosity. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a surge of exhilaration. This power was extraordinary. It was as if he had forgotten his injuries, his blood boiling with anticipation for the fight. The sounds of combat crescendoed as Raditz attacked relentlessly for a full minute, clearly exhausting himself, gasping for breath as he stood still. No, this can't be right. Is the scouter malfunctioning? Raditz panted, his gaze fixed on the scouter S readings, which remained stubbornly at 5, unchanged. After allowing Raditz to expend his energy, Ji-Yun dusted himself off. Despite having been unscathed, the dust from Raditz's earlier assault had settled onto his clothing. Hearing Ji-Yun's words, Raditz turned pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Realizing he was no match for this opponent, he took to the skies with urgency, propelled by the sound of his own energy surging forth. Humph, Ji-Yun scoffed. He would not allow his prey to escape. Under normal circumstances, he might have ignored Raditz. But with his mission at stake, determining his future potential for training, he could not let him flee easily. Ji-Yun pointed at Raditz, unleashing a powerful energy wave. Although Raditz had already gained some distance, the energy wave outpaced him significantly. Hearing the ominous sound behind him, Raditz glanced back, only to find the attack had already struck him. Ah! Raditz cried out in defiance, yet it was too late. The energy wave collided with him, obliterating him midair, leaving no trace of his presence. Piccolo stood frozen, his mind racing as he processed the scene before him. Who was this incredible individual? He dispatched Raditz, a foe Goku, and he could not defeat. Goku, brimming with excitement, his eyes gleaming, felt as though he had discovered a new purpose in life. This power was astonishing. There existed such a formidable warrior on Earth. He yearned to exchange blows with him. Unbeknownst to Goku and Piccolo, Jiun was preoccupied with the System S notification echoing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. You have been rewarded with the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. In an instant, Jiun felt a terrifying surge of power erupting within him, his energy spiraling to unprecedented heights. The flora surrounding him began to tremble in response to the overwhelming force. This immense energy is truly terrifying, Piccolo exclaimed, having approached Goku's side. Goku, though aware of Jiun's ability to dispatch Raditz in one blow, was nonetheless astounded by the sheer intensity of the energy surrounding them. A sensation he had never witnessed before. Fearless as he usually was, Goku now found himself trembling slightly. It was not just the two of them who were astonished. Jiun, feeling the tumultuous power within him, was equally exhilarated. This sensation was exhilarating, his face alight with joy. He could distinctly sense that his energy had vastly surpassed its previous limits. If one were to quantify it in terms of combat power, it would equate to 50,000, a five-fold increase compared to before. Papa, a childish voice interrupted Jiun's exhilaration. Gohan, who had been trapped aboard the spaceship, had somehow managed to escape. Seeing Goku unharmed and overwhelmed by fear, he rushed into his father's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Goku, relieved to see his son safe, comforted him warmly. Jiun's attention was drawn to the commotion, and upon noticing it, Piccolo grew anxious. The allegiance of this newcomer was uncertain. With such a sudden outburst of energy, it was unclear whether it was directed at them. Who are you? I've never seen you before. But you are incredibly strong. Goku, disregarding any reservations, approached Jiun while still holding Gohan, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. I am Jiun. I heard the commotion while training and came to lend a hand, quite fortuitously. Jiun replied with a slight smile, waving his hand dismissively. It was not humility. Rather, he felt compelled to act due to the enticing rewards from the system. Had he not been motivated by such incentives, he would not have intervened, for he was wary of provoking the wrong individuals. After all, he was not Goku, shielded by the protagonist's aura. Can I train with you? If we could spar, that would be even better. Goku boldly expressed his desire, unreserved in his enthusiasm. Jiun, observing Goku's eager expression, simply shook his head. Chapter 4. Vegeta and Nappa. Goku, witnessing the actions of Jiun, felt a profound sense of disappointment. His heart yearned for battle, and for someone as formidable as Jiun, failing to engage in combat would be a disservice to his title of martial arts enthusiast. My name is Jiun. While I cannot accompany you in your training, I can certainly spar with you for a few rounds. Jiun replied with a confident smile. He himself held a great fondness for Goku's character, innately kind-hearted, albeit somewhat neglectful of familial ties, yet he possessed a clear sense of righteousness. Even former adversaries, if they could amend their ways and exhibited sufficient strength, would find boundless acceptance in him. Really? Goku exclaimed, astonished and incredulous. Although he was already married, his desire to grow stronger remained unabated. Jiun nodded affirmatively, smiling at Goku. All right then. Goku appeared rather excited. After setting Goten down, he was eager to learn a few techniques, yet the pain in his body restrained him from moving too much. Perhaps we should wait until your injuries have healed. Jiun shook his head, offering a calm smile. He understood Goku well. For the chance to spar with a master, he would endure any hardship. However, given Goku's current condition, it would take some time before he could engage in battle. Goku scratched his head awkwardly, chuckling, and then turned to Piccolo beside him. Piccolo, would you like to join? I know you must be eager to. Humph. Piccolo huffed, his pride slightly wounded. The once mighty demon king Piccolo, now humbled, had failed to vanquish Raditz even with Goku's assistance. This had deeply bruised his ego, and the emergence of someone even stronger was simply intolerable. Jiun, fine. I shall remember you. Though you are strong, one day I will personally defeat you. Farewell. Without further ado, Piccolo, his pride severely wounded, declared his intent and soared into the sky, enveloped in a faint white aura. Jiun could only shake his head in resignation. He had already inherited the bloodline of transcendent power. Even a mere Piccolo, let alone the protagonist of this realm, Goku, would find it exceedingly difficult to catch up to him. Jiun, please don't take it to heart. Piccolo is simply the kind of person, though his nature is not malevolent. Goku explained with a foolish grin, observing the departing Piccolo. Once fierce enemies, their relationship had undeniably grown closer after this battle, as they now shared a light-hearted moment. In a distant corner of the universe, on an unknown planet, Vegeta and Nappa sat around a campfire, voraciously chewing on pieces of meat. Raditz is dead, killed in a single blow, Nappa remarked to Vegeta, his expression unchanged by the loss of his comrade, as if it were merely a trivial matter. Humph, waste is waste. I never imagined there would be someone capable of slaying Raditz on that pathetic planet, Vegeta replied coldly. He held no regard for Raditz's fate. If one lacked the skill, death was simply a consequence. Even Nappa, sitting beside him, could have dispatched Raditz with ease. Indeed, Raditz was merely a low-level warrior. His life or death is of no concern to us. Nappa chewed on a piece of meat, his demeanor indifferent. Nevertheless, according to the information relayed by Raditz, that planet called Earth appears to be quite habitable. If we manage to conquer it, it could fetch a handsome price. Vegeta tossed aside the bone in his hand, a sly smile creeping across his lips. Since there is nothing pressing, let us pay a visit and have some fun with this character named Jiun. Having finished his meal, Nappa grinned at Vegeta. The proud Saiyan prince, a genius among geniuses, regarded even the tyrant Frieza with disdain. However, the notion that someone on a lowly planet could kill a fellow Saiyan like Raditz piqued his curiosity, compelling him to uncover the identity of this formidable individual. Due to Jiun's interference, the two remained unaware of the Dragon Ball's existence. Yet the plot continued to unfold as originally intended. Thus, they lingered not on this planet for long, boarding their small spacecraft and setting their course for Earth. On Earth, having resolved the Raditz situation, Jiun and Goku engaged in jovial conversation. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in Jiun's mind once more. Ding! Saiyans Vegeta and Nappa will invade Earth in 1 year. Please make a choice. Option 1. Avoid the conflict, remain uninvolved. Reward: Spirit Bomb skill. Option 2. Eliminate Nappa and Vegeta, Earth's guardian. Reward: Controllable Great Ape Transformation. Option 3. Defeat Vegeta, allow him to leave, respect the storyline. Reward: Tenfold Kaioken. No side effects. Jiun paused momentarily, realizing that his presence had indeed altered the narrative. He had anticipated that Vegeta and Nappa would still come to Earth in a year. After a brief contemplation, he silently affirmed, I choose 3. Selection successful. Defeat Vegeta and allow him to depart. Upon completing the task, the system promptly issued the rewards, urging him to check. His reasoning was quite straightforward. The Spirit Bomb? Could it truly cause harm? Its preparation time was lengthy and required assistance, proving utterly impractical. As for the controllable Great Ape Transformation, while useful, its appearance was rather unappealing. He was a person who valued aesthetics. Thus, that option was swiftly dismissed. The final option, the tenfold Kaioken without adverse effects, was tailor-made for him. He decisively chose option 3. The only downside was the complexity of the task. Not only did he need to defeat Vegeta, but he also had to let him go. This required considerable finesse. If he miscalculated his strength, the outcome could be dire. With that thought, Jiun chuckled helplessly. Jiun, Jiun, Goku called, shaking Jiun's shoulder vigorously. Huh. Jiun snapped back to reality, having been lost in his own thoughts, momentarily forgetting the presence of another. My companions are coming. Goku pointed skyward at a massive spacecraft. Jiun followed his gaze, and soon, the enormous vessel began to descend nearby. Goku, Goku. A hurried voice rang out, and they beheld a gleaming bald head rushing towards them. Krillin, I'm over here, Goku called out, waving to Krillin while cradling his son. Chapter 5. The first meeting with Bulma. Upon hearing Goku's voice, Krillin hurriedly approached, panting with excitement, exclaiming, I'm so glad you're okay. But what about Piccolo? Didn't he come too, along with that despicable guy? And who might this be? Before Goku could respond, Krillin curiously pointed at the young man beside him, Jiun. Hee. Let's wait until everyone gathers before I explain. Goku replied with a cheerful grin. Jiun kindly regarded Krillin, feeling a strong urge to apologize. I shall take care of your wife. This was a reference to the android 18 that would emerge in a few years. Others could be disregarded. But 18 was once the goddess of his dreams. Now that she was here, he certainly could not let her slip away to anyone else. As Jiun pondered these thoughts, Master Roshi and Bulma arrived at the scene. Seeing Goku unharmed, they both let out a sigh of relief, their gaze quickly shifting to Jiun with curiosity. Jiun smiled gently at them and nodded in acknowledgement. Wow, he's so handsome, Bulma exclaimed. Captivated by Jiun's striking features and sunny smile, her infatuation evident. Goku, can we talk now? Krillin nudged Goku, aware of the terrifying power of the Saiyans they had already witnessed. If they weren't vanquished, they would live in perpetual fear. Raditz is dead. This gentleman Jiun here eliminated him with a single blow? Goku declared excitedly, gesturing towards Jiun. Gasp. The revelation left everyone astounded, drawing sharp breaths in disbelief. Master Roshi swallowed hard, unable to comprehend how this seemingly harmless youth possessed such formidable strength. Goku recounted the details of their joint battle with Piccolo and how Jiun had effortlessly dispatched Raditz in a matter of seconds. After hearing Goku's account, everyone turned their gaze back to Jiun, their eyes filled with a mix of awe and trepidation. Mr. Jiun, you are astonishing. A Saiyan whom even Goku and Piccolo could not defeat fell to you in an instant. How have you honed your skills? Krillin asked, his expression brimming with excitement and respect. Do I still need to train? Isn't strength something that simply increases over time? Jiun scratched his chin, perplexed by their inquiry. Every word he spoke was genuine. Indeed, he had never undergone any deliberate training, merely waiting for the system to issue tasks that granted him rewards and enhanced his power. When he first arrived on Earth, the system assigned him tasks such as apprehending villains or battling dinosaurs. However, as his strength grew, the tasks became increasingly scarce. Krillin appeared somewhat awkward, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Goku scratched his head, equally puzzled. Is that so? I've lived for so many years and never seen such automatic improvement. He then turned to Master Roshi, who, despite his diminished strength, remained his mentor and possessed greater wisdom. Master Roshi, what does Jiun mean by this? I don't quite understand. This may pertain to levels of understanding. Those who comprehend, understand. Krillin, Goku, you both need to exert yourselves more. Master Roshi initially reacted in surprise, then feigned nonchalance as he began to explain. Upon hearing Master Roshi's words, Jiun paused briefly before giving him a thumbs up, suppressing a laugh. You still grasp things well, old man? Master Roshi felt a bit flustered, scratching his beard as a bead of sweat trickled down his bald head. He understood Jiun's implication. The young man was clearly putting on a show, and he felt obliged to play along. What has become of the youth of today? They seem to disregard martial ethics, nearly putting this old fellow in an awkward position. Mr. Jiun, where do you reside? We can escort you home. Bulma finally spoke up, unable to contain herself. She struggled to find a topic to engage with such an outstanding and powerful man, especially one so undeniably handsome that her heart raced. I don't have a home. I currently lack a place to stay, Jiun replied, chuckling softly. That's wonderful. No, not that. Bulma's heart leaped with joy, but she quickly realized she had misspoken. Seeing Jiun's astonished expression, she hurriedly explained, what I meant was, if you have nowhere to stay temporarily, you can come to my place. It's quite spacious. Well, I suppose I shall impose upon you, Jiun smiled gratefully, acknowledging his need for a place to rest after years of hardship. Observing Bulma's starry-eyed admiration, he felt it would be impolite to decline, so he readily accepted. No trouble at all, Bulma exclaimed, waving her hands excitedly. She hadn't anticipated Jiun would agree so readily, leaving her pleasantly surprised. Initially, she had thought someone so powerful would be aloof, yet he turned out to be quite approachable. Most importantly, she could see this handsome man every day. Perhaps she could even take the opportunity to win him over. Having exchanged pleasantries, the group decided to leave, boarding Bulma's flying vehicle as they headed toward the Capsule Corporation. Inside the vehicle, Goku inquired about the Saiyans. Jiun, I heard Raditz mention that I am not from Earth, but a Saiyan, and that aside from Raditz, there are 2 more of his companions. Is that true? Goku asked Jiun, intrigued by the information Raditz had shared. The others, equally curious, turned their attention to Jiun. Jiun regarded their expectant faces and began to explain, Indeed, Goku, you are a Saiyan. Raditz's words were not false. Your original name is Kakarot. Jiun did not conceal the truth, as it was not a secret. He shared everything he knew with Goku and the others present. Goku's expression darkened as he lowered his gaze. Looking at Gohan, who had fallen asleep in his arms, he felt a pang of sadness. He had already suspected he was not from Earth upon seeing Raditz's tale, but he had hoped it wasn't true. Just as Goku wallowed in disappointment, Jiun dropped another bombshell. Additionally, I must inform you that those 2 Saiyans will arrive on Earth in 1 year, and they will be significantly more powerful than Raditz. Chapter 6. The Dragon Ball warriors commenced their training. Jiun's words struck like a thunderbolt, reverberating among the crowd with a shocking intensity. Fear gripped nearly everyone present, for the news was utterly astonishing. This cannot be true. Krillin found himself momentarily paralyzed by disbelief. Goku and Piccolo had struggled to defeat Raditz. And now, two formidable foes were on the horizon, their strength magnified by a factor of 10. Was this some kind of jest? Is it really true? Goku asked, his excitement palpable. His demeanor starkly contrasted with the others, as he seemed eager to engage the two Saiyans at that very moment. Dispelling the gloom in his mind and envisioning the battle ahead, Jiun nodded affirmatively. Observing Goku's enthusiasm, he couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing him as the renowned martial arts enthusiast of the Dragon Ball universe. Hey, Goku, this isn't the time for joy. One Saiyan is already a daunting challenge. What are we to do when two arrive on Earth in a year? Krillin lamented, covering his face in despair. Master Roshi's expression turned grave. If Ji-Yun's assertions held any truth, Earth was indeed in peril. After speaking, he cast a discreet glance at Ji-Yun, noting his relaxed demeanor, which belied any hint of fear regarding the impending threat. Meanwhile, Bulma, piloting her aircraft, remained unfazed. Her thoughts were consumed by Ji-Yun's visage, and she found herself stealing glances at him through the rearview mirror. Rather than being indifferent to Earth's crisis, she felt utterly powerless. However, inexplicably, Ji-Yun's calm demeanor instilled in her a sense of unexplainable security. Ji-Yun observed the varied expressions of the group and recalled the task assigned to him by the system, feeling a twinge of frustration. It seemed unfair to bear the burdens of a protagonist when he was not one himself. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he glanced out at the sky. Sensing a watchful gaze directed at him, perhaps from the deity of Earth, in the heavenly temple, the Supreme Kai, leaning on his staff, kept a vigilant eye on the movements of the mortals. The emergence of the Saiyans, coupled with Ji-Yun's appearance, compelled him to monitor the unfolding events on Earth. Fortunately, Ji-Yun's timely intervention had vanquished the malevolent Saiyan, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. As the deity of Earth, safeguarding it was his duty. Yet, he felt woefully inadequate against the foes they faced. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's news about the arrival of two powerful Saiyans in a year, his heart raced with anxiety, his face paling. At that moment, the group had arrived at Bulma's residence. Jiun made himself comfortable on a sofa, lazily reclining while surveying his surroundings. He couldn't help but marvel at the opulence of the world's wealthiest individual. Everyone must be hungry. I'll prepare something to eat, Bulma said with a smile, stealing another glance at the relaxed Jiun before heading to the kitchen. Wonderful. I was starving, Goku exclaimed with glee. Krillin, observing Jiun lounging on the sofa and Goku's carefree spirit, felt a wave of despair wash over him. It's over. We're doomed. If Ji-Yun's words are true, we all face annihilation in a year, he lamented, clutching his bald head in anguish. Master Roshi gazed at Ji-Yun with hope, wishing he would declare that it was all a jest and that Earth was safe. Ji-Yun, however, ignored their desperate glances. He understood that it was he who had mentioned the arrival of Vegeta and Nappa, rather than Raditz as the original story indicated. Thus, in their moment of despair, they wished fervently that this was merely a fabrication of his imagination. It's not that dire. After all, we still have a year, and I shall fight alongside you, Ji-Yun reassured them. Nappa's strength was negligible, and Vegeta was merely a low-tier adversary. There was little to fear. Having accepted his mission from the system, he would welcome their arrival. Indeed, Ji-Yun is right. We have time. I believe that under the pressure of this crisis, you all will achieve significant breakthroughs within the year. Master Roshi nodded in agreement. His previously furrowed brow finally relaxed. He did not truly believe that such a short time could yield substantial progress, but Ji-Yun's final words brought him some comfort. Similarly, a sigh of relief echoed in the distant temple. Goku, visit the heavenly temple sometime. I have a place for you to train. The Supreme Kai's voice resonated in Goku's mind. Sure, I'm on my way, Goku replied eagerly, unable to contain his excitement. He quickly bade farewell to the others and soared into the sky, even entrusting his son to Krillin for safekeeping with Chi-Chi. Krillin, inspired by Goku's departure, resolved to commence his own training and preparation for the challenges ahead. Master, please take Gohan back. I too must begin my training, Krillin declared, his gaze resolute, shedding any remnants of his prior despondency. Master Roshi accepted the still slumbering Gohan, casting a proud glance at his disciple. Without further ado, Krillin leaped into the air, heading toward the horizon. Ji-Yun, I must take my leave as well, Master Roshi said, bidding farewell to Ji-Yun. He cautiously added, hoping that he would be able to join forces against the Saiyan invasion a year hence. Rest assured, I shall take action. Safe travels, Ji-Yun replied casually, not harboring any ill will toward Master Roshi. Though he had his flaws, he was a man of principle, often willing to sacrifice for the sake of his comrades. Thank you. Master Roshi did not linger, activating his flying device and departing for his home. In an instant, the once vibrant hall fell silent, leaving Jiun alone amidst the stillness, drifting into slumber. Where did everyone go? Bulma mused, gazing at the empty hall, perplexed. Upon spotting Jiun still resting on the sofa, her heart settled. Slowly, she approached him, watching him sleep, and an unfamiliar feeling blossomed within her. She gently lowered her head. Chapter 7. The arrival of the Saiyans. A year swiftly elapsed. The plot progressed as originally intended, remaining unchanged by the appearance of Jiun. Although Goku had not perished, he still ventured to the North Kai for training. After Krillin's departure that day, he summoned Tien, Yamcha, and others to the sacred land for cultivation. Even more astonishingly, Gohan had left home, intentionally seeking out Piccolo to become his disciple. Upon learning of this, Jiun couldn't help but exclaim, "Such is destiny. The wheels of fate turn relentlessly, and one cannot escape their predetermined path." The sole alteration in the narrative was Bulma. According to the original storyline, she was meant to be the partner of the God of Tea, only to later be ensnared by Vegeta, joyfully transforming into a family. However, with Ji-Yun's involvement, this subplot underwent a complete transformation. Since taking residence in her home, Ji-Yun had scarcely left, and Bulma harbored significant affection for him. In his previous life, he had endured 2 decades of solitude. In this timeline, despite his persistent restraint, he ultimately succumbed. 2 solitary individuals, surrounded by the allure of youth and passion, allowed their feelings to ignite fervently at the slightest touch of kindling. Bulma, the time has come. The 2 Saiyans have arrived. Jiun spoke in a calm tone. He could distinctly sense the sudden emergence of 2 formidable energies on Earth, far surpassing that of Raditz. From this, it was evident that Vegeta and Nappa had arrived. "Be careful," Bulma said, watching Jiun prepare to leave with concern. Jiun smiled lightly, ruffling her hair, and reassured her, "Do not worry, all will be well." With that, he vanished without a trace. During this time, Jiun refrained from any training. He discovered that even without cultivation or combat, his power continued to grow steadily. Over the course of a year, his combat prowess had increased by approximately 10,000. A testament to the advantages of Saiyan blood. Even without training, the rate of energy growth remained remarkably swift. Otherwise, in the original narrative, Goku and Vegeta had endured numerous trials, yet when Broly was born, they still found themselves unable to prevail. At that moment, 2 circular spacecraft descended from the sky, revealing the newly arrived Vegeta and Nappa. The inhabitants of Earth, upon witnessing the 2 extraterrestrial beings, were overwhelmed with curiosity and flocked to observe. How absurdly weak. Nappa scoffed disdainfully at the numbers displayed on his power detector. He raised a finger, instantly unleashing a tremendous energy that obliterated a vast area, turning a bustling city into ruins. "We intend to sell this planet. With such destruction, how shall we sell it?" Vegeta coldly remarked. My apologies, I was too excited. I shall be more cautious next time." Nappa nervously apologized, casting a fearful glance at Vegeta. "Forget it. Let us first locate the one who killed Raditz." Vegeta replied dismissively, glancing at Nappa. "Of course. I'll find him right away." Nappa responded hastily, activating his detector to search for high power levels. "Prince Vegeta, there are fluctuations in combat power over there. It has surpassed 1,000. It must be them." Nappa pointed in a direction toward Vegeta. "Only 1,000. Vegeta frowned slightly, clearly unimpressed. 1,000 combat power? How could that possibly defeat Raditz? Are you jesting? Regardless, let us engage with them for now," Vegeta said with disdain. In a planet of such low combat prowess, a power level of 1,000 could be considered formidable. Perhaps they could extract some information from them. With a swish, the 2 figures darted through the air like meteors. The warriors on Earth sensed the presence of these 2 powerful beings, instinctively rushing toward their energy signature. In a plain surrounded by towering mountains, Piccolo and Gohan were training, while Krillin happened to be present. The 3 of them sensed the approach of 2 immense energies, which were rapidly converging upon their location. All hearts raced, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Before they could gather their thoughts, Vegeta and Nappa appeared above them. They must be the ones. Nappa repeatedly pressed his detector for confirmation. Upon observing their attire, Piccolo's pupils constricted. Saiyans, dressed in combat uniforms and equipped with power detectors. The most striking feature was the tails wrapped around their waists, identical to Gohan's. Indeed, they are Saiyans. What overwhelming energy, just as Jiun described. These 2 are immensely powerful. Krillin trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his bald head. This This is who we are to combat? Gohan quivered, the intimidating energy rendering him speechless. Vegeta and Nappa descended slowly, approaching them. The three warriors braced for battle, adopting defensive stances. Isn't that a Namekian? Vegeta mused aloud, observing Piccolo's form. Yes, indeed, a Namekian. It is rumored they possess unique abilities. I wonder if that is true? Nappa nodded. Hearing their conversation, Piccolo was momentarily stunned. Memories flooding back. He had always perceived himself as an oddly shaped earthling, never realizing he was a Namekian. Piccolo, you are also an alien, Krillin exclaimed, astonished. Gohan gazed curiously at his uncle Piccolo. I shall not waste words with you. Where's the one who killed Raditz? Let him step forward to meet his demise. Nappa proclaimed fiercely. He surveyed the three, noting their combat power to be around 1,000, rendering any hope of them defeating Raditz utterly impossible. Piccolo, regaining composure amidst his astonishment, replied coolly, Thank you for revealing my true identity. However, it will suffice for me to handle you two alone. Prepare for battle. With a sardonic smile, Piccolo assumed a fighting stance. After all, they intended to annihilate the inhabitants of this planet. He might as well have a bit of fun with them. Vegeta crossed his arms, gazing at Piccolo with disdain. Following his command, Nappa produced a pouch from his garment, extracting several seeds and scattering them upon the ground. He then dripped a few drops of liquid onto the soil. Soon, the ground trembled as 6 green-skinned, fanged monsters erupted from the earth. Let these vegetable creatures entertain you for a while, Nappa declared with malicious intent. Chapter 8. The eternal god of tea. As 6 monstrous figures emerged from the earth, the trio heightened their senses. The vegetable creature rubbed its hands together, casting an evil glance at its prey. It seemed that they must first deal with these foes. Krillin's gaze suddenly sharpened. Vegeta and Nappa, meanwhile, regarded them with a mocking demeanor. The combat prowess of the vegetable beings hovered around 1,200. Vanquishing them would be a simple task. Just as Krillin prepared to strike, 3 figures descended from the sky. Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu, you all have arrived, Krillin exclaimed with elation, addressing his comrades. Of course, at such a moment, one cannot steal the limelight. Yamcha chuckled heartily. Tien and Kaiatsu nodded with smiles. Piccolo observed them with a cold gaze, harboring an innate disdain for this group. Humph. A bunch of trash has arrived, perfect for a collective cleanup, Vegeta remarked indifferently, his heart unmoved by the readings on his scouter. None of these individuals possessed a battle power exceeding 1,500, prompting him to regard them with a degree of contempt. After exchanging pleasantries, they stood ready, eyes fixed on their adversaries. Eliminate them. Nappa sneered disdainfully at the group. Disregarding the customary one-on-one combat, the commanded vegetable beings surged forward. Humph. Do they think they can kill me? They are merely dreaming, Piccolo thought arrogantly, as he did not believe that a few monsters could pose a threat to him. The battle commenced in earnest. The scene quickly transformed into chaos, with dust swirling and explosions reverberating incessantly. After a year of rigorous training, each of them had made remarkable advancements. To their surprise, the battle was fiercely contested, showing no signs of decline. Vegeta observed the fray with mild astonishment. The anticipated one-sidedness was absent, considering the vegetable being's strength was comparable to Raditz. As the clash continued, the vegetable creatures began to show signs of fatigue, unable to withstand the onslaught. Bang! With a deafening explosion, Piccolo was the first to eliminate his opponent. He then turned his attention to Gohan, who appeared somewhat beleaguered in combat. In an instant, he teleported in front of the vegetable being Gohan was facing, seizing its slender arm and tossing it upward. A beam of energy emitted from Piccolo's mouth, striking the airborne target with precision. The vegetable being was instantly reduced to ashes. Your combat skills are still too unrefined. Such recklessness could cost you your life, Piccolo advised coolly. Yes, Uncle Piccolo, I will be careful, Gohan responded earnestly, deeply appreciative of Piccolo's assistance. As they resumed their battle, the others swiftly dispatched their foes as well. To their astonishment, the skirmish concluded so easily. These opponents did not seem formidable at all. Yamcha glanced at the fallen vegetable beings and turned to Krillin, calling out, "Be careful." But it was too late. One of the seemingly dead vegetable beings suddenly sprang up and embraced Yamcha. Boom. The creature chose to self-destruct while holding Yamcha. By the time Krillin rushed over, a small crater had formed in the ground. Yamcha lay on his side within it, devoid of life. Damn it, bastard. Krillin knelt, cursing in a low voice. His fingers dug into the soil, clenching the earth as he glared at Yamcha's lifeless body. Yamcha was his senior brother, To see him perish in such a manner ignited a fierce rage within Krillin. Tien stared in shock at the unfolding events, then sighed with sorrow. Although his time with Yamcha had been brief, they were comrades, and a tinge of grief blossomed in his heart. I did not expect you to possess some strength, Nappa muttered under his breath, preparing to take matters into his own hands. He initially believed the vegetable beings could dispose of them all, but was surprised that they had been swiftly defeated. However, he managed to carry one away, which he deemed a measure of success. Prince Vegeta, I will take care of the rest. Nappa smirked. Vegeta remained silent, aware of Nappa's prowess. Once he engaged, the outcome was inevitable for this group. Rumbling, Nappa began to unleash immense energy, causing the very mountains and earth to tremble. The air currents in the vicinity were disturbed, and a fierce wind whipped through the mountains. The onlookers were compelled to step back. This is the power of a Saiyan. Tien struggled to keep his three eyes open, speaking with difficulty. It was his first encounter with a Saiyan, and he was astounded by the sheer terror of it. Even Piccolo, the strongest among them, could not help but tremble. Reflecting on his earlier bravado, he found it laughable to think he could confront them alone. Krillin's desire for vengeance was quelled by the overwhelming aura. There was no choice. They were far too strong. The tempest gradually subsided, and Nappa's energy enveloped the area. You lot, who wishes to be the first to die? Nappa's gaze swept over them, as if regarding mere insects. The immense pressure left them breathless. And for a moment, none dared to step forward. Humph, trash is merely trash, Vegeta muttered disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at the group. The proud Piccolo could no longer tolerate the situation and took a step forward. Apologies for the wait, everyone, before Piccolo could continue. A hearty voice shattered the tense atmosphere. Who goes there? Nappa turned his gaze, scanning the surroundings. Vegeta also searched for the source of the voice. No need to search. I am above you. The group looked up in unison. It was Mr. Jiun. Upon seeing that figure, Krillin's face lit up with excitement. Piccolo let out a sigh of relief, but immediately felt a rush of shame. He had not anticipated needing someone else's rescue. So, this is the formidable one. Tien thought to himself, fixated on Jiun, his curiosity piqued, having never seen him before. I expected something more formidable. Turns out another piece of trash has arrived. Nappa scoffed coldly at the readings on his scouter. As Jiun descended amidst the gaze of the crowd, he regarded the two figures before him and calmly stated, You two may come at me together. Chapter 9. Explosive confrontation. Nappa and Vegeta were initially taken aback, but soon erupted into uproarious laughter. Ha! You're killing me. To deal with a piece of trash like you, I could crush you with just a finger. Nappa laughed heartily, mockingly clutching his belly. You really think too highly of yourself. Do you honestly believe you're worth my effort? Vegeta sneered, his tone laced with a hint of anger. A mere insect daring to challenge the dignity of a prince was nothing short of a death wish. Allow me to teach you a lesson, Nappa declared, removing his scouter and glaring fiercely at Jiun. The esteemed Saiyan was not a mere garbage to be provoked at will. Very well. I shall indulge you for a moment, Jiun said, shrugging nonchalantly. He had initially aimed for a swift resolution, wishing to avoid unnecessary delays. Yet he reconsidered, what if he inadvertently killed Vegeta in the process? Thus, he decided to handle them one at a time. Even facing death, you still dare to be arrogant? Watch how I deal with you. At that moment, Nappa's aura intensified, radiating an overwhelming and terrifying presence. He leaped forward, landing directly in front of Jiun. His eyes glinting with malice, and threw a powerful punch. Jiun stood his ground, showing no inclination to evade. His combat power had surged to 60,000 over the past year. Nappa's seemingly ferocious punch was, in his eyes, as soft as cotton and as slow as a snail. With remarkable composure, Jiun sidestepped and effortlessly avoided Nappa's blow. What? Nappa gasped in astonishment, his punch missing completely. Before he could process his surprise, Jiun executed a swift sidekick that struck Nappa in the side, sending him flying. His massive form skidded along the ground for dozens of meters before finally coming to a halt. This is impossible. This cannot be, Nappa exclaimed. Flipping over to rise again, his eyes wide with disbelief. Not only had he missed, but he had also been struck back and thrown such a distance. Was this truly something achievable with a combat power of 1,000? Or was there a discrepancy in the combat power metrics of Earthlings? Vegeta, observing from the side, was equally astonished and pressed his scouter button. Beep beep. What? This guy's power level has suddenly surged to 6,000? Vegeta exclaimed in shock. How had his combat power escalated so dramatically? He recalled that previously, during battles with Earthlings and the vegetable warriors, their power levels had also spiked, albeit not significantly. So he had dismissed it. Could it be that these Earthlings could freely augment their combat power? Nappa, that guy's power level is not 1,000, but 6,000. Use all your strength, or you will be killed. Vegeta shouted with urgency. He was well aware of Nappa's capabilities. If he fought seriously, his power could reach 7,000. And even if the opponent had 6,000, he would not stand a chance. 6,000? What a joke. How could a mere Earthling be so formidable? Nappa thought incredulously. How could a wretched planet produce a being with a power level of 6,000? Though he found it hard to believe, he dared not slacken his efforts any longer. He summoned all his mental focus and charged toward Jiun once more. Jiun, is it? You have successfully enraged me. Nappa growled, his gaze fierce and voice low. He was a proud warrior of the Saiyan race, a Saiyan of a noble lineage. To be toyed with by an Earthling was an affront to his honor. I will make you experience true despair and tear you to shreds. Nappa's anger intensified with each word, and he unleashed a terrifying aura once more, enveloping himself and charging at Jiun. As Nappa barreled toward him, Jiun's expression remained as tranquil as a still lake, betraying not a hint of disturbance. Bang! In the next instant, Jiun caught Nappa's fist with his palm, causing the ground beneath them to crack. A fearsome shockwave radiated outward from their clash. Nappa, realizing his attack had been thwarted, attempted to break free. However, Jiun suddenly tightened his grip on Nappa's fist, rendering him unable to withdraw his hand no matter how he struggled. Observing Nappa's futile attempts, Jiun smiled faintly and exerted a slight pressure. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed sharply. Nappa let out a wretched scream, akin to a slaughtered pig, as Jiun pulverized the bones in his hand. Damn it, I will kill you. I will kill you. Nappa's face contorted in agony, his voice a frenzied roar directed at Jiun. Simultaneously, his gaping mouth unleashed a massive shockwave, surging toward Jiun with overwhelming force. This attack utilized all his strength. He believed there was no way anyone could evade it at such close range. Unfortunately, you have no chance, Jiun replied indifferently. He swiftly brought his palm down onto Nappa's face, perfectly sealing his mouth. The shockwave that had been unleashed was instantly suppressed. Nappa's eyes widened in terror as he emitted a series of gurgles, desperately thrashing his limbs. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not escape Jiun's grasp. His body began to swell, the shockwave rampaging within him, wreaking havoc on his internal organs, while blood vessels in his eyes burst, threatening to pop out. Boom! With a muffled thud, Nappa ceased his struggles. His pupils dilated slowly, and the overwhelming aura dissipated entirely. He was devoid of any signs of life. Jiun casually discarded the massive corpse as if it were refuse. This shocking scene struck the souls of all present. Was this truly the might of Mr. Jiun? Tien, with 3 eyes, stared in disbelief at the unfolding drama. Could an Earthling truly cultivate to such an extent? Gulp. Krillin swallowed hard. This was the first time he had witnessed Jiun in action, and despite hearing tales of his prowess, he had remained skeptical. Now, witnessing it firsthand was far more astonishing than mere words could convey. How infuriating. Is the gap truly this immense? Piccolo ground his teeth, fist clenched, feeling a sense of helplessness. Since that day they had parted ways, he had dedicated himself to training, hoping to someday close the gap with Jiun, only to find that the distance had only widened. Had the explosive confrontation just now been him against Nappa, it could very well have been his own demise. Chapter 10. Defeating Vegeta. Jiun shook his wrist and directed his gaze towards Vegeta, declaring, "It's your turn." Vegeta stood frozen in place, his mind tumultuous and filled with shock. Just a moment ago, when he checked Jiun's combat power with his scouter, the number had suddenly jumped to 12,000. This made him question whether the device was malfunctioning. However, the corpse of Nappa confirmed the grim possibility that everything might indeed be true. Raditz had likely met his demise at the hands of this individual. At this moment, Vegeta sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Jiun, realizing that his opponent's strength was likely greater than displayed. Yet, Vegeta was only slightly taken aback. As the prince of the Saiyan race, he held considerable confidence in his own abilities. Do not mistake me for that weakling. I shall make you understand the meaning of regret. With a chilling tone, Vegeta unleashed a surge of energy, launching himself at Jiun. In an instant, he appeared before Jiun, exclaiming, "Few can provoke me to fight personally. You should feel honored." With that, he unleashed a powerful energy wave towards Jiun. Jiun's reflexes were swift. He effortlessly deflected the energy wave with a single slap. The wave struck the ground, resulting in a violent explosion that shook the earth, uprooting flora with the force of a tempest. A deep crater formed at the site of the blast, leaving onlookers aghast. This is truly terrifying. Such power could obliterate the Earth. The crowd's anxiety surged as they witnessed the unexpected might of the seemingly diminutive fighter, realizing his strength far surpassed that of the bald-headed foe they had anticipated. The casual manner in which he had unleashed the energy wave suggested that had he concentrated his power, none present would likely survive. Amidst their astonishment, Jiun and Vegeta engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat, their movements so rapid that spectators could barely discern their forms. Only the sounds of their blows echoed through the air. Vegeta's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, employing both arms and legs with remarkable skill. His technique was impeccable. Each strike was precise and lethal, devoid of any superfluous motion. Meanwhile, Jiun adopted a defensive stance, adeptly evading all of Vegeta's assaults. However, his movements appeared somewhat clumsy, as if he was exerting excessive force in his dodges. Had he not possessed superior strength and speed, he would have surely been struck by Vegeta's relentless punches. Suddenly, Jiun intercepted one of Vegeta's punches with ease. What? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. How could his attack be so effortlessly thwarted? Just moments ago, Jiun had seemed overwhelmed and now appeared to possess this level of skill. Is this all you have? I find myself disappointed, Jiun replied calmly, resolving inwardly to refine his combat techniques rather than relying solely on raw power. How dare you underestimate me? I haven't even begun to unleash my full strength. Vegeta growled through clenched teeth, his fury palpable. With a roar, he unleashed a terrifying aura that enveloped the surroundings. The intensity of his energy surged, surpassing his previous display. As the crowd sensed the shift in the atmosphere, their faces drained of color, trembling in fear. Would Jiun be able to withstand Vegeta's onslaught? Though the chaos of battle obscured their view, their hopes soared when they witnessed Jiun successfully parry one of Vegeta's strikes, leading many to believe that Vegeta was on the verge of defeat. However, they were unprepared for the full force of Vegeta's power, which soon erupted with a battle strength of 18,000. Come at me. Jiun maintained his calm demeanor, unperturbed by the escalation. With a staggering combat power of 60,000, he felt no trepidation facing the fully unleashed Vegeta. With a resounding clash, their fists collided once more, sending shockwaves that fractured nearby mountains. This time, Vegeta was sent flying, while Jiun stood firm, unwavering. Vegeta crashed to the ground, his arm numb and pain radiating from his chest. What is happening? How can he be this strong? Vegeta, dazed and infuriated, pounded the earth with his remaining hand, struggling with the indignity of being overpowered by a mere earthling. Wait, his power must have surpassed mine. Otherwise, he could not have bested me, Vegeta realized. A dawning comprehension settling upon him. Though he suspected Jiun might be concealing his strength, he was confident it could not exceed his own. Yet the evidence was undeniable. In a frenzy, Vegeta pressed the button on his scouter. The device emitted a series of short beeps. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, it exploded. Panic gripped Vegeta as fear began to seep into his mind. F4, 40,000. He stammered, staring blankly at Jiun, who was steadily advancing towards him. This cannot be possible, Vegeta muttered to himself, for his scouter was outdated, only capable of displaying a maximum of 40,000. This revelation suggested that Jiun's power might indeed exceed that threshold, a notion that left Vegeta in disbelief. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. How can these pathetic beings possibly challenge me? Pain and bitterness filled his gaze as he confronted the reality of his situation. It must be a malfunction. Yes, it has to be, Vegeta insisted stubbornly. Observing Vegeta's disarray, Jiun furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat displeased. He had yet to receive the system notification indicating the completion of his task. With a sigh of resignation, he addressed Vegeta. Shall we continue? Chapter 11. The Tragic Tower. What? Vegeta appeared somewhat bewildered, staring vacantly at Jiun. I mean, the renowned Saiyan prince's strength surely cannot be this feeble. Do you have some hidden prowess yet to be revealed? If so, let us hasten and continue. Jiun explained slowly. Logically, Vegeta should have been defeated given his current state. However, the system's notification had yet to materialize, indicating a singular possibility. Vegeta still possessed a trump card, and he had not yet been thoroughly vanquished. Damn it, you wretched creature. Vegeta's teeth nearly ground into dust, his fury palpable. He was the proud Saiyan prince, and even in defeat, he would not concede. Yet, Jiun's words echoed in his ears like a taunt. What on earth is happening? Can someone explain? Krillin asked, dumbfounded. He had not grasped the nature of their confrontation. Just moments ago, Vegeta had exuded overwhelming confidence, only to be sent hurtling back, his energy diminished. Unbeknownst to him, Vegeta's power could obliterate worlds, yet it was evident that Jiun was far superior. Piccolo's furrowed brow gradually relaxed as he spoke with a sense of relief. He had come to accept Ji-Yun's unfathomable strength, realizing that he would likely remain an unattainable benchmark throughout his life. I never imagined Mr. Ji-Yun would be so formidable. This time, victory is assured. Tien's troubled expression transformed into one of exhilaration. Uncle Ji-Yun is truly impressive. I wonder when I can become so strong. Gohan gazed at Ji-Yun from a distance, his youthful eyes sparkling with admiration. At that moment, Vegeta glared at Ji-Yun, his eyes ablaze with dark fury. Had looks possessed the power to kill, Ji-Yun would have already been reduced to 1,000 pieces. Stop the insults. Think carefully. Is there not a secret technique you've forgotten? Seeing you like this, I am equally anxious. Ji-Yun's brow furrowed deeper, his tone laden with genuine urgency, resembling a concerned friend. Die, you bastard, just die. Vegeta spat venomously. Swish, swish, swish. With his remaining hand, he unleashed a barrage of spherical energy blasts towards Ji-Yun. In an instant, hundreds of energy spheres erupted forth, bombarding Ji-Yun. Yet, such an assault posed no threat to him. Is this your ultimate technique? Ji-Yun remarked with dissatisfaction. Good heavens, is this not the legendary prince's battle strategy? Though famous, it has seemingly never claimed a life. Panting heavily, Vegeta seemed drained from the earlier attack, unable to utter a word, his furious gaze fixed on Ji-Yun. Observing Vegeta's indignant expression, Ji-Yun felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He sensed that Vegeta still had more to offer, yet he couldn't recall what it might be. What could it be? Ji-Yun paced back and forth, fidgeting in front of Vegeta. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He dashed towards Vegeta, seizing him by the collar and lifting him off the ground. Let go of me, you bastard. Vegeta struggled desperately, but he could not escape Ji-Yun's grasp. Smack, smack. Ji-Yun unceremoniously slapped him twice. Vegeta, come to your senses. Can't you transform into a great ape? Hurry and unleash it. Ji-Yun urged excitedly. Having been in the Dragon Ball world for so long, he had almost forgotten that Saiyans could transform into great apes. One could only blame the infrequency of such transformations for this lapse in memory. Dazed from the slaps, Vegeta's mind began to clear. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, a spark ignited within him. Right, I can still transform. He chided himself for his earlier rage, which had caused him to forget this Saiyan trait. Seeing that Vegeta had finally come to this realization, Ji-Yun released his hold. He nodded approvingly, thinking to himself, the child is indeed teachable. It appeared that Vegeta possessed more knowledge than he let on, and now, Ji-Yun would show him the true terror of Saiyan power. Vegeta regained his former bravado, glaring fiercely at Ji-Yun without questioning how he knew about the transformation. Hurry up, do not waste any more time, Ji-Yun said nonchalantly. Truth be told, had it not been for the system's task, he would have preferred to dispense with further conversation. Were it not for the mission to defeat Vegeta and send him back, he would have long since dispatched him with a single blow. Having been so thoroughly beaten and still so arrogant, how amusing. I hope you remain so composed in the moments to come. Now, I shall reveal to you the true, terrifying power of the Saiyans. After making this declaration, Vegeta gathered a sphere of silvery energy with one hand and hurled it into the sky. A confident smile crept across his lips. Though he knew this form was no match for the figure before him, once he transformed into a great ape, victory would be guaranteed. Though this transformation would render him grotesque in form and appearance, such trivialities mattered little. As long as he successfully transformed, his combat power would multiply tenfold, granting him an astounding strength of 180,000. He would wash away his humiliation and effortlessly eliminate this wretch. What are those two doing? Tien inquired, puzzled and unable to comprehend the situation. Indeed, why not simply eliminate the Saiyan? Krillin echoed, equally bewildered, entirely at a loss regarding their intentions. Ji-Yun surely had his reasons for this approach. Let us maintain our distance and not disturb him. Piccolo spoke in a low tone to the others. With that, he took Gohan and retreated a considerable distance. Ji-Yun's insistence that Vegeta transform into a great ape had not gone unnoticed by Piccolo, whose keen ears had captured every word despite the distance. Though he did not fully grasp Ji-Yun's motivations, he wisely kept his distance, casting a discreet glance at Gohan. Not long ago, he had witnessed the fearsome nature of the great ape transformation. Krillin and Tien exchanged glances, their minds filled with confusion, unable to discern the current circumstances. However, Having seen the strongest, Piccolo, retreat far away, they too felt compelled to follow suit. After casting a glance at Jiun's position, they soared in the direction Piccolo had taken. Chapter 12. Stand still. One strike each. Jiun observed Vegeta's movements with an air of calmness. Humph, you wretched fool. I shall make you pay for your foolishness. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his heart brimming with mirth. His gaze fixated on the energy sphere suspended in midair. Suddenly, his pupils vanished, his eyes ablaze with a crimson glow. Ha! Ha! Vegeta roared, his body beginning to swell ominously. Dents sprouted from his skin, and sharp canines protruded from his mouth, transforming his visage into a grotesque, devilish form. Within mere seconds, his physique had expanded to a towering stature, resembling a colossal mountain. Cloaked in black fur, Vegeta had fully morphed into a great ape. Ha ha ha. Do you see? This is the true power of me, Vegeta. Prepare to perish, he declared, his cavernous mouth agape with triumph. As his words echoed, he unleashed a devastating strike aimed directly at Jiun. Jiun deftly evaded the attack, his form flickering like a butterfly. The tremendous fist crashed into the ground, triggering a seismic upheaval, leaving behind a colossal imprint. Good heavens! That fellow has transformed into a great ape, just like Goku did. Krillin exclaimed, his face etched with terror. It was no wonder. He had nearly perished beneath Goku's great ape form in the past. Witnessing this scene resurrected the buried fear within him. Tianjin Han maintained a grave expression, though he did not exhibit the same panic as Krillin. The impact of Ji-Yun's prowess was too profound, for reasons unknown. He held an unwavering belief that Ji-Yun could indeed vanquish this colossal creature. Phew. Piccolo exhaled, having encountered great apes before. The pressure they exerted was still formidable. He cast a casual glance at Gohan. What manner of race are the Saiyans? Is this the true extent of 180,000 battle power? The pressure is indeed overwhelming, Ji-Yun remarked, having narrowly evaded an attack. Humph. The true spectacle has only just begun, Vegeta proclaimed confidently, surveying the destruction he had wrought upon the ground. His pride swelling. Boom, boom, boom. No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed another flurry of blows. Mountains crumbled into fragments, clouds of dust obscuring the sky. Jiun flitted gracefully through the air, evading all of Vegeta's assaults. Scoundrel, are you merely going to flee? Vegeta seethed, his fury mounting. Despite the ferocity of his attacks, he could not land a single blow on Jiun. What do you expect? Am I to simply stand still for your onslaught? Is the mighty prince of the Saiyans truly so inept as to only strike at stationary targets? Jiun retorted mercilessly. With a mere 60,000 in battle power, compared to Vegeta's 180,000, it was inconceivable for him to remain a target. How infuriating. Watch how I deal with you, Vegeta growled, feeling as though his lungs might burst from rage. In his great ape form, he possessed immense strength, lifting a mountain and wielding it like a baseball bat, swinging it at Ji-Yun in a desperate attempt to achieve some effect. This is futile, Ji-Yun thought, as his speed far surpassed Vegeta's attack frequency. He swiftly distanced himself, gathering energy in his palms. A ki blast, potent enough to obliterate the earth, struck the great ape's chest. Yet, the beast remained unyielding, its fur-clad body suffering no damage. The attack and defense were indeed flawless. Ji-Yun nodded in approval. Are you merely tickling me? Vegeta scoffed, simultaneously unleashing a devastating laser from his gaping maw. The only regret is that it's far too slow, Ji-Yun remarked, effortlessly sidestepping the beam. It was no wonder that in later encounters, Vegeta abandoned this technique. The great ape transformation was suited for widespread destruction, but fell short in one-on-one combat. As Vegeta's attacks continued to miss their mark, frustration consumed him. He unleashed a barrage of lasers, all of which Ji-Yun nimbly evaded, further inciting Vegeta's wrath. He pounded his chest in exasperation. This must come to an end. Vegeta, you are no match for me. Ji-Yun floated before him, his tone indifferent. Fool. You speak too soon, Vegeta protested. He was undeniably powerful now. Had this opponent not shied away from direct confrontation, he would never have faced defeat. Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity. Ji-Yun observed Vegeta's obstinacy, contemplating how to provoke him further. Indeed, the crimson glow in Vegeta's eyes intensified. What do you mean? It's simple. You claim I outpace you, so let us confront each other directly. I shall strike first, and you may not evade. Then, you may strike me, and I shall not dodge. However, I must go first. What say you? Ji-Yun smiled slyly, his eyes crescent-shaped with mischief. Vegeta, sensing an ominous premonition, felt cornered. He could not land a hit on Jiun, and draining his energy would only lead to his demise. Recalling Ji-Yun's previous attack, which had left him unscathed, he resolved firmly. Very well. We shall proceed as you propose. No one may retract their word. Seeing his scheme succeed, Jiun chuckled. Then, he raised his hands above his head, a brilliant golden energy coalescing from his palms, transforming into a luminous wheel of light that spun with blinding speed. Behold, the Keyblade, Ji-Yun exclaimed, flinging his hand forward as the energy blade shot forth. This technique had been a divine skill in the early days, capable of cleaving even Frieza. Jiun had invested 20 minutes of rigorous study prior to arriving here to master it, thanks to the enhancement of his bloodline. His understanding of martial arts surpassed that of ordinary individuals. This was why he had left home early, yet arrived last at the battlefield. This. Vegeta fixated on the Keyblade, dread flooding his gaze. Though he did not comprehend the technique, its very essence seemed to threaten the fabric of space itself. The sensation of impending death loomed. Should he be struck by this attack, his demise would be assured. As the Keyblade drew nearer, Vegeta was drenched in cold sweat. Disregarding all prior agreements, he hefted his massive form and leaped high into the air, desperately attempting to evade the lethal strike. Chapter 13. Mission accomplished. The late awakening of Ryukong with a swift motion, the Chi Yuan/Whis passed, but Vegeta reacted just in time, successfully evading the attack. This brought him a momentary sigh of relief. However, his tail behind him was not so fortunate, severed cleanly in two. As a result of the amputation, his body began to shrink rapidly. In mere moments, Vegeta had reverted to his normal state. The combination of his previous injuries and the energy expended during his transformation into a gorilla left him utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground with great difficulty. His eyes barely open. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully defeated Vegeta. After his departure, rewards will be automatically granted. The long-awaited system notification finally echoed in Ji-Yun's ears. Had he finally completed his task? A wave of joy surged within Ji-Yun, and even though the system's voice was electronically synthesized, it sounded remarkably clear and pleasant to his ears. At that moment, Vegeta was exceedingly weak, his aura faint, teetering on the brink of oblivion. On the other side of the battlefield, Krillin exclaimed, "The gorilla is gone." Suddenly, Tianjin Fan turned to Krillin, his face alight with elation. Indeed, the gorilla has vanished, and the Saiyans' energy has diminished significantly. Krillin, momentarily stunned, then shared in the excitement. It appears Ji-Yun has dealt with that Saiyan. Piccolo nodded, his gaze drifting into the distance. Wonderful. We are saved, Gohan exclaimed, overjoyed, dancing with excitement. Although he yearned for strength akin to Ji-Yun's, he fundamentally detested conflict. At this moment, the crisis on Earth had been averted, filling him with uncontainable joy. Let us go, Tianjin Fan suggested to the group. They all nodded enthusiastically, hastening towards Ji-Yun's location. In mere moments, they had gathered around him. Uncle Ji-Yun, are you all right? You are incredible, Gohan said, his expression brimming with excitement. All is well, merely a Saiyan. Nothing to fret about. Even if I had not intervened, I believe you all would have managed just fine, Jiun replied, gently ruffling Gohan's hair with a warm smile. His humble words resonated differently in the ears of the others. Piccolo crossed his arms, turning his head away in embarrassment, while Krillin and Tianjin Fan awkwardly forced smiles. All right, we can chat later. I need to handle a few matters first, Jiun cheerfully addressed the group. Although he had bested Vegeta, the mission was not yet fully accomplished. He needed to ensure Vegeta's safe departure from this place. Understood, the group nodded solemnly. In a flash, Jiun appeared before Vegeta. Did we not agree? One attack each, no dodging allowed. You are a Saiyan prince, yet you cannot handle this? Jiun feigned anger, his tone laced with indignation. You. Vegeta struggled to articulate a response, utterly at a loss for words. Enough. I'm not like you. I keep my promises. Although you attempted to cheat, I will honor our agreement. Attack me, and I will not evade, Ji-Yun proclaimed with righteous fervor, exuding an air of noble integrity. One might have mistaken him for a true gentleman. Ugh. Vegeta finally lost his composure, blood spewing from his mouth as the pressure overwhelmed him. Dizziness clouded his vision. How much more shameless can you be? I can barely stand. Am I to strike you with a rock? The sight of the blood startled Ji-Yun. Goodness, don't die on me now. The task remains incomplete. Calm down. You can leave now. Hurry. Jiun waved his hand dismissively, urging him to depart. Vegeta paused, taken aback, wondering if he had misheard or was experiencing a hallucination. He is letting me go. No, I cannot allow this. Yamcha's vengeance remains unfulfilled. Krillin suddenly charged forward, his face a mask of fury as he glared at Vegeta. Jiun furrowed his brow. The death of Yamcha was not to be blamed on others, but rather his own carelessness. Neither Babidi nor Vegeta had directly harmed him. Krillin. Let him go. He still has great use for me. Yamcha can be revived with the Dragon Balls. Jiun placed a hand on Krillin's shoulder. Speaking with a calm demeanor, Krillin was bewildered by Ji-Yun's words, struggling to comprehend why he would let this man go when eliminating him seemed the more logical choice. Ji-Yun firmly nodded, his gaze resolute. Reluctantly, Krillin sighed. Fine, I will heed your words. He then stepped back. What are you staring at? Hurry and leave. Ji-Yun turned his attention back to Vegeta, irritation lacing his voice. Upon hearing their debate, Vegeta realized this fool truly intended to let him escape. Though proud, he understood the virtue of adaptability. He no longer hesitated, retrieving a remote control from his person. Pressing the button, his ship, stationed at a distance, soared towards him. Stumbling slightly, Vegeta boarded the vessel. You wait for me. After today, I will become stronger. I shall return to kill you and all on this planet, avenging this day. With a fierce declaration, Vegeta shut the hatch and swiftly departed Earth. Bah! Ji-Yun dismissed Vegeta's threats with indifference. He possessed the bloodline of the transcendent, and his training would only accelerate. The next encounter would likely be far more disastrous for Vegeta. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You have received the reward, tenfold King Kai Fist, without side effects. At the moment Vegeta left Earth, the system's voice resonated in Ji-Yun's mind. Simultaneously, he acquired the knowledge of how to utilize the King Kai Fist. As Ji-Yun reveled in his triumph, Krillin suddenly shouted with glee, that energy. It's Wukong. Wukong is here. Ji-Yun was jolted from his thoughts by Krillin's exclamation, and he too sensed Goku's energy in the air. Indeed, it is Son Goku, and it seems he has grown stronger since last year. Ji-Yun mused to himself. With a whoosh, a figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform descended from the sky, landing before the group. Goku. Goku. Dad. The familiar silhouette ignited excitement among them, each of them calling out in exhilaration. Although the crisis had passed, they had not seen Goku in over a year, and his presence filled them with uncontainable joy. Krillin, Tianjin Fan, Piccolo, Din, and Gohan, you all are alive. Splendid. Bring the Saiyans forth. I wish to engage them in battle. Goku exclaimed. His expression filled with delight upon seeing his friends safe. His gaze sharpened, determined to confront the Saiyans in a decisive showdown. Chapter 14, Ji-Yun vs. Wukong. It is as follows. Wukong, the Saiyans have already been defeated by Mr. Ji-Yun. Krillin observed Wukong's spirited demeanor and recounted the events of Ji-Yun's battle with the Saiyans. What? Ji-Yun, you are exceedingly cunning for having preemptively vanquished them. Wukong was greatly disheartened, incessantly lamenting about Ji-Yun's prowess. His life's creed revolved around combat. The absence of a fight would drive him to madness. Hee. My apologies, Wukong. It is their weakness that is to blame. Had they held on a tad longer, perhaps you could have joined the fray. It is indeed a pity. Ji-Yun responded with a smile. This statement left the others somewhat speechless. Brother, we acknowledge your strength, but must you be so discouraging? If they are deemed weak. What are we? Truly, are we mere scraps? No, Ji-Yun. Since the Saiyans have departed, you must engage in battle with me. Otherwise, I shall suffer tremendously. Wukong grasped his hair in distress. Having just completed his training, he had significantly enhanced his strength and mastered both the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb techniques. If he were not allowed to unleash his power, he would indeed be tormented. This is rather. Ji-Yun was about to decline without a second thought. Yet the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding. A challenge from Son Wukong has been detected. Please make a selection. Option 1. Accept the challenge and defeat Son Wukong. Reward. 100 Senza Beans. Option 2. Decline the challenge and depart. Reward. Title of Hermit Sage. Ji-Yun was momentarily taken aback before promptly making a decision. What on earth is the title of Hermit Sage? Even the smallest fly is still a piece of meat. I choose option 1. Ding. Selection successful. Challenge accepted to defeat Son Wukong. Upon task completion, the system rewards will be automatically issued. Please be attentive. After the system's final prompt, Ji-Yun continued. This, I fear, is indeed feasible. I am eager to witness the fruits of your training over the past year. Splendid. Upon hearing Ji-Yun accept the challenge, Wukong was filled with joy. Though the Saiyans had fled in defeat, he now had the opportunity to spar with Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun had single-handedly defeated two immensely powerful Saiyans. Was it not enticing to engage with him? Come, you may strike first, unleashing your utmost strength, Jiun stated calmly. Hearing this, Wukong swiftly assumed an attacking stance. His gaze sharp as he locked eyes with Jiun. The other spectators, witnessing the imminent confrontation, promptly stepped aside, clearing the arena. Krillin, observing the two, contemplated advising Wukong. After all, Jiun was a monster, possessing terrifying power. Engaging him was akin to courting disaster. However, seeing Wukong's serious demeanor, he surmised that even an intervention would likely be futile. Goten harbored deep concern, hoping his father would know when to stop, praying that no accidents would occur. At that moment, nearly everyone was anxiously sweating for Wukong. Back to the battlefield, the two stood in tense opposition. Wukong began to shift his feet, his expression growing grave. He discerned numerous openings in Ji Yun's stance, yet they all felt like traps. A rash attack would surely lead to severe repercussions. Whoosh! Wukong disappeared in a flash, appearing before Ji Yun. At this moment, he disregarded any notion of traps, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Ji Yun. Ji Yun adeptly evaded Wukong's relentless barrage, silently admiring Wukong's combat skills, which rivaled those of Vegeta. Bang! A colossal sound echoed as Wukong's fist crashed into Ji Yun's abdomen. A moment of elation crossed Wukong's face. Did I hit? But soon that joy vanished, for he realized his fist had struck a solid wall, inflicting no damage and sending pain coursing through his hand. Wukong's offensive faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Jiun delivered a swift kick to Wukong's head. Wukong was sent reeling backward, crashing into a nearby mountain. Boom! The mountain collapsed, burying him momentarily. Krillin and the others, witnessing this, called out in concern. Wukong! Wukong! From beneath the rubble. Wukong pushed aside the debris and sprang back to Ji Yun's side. Ouch! That hurt. Wukong grimaced. I instructed you to unleash your full power, Ji Yun remarked with a slight smile. Wukong had a habit of testing opponents first, never starting at full strength. Hee. Then allow me to showcase the results of my training. Wukong grinned, his expression shifting to one of utmost seriousness. Energy began to coalesce around him. Kaioken! Wukong shouted. A crimson aura enveloped him, his energy doubling. Translated into battle power, it was approximately 16,000. Excellent. Come forth. Ji Yun smiled calmly, gesturing for Wukong to proceed. Whoosh! Wukong's power and speed surged to new heights. Each punch he threw carried tremendous force, yet standing before him was Ji Yun, whose depths remained unfathomable. His strikes could not reach Ji Yun, who moved with remarkable agility. After his battle with Vegeta, Ji Yun's combat techniques had significantly improved. Learning through battle was indeed a Saiyan trait. How formidable! Wukong felt unprecedented pressure as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Triple Kaioken! Wukong roared, doubling his energy once more. His muscles bulged, the red aura becoming even more intense. Swish, swish, swish. His fists flew like the wind, the sound of air slicing through the atmosphere unceasing. With a battle power of 24,000, he could barely keep pace with Ji Yun's speed. Most of his strikes landed on Ji Yun, yet still failed to inflict any harm. Ji Yun, sensing it was time to conclude the sparring, unleashed a lightning-fast punch that struck Wukong squarely in the chest. Wukong, reeling from the blow, felt the crimson aura dissipate, his body flying backwards several meters. The impact caused him to roll his eyes back, blood spilling from his mouth. The crowd rushed forward to check on him. Wukong blinked, catching glimpses of their blurry figures before darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 15. Teaming Up for Deception. Universal Capsule Company. Ji Yun reclined in a rocking chair, adorned with sunglasses, sipping fresh orange juice, exuding an air of tranquility. A week had elapsed since the Saiyan invasion of Earth. Following the previous battle, Ji Yun experienced a significant enhancement in his abilities. To his astonishment, he discovered that he did not need to engage in deliberate training. In addition to a daily increment in his energy, it appeared that his power surged explosively during combat. His battle prowess had breached the threshold of 100,000, a rate of improvement that could only be described as terrifying. Bulma, are you ready? We must depart. Ji Yun called out languidly. Yes, just a moment. Bulma responded with a cheerful tone. Women are such a hassle. It takes an eternity to prepare for an outing. Ji Yun sighed, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Their primary objective today was to visit the hospital and check on Goku, whom Ji Yun had injured, and to deliver a Senzu bean to expedite his discharge. Since their encounter, Goku had been hospitalized, as no one possessed Senzu beans. He had remained there until now. Ji Yun had obtained 100 Senzu beans through a system task, yet after the battle, he felt his energy continuing to grow. prompting him to leave the scene to consolidate his strength, neglecting to provide Goku with a bean. Approximately 10 minutes later, Bulma finally emerged. "Darling, let us go." She gently tapped Ji-Yun's head, her voice soft. Ji-Yun looked up to see Bulma dressed fashionably, her makeup meticulously applied, presenting a youthful and charming appearance. "All right, let's be on our way." Ji-Yun replied with a faint smile, wrapping his arms around Bulma's waist and soaring into the sky. In West City, within the Third People's Hospital, Goku, clad in a hospital gown, was performing push-ups. "He seems to be recovering well," Ji-Yun remarked as he and Bulma slowly pushed open the door, revealing Goku on the floor. "Ji-Yun, Bulma, you've arrived." Goku greeted them joyfully, showing no concern for his injuries. "Look what I brought you." Ji-Yun smiled, waving the green bean in his hand. "Senza beans." Goku's eyes lit up. He had long since grown weary of the hospital setting. The treatments, especially the injections, were utterly unbearable. Goku seized the Senza bean from Ji-Yun's hand without a second thought and promptly consumed it. Instantly, his previously weakened body returned to its normal state. "Fantastic. Ji-Yun, I'm back to full strength. Let us have another match," Goku exclaimed, brimming with vitality. Ji-Yun chuckled and shook his head. "I dare not challenge you again. Focus on your training first. When you become sufficiently powerful, we shall engage once more." "Agreed. It's a promise," Goku replied earnestly, knowing his competitive nature was deeply ingrained. As the two conversed merrily, Ji-Yun paused momentarily. Then, with an air of mystery, he addressed Goku, "Would you like to battle someone even stronger than me?" "Huh?" Goku was taken aback by Ji-Yun's statement. "Is there anyone in this world stronger than you?" he inquired, curiosity piqued. To him, Ji-Yun was undoubtedly the epitome of strength. "In this vast cosmos, there are myriad beings far mightier than I. I am but a speck of dust in the universe." Ji-Yun replied nonchalantly, his eyes glimmering with a desire for exploration. Gulp. Goku swallowed hard, his eyes sparkling with excitement. More invigorated than he would be at the sight of a beautiful woman. Where do I go?" "Patience. The place is quite distant, on another planet." Jiun replied with a knowing smile, maintaining an air of intrigue. "Anywhere. I must go," Goku declared, determination blazing in his eyes. "The location is Namek, the homeland of Piccolo," Jiun stated calmly. Bulma, who had been listening intently to their exchange, furrowed her brow upon hearing the mention of Namek. She understood that Ji-Yun's sudden revelation was not without ulterior motives. Her intuition proved correct. Ji-Yun's mention of Namek was not a mere whim, but a response to an urgent system alert. Ding. Frieza has obtained information about the Dragon Balls through alternate means and is set to invade Namek. Please make a choice. Option 1. Proceed to Namek and eliminate Frieza. Reward: 0. 1 seconds of time manipulation. Option 2. I refuse to go. Reward: solar flare. Upon seeing the task, Ji-Yun felt conflicted. Despite his formidable strength, facing the cosmic tyrant Frieza was a perilous endeavor, where a single misstep could lead to his demise. He contemplated choosing the second option, abandoning the mission altogether. Yet, a voice within emerged that future adversaries would only grow stronger. Without a spirit of adventure, he would inevitably meet his end. Moreover, he decided to bring Goku along, hoping his transformation into a Super Saiyan might turn the tide against Frieza in dire circumstances. At that moment, the hospital door swung open unexpectedly. "Take me with you." "Huh?" Jiun glanced at the newcomer Piccolo, who had come to visit Goku. Having overheard their conversation about Namek, memories long buried within him stirred. "Piccolo, that's wonderful. We can fight side by side again," Goku exclaimed joyfully. The bond between the two friends had subtly evolved without their awareness. Ji-Yun, however, was somewhat taken aback. Piccolo was not part of his initial plan. He would have preferred Krillin for his potential sacrifice. Despite his initial inclination to refuse, Ji-Yun was unable to turn down Piccolo's earnest gaze. "All right. We need to ascertain the location of Namek. Goku, you can ask King Kai for that. As for the spaceship we'll need, Bulma, that's on you," Ji-Yun directed, distributing tasks among them. Hey, I haven't agreed yet. Why are you making decisions without me?" Bulma finally interjected, her concern for Ji-Yun's safety palpable, not wanting him to take unnecessary risks. Sighing in resignation, Ji-Yun realized he would have to provide a thorough explanation. Otherwise, it seemed the night would end without him finding rest. Chapter 16. The Self-Destructive Training Method After a Night of Persuasion. Ji-Yun finally convinced Bulma to agree to construct the flying ship for them. The flying machines of Raditz and Nappa remained intact. They could simply be scaled up for operational use. However, This undertaking was quite substantial and would require 3 days to complete, rather than remain idle. Jiun opted to utilize these 3 days for rigorous training. In an instant, Jiun vanished from his location and reappeared atop the sacred temple. This marked his inaugural visit to this hallowed place. "Mr. Jiun, what brings you here?" inquired a nervous attendant with a dark face, thick lips, and round eyes. His head wrapped in cloth. This individual was renowned as Earth's strongest warrior and a significant protector of the planet. "Nothing much. I simply wish to borrow your hyperbolic time chamber," Jiun replied nonchalantly. 3 days was indeed a brief span, yet the hyperbolic time chamber could perfectly remedy that predicament. "Eh? This?" The attendant, Bubu, appeared astonished. He couldn't recall Jiun ever visiting the temple before. However, the fact that Jiun accurately spoke his name startled him, causing a shiver of recognition. "I must consult the Supreme Kai." Bubu did not dwell on the issue, recognizing that someone of Jiun's caliber was beyond his reach. Nevertheless, he was obliged to adhere to protocol as a servant of the Supreme Kai. Jiun nodded in understanding, reassuring him of his benign intentions. The aged Supreme Kai emerged from the palace, leaning on a staff. Jiun observed his appearance and thought to himself, he indeed resembles Piccolo. The Supreme Kai scrutinized Jiun, although he was uncertain of the young man's intentions. He was aware of Jiun's numerous rescues of Earth. Allowing him entry into the hyperbolic time chamber was justifiable. Furthermore, the Supreme Kai had been attentive to Jiun, having gleaned some insights from their previous conversation in the hospital. After all, Piccolo would soon accompany him, and aiding Jiun equated to aiding himself. "Thank you." Jiun expressed his gratitude politely. Upon receiving the Supreme Kai's permission, Bubu gestured for Jiun to enter. Jiun followed closely behind as they proceeded deeper into the temple. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. "Please enter." Each individual may only remain inside for 2 days throughout their lifetime. Exceeding this limit will result in being unable to exit. There is ample water and food within. Bubu explained to Jiun. "Understood. Thank you for your assistance." Jiun replied with a smile, before stepping into the chamber. The pallid expanse before him seemed endless. The gravity inside the hyperbolic time chamber was tenfold that of Earth. Though Jiun's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary person, he initially struggled to acclimate. However, he quickly adapted. "Now let us see how far I can progress." Jiun mused to himself. He did not intend to linger for long. After all, extended exposure to such an environment could genuinely inflict mental strain. "Ha!" Jiun shouted, gathering his energy and unleashing a Kamehameha wave. After sending it forth, he swiftly pursued the trajectory of the energy blast. Moments later, he positioned himself directly in front of the wave, allowing it to strike him without any defensive posture. Poof! Jiun coughed up blood as the overwhelming energy dissipated. His vision blurred, and he detected a charred scent surrounding him. Not daring to delay, he shakily retrieved a plump pouch from his person, extracting a senzu bean and consuming it. The instant the bean entered his system, his injuries healed instantaneously, and his aura deepened. "Ah, this method of training is quite effective, albeit perilous." Jiun wiped the sweat from his brow. His objective was simple, to exploit the Saiyans' near-death revival ability to enhance his strength in a short period. This was the legendary self-destructive training method. However, as he sensed his burgeoning power, he was taken aback. This capability was indeed extraordinary, tripling his energy. Jiun clenched his empowered fists. Feeling an explosive energy coursing through him, he refrained from further attempts, opting instead to acclimate to the newfound strength within his body. If he lost control, he could very well end up harming himself. Thus, after enhancing his abilities, Jiun continuously unleashed his power within the hyperbolic time chamber, devastating energy waves and unremarkable martial arts techniques alike. He methodically practiced every technique available to him. It took a full 3 days before he completely mastered the strength within his body. "Come on, let us continue." Jiun repeated the actions he had performed 3 days prior. He unleashed another energy wave and swiftly intercepted it. This time, fearing he would not have time to retrieve a senzu bean, he placed one in his mouth. As his life hung by a thread, he swallowed it whole and stood up, revitalized once more. His energy surged explosively. Again, he executed his previous techniques to solidify his strength. However, this time, the stabilization period proved to be significantly longer. Day after day, Jiun persistently repeated his self-destructive actions within the hyperbolic time chamber. Time flew by. Outside, half a day had passed. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Jiun had ceased his training, not due to an inability to improve, but rather because the monotony of life within had become unbearable. His energy had grown to an unfathomable magnitude. A rough estimate suggested he possessed around 8 million battle power. Had the stabilization periods not been so lengthy, he could have become invincible within. Nonetheless, the acceleration of his training from 100,000 to 8 million was nothing short of extraordinary. It seemed he was now prepared to set forth on his journey. With a gleam of determination in his eyes, Jiun pushed open the door of the hyperbolic time chamber. After exchanging farewells with the Supreme Kai, he soared away from the temple. He made no detours, heading directly back to Bulma, uncertain of when he would return. He cherished these 2 days to spend quality time with her. At last, the 3 days had elapsed. The spaceship was fully prepared. After much persistence, Goku had finally learned the precise location of Namek from King Kai. Bulma detailed the operation of the ship, and the three of them boarded. As the spaceship ascended, leaving Earth behind, Bulma's reluctant gaze lingered on them. Ji-Yun's resolute expression remained fixed ahead. Namek, Frieza, I am coming. Chapter 17. Arrival at Namek and the fall of Dodoria months later. Amidst the vastness of the cosmos, a spherical spacecraft traversed the boundless starry sky, advancing through the pitch-black void of space. Only 3 days remained until they reached the planet Namek. Jiun cast a glance at the coordinates displayed on the monitor. Suddenly, 2 figures were seen colliding within the confines of the ship. The violent impacts caused the vessel to shake incessantly, its interior appearing dilapidated, as if it could disassemble at any moment. The 2 figures were none other than Sun Wukong and Piccolo. The lengthy journey through space had prompted them to engage in combat within the ship, both to hone their skills and to pass the time. Had it not been for the ship's trajectory repair functionality, they would have surely deviated from their intended course long ago. 3 days later, Jiun and his companion spacecraft successfully landed on the surface of Namek. The fresh air, lush greenery, and warm sunlight made the ambient temperature feel exceptionally pleasant. Is this truly my homeland? Piccolo murmured, gazing at the scenery that unfolded before him. Wow, this place is simply breathtaking. Such an environment cannot be found on Earth. Wukong exclaimed in awe. Enough of the marveling. I sense several faint energies nearby. That should be our target. Jiun interjected, his timing somewhat abrupt. Their mission ahead promised to be daunting, as they were to confront the cosmic tyrant Frieza, an endeavor far from trivial. With a combat power of 8 million, enhanced by a tenfold Kaioken, he could reach 80 million, a seemingly exaggerated figure. Yet Jiun understood that this was still insufficient. His adversary, in full power, was capable of reaching a staggering 120 million. Jiun, is this what you refer to as faint energy? Piccolo expressed his shock. He sensed a considerable gathering of powerful presences, each individual exhibiting a strength surpassing his own. Among them, one aura was so overwhelming that it instilled a sense of suffocation from a distance. Piccolo's legs felt weak, cold sweat trickling down his brow. It was possible that all 3 of them could meet their end here. My heavens, are you talking about this group? This is simply outrageous. Wukong echoed his astonishment. Their hearts raced, chilled by the gravity of the situation. Well, it's not too overwhelming. It should be manageable, Jiun said thoughtfully, stroking his chin. This group was likely Frieza's entourage. Their combat powers ranged from 5,000 to 30,000, with one presence far exceeding the others, most likely Frieza himself. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, Wukong and Piccolo exchanged bewildered glances. Not too strong? Brother, just how powerful are you? Nevertheless, Ji-Yun's statement served as a source of reassurance for them. If he possessed absolute strength, he would not speak so lightly. Stop dawdling. The enemy is approaching. Jiun reminded the 2. Wukong and Piccolo focused their senses, detecting a formidable presence flying toward them. What do we do now? Run? Piccolo suggested. Knowing his combat power was merely around 5,000, engaging in battle would surely lead to his demise. Wukong turned his attention to Jiun, the strongest among them, as they awaited his command. Run? We shall confront them directly. Let us wait right here. Jiun replied with a smile, confident in his superiority. Aside from Frieza, the others were mere insignificant pests. After a brief interval, a red figure burst through the air, hovering above them, casting a disdainful gaze downward. Who are you? The figure demanded sternly. It was Dodoria, Frieza's loyal lieutenant. Upon Ji-Yun's arrival on Namek, they had been detected by his scouter. Oh, so it's you. Ji-Yun greeted with a calm smile, recognizing the familiar face. He did not regard Dodoria as a significant threat, estimating his strength to be only slightly greater than that of the previous Vegeta. Are you implying that you know me? Dodoria replied coldly. His gaze filled with disdain as he looked at Ji-Yun. His scouter indicated the trio's combat power, which barely reached 3,000. He had never encountered them before. Nor could he imagine having anything to do with such weaklings. Of course, who doesn't know Frieza's faithful lapdog? Jiun chuckled, covering his mouth. The moment those words left his lips, fury surged across Dodoria's face. He was taken aback that a mere weakling with a combat power of 3,000 dared to provoke him. His fists clenched involuntarily. Isn't that the accepted truth? Jiun continued to jest. Dodoria, stained with the blood of countless victims as Frieza's enforcer, was hardly a figure of righteousness. Eliminating such a person bore no psychological burden. You dare be so insolent before me? I will make your death excruciating. Dodoria seethed with rage. As his words fell, he lunged downward with explosive speed, his red fist aiming directly at Jiun. Boom. The punch landed squarely on Jiyun's head. Wukong and Piccolo, caught off guard, watched in horror as Jiun took the hit. Jiun, Wukong shouted in concern. Seeing his attack connect, a cruel smile spread across Dodoria's face. Trash, you're just... Boom. In the next instant, a deep collision sound echoed. Dodoria's words were abruptly cut off, his expression freezing in shock as fear of death filled his widened pupils. His fist had failed to inflict any harm on Jiun. Instead, Jiyun's counterattack landed squarely in Dodoria's abdomen, a surge of agony radiating throughout his body. The golden light emanating from Jiyun's fist pierced through Dodoria, obliterating him entirely. This is impossible, Dodoria gasped, struggling to utter his final words. Moments later, his body erupted into a cloud of dust, disintegrating into the air and falling into the earth. Wukong and Piccolo stood aside, utterly dumbfounded. The figure who had once instilled such pressure upon them was now vanquished in an instant. They began to comprehend the true meaning behind Ji-Yun's earlier statement about sensing only a few faint energies. To eliminate such a formidable foe with but a single strike, was that not indeed faint? Chapter 18. The Grand Elder, shall we take the initiative? Ji-Yun Dan said with a smile to the two. After dealing with Dodoria, Frieza would undoubtedly send more minions. He had no time to play games with these lackeys. Frieza typically maintained his first form, with a battle power of only 530,000. As long as he did not give Frieza the chance to transform, Frieza would certainly not be his match. Well, I have no objections, Goku replied nonchalantly. He understood that his presence was likely just to observe, and there was no need for him to intervene. However, he was eager to watch Ji-Yun confront other formidable opponents. Could we wait a moment? Piccolo interjected. Ji-Yun and Goku looked at him in confusion. What's wrong, Piccolo? Do you have relatives to visit? Goku said half-jokingly. Knowing that Piccolo had grown up on Earth and had no relatives, there's a peculiar feeling in that direction. Calling to me, Piccolo said slowly, pointing toward a specific area. Goku remained indifferent, ready to go wherever Ji-Yun wished. After a moment of contemplation, Ji-Yun thoughtfully replied, All right then. Let us take a look. Thank you. Piccolo expressed his gratitude and swiftly leaped into the sky, flying toward the horizon. Ji-Yun and Goku, seeing Piccolo's eagerness, followed him with resigned expressions. At this moment, in a village on planet Namek, dozens of Namekians lay lifeless on the ground. Nearby, a group of various extraterrestrials stood in orderly formation, clad in uniform, high-quality battle attire. They gazed respectfully at the diminutive figure seated within a spacecraft. This individual was none other than the universe's most feared tyrant, Frieza. Lord Frieza, we have lost contact with Mr. Dodoria's scouter. He is likely dead, reported a strikingly handsome man with green hair. He was none other than Frieza's capable lieutenant, Zarbon. Oh, it seems those fellows are not here with good intentions. Could they be after the Dragon Balls? Frieza remarked with a cold smile, his eyes sharp. This remains uncertain. Lord Frieza, they have changed positions, Zarbon said, observing the scouters' readings. Regardless of their intentions, since they have arrived, let us send them to their demise. You shall handle this matter, Mr. Zarbon. Frieza stated in a calm tone, yet his sinister gaze was chilling. Understood. Zarbon replied, placing a Dragon Ball on the ground before pursuing the direction indicated by the scouter. Let us proceed to the next village, Frieza commanded, ascending into the air, followed closely by his subordinates, who hastily gathered the collected Dragon Balls. Piccolo. Are we there yet? Goku asked as he flew beside Piccolo. Yes, we should be arriving soon. Piccolo replied, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. Jiun silently trailed behind the two. Having read the original story, he had an inkling of whom Piccolo was seeking, most likely the Grand Elder of the Namekians. His agreement to assist Piccolo was tinged with a hint of personal interest, for the Grand Elder possessed a remarkable ability to unlock one's potential and enhance strength. With Jiun's Saiyan bloodline, his latent potential was boundless. If it could be awakened, his chances against Frieza would greatly improve. We've arrived. Piccolo suddenly halted in midair. Below them stood a magnificent structure. The three gradually descended to the entrance of the palace. Jiun felt a surge of joy upon seeing the grand edifice. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Now it depended on whether the Grand Elder would be willing to assist him. Piccolo stepped forward to enter, when suddenly, the large door swung open, revealing a Namekian who stood before them. Ah, another Piccolo? Goku exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the figure. I am Nail. The Grand Elder sent me to welcome you. Nail introduced himself, then proceeded to enter without further ado. Nail? He looks quite similar to Piccolo. Goku whispered to Jiun. Let us enter as well. Jiun smiled, following Piccolo into the building. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of an enormous Namekian. Even with prior preparation, Jiun was still taken aback. Goku, more dramatically, let out a loud exclamation, which immediately drew the ire of the guardian, Nail. Seeing Nail's displeased expression, Goku could only manage a sheepish smile. Child, come closer, let me have a look at you. The Grand Elder said kindly. As the leader of the Namekians, he was aware of all events occurring on the planet. The moment Piccolo set foot on Namek, the Grand Elder sensed his presence. Intrigued by the arrival of a fellow Namekian from beyond the stars, to alleviate his curiosity, he used his unique abilities to summon Piccolo. Piccolo approached without resistance. The Grand Elder placed his hand atop Piccolo's head, and after about a minute, a look of realization crossed his face. I see now, you are the son of Kakarot. How surprising that you reached Earth safely, he sighed, visibly moved. Goku's confusion deepened, and Piccolo mirrored his bewilderment. Jiun, being familiar with the narrative, remained notably composed. Observing the confusion among them, the Grand Elder began to explain Piccolo's lineage. Ah, so that is how it is. Piccolo nodded, enlightened. At this moment, he felt a myriad of emotions within. Moreover, I thank you for journeying across vast distances to assist us in fending off our enemies. The Grand Elder said warmly to Jiun and Goku. Through Piccolo's memories, he had gleaned the purpose of their visit. Regardless of their motives, he recognized their kind hearts. Thank you, Grand Elder. Our purpose here is to eliminate Frieza. However, we are concerned about our ability to confront him. Jiun spoke gently. I can sense your strength is formidable, and within you lies immense potential. Step forward, and allow me to help you unlock it. The Grand Elder said with a smile. Chapter 19. The pitiful Sabo filled with elation, Jiun stepped forward with determination. This was precisely his intention, and he could not have anticipated that the Grand Elder would bring it up himself. What a fortuitous turn of events. Thank you, Grand Elder. Jiun expressed his gratitude as he approached the Elder. The Grand Elder nodded with a smile, placing his hand upon Jiyun's head. As time flowed inexorably by, Jiun felt no discernible change in his body, leaving him perplexed. Ah, the potential within you is immense. I may not be able to fully guide it out. The Grand Elder said slowly. Jiun felt a tinge of disappointment, having expected the process to be straightforward. Was it truly beyond reach? However, I can assist you in unleashing a portion of it. The remainder will depend on your own efforts, the Grand Elder continued after a brief pause. Suddenly, Jiun felt as though his body was being drawn upward. A refreshing sensation coursed through his veins, and an unprecedented comfort enveloped his bones. All right, my child. The Grand Elder withdrew his hand and addressed Jiun. Thank you once more, Grand Elder. Jiun exclaimed, exhilaration surging within him. He discovered that the energy within him had doubled. His combat power had escalated from 8 million to 16 million. This was merely a fraction of his potential. How formidable would he be if fully unleashed? No wonder the character Krillin in the original story had reacted so fervently. An abrupt surge in energy was indeed a cause for jubilation. You two, come forward. The Grand Elder directed at Goku and Piccolo. Upon witnessing Jiyun's joyous expression, Goku eagerly stepped forward. In a short span, the potential of both individuals was also awakened, their rate of enhancement even more astonishing than Jiyun's. Ah, is this the energy within me? How powerful! Goku's excitement surpassed Jiyun's as he realized his energy had increased more than fivefold. His combat power, previously around 20,000 before arriving on Namek, had now soared to 100,000. Piccolo, too, wore a look of delight, albeit his increase was not as significant, bringing his power to approximately 60,000. Jiun beamed at the two, pleased that their strengths had not inflated as dramatically as in the original narrative. Nevertheless, they now enjoyed advantages absent from the original tale. As their companion, Jiun sincerely rejoiced for both of them. Do not become too exuberant. Enemies are approaching, Nairu warned. His expression grave. Jiun had already sensed this, but the approaching foe appeared to lack considerable strength, thus he paid little mind to it. As Nairu's words faded, a sharp voice rang out. Those inside, come out and face your doom. It was Sabo, one of Frieza's subordinates, who had tracked their positions using a scouter. Another fool comes seeking death? Jiun remarked lazily. Goku and Piccolo appeared simultaneously, while Nairu remained by the Grand Elder's side, vigilant against any unforeseen events. Is it you who killed Dodoria? Sabo interrogated with a fierce tone. That was indeed my doing. What of it? Do you wish to join him? Jiun replied defiantly. Sabo, having assessed their power levels through the scouter, noted their strength was merely in the thousands and felt disdainful, unable to fathom how Dodoria had fallen to such weaklings. Do not assume that by killing Dodoria, you have become my equals. Sabo sneered, his gaze dripping with contempt. Surely, Dodoria was defeated either through negligence or a surprise attack, otherwise. His strength would have easily crushed them all. It seems you are eager to accompany your companion. Allow me to escort you, Jiun said with a calm smile, casting a teasing glance at Sabo. Hey, Jiun, let me take this one. It has been ages since I've fought. Goku interjected, stepping in front of Jiun, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Since Jiyun's arrival, battles had rarely involved him, and this newfound strength ignited a desire for confrontation within him. Enough chatter. This one is my prey, and no one else is permitted to interfere, Piccolo declared, waving his hand dismissively. He too had suppressed his desire for a vigorous battle for far too long. No way, Piccolo. I brought it up first. I have to handle him, Goku insisted, unwilling to yield. Thus, the two began to bicker over their shared adversary. Meanwhile, Sabo's complexion darkened, his azure face turning an ominous shade of black. What is the meaning of this? Do I appear weak? Am I akin to mere fodder? Do you find me easy to bully? He was a capable lieutenant under Frieza, and the ongoing dispute felt like an affront to his dignity. Cease your bickering, you worthless fools. You two can face me together, Sabo shouted furiously. Exchanging glances, Goku and Piccolo conceded that they had little choice in the matter. Jiun cast a sympathetic look at Sabo, silently wishing him well. With a whoosh, the two dashed towards Sabo with the speed of lightning. Clearly taken aback by their swiftness, Sabo found himself caught off guard. In the next instant, they flanked him, launching simultaneous attacks that rendered him utterly defenseless. Perhaps due to their recent enhancements, their control over their power was not yet precise. A resounding thud echoed as both of their fists connected with Sabo's head, sending him crashing to the ground, his eyes wide and bloodshot, seemingly unable to accept his fate. How could he, a being of only a few thousand combat power, be defeated by such weaklings? Jiun regarded the fallen body with an expression devoid of surprise. He was, after all, a doomed soul. Hey, Piccolo, you struck too hard. You've killed him, Goku exclaimed, discontent evident in his tone as he gazed at the lifeless form. Humph, you were the one who dealt the fatal blow. I had controlled my strength. Otherwise, that punch would have obliterated his skull, Piccolo retorted with a haughty snort. Enough of this. That was merely a warm-up. Soon, there will be more for you to contend with. Jiun sighed, shaking his head. Yet, his expression grew serious as he pointed toward a specific direction and declared, there lies an even more formidable enemy. That is our true adversary. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the horizon. Goku and Piccolo, sensing the urgency, unleashed their energy and sped towards the daunting presence that awaited them. Chapter 20. Frieza. At this moment, in another village of the Namekians, Frieza listened with a grim expression to the report from his subordinate. Lord Frieza, Mr. Sabo's signal has suddenly vanished. It seems he has been killed. A subordinate stammered, his voice trembling slightly, fearful that Frieza would erupt in fury upon hearing the news and eliminate him on the spot. It appears these individuals possess significant power, daring to slay two of my commanders. Frieza narrowed his eyes, expressing his displeasure. The frost on his face deepened, and although his voice was low, it resonated with an overwhelming intent to kill. The subordinates around him trembled in fear. Everyone, go search for them. Once found, inform me immediately, whoever they are. I shall make them wish for death. Frieza spoke with a blank expression, his eerie gaze filled with coldness. His purpose for coming to Namek was to gather the Dragon Balls to fulfill his desire for immortality. The unexpected turn of events had inevitably delayed his progress. Therefore, regardless of who these individuals were, they must perish. As his subordinates prepared to rise, their scouters suddenly began to beep. Oh, my dear Lord Frieza. Are you referring to us? Before anyone could react, another voice echoed. Swiftly, Three figures appeared before Frieza: Jiun, Goku, and Piccolo. Humph, daring to appear before me. Who are you? Frieza sneered, his gaze fixed intently on Jiun. Who we are is not your concern. You merely need to prepare for your demise. Jiun replied with a faint smile, jesting at Frieza. It seems you indeed killed my two subordinates. Now you dare to confront me and provoke me. Your audacity is commendable. Frieza's tone shifted to one of ferocity, his icy glare seemingly lowering the temperature around them, transforming the warm weather into a chilling winter. Truly formidable. The prowess of this adversary is far beyond our imagination. Goku, standing beside Jiun, felt cold sweat trickling down his back. He could hardly believe such a powerful being existed. It appears we have underestimated his strength, Piccolo remarked, his expression grave. The joy of having just gained strength dissipated in an instant. He had not anticipated that this individual would exert such immense pressure upon him. Indeed, there are always stronger beings beyond the horizon. Beep, beep, beep. One of Frieza's subordinates, upon seeing the numbers transmitted by the scouter, hurriedly reported, Lord Frieza. This individual's combat power is 100,000, and the other two range from 60,000 to 100,000. Jiun and his companions had flown here at full speed, their energy signatures still unmasked. Oh? Frieza expressed mild surprise before swiftly regaining his composure. No wonder they could easily slay Sabo and Dodoria. They possessed genuine strength. However, even with this, it is still insufficient to eliminate me. The surrounding subordinates were astounded, clearly shocked by the combat power displayed by Jiun and the others, not anticipating such terrifying strength from these newcomers. Listen, I grant you an opportunity. I shall overlook the matter of Dodoria and Sabo, and we can dismiss your provocation of me. The condition is that you must submit to me, and you shall enjoy boundless riches and glory, Frieza said with a sinister smile. While these individuals still did not meet his standards, they were indeed skilled in the vast universe. Sabo and Dodoria had just over 20,000 in combat power, and these three were significantly stronger. If utilized properly, they could save him considerable trouble. Jiun could not contain his laughter. Frieza, you are quite amusing. Do you not see that we have come to kill you? He found it laughable that Frieza was attempting to recruit them with promises of untold wealth. The king was playing a clever game. Noticing Jiyun's open laughter, Frieza's expression darkened instantaneously. He had intended to let them go, but was met with mockery instead. To be so arrogant before him was a first. Humph, very well. Arrogance comes with a price, and your price shall be death. Frieza's smile turned sinister as he directed his murderous intent towards Jiun. Oh, is that so? I would like to see how you intend to make me pay, Jiun replied, smiling, unperturbed by Frieza's threats. His combat power had reached 16 million. After deploying the Kaioken technique, it soared to 160 million. Even at full power, Frieza could only muster 120 million in combat strength. No matter how the battle unfolded, Frieza was destined to be defeated. Very well, such ignorance shall be your downfall. I will make you kneel before me, begging for mercy like a wretched dog. Frieza chuckled in exasperation, repeating himself thrice in disbelief before vanishing from sight. The rest is up to you. Jiun instructed Goku and Piccolo. The number of henchmen was considerable, but their combat power was weak, not exceeding 10,000. Perfectly suited for Goku and Piccolo to enjoy themselves. Leave it to us, Goku assured, and with that, the two charged into the throng of henchmen. Jiun, however, leaped gracefully, vanishing in an instant to appear directly in front of Frieza. Huh? What is happening? Frieza was astonished to discover Jiyun's incredible speed. Barely having a moment to react before Jiun executed a powerful move, striking Frieza's chin with the Lushan Rising Dragon Strike. Bang! The overwhelming force sent Frieza soaring into the air. Before he could regain his balance, Jiun ascended once more, appearing above Frieza. Boom! Jiun unleashed a ki blast from above, enveloping Frieza completely. The immense impact force propelled him deep into the ground, burying him beneath the surface, leaving visible wounds on his body. From the moment Frieza was caught off guard and driven underground, less than half a second had elapsed. Frieza's initial form possessed a combat power of only 530,000. Jiun could easily eliminate him, but he no longer wished to do so. His strength had surpassed Frieza's most potent state, leaving him unconcerned about being counterattacked. Moreover, as a being of a transcendent bloodline, continuous combat would only enhance his power. Such an excellent testing stone could not be squandered so easily. Chapter 21. Frieza's second form, is this a trick? How could King Frieza be buried underground? The minions of Frieza were utterly astonished. He is the Cosmic Emperor, a being capable of annihilating worlds with a mere flick of his finger. The audacity of this individual to strike and inflict such a significant loss upon King Frieza left them in disbelief, questioning the very fabric of their reality. Hey, your opponent is us. It's not wise to be distracted in battle. Goku admonished the group of henchmen, his brow furrowed. Yet, the shock coursing through him was no less than theirs. He sensed Frieza's power, an unfathomable abyss. However, after engaging with Jiun, Frieza's previously intimidating depths appeared as trivial as a filthy drain. Boom. Crash. Piccolo unleashed a devastating attack, obliterating a cluster of minions. These weaklings, with their mere thousands in battle power, stood no chance against him. With a single move, he could decimate a significant portion of the crowd, leaving no survivors in his wake. Goku, not to be outdone, maneuvered with agility, swiftly toppling numerous adversaries. Unlike Piccolo, he displayed a degree of mercy, opting to render his foes unconscious rather than kill. Meanwhile, Frieza emerged from the pit, slowly ascending to the surface. His jaw throbbed painfully, his body charred and smeared with dust. Damn it, you have successfully provoked my wrath. Frieza's eyes ignited with fury. This was the first time someone had injured him. He never imagined anyone could bring him to such a state of disarray. It was absolutely unforgivable. Seething with rage, Frieza meticulously analyzed the situation. A battle power of 100,000 seemed substantial, yet to him, it was inconsequential. Even if he presented his neck for an attack, he doubted anyone could harm him. He sensed that the recent assault could not have been executed by someone with merely 100,000 in battle power. Here we go, Frieza bellowed, summoning a colossal surge of energy. The ground beneath him began to fracture. A golden aura enveloped his entire being, and his form began to swell, limbs stretching outward. His horns twisted into sharp, curved points resembling those of a bull. Is he transforming? Jiun murmured, observing without interruption, standing aside in silent anticipation. In a matter of moments, Frieza's physique expanded threefold, his energy doubling dramatically. What is happening? How has that guy's power suddenly surged so significantly? Piccolo exclaimed in terror. He and Goku had just dispatched the minions and intended to assist Jiun, but now they stood transfixed before the transformed Frieza, hesitating to engage. This level of combat was beyond their capacity. Surprised, are you? This is my second form, and you should feel honored that I am using it. Frieza's expression was one of triumph. In this new form, his battle power soared beyond 1 million. No one could possibly stand against him. Oh, is that all? Jiun scoffed, unimpressed. He had anticipated Frieza's transformation. If he believed this would secure his victory over Jiun, he was gravely mistaken. How arrogant. Very well. I shall show you just how insignificant you truly are before me. Frieza clenched his teeth, furious. At this juncture, rather than begging for mercy, Jiun dared to speak boldly. Such ignorance was foolhardy. He was ready to unleash his wrath. Then come at me. Spare me your prattle. Jiun continued to mock, beckoning him with a casual gesture. Humph. Frieza snorted disdainfully, vanishing from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared before Jiun, delivering a colossal punch accompanied by a thunderous crack. Bang! The collision of fist and skull produced a deafening sound akin to thunder erupting from the ground. Jiun did not flinch, absorbing the blow without flinching. Have you not eaten? Your punches feel rather feeble, Jiun remarked, his expression unchanged, revealing no hint of distress. The proclaimed battle power of 1 million was impressive, but it paled in comparison to his own resilience. Damn it, his head is too hard. I mustn't celebrate too soon. Frieza cursed inwardly and launched a flurry of attacks, raining down punches upon Jiun's body. Yet, none of these assaults bore fruit. All were absorbed by Jiun without consequence. Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? If not, I shall be sorely disappointed, Jiun taunted, as Frieza's seemingly formidable strikes felt like a mere massage to him. Impossible, Frieza stammered in panic. He quickly distanced himself, gathering an astonishing amount of energy in his hands. Now witness this move. As his words fell, his hands transformed into a barrage of rapid-fire projectiles, unleashing countless purple energy spheres towards Jiun. Boom, boom, boom. The energy orbs struck Jiun, exploding upon impact, enveloping the area in a hellish fireball, saturated with destructive energy. Haha. Continue to be arrogant. I wish to see how you withstand this. Frieza laughed triumphantly, panting heavily. The explosion left a crater over 100 meters in diameter, yet Ji-Yun's form had vanished. Roar. I truly apologize. I may have struck a bit too hard, leaving not even a body behind. Frieza cackled with satisfaction. Witness my power. This is the dignity of the Cosmic Emperor. This is the fate of those who oppose me. Frieza. Goku, watching from the sidelines, could no longer contain his anxiety, his heart racing with worry. Jiun can't be finished like this, can he? Piccolo, maintaining his composure, replied, "Stay calm, Goku. Jiun is not dead. His energy still lingers." Goku quickly sensed it, and indeed, as Piccolo had stated. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Your laughter is truly nauseating." A chilling voice suddenly resonated in Frieza's ear. Chapter 22. A comprehensive assault. Frieza heard that familiar voice, and his heart skipped a beat as he swiftly turned around. However, what greeted him was an exceedingly swift sidekick. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering bones echoed as Ji-Yun's kick struck Frieza's arm. Frieza's body was sent flying sideways, crashing into a nearby building. The structure collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. In awe, Goku swallowed hard, his eyes filled with admiration. Piccolo, too, wore a look of astonishment. They had long known of Ji-Yun's strength, yet upon Frieza's arrival, they felt Frieza was overwhelmingly powerful, a force to be reckoned with. They never anticipated that such a formidable being could be so easily subdued by Ji-Yun, reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. This can't be. Ji-Yun is so strong. I must train diligently upon my return. One day, I will surpass him. Goku's eyes sparkled with determination. Deeply influenced by Ji-Yun's display of might, the fire within him was poised to erupt at any moment. Stop dreaming. This monster is beyond our reach. Piccolo crossed his arms, delivering a harsh reality check. Initially, he had felt a flicker of defiance, a desire to surpass Ji-Yun. However, as time passed, that impulse faded into nothingness. With the realization of their vast power disparity, he understood that he and his peers were simply not in the same league as Ji-Yun. On the other side of the battlefield, Frieza rose from the rubble, a trace of purple blood at the corner of his mouth, clutching his left arm. His eyes burned with fury, as if he could incinerate Ji-Yun with his rage. Curse that wretch. Unforgivable. I will kill you. I will annihilate you. Frieza's demeanor grew increasingly deranged. He was a cosmic emperor, yet here he was, bested by an insignificant insect. The humiliation was unbearable. He needed to wash away today as disgrace with blood. I shall unleash my ultimate form and utterly obliterate you. Your ashes will be scattered across the cosmos. Frieza had completely lost his composure. His body glimmered with golden light, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared in his battle suit, which soon disintegrated into dust before it even hit the ground. A terrifying aura erupted, sending shockwaves radiating outward from his presence. Nearby structures were instantly swept away by the force of his energy. Goku and Piccolo staggered back, struggling to maintain their footing as they shielded their faces from the swirling sand. This power is terrifying. Is this truly something a human can achieve? Piccolo exclaimed, grappling with the reality of how long it would take to reach such heights. In contrast, Goku felt exhilarated rather than fearful. Today had opened his eyes to the existence of such overwhelming strength. This journey to Namek had been worthwhile. He turned his gaze to Ji-Yun, eager to witness the true extent of his power. At that moment, Ji-Yun floated gracefully in midair, unperturbed by the chaos surrounding him. After a few moments of tense anticipation, Frieza completed his transformation, his body shrinking once more, appearing deceptively smooth and polished. Is this all you have to offer? It seems rather lackluster. Ji-Yun remarked nonchalantly, dismissing Frieza's new form entirely. Are you prepared to embrace your demise? Frieza looked up at Ji-Yun, his expression devoid of emotion, yet his eyes were filled with a chilling malevolence. Oh, it seems you believe yourself capable? Very well, let us see. Ji-Yun scoffed, maintaining a relaxed demeanor. Frieza's initial battle power in his final form was approximately 3 million, but only upon exerting 50% of his strength did it reach 60 million. At full capacity, it soared to 120 million. Even now, he was not Ji-Yun's match. I am curious to see what gives you the audacity to speak so boldly. Frieza's expression turned increasingly frigid. He had chosen to conceal his power due to its overwhelming nature, but now he was forced to reveal it, a testament to Ji-Yun's prowess. In an instant, Frieza lunged at Ji-Yun, his speed blurring as he aimed to punch at Ji-Yun's face. With a swift sidestep, Ji-Yun seized Frieza's slender arm. How infuriating. Why is his reaction so swift? Frieza thought, bewildered. Logically, at 3 million power, no one should evade his attack. Could it be that this individual exceeded that threshold? Before Frieza could ponder further, Ji-Yun yanked his arm downwards, hurling him towards the ground. A piercing sound of air friction filled the air as Frieza could do nothing but endure the searing pain against his skin. Boom. Frieza crashed violently into the earth. Before he could recover, Ji-Yun descended with righteous fury, delivering a crushing knee strike to Frieza's abdomen. Cough, cough. Frieza gasped violently, blood gushing forth as dizziness overwhelmed him. Jiun stood up, grasping Frieza's head and lifting him effortlessly. Now, do you comprehend the source of my confidence? Jiun brought Frieza's head close to his own. His voice icy. Frieza's countenance, already grim, twisted into a snarl. Despite having transformed into his ultimate form, he was still unable to overpower Jiun. At that moment, a golden glow emanated from Jiyun's hand. Boom. A powerful energy wave surged forth, sending Frieza flying, his complexion charred and battered. No. I shall not be forgiven. I will not be spared. Frieza lay on his back, eyes rolling skyward, blood trickling from his mouth, mumbling incoherently. His body bore countless wounds, purple blood flowing freely. After a considerable time, Frieza finally regained his footing. Let me conclude this tedious battle. Frieza exhaled deeply, his expression eerily calm. Chapter 23. What kind of monster is this? Frieza approached Jiun slowly, his voice calm yet laced with surprise. I never anticipated encountering a warrior of your caliber. It truly astonishes me. However, killing you is something I find hard to commit to. Please, Lord Frieza, do not hold back. Given your disheveled appearance, who granted you the audacity to speak such words? Jiun replied with a faint smile, fully aware that Frieza had yet to unleash his true power. Yet, he pondered, what would it matter? Had he ever fought with all his might? I had foreseen you would respond in such a manner. Nevertheless, those who cannot discern the gravity of their situation invariably meet their demise. Frieza's once placid visage began to take on a sinister aspect. Very well, I shall witness for myself who is truly oblivious to the circumstances. Jiun smiled confidently. Frieza remained ignorant of Ji-Yun's true strength, yet Ji-Yun had a clear understanding of Frieza's capabilities. If Frieza had not been utterly confident, he would not have dared to transform at all. He would have already perished. You are still as arrogant as ever. Soon, you shall comprehend the reason for my words. Frieza stated, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. He extended 5 fingers towards Ji-Yun, declaring, 50% of my power is all I require to obliterate you. This ignorant fool. Frieza's expression was one of disdain as he revealed that his 50% power equated to a staggering battle strength of 60 million. No matter how formidable Ji-Yun appeared, he could not surpass that threshold. 50%? Why not 100? Ji-Yun countered, contemplating the situation. 16 million was indeed a formidable challenge. He himself possessed only 16 million. If he sought an overwhelming victory, he would need to resort to the Kaioken technique. 100%? You overestimate yourself. Against someone of your caliber, 50% is more than sufficient. Frieza retorted coldly. In that instant, Frieza erupted with an overwhelming aura. His blood surged within him as an immense energy enveloped his entire being. At that moment, a kaleidoscopic shimmer ignited within his eyes. In mere moments, his power completely unleashed. Reaching a terrifying zenith. His energy, it's rising again. Goku observed anxiously from the battlefield, unable to fathom the magnitude of shock these two monsters could deliver. Piccolo stood in stunned silence, astonished by the sheer ferocity of Frieza's power, a level he had not dared to imagine. Indeed, 60 million battle strength is formidable. Ji-Yun's expression finally shifted. The astonishing energy radiating from Frieza was not something an ordinary individual could withstand. At present, with only 16 million battle strength, Ji-Yun felt an immense pressure emanating from Frieza. Frieza, having sensed Ji-Yun's change in demeanor, smirked. What is the matter, boy? Are you frightened? Even if you were to kneel and beg for mercy now, your life would still be forfeit. Frieza reveled in Ji-Yun's fleeting expression of fear, though it lasted but a moment. Ji-Yun acknowledged Frieza's strength, 60 million battle strength, while not insurmountable in the later stages of Dragon Ball, was still formidable in this era. Unfortunately for Frieza, he faced someone even more monstrous, Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun shrugged nonchalantly. You continue to put on a show. Just watch how I deal with you. Frieza chuckled coldly, convinced that Ji-Yun was merely putting on a brave front. Suddenly, with a flash, Frieza vanished. Boom. In the next instant, a resounding crash echoed through the sky. Frieza's speed was extraordinary. Before Ji-Yun could comprehend the situation, he was sent flying, crashing into 2 nearby mountains before staggering to a halt. Coughing and spitting out debris, Jiun grumbled. What an underhanded tactic. I was not even prepared for that ambush. Yet, excitement coursed through him as every cell in his body sprang to life, a thrill that seemed to resonate from deep within his Saiyan genes. 5 times. Kaioken. Jiun clenched his fists, his voice resolute. Instantly, crimson energy erupted from within him, enveloping his entire form. The dust and debris beneath him were blown away in a whirlwind. In that moment, Ji-Yun's battle strength surged to 80 million, surpassing Frieza's by a significant margin, eclipsing Frieza's imposing aura once more. Is that the Kaioken? Goku marveled, astonished. How could Jiun have mastered such a technique? I struggled to learn it from King Kai. Your power seems to have increased somewhat, but against absolute strength, such gains are futile, Frieza remarked coldly, keenly aware that Ji-Yun's current state was markedly stronger than before. Is that so? Then let us find out. Ji-Yun's lips curled into a smile as he dashed forward in a flash. Is that all you've got? Frieza scoffed dismissively, his form also flickering away. Bang! The two figures collided mid-air like shooting stars, unleashing a terrifying energy that warped the very fabric of space. The ground beneath them fractured rapidly, rocks exploding without warning into fine dust. In the violent clash, Frieza was sent sprawling, his face scraping against the earth as he skidded for dozens of meters before finally coming to a stop. Jiun, however, remained steadfast, unperturbed by the confrontation. Clearly, the additional 20 million battle strength was not to be underestimated. Damn it, damn it. Frieza rose slowly, half kneeling on the ground. His face contorted with rage as he pounded the earth with his fists. The entire planet trembled under his fury. He could not fathom how his full-force strike at half power had not only failed to annihilate Ji-Yun, but had instead resulted in his own defeat. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 24. I do not take dogs. What a thrill, truly exhilarating. Bring it on. After their recent spar, Jiun felt a flicker of battle fervor igniting within him. Frieza, unwilling to accept this humiliation, seethed with rage. No matter the nature of his opponent, he vowed not to succumb. Damn creature. Frieza hissed through clenched teeth. With that, a powerful aura erupted from his body, and he charged directly at Ji-Yun. Come at me. Suspended in midair, Ji-Yun smirked at Frieza's renewed assault. As his prowess had grown, the number of worthy opponents had dwindled. At last, Ji-Yun could engage in a truly exhilarating battle. Die. Frieza lunged forward, delivering a fierce punch aimed directly at Ji-Yun. Bang! The collision resonated with a thunderous sound. Ji-Yun, undeterred, retaliated with a punch of his own, their fists clashing. Once again, Frieza was sent hurtling back like a cannonball, shattering several mountains in his wake. In the next moment, a cloud of debris soared into the sky. Frieza emerged once more, infuriated and nursing his numb arm. At this moment, he finally comprehended the truth. Ji-Yun's strength had surpassed his own. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily outmatched. If that is the case, then I must summon every ounce of my power to eradicate him. Kid, it is undeniable that your strength has repeatedly astonished me. Yet, you seem to forget that I have only utilized 50% of my power. Frieza's demeanor regained its composure. Is that so? I have long wondered why you didn't unleash your full strength from the outset. How has someone as foolish as you managed to survive this long? Jiun retorted provocatively. Frieza, who had just regained his composure, was instantly consumed by rage once more. Very well, let us see how long you can maintain your arrogance. Frieza snarled through gritted teeth. Purple light enveloped him, and his muscles began to swell rapidly. His diminutive frame transformed into that of a muscular titan. In this moment, Frieza's aura doubled once again. This is my full power. I never anticipated anyone could force me to unleash it. Kid, you shall die without regret. Frieza clenched his fists and roared at Ji-Yun. He remained confident in his abilities. Once more, he launched an attack, thrusting his hands forward as a wave of electric purple energy surged violently toward Ji-Yun. Humph. At last, you have arrived. Jiun scoffed disdainfully, invoking the tenfold Kaioken. Instantly, the crimson aura surrounding him intensified. The flora around him lost all color, enveloped entirely in red. In that moment, Jiun's combat power skyrocketed to 160 million. This was the first time he had harnessed such formidable strength. As he felt the surging power within him, his blood boiled with fervor. Huh! With a fierce shout, Ji-Yun's shoulder muscles bulged, and he unleashed a white energy wave that rivaled Frieza's. Boom! The two energy waves collided, illuminating the ground with a blinding radiance. Akin to the brightness of midday, the planet Namek trembled under the immense force of their clash. Cracks began to form across its surface, and its mountainous terrain twisted grotesquely. The sea churned violently, waves crashing like the harbingers of apocalypse, the very earth trembling beneath their might. Why? Why can he still withstand my attack? Frieza's mind was a tempest of disbelief. It was inconceivable that his full power energy wave could be resisted. Just how strong is this person? In that moment, a sense of panic washed over Frieza, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. Could it be that I am truly to perish here today? This time, Jiun held nothing back. He drew upon the immense energy within him for the first time, yet he was still unaccustomed to such overwhelming power. If he continued to expend this energy, he risked suffering a backlash. Ah, it is over, my foolish King Frieza. Jiun resolved decisively. He concentrated all of his energy into his hands, amplifying the white energy wave considerably. The force of the impact intensified severalfold. Frieza sensed the impending danger as he watched the purple energy wave being steadily overpowered. The white beam loomed larger in his vision, and dread washed over his face. "Stop!" Frieza shouted in terror, but the white energy wave remained indifferent to his pleas, and Jiun was equally unmoved. In an instant. Frieza's piercing scream echoed as the colossal energy struck him. In the blink of an eye, he was engulfed by the energy wave. Phew, is it finally over? Jiun exhaled, wiping the sweat from his brow. Yet, just as he believed Frieza to be vanquished, the system notification failed to resonate. Jiun furrowed his brow. Could it be that Frieza still lived? He began to sense Frieza's energy signature, and indeed, the tenacious creature was not so easily dispatched. Jiun soared through the air, following the faint energy trail. Though it had grown exceedingly weak, it was not beyond his perception. In a short while, he located Frieza's position. The once mighty emperor of the universe had fallen to such a fate. What would others think of this? Jiun shook his head in resignation and addressed the barely conscious Frieza. At this moment, Frieza's body bore no unscathed skin, besides his laboriously opened eyes. His limbs lay utterly immobile. Please don't kill me. I still have my uses. I can be your subordinate. I can do anything for you. Frieza's will to survive surged as he hastily pleaded for mercy, devoid of his previous bravado. Despite his countless killings, he was profoundly afraid of death. His purpose for coming to Namek was to seek the Dragon Balls and fulfill his wish for immortality. Yet now, facing the specter of death, he regretted ever setting foot on this planet. If only he hadn't come, he would not have encountered this individual, and thus would not have met such a dire fate. Oh, I'm sorry, King Frieza. I'm not one to take in dogs, as I prefer to work alone. So, I truly regret that you must now depart. Jiun replied with a hint of sorrow directed at Frieza. Even if he sought followers, he would not choose someone like Frieza. He was no protagonist, unable to tame such ambition. The last thing he needed was a traitor at his side. Jiun extended his finger toward Frieza. Frieza's eyes widened in horror as he shook his head frantically. Boom. Frieza managed to utter a single syllable before he was obliterated in a flash of explosive energy. Chapter 25, Purunga at last, it is over. Jiun let out a sigh of relief as the crimson aura surrounding him gradually dissipated. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task and receiving system rewards. 0.1 seconds of flash time. The system's notification echoed in his mind. A faint smile finally appeared on Ji-Yun's weary face. Hey Ji-Yun, Wukong greeted excitedly. Having witnessed the conclusion of the battle and unable to contain his eagerness as he flew over, Ji-Yun smiled and nodded at the hastily approaching Wukong. Well, your performance was incredible. How did you train? And that guy, who is he? He was so strong. When can I be as formidable as you? Wukong bombarded him with multiple questions, clearly exhilarated. Ji-Yun waved his hand with a smile, saying slowly, Wukong, don't rush. You are already remarkably powerful. You simply have yet to realize it. Perhaps one day, you will become a being second only to me. This statement was not mere flattery. Wukong's innate talent for cultivation was indeed extraordinary. Even without Ji-Yun, Frieza's fate would ultimately have been sealed at Wukong's hands. Really? But I am not content to be second to you. I aim to surpass you. Wukong beamed with joy at Ji-Yun's acknowledgement. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Ji-Yun merely smiled, offering no rebuttal. Surpassing Ji-Yun was, barring unforeseen circumstances, a distant possibility. Enough chit-chat. We should be on our way, Ji-Yun reminded Wukong. With Frieza defeated, remaining on Namek held little significance. He found himself yearning for Bulma, and thought it best to return and enjoy a few more days of peace. Sure. I have no objections, Wukong replied nonchalantly. Having witnessed the awe-inspiring battle of two formidable warriors, he was thoroughly satisfied. What about Piccolo? Aren't you going to greet the Elder and the others? Ji-Yun inquired, glancing at Piccolo. No need, Piccolo replied coolly, maintaining his characteristic aloofness. Very well. If there are no objections, let us depart, Ji-Yun declared after assessing the two. Just as the trio was about to make their way back to the landing site of their spaceship, a voice suddenly interrupted, halting their steps. Please, wait a moment. A Namekian descended from the sky, holding a bag and approaching the three. It was Naru, the aide of the Elder. The Elder has sent me to express our gratitude for saving Namek. Naru's demeanor softened as he looked at Ji-Yun, forcing a rather awkward smile. No need for thanks. The Elder helped us unlock our potential. We are even now, so there is no need for gratitude, Ji-Yun replied with a slight smile. The elder had doubled his power, a gift far more valuable than mere words of thanks. Furthermore, he had come to complete his mission, so he hadn't truly assisted them. No, Mr. Jiun, without you, our planet would surely have perished. Therefore, the elder wishes to reward you by allowing you to use the Dragon Balls to fulfill 3 wishes, Naru explained as he produced a large Dragon Ball from the bag. Jiun was momentarily taken aback. Dragon Balls? The Dragon Balls of Namek? He had not anticipated such an unexpected boon today. Is this the authentic Dragon Ball? It is indeed large, Wukong exclaimed, marveling at the sight of the Dragon Ball for the first time. With the 6 Dragon Balls left behind by Frieza, they had now gathered all 7, ready to summon the mighty dragon, Porunga. Before Jiun could voice his consent, Naru had already gathered the Dragon Balls. Chanting in the unique language of Namek, a brilliant golden light streaked across the sky, plunging the perpetually sunny Namek into darkness. The Dragon Balls shimmered with dazzling brilliance as a colossal green creature began to materialize. Porunga had arrived. State your wishes. Naru addressed Jiun. Jiun scratched his head, struggling to conceive a wish. After all, given his current strength, whether his desires could be realized remained uncertain. As Jiun remained silent, a small figure suddenly darted forth with remarkable speed. The onlookers were caught off guard, feeling a rush of wind pass by them, while Jiun sensed something amiss. His heart racing. What was that? Was there yet another formidable being lurking nearby? The figure abruptly roared at Porunga, "Grant me immortality." The booming voice echoed throughout the vast gorge. Yet, Porunga offered no response, only the chilling breeze that swept through. Jiun, Wukong, Piccolo, and Nara all fixed their gazes upon the intruder. The diminutive figure was none other than Vegeta, the very one who had invaded Earth. At this moment, he found himself under the scrutiny of the group, feeling utterly embarrassed. "Humph, it's you," Piccolo scoffed disdainfully upon recognizing the newcomer. Cough, cough. "Yes, it's me. What of it?" Vegeta stammered, attempting to mask his discomfort. After returning to his base, he had undergone treatment, and, upon learning of Frieza's arrival on Namek, his curiosity piqued. After some inquiries, he discovered that the Dragon Balls could grant wishes. Unable to contain his excitement, he rushed to Namek, hoping to seize a chance to fulfill his own desires after Frieza gathered all the Dragon Balls. However, he was taken aback by the sight of Jiun and Frieza's fierce battle, and even more so by Ji-Yun's terrifying strength, which had led to Frieza's demise. "I didn't expect you to show your face after escaping on Earth," Piccolo coldly remarked, showing no fear of Vegeta. The two exchanged fierce glares, tension palpable, as if a confrontation were imminent. Wukong, observing the exchange, appeared utterly confused. "Who is this person? Do you know him? What is going on?" "Porunga is about to vanish. If you have any wishes, speak quickly," Nara interjected, seemingly unfazed by the unexpected arrival. "To grant my wish, I demand immortality, quickly," Vegeta shouted at Naru, disregarding the standoff with Piccolo. "I did not ask you," Naru replied coolly, maintaining his aloof demeanor while inwardly cursing Vegeta. "Who do you think you are? You dare to challenge me?" Panic surged within Vegeta as he prepared to take action. "Ah, I see it is Prince Vegeta. Long time no see." Jiun coughed lightly, observing the absurd scene before him and interjecting. Chapter 26. This is truly as Saint Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, seemingly forgetting that Jiun was still by his side. His previously arrogant demeanor suddenly froze in place. It has been quite some time," Vegeta stammered, unsure of what to say, merely echoing Ji-Yun's words. He feared offending Ji-Yun, which could lead to his own demise. "You've made significant progress during this time. To suddenly appear like that startled me," Ji-Yun remarked nonchalantly. He was well aware of Vegeta's yearning for immortality. However, Porunga could not fulfill that wish. Even if it were possible, Jiun would not allow him to succeed easily. Vegeta's frustration was palpable, but upon seeing Ji-Yun's unfriendly gaze, he reluctantly fell silent. He certainly did not wish to court death, so he could only stand aside, begrudgingly. "Nail, my first wish is to restore planet Namek to its original state." Jiun contemplated for a moment before making his decision. Nail was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Jiun would make such a wish. He then cast a grateful glance at Jiun. Nail began to chant in an incomprehensible language. Suddenly, Porunga's crimson eyes gleamed brightly once more. The battered earth instantly returned to its former glory. Mountains and rivers began to flow joyfully again, and planet Namek was rejuvenated with life. "Thank you, Mr. Jiun. We Namekians shall never forget your kindness," Nail exclaimed with great excitement. His admiration for Jiun had evolved from respect for his strength to reverence for his character. "No need for thanks, it is only right." Jiun replied with a cheerful smile. The transformation of the planet was, after all, a consequence of his battle with Frieza, while it was not solely his fault. He bore a degree of responsibility. Then, Mr. Jiun, what is your second wish? Please, do tell. Nail said, his eyes filled with respect. My second wish is to resurrect the Namekians who were slain by Frieza and his minions. Jiun took a longer moment to ponder this wish before slowly articulating it. Upon hearing Jiyun's second wish, Nail was nearly moved to tears, filled with such overwhelming gratitude that he felt compelled to kneel before Jiun in reverence. Saint Jiun, you are indeed a saint, Nail declared passionately. The person he had most respected in his life was the Grand Elder of Namek, and now he had another figure of utmost admiration. Jiun scratched his head awkwardly, questioning himself. Am I truly that exceptional? At the same time, Nail repeated the wish. Once confirmed, Paranga's eyes brightened again. Countless slain Namekians began to stir back to life, slowly rising from the ground. Have I come back to life? Why has the sky darkened? Could it be that the great Paranga has resurrected us? The scattered Namekians revived one after another. My third wish is... Jiun began, but Nail abruptly interrupted him. Wait, Mr. Jiun, Nail interjected. What is it, Nail? Jiun inquired, puzzled. Your kindness towards us Namekians cannot be repaid in this lifetime. For this final wish, please be sure to make one for yourself. Otherwise, we would feel deeply unsettled. Nail said earnestly. Originally, the Grand Elder had permitted the use of the Dragon Balls to repay Jiun. But this entire sequence of events had left the Namekians feeling even more indebted. Very well. Jiun nodded thoughtfully, even without Nail's insistence. This third wish would be one he made for himself. He understood the principle of prioritizing one's own needs. That's good. Mr. Jiun, please proceed. Nail sighed with relief, smiling. My third wish is to learn the instant transmission technique of the Yard Rats, Jiun stated without much deliberation. Nail nodded with a smile and conveyed Jiyun's wish to Paranga. I understand, Paranga replied, his eyes flashing once more. Suddenly, the method of using instant transmission infused itself into Jiyun's mind. All your wishes have been granted. Farewell. Paranga's colossal form vanished abruptly. The Dragon Balls rose into the sky, scattering in different directions with a resounding whoosh. The sky returned to its original hue. Vegeta watched as the Dragon Balls dispersed. Jealousy evident in his eyes, his fist clenched tightly. Humph, what a waste of 3 wishes, squandering 2 on this worthless rabble, Vegeta scoffed. To him, Jiun was a fool for misusing such opportunities. If you seek death, I would not mind facilitating your departure. Nail's overwhelming aura surged forth as he cast a menacing glance at Vegeta. Vegeta sensed Nail's formidable energy and was taken aback. Having mastered energy control from his battles on Earth, he had not anticipated this Namekian to possess such power. Humph. Vegeta snorted in discontent but dared not say more. Realizing that his current strength could not match Nail's formidable 40,000 power level. Mr. Jiun, if there is nothing else, please feel free to stay on planet Namek for a few more days. We would love to host you, Nail said, gazing at Jiun with immense gratitude. His respect for him growing deeper. Vegeta's earlier remarks held merit. Jiun could have easily used all 3 wishes for himself without consideration for the Namekians. Yet he chose otherwise, highlighting the disparity in character between people. Thank you for your kind offer. I have gained much from my visit to planet Namek. We have other matters to attend to, so we shall not impose any longer. We will meet again when the time is right. Jiun replied with a smile, shaking his head to decline Nail's invitation. He felt content, and staying longer held little meaning, as more formidable foes awaited him. Very well, I wish you a safe journey. You are always welcome to visit, Nail said in response to Ji-Yun's words, not pressing further. With a nod, Ji-Yun turned to Vegeta, lifting him as one would a small chick, and flew towards their ship. Chapter 27. A severe beating. After bidding farewell to Niru, Goku, and Piccolo followed Ji-Yun's lead, hastening their pace. Let go of me, you scoundrel. Are you deaf? Vegeta exclaimed angrily at Ji-Yun. Being manhandled like this was utterly humiliating. Yet, no matter how he struggled, he could not free himself from Ji-Yun's grasp. You would do well to behave, lest you suffer the consequences, Ji-Yun remarked nonchalantly. His spirits were high, having not only received a reward from the system in the form of instant transmission, but also learned the art of teleportation. Moreover, after the fierce battle with Frieza, Ji-Yun's energy had surged once more, seemingly enhancing his combat power by approximately 5 million. This meant that his basic battle strength had now reached an impressive 21 million. In a short while, Ji-Yun arrived at the location of the spaceship, which loomed large before him. What on earth are you planning to do? Vegeta seethed, feeling the discomfort of being so easily dominated. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Jiun relinquished his hold. Frieza is dead now. You need not serve him any longer. As for the vendetta of your Saiyan kin, I have taken care of it on your behalf. Vegeta was taken aback by Ji-Yun's revelation. How do you know about our enmity with Frieza? Oh. Ji-Yun chuckled lightly. That is of no concern to you. You do know how to pilot a spaceship, don't you? I will need you to bring Goku and Piccolo back to Earth. Having just mastered instant transmission, Ji-Yun had no need to return by spaceship. Although this technique allowed for the transportation of multiple individuals, he was still a novice, and the potential for mishaps loomed large. If something went awry in the vastness of space, while he could manage with his Saiyan lineage, Goku and Piccolo might not be so fortunate. What if I refuse? Vegeta scoffed defiantly. As a proud Saiyan prince, he would not easily submit to another's command. That is not my concern. As long as you can persuade Piccolo and Goku, do as you wish. Jiun replied nonchalantly. Vegeta gave a derisive snort. Convincing them? That is simple enough. I'll just beat them into submission. I can handle two worthless pests without issue. About 3 minutes later, Goku and Piccolo finally arrived. Jiun shared his thoughts with them, and although initially reluctant, the duo begrudgingly accepted Jiun's proposal. Jiun had considered letting them pilot the spaceship back. But recalling their struggles with vehicles in the original story, he felt it prudent to have Vegeta take the wheel. By the way, Jiun, when you fought that guy earlier, did you use the Kaioken technique? How did you learn it? Goku suddenly recalled and inquired curiously. Oh, that. Yes, when we battled, I saw you use it and thought it was impressive. I merely wanted to give it a try, and lo and behold, I managed to pull it off. Jiun fabricated an excuse, caught off guard by Goku's question. You're incredible, Jiun. I've been training for ages. Yet you learned it just by watching. Goku marveled at Jiun, clearly convinced by the explanation, as Jiun had become a god in Goku's eyes, capable of anything. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, the time to return home was upon them. Let us go. Prince Vegeta, I appreciate your efforts this time. Piccolo commented with a sly grin directed at Vegeta. I'm sorry, but I refuse. Vegeta declared haughtily. He had his own pride. Had Jiun not been present, he would have already dealt with these two nuisances. Your name is Vegeta, right? Don't worry, we won't harm you. We just need you to take us back. Goku said, unaware of Vegeta's true identity as a Saiyan. Kakarot, what do you think you are? An inferior warrior like you, alongside a Namekian. Thinks you can threaten me? You must be dreaming. Vegeta derided, having recognized Goku's identity, who bore a striking resemblance to his foolish father. Oh, you know me. You're that Saiyan, aren't you? That's wonderful. I've been wanting to spar with you. Goku exclaimed, excited and eager. He had never encountered Vegeta before, so he remained oblivious to the prince's formidable nature. You are unworthy. Vegeta sneered coldly. His royal status forbade him from engaging with a lowly warrior. Such an act would be beneath him. Enough of this chatter. Just beating him up will suffice. Piccolo said, cracking his knuckles as he eyed Vegeta. Back on Earth. Vegeta had been so arrogant. It was time he learned a lesson. You think I'm afraid of two of you? My strength is beyond what you trash can comprehend. Vegeta boasted, still oblivious to his precarious situation. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's lips curled slightly as he suddenly darted in front of Vegeta. The prince was completely unprepared for Piccolo's astonishing speed and had no time to react. What awaited him next was a thorough drubbing. Moments later, a battered and bruised Vegeta lay on the ground. When did he become so strong? Vegeta seethed inwardly, too proud to vocalize his frustration, fearing another blow from Piccolo. Piccolo, you went too far. What if you've injured him? Goku voiced his discontent from the sidelines, primarily lamenting Piccolo's swiftness. Kakarot, this is not your place to speak. Vegeta roared, rising in fury. As a prince, he would not tolerate being lectured by an inferior warrior. With that, he raised his fist, intending to retaliate against Goku for this indignity. Jiun sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Clearly, Vegeta remained unaware of his current predicament. As Goku saw this, he was itching for a fight, and the two soon clashed again. Bang! Bang! The sound of fists connecting reverberated through the air. Both were careful with their strikes. Although Vegeta was knocked down, he sustained only minor injuries. Chapter 28 New Enemies. A glimpse of trouble. Vegeta's plight is truly lamentable. Had Goku and Piccolo not enhanced their powers, they might not have been his adversaries. However, their strengths have long surpassed his, and being utterly defeated was an anticipated outcome. How about it, Vegeta? Do you still intend to persuade them? Jiun observed Vegeta with a sympathetic gaze. Their enmity was not profound. Perhaps aligning with them and returning to Earth could yield better prospects in the future. Absolutely not. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Enduring such humiliation had its limits. He would rather perish than acquiesce to Ji Yun's demands. Very well then. You desire the Dragon Balls. Do you not? They exist on Earth, albeit capable of granting only one wish. Fortunately, they are unclaimed treasures, and whoever is capable may take them. If you choose to forego them, so be it, Ji Yun lamented. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's spirit stirred, as if a glimmer of hope had been rekindled. The Dragon Balls on Namek, while valuable, were scattered among the elders, and even if gathered, one would need to understand the Namekian language to utilize them. With that scoundrel Naru in the mix, achieving his wishes seemed utterly fanciful. Well, actually I could. Vegeta stammered, seemingly relinquishing his princely dignity. Drawn in by this overwhelming temptation, a triumphant smile spread across Ji Yun's face. Then it is settled, he declared with a grin. Thus, under Ji Yun's watchful eye, the group boarded the spaceship, setting their course for Earth. At last, they departed. Ji Yun watched the ship recede into the distance, a sigh of relief escaping him. It was a relief to see them go. Without delay, Ji Yun began to seek out the energy signatures on Earth. To utilize instant transmission, a target must be identified to initiate the process. Unfortunately, the vast distance between Namek and Earth made this endeavor challenging. He only had a rough idea of the direction. After a long search, Ji Yun finally pinpointed Earth's location. Placing his finger to his forehead, he vanished in an instant. On Namek, Ji Yun's presence had ceased to exist. Where am I? This is utterly unreliable, Ji Yun exclaimed, surveying his surroundings in disbelief. He had not arrived on Earth, but rather on a planet rife with molten lava and storms. The air was thick with the acrid scent of carbon dioxide and sulfur, resembling a hellish landscape. Breathing became a struggle, and despite his Saiyan heritage allowing him to endure in the vacuum of space, he found this environment intolerable. Without further hesitation, Ji Yun executed instant transmission to escape this inhospitable planet. Wait, this place is wrong too, Ji Yun muttered to himself, frowning. He had landed on a frigid gas giant, where the extreme cold had transformed the surface gases into solid ice. Is this even feasible? Ji Yun couldn't help but scoff. This was clearly not a product of the system. Its margin for error was alarmingly low. After several attempts, Ji Yun grew more adept at instant transmission. Ultimately, after numerous trials, he returned to the longed-for Earth. Onlookers gawked at the sudden appearance of a disheveled figure, their curiosity piqued. A week had passed since his departure from Namek, during which he traversed countless planets, leaving his attire in tatters, akin to a beggar. Unfazed by the gazes directed his way, Ji Yun made a beeline for the Capsule Corporation. At last, I, Ji Yun, have returned, he proclaimed as he strode toward the entrance. However, the security guards, upon noticing him, frowned and barred his entry. Leave. This isn't a place for begging. Go elsewhere. One guard shouted, clearly mistaking Ji Yun for a vagrant. Despite the humiliation, Ji Yun opted not to dwell on it. His appearance did indeed leave much to be desired. With that, Ji Yun activated his flash technique, vanishing in an instant. The guard stood bewildered, utterly perplexed by his abrupt disappearance. Meanwhile, Ji Yun had already returned to the familiar comfort of his home, though the flash technique lasted only 0.1 seconds. It was ample time for Ji Yun to circle the company premises. My dear, how I've missed you. Ji Yun suddenly appeared behind Bulma, embracing her as she stood lost in thought. She gasped in surprise but soon recognized him, tears of joy streaming down her face as they held each other tightly. In the depths of the universe, on a picturesque planet teeming with lush landscapes. What? You mean Frieza has been killed? King Cold, Frieza's father, stared in shock at the report from his subordinate. Why yes, King Cold. After thorough verification, we confirm that King Frieza has indeed been slain, the trembling subordinate reported, scarcely daring to breathe. Who did this? Any leads? King Cold regained his composure, yet his expression remained grave. His son was fiercely ambitious. Had he not kept him in check, Frieza would have revolted long ago. However, he was still his son, and such a demise would not go unavenged by their frozen demon clan. Yes, it appears King Frieza was on Namek in search of something called the Dragon Balls. The subordinate relayed all he knew. So Frieza was killed on Namek, King Cold remarked coldly. Indeed, the subordinate hurriedly affirmed. This cannot be. I am well aware of the Namekians' capabilities. They could not have killed Frieza. There must be other parties involved. King Cold's expression was serious. Fully aware of Frieza's prowess, those mere Namekians were no match for him. Correct, King Cold. Our specialized detectors indicated that a group had visited Namek after King Frieza's demise. This group departed, and we have already locked onto their flight path, the subordinate reported. While a massive circular spacecraft appeared on the large screen behind him, the very vessel Jiun and his companions had used to travel to Namek. Humph. King Cold fixed his gaze on the ship, a cold snort escaping him. Chapter 29. A great enemy approaches as time inexorably marches on. Half a year has swiftly passed. During this period, Yukong, Piccolo, and Vegeta have returned to Earth. The first task Vegeta undertakes upon his arrival is the search for the Dragon Balls. Coincidentally, Master Roshi and others are also gathering the Dragon Balls with the intent to resurrect the slain Yamcha. Vegeta barbarously seizes the Dragon Balls for himself, only to be met with despair when the Eternal Dragon informs him, "I am sorry, that wish is beyond my power." Infuriated by this revelation, Vegeta feels deceived and immediately seeks to settle the score with Jiun. However, recalling Jiun's formidable strength, he hesitates. Thus, under Vegeta's reluctant gaze, the others successfully revive Yamcha. Vegeta chooses not to leave Earth, realizing that Frieza is dead and his army in disarray, and he wishes to avoid entanglement in those affairs. Instead, he decides to remain on Earth. Although he harbors disdain for Jiun, Yukong, and Piccolo, he acknowledges their strength as a means to hone his own abilities. When Vegeta approaches Jiun, he is met with a resolute refusal. Jiun firmly states, "A spar with me? Do you truly believe you are worthy?" Vegeta, upon hearing this, is incensed but finds himself at a loss for words. Emboldened, he shamelessly requests to train at Jiun's facility, demanding the construction of a gravity training room. Jiun, his expression icy, retorts in a low, furious voice, "Get lost." Rebuffed, Vegeta vacates the premises and seeks out Yukong. The two, sharing a mutual understanding, express their eagerness to train and battle together. Thus, after several months of rigorous combat, both warriors experience significant enhancements to their powers. Meanwhile, Jiun remains industrious, visiting the hyperbolic time chamber once more, aware that new adversaries are imminent and time is of the essence. This time, he spends half a day within, elevating his base battle power from 21 million to 35 million. As life on Earth continues its untroubled course, a massive spaceship hurtles through space towards the planet. Accompanying it are numerous smaller vessels, their owners seeking retribution for Frieza under the command of King Cold. With a dark countenance, he gazes at the approaching Earth, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. On Earth, Yukong and Vegeta are training on a secluded island, exchanging blows in a fierce display of skill. It must be said, both Yukong's and Vegeta's talents are strikingly exceptional. In just a few months, they have developed powers rivaling that of Frieza himself, a testament to the fate of protagonists. With a powerful clash, both warriors stagger back several paces. "What is the matter, Kakarot? Is that all you've got?" Vegeta boasts, relishing the progress he has made from being outmatched by Yukong just months prior. Unfazed by Vegeta's taunts, Yukong gazes skyward, pointing towards the horizon. There are several formidable energies approaching Earth. Do you sense them? Yukong's brow furrows as he detects a particularly malevolent and potent aura, one that surpasses even Frieza's. Upon hearing Yukong's words, Vegeta begins to sense the energies as well, and his expression grows grave. The return of the fear he once felt under Frieza's reign looms over him. It appears we are in for a fierce battle, Yukong reflects, recognizing that this new enemy may be the strongest he has ever encountered. Leave this to me, Vegeta declares with newfound confidence, his lips curling into a smirk. He propels himself towards the source of the malevolent energy. Don't be reckless, Vegeta. This enemy is formidable. Yukong trails behind, unable to ignore the urgency of the situation. Vegeta's arrogance is palpable, even as he acknowledges his inferiority to these foes. After a few minutes, Yukong and Vegeta arrive in a vast valley where the ominous energies draw ever closer. Just then, Piccolo descends from the sky. "What is going on, Yukong? Where are these powerful energies coming from?" he inquires, his expression serious. "I don't know, but it seems these newcomers bring ill intentions. A fierce battle may be on the horizon." Yukong replies, shaking his head. In quick succession, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha join them, reuniting the warriors of Earth. "Hey, what are you lot doing here? We don't need any dead weight." Vegeta scoffs disdainfully, casting a cold glare at the group. In the past, he held them in contempt. Now, he is even more dismissive. At Vegeta's words, Krillin and the others clench their fists in frustration. "What gives you the right to be so arrogant? A cornered dog learns to bite, doesn't he it?" Piccolo retorts icily, harboring no fondness for Vegeta, who has often bested him in battle. and yet continues to put on airs. Shut your mouth, you pathetic fool. Keep talking, and I swear I'll kill you. Vegeta's face darkens with anger, still nursing the grudge from the beating he received on Namek. Despite Piccolo's gains, he remains no match for Vegeta's overwhelming power. Enough. We have a greater threat at hand. Let us save the squabbling for after the battle. Wukong interjects, halting the escalating tension. By the way, where is Mr. Jiun? Krillin asks, glancing at Wukong with curiosity. The group then collectively realizes, indeed, where is our strongest warrior, Mr. Jiun? Surely he wouldn't miss such an occasion. Chapter 30. The onslaught of King Cold. At this moment, within Bulma's abode, a cacophony of incoherent cries reverberated throughout the room. Presently, Jiun and Bulma were engaged in matters befitting their youth. He had long sensed the approach of an adversary descending upon Earth. This foe was formidable, though not quite a match for him. Yet for Goku and his companions, it posed a significant challenge. He yearned to offer assistance, but he simply could not extricate himself. No, it was not merely a matter of unwillingness to depart. Jiun cast his gaze downward at Bulma's flushed cheeks. In an instant, he regained his composure and inwardly chastised himself. Damn it, how could I allow myself to be distracted when I am preoccupied with serious business? Truly vexing. Shaking his head, he hastened his pace, beads of perspiration adorning his forehead like an old ox laboring in the fields. Meanwhile, as everyone pondered Ji-Yun's delayed arrival, a thunderous rumble echoed through the air. A colossal spacecraft descended from the heavens, accompanied by a deafening roar, gradually settling near the gathering. Subsequently, a dozen smaller vessels materialized, landing sequentially around the larger craft. Creaking sounds ensued as all the ship's hatches swung open, revealing a cadre of uniformly equipped, well-trained individuals emerging from the vessels. Naturally, at the forefront was King Cold, the father of Frieza. Is that Frieza? Piccolo exclaimed, his countenance one of astonishment. How could Frieza still be alive? He had witnessed Ji-Yun vanquish him with his own eyes. What was the meaning of this? Goku hesitated, unable to believe that this being, whom he thought had been annihilated, had returned. That cannot be Frieza, Vegeta declared gravely. He had spent considerable time in Frieza's service. Although this individual bore a striking resemblance to Frieza, he was evidently not the same person. Moreover, this figure was distinctly more imposing. What overwhelming energy! How could we possibly defeat him? Krillin remarked nervously, his voice trembling. Not only did the leader emanate an aura of immense power, but his subordinates were formidable as well. This planet is quite appealing. Too bad it is destined for destruction. King Cold surveyed his surroundings upon disembarking from the ship. Were it not for his desire for vengeance against his son's killer, he would be loath to annihilate this world. Whether for habitation or trade, it was indeed a worthwhile choice. Since the culprit who killed Frieza may take time to locate, why not eliminate all the inhabitants of this planet first? Suggested a purple-skinned being with horns, who was none other than Captain Ginyu of the Ginyu Force. They had yet to reach Namek and thus avoided death, now accompanying King Cold to Earth to avenge their esteemed Frieza. Indeed, that is a commendable proposal. Proceed with it. King Cold replied nonchalantly. Understood, my lord. Captain Ginyu responded eagerly, rallying his team to embark upon a massacre in the city. Wait, Goku shouted, positioning himself before the departing Ginyu Force, inadvertently revealing the location of his companions. Such a fool, Kakarot. Vegeta grimaced, muttering under his breath. At present, he harbored no fear of the Ginyu Force. However, they were confronted by the enigmatic King Cold. It was prudent to observe from the shadows until they gauged the depths of their adversary's abilities. Oh, haha. It seems we need not exert ourselves. Someone has already stepped forward. Captain Ginyu observed Goku with a cold, mocking smile. Well, it's bound to happen sooner or later. Let us go. Krillin gritted his teeth, springing into action to stand alongside Goku. In this critical moment for Earth's survival, every contribution, regardless of strength, was valuable. Seeing Krillin lead the charge, the others abandoned their concealment, gathering around Goku. Ha, it appears there is still quite a bit of trash to dispose of. King Cold remarked, looking skyward in disdain. The combatants before him were laughably weak, incapable of being the ones to kill Frieza. What brings you to Earth? You are not welcome here. Goku boldly questioned King Cold, ignoring Captain Ginyu. What brings me here? Who killed my son Frieza? King Cold's expression darkened at Goku's words, his gaze sweeping over the assembled group. While he doubted these individuals could have slain Frieza, they surely knew who had. Depart while you can. That individual is not one you should provoke. After all, the dead cannot return to life. Leave now, and avoid following in Frieza's footsteps, Goku urged, instantly grasping King Cold's meaning. and began to plead earnestly. Not someone I should provoke. Ha ha ha. King Cold paused, then burst into laughter, his subordinates, including the Jinyu force, joining in derisively. Did you hear what that garbage just said? To leave quickly? Ha ha ha, I must say, the inhabitants of this planet are rather humorous. Hey, kid, do you have any idea who stands before you? Oh, I am nearly incapacitated. I'm laughing so hard my stomach aches. King Cold laughed heartily for a while before attempting to regain his seriousness. That was a good joke. I shall consider making you my last kill, he said mockingly. He did not believe there was anyone on this planet capable of slaying Frieza. It must have been Frieza's own carelessness that led to his downfall. Regrettably, he was not Frieza and would not grant these individuals any opportunity. King Cold. Stop wasting time with them. Just kill them. Captain Jinyu, having grown impatient, urged. Very well, you may entertain yourselves with them for a while. King Cold nodded, granting his subordinate's request. Rest assured, King Cold, the Jinyu force will ensure they have a delightful time. Captain Jinyu grinned maliciously. As they each sought their opponents, Goku suddenly shouted a warning to his companions. Everyone be careful. In the blink of an eye, Captain Jinyu found himself before Goku, and without further ado, they clashed fiercely. Krillin, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha also confronted their respective foes, joining the tumultuous fray. Vegeta, however, remained concealed, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Chapter 31. The Two Battles of Jiun. Alas, this wretched group. Do they possess no intellect? With such feeble skills, how could they possibly contend with the Jinyu force? Vegeta sighed in resignation, concealed behind a rock. Having once been a part of Frieza's army, he fully comprehended the terror of the Jinyu force. Aside from Goku and Piccolo, who could firmly suppress their opponents, the others were clearly overestimating their abilities, akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. However, this distraction served him well. They were all captivated by the battle. That fool must be unprepared. Let this prince send you on your way. Vegeta's gaze shifted towards King Cold as he silently calculated his next move. He remained steadfast in his confidence regarding his own strength. As long as he could strike decisively, the king would undoubtedly meet his demise. With this thought, Vegeta sprang into action, deftly leaping before King Cold. Bang! 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 A brilliant light emanated from Vegeta's hands as countless energy spheres rained down upon King Cold. Each golden orb was infused with ferocious energy. Boom! Boom! Boom. In that moment, the air was filled with the cacophony of explosions. Some of King Cold's subordinates were obliterated without even a cry of despair. King Cold was instantly engulfed by a torrent of explosive flames. A thick cloud of smoke rose, obscuring the scene within. Splendid. I have succeeded. Vegeta clenched his fists, ceasing his assault, and a look of contempt settled in his eyes. What? The onlookers, startled by the continuous explosions, turned to gaze back. Vegeta, you traitor. Captain Jinyu bellowed at the sight, seething with rage. He yearned to rush forward and slay this traitor, yet his focus was consumed by Goku, whose power left him no time to attend to other matters. Oof, what of Frieza's father? To die at the hands of this prince is indeed his honor. Vegeta scoffed, his eyes gleaming with pride, reveling in the thought of personally obliterating King Cold. How dare an insignificant insect attempt to ambush me? A cold voice resonated from within the smoke. Soon, the haze dissipated, revealing King Cold's massive form once more. Evidently, Vegeta's princely tactics had faltered. King Cold's expression darkened. After so many years, he had never encountered anyone bold enough to strike at him directly. Truly, this was a death wish. Alas, this fool is more hindrance than help. Piccolo observed Vegeta, shock etched on his face, shaking his head in resignation. After all, he was Frieza's father. His strength was surely not inferior to Frieza's, perhaps even greater. How could it be so easy to prevail? Cursed be this miscalculation. Vegeta's eyes widened in panic, his facial nerves beginning to twitch. You shall face retribution for your transgressions. Do you agree? King Cold's voice was frigid as he spoke, then his form vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was directly before Vegeta. Whoosh! In the next instant, King Cold's tail lashed out like a whip, striking Vegeta's face. Ah! Vegeta cried out, his body crashing to the ground, a crimson mark marring his cheek. Blood poured from his mouth, several teeth lost in the fray, leaving him utterly incapacitated. Cursed fate. Goku seethed at this sight. Ah! Triple KO Ken. Goku resolved to end this battle without further delay, unleashing his full power. Captain Jinyu was taken aback by the sudden surge of strength from Goku. Before he could react, a sharp pain pierced his chest as Goku's fist connected. Jinyu spat blood, his body flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. The inhabitants of Earth witnessed Goku's triumph over an enemy, instantly bolstering their morale. In their determination to safeguard Earth, they unleashed their full potential, employing every skill at their disposal. In West City, at the Capsule Corporation, Jiun was likewise straining under the weight of the battle, the sweat on his brow testifying to its difficulty. He too exerted every ounce of his strength. The situation had escalated to a fever pitch. Jiun gathered his resolve, intensifying his assault in preparation for the final push. Across from him, Bulma struggled to maintain her ground, gradually retreating under the relentless pressure. On the ocean, waves surged tumultuously, crashing against the shore. Suddenly, the sea erupted, sweeping across the land. Oh, ah. Accompanied by two strange cries, Jiun halted his attack, the waters calming. The air infused with the scent of the sea. Bulma, I must take my leave. There is an urgent matter regarding Goku. I shall return shortly to keep you company. Jiun gently kissed Bulma. Then, sensing Goku's energy, he activated instant transmission, vanishing from the spot, racing to the next battlefield. Huh? A man. And he just abandoned me here. Bulma pouted, displeased. Yet, she did not dwell on it, understanding that Jiun had departed in haste. Perhaps Goku and the others truly faced a grave situation. Feeling fatigued, her cheeks still flushed, she changed the sheets and fell into a deep slumber. On the other side of the battlefield, the Ginyu force was systematically dismantled, each member collapsing, stripped of their combat capabilities. Oh, well done. King Cold observed Goku and his companions with astonishment, clearly not anticipating their victory over the Ginyu force. I strongly advise you to leave while you can, otherwise, it may soon be too late, and you truly will perish. Goku warned King Cold with a grave expression. He had just utilized the Kaioken technique, and his stamina was severely depleted. Continuing to fight could pose a mortal threat. King Cold surveyed the group with disdain. At the same time, his formidable tail struck down upon the helpless Vegeta. Vegeta, battered and bruised, cried out in anguish. I will die? Just from you pitiful lot? King Cold sneered at Goku and the others. While they battled, Vegeta's bones had been pulverized beneath King Cold's might. He intended to demonstrate to these worthless fools the fate that awaited those who dared to provoke a king. Pardon my interruption, but I must assert that Goku's claims are utterly ridiculous. Jiun suddenly appeared behind King Cold, patting his shoulder with a smile on his face, continuing to address the king. For regardless of whether you choose to flee, you shall die here. Chapter 32. When his tenanks. The king of Kurd was taken aback. With his power, he was astonished to find someone had appeared behind him without his notice. The king of Kurd swiftly turned around and spoke in a low tone. Who are you? The people of Earth were relieved to see it was Jiun, as if a savior had descended upon them. Me? I am the one you have been searching for. Jiun replied with a faint smile. I didn't expect you to dare show yourself. You truly are reckless. The king of Kurd retorted, regaining his composure with a tone of disdain. Jiun shook his head in resignation. No wonder you are family. Your manner of speaking is quite similar. Logically speaking, at this point in the timeline, the future Tenang should have arrived to easily dispose of this fellow. However, Jiun had received a task from the system several days prior, necessitating his presence. The rewards for this mission were exceedingly generous. If he could eliminate the king of Kurd, his combat power would double, which was the system's reward. Seeking death, the king of Kurd's eyes suddenly sharpened. Then, with remarkable speed, his massive form appeared before Jiun in an instant. His enormous fist executed a powerful strike aimed directly at Jiun's head. Jiun gazed indifferently at the descending fist. Suddenly, the energy within him coalesced, and red flames erupted around his body. Tenfold King's fist. Jiun unleashed his energy, causing a violent gust to swirl around him. The king of Kurd's fist was halted in midair by the force of the energy, unable to descend further. With a foundational power of 35 million, augmented by the king's fist, Jiun's combat strength soared to 350 million. The king of Kurd's strength was only slightly superior to Frieza's, rendering him utterly inadequate in comparison to Jiun. Impossible. How could his power be? The king of Kurd's eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not fathom how a mere human could possess such formidable strength. Merely through the aura he exuded, he had repelled the king's attack. Boom. With a muffled sound, the king of Kurd was sent crashing to the ground. Throughout the entire encounter, Jiun had not even struck. He had simply overwhelmed the king with his aura. The spectators were left speechless with astonishment. While Goku and Piccolo were somewhat accustomed to witnessing incredible battles, the others were witnessing Jiun's overwhelming power for the first time, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Jiun appeared even more at ease, considering it a perfectly normal occurrence. He strolled over to the king of Kurd and spoke in a calm tone. You will soon see your son. Hearing this, the king of Kurd felt an immense regret. Had he known, he would not have sought revenge for his unfortunate son. Please, do not kill me. I can give you this planet. Oh no, I can offer you the entire star system, anything you desire. Just spare my life. And I promise never to return here. The king of Kurd pleaded desperately. As the saying goes, an expert reveals their capabilities at a glance. Although he had not been injured, he was acutely aware that he was no match for this young man. As for his son's vengeance, whoever wished to seek it could do so. The way your race of frost demons begs for mercy is quite unique. Have you all been specially trained for this? Jiun teased, observing the king of Kurd. Previously, when Frieza was on the brink of death, he insisted on serving Jiun, but Jiun had declined. Now, the king was pleading for mercy while offering him a star system. What had happened to dignity? What had happened to pride? What had become of the frost demon race's bottom line? How do you know we are of the frost demon race? The king of Kurd was astonished. Their kind was scarce, and virtually no one in the universe knew what race they belonged to. How could this young man be so well informed? I have no need to explain much to a dead man. Jiun shook his head slightly, his gaze turning cold. No. Bang. Before the king of Kurd could finish his sentence, Ji-Yun's fist pierced through him. Bloodshot eyes filled with horror. The king's lips bled as Ji-Yun withdrew his fist. Grasping the king's body with one hand, he hurled it into the sky. Ji-Yun casually unleashed a wave of energy. Boom. A brilliant display erupted in the sky. On Earth, the presence of the king of Kurd vanished entirely. Thus, another significant crisis for Earth was swiftly resolved. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the system task. Reward, combat power doubled. The system notification echoed in Ji-Yun's mind, and simultaneously, the energy within him surged explosively. A faint smile graced Ji-Yun's lips. 70 million in foundational strength, how delightful. The others cheered jubilantly, celebrating the resolution of this crisis. However, poor Vegeta lay broken on the ground, his bones shattered by the king of Kurd. Just as everyone was celebrating, a peculiar flying vehicle appeared out of nowhere. Instantly capturing the attention of all, the craft descended slowly under their watchful eyes. The hatch opened from above, and a blue-haired youth suddenly jumped out. He looked around at the crowd with a look of astonishment. Where are Frieza and the king of Kurd? They should have arrived on Earth. You were here to defend Earth as well? No need. Frieza is already dead, and the king of Kurd has been eliminated by Ji-Yun. Goku stepped forward, patting the youth on the shoulder with a smile. What? The youth's eyes were filled with shock. How could this be possible? They should have just arrived at this time, only to be defeated by Goku afterward. How had everything changed? And who was Ji-Yun? He was he even in the future? Wait, is that Uncle Goku? The youth looked at Goku in disbelief, his confusion deepening. This was utterly unscientific. Goku should not be present at this time. Mr. Goku, can you transform into a Super Saiyan? The youth asked slowly, gazing at Goku. Goku was momentarily bewildered by the question. What was a Super Saiyan? The name sounded quite impressive. At that moment, the youth was completely dumbfounded. This was not the history he had experienced at all. Why did Son Goku not even know what a Super Saiyan was? Hey, Ji-Yun, do you know what a Super Saiyan is? Goku shouted towards Ji-Yun, who was a distance away. Ji-Yun had already noticed the situation and leaped over. On the ground, Vegeta weakly opened his eyes, murmuring Super Saiyan? Of course, I know what a Super Saiyan is. Jiun replied with a smile, carefully examining the youth. Chapter 33. Trunks. The young Trunks scrutinized Jiun earnestly. The two exchanged gazes while the onlookers eagerly observed, their curiosity piqued by the boy's identity. Yet, within Trunks, a tempest of confusion surged. What was happening? I have never encountered this individual before. Why is Goku unaware of the Super Saiyan? If that is the case, the future is truly doomed. Noticing Trunks' silence, Goku shook his shoulder and inquired, Hey, what's wrong? Didn't you say you knew? Suddenly jolted back to reality, Trunks blinked in bewilderment and stammered, I am Trunks, I come from the future, and my mind is a blank. I don't know what to do. The crowd was taken aback by Trunks' revelation. What? From the future? Are you joking? Ji-Yun, however, smiled enigmatically. It appeared that his presence had utterly disrupted Trunks' judgment. Fear not, Trunks, I believe in you. If you have come from the future, there must be a reason for it. Speak freely, and we shall see if we can devise a solution together. Jiun spoke calmly, fully aware of Trunks' purpose for coming. Nevertheless, seeing Trunks so lost, He felt compelled to provide guidance. With a heavy sigh, Trunks murmured softly, "It seems that time is indeed irreversible. I was too naive." The others were left in a haze by Trunks' words. "Just tell us what the issue is. Perhaps we can assist you. Even if we cannot, we have Jiun here. He is exceptionally powerful." Krillin stepped forward with a reassuring smile. Trunks surveyed the group and then glanced at Goku, his expression complex. He had come seeking Goku's assistance. Yet the current Goku seemed far too weak. He estimated he could defeat him with a mere punch. However, when his gaze shifted to Jiun, a sudden realization struck him. "Sir, may we speak privately?" Trunks respectfully addressed Jiun. Nodding slightly, the two ascended to the other side of the mountain. "May I inquire?" "Sir, how do you know of the Super Saiyan?" Trunks asked earnestly, sensing that the alteration of history was due to the man before him. In the future, there was no one like him. "This question is quite straightforward. I am also a Saiyan," Jiun replied, narrowing his eyes with a nonchalant tone. This is impossible. How could that be?" Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Everything had spiraled into chaos. He was certain he had crossed into a different dimension. This could not possibly be the past of his world. "Well then, please hasten to share your concerns. I have much to attend to," Jiun remarked, somewhat bored. After all this preamble, he urged Trunks to get to the point. "Very well. I have come to seek Uncle Goku's help." Trunks composed himself and gradually revealed his purpose. He disclosed the dire news of the androids emerging in the future and the annihilation of Earth's strongest warriors, along with the tragic tale of Goku's untimely demise. "That is the situation. However, this timeline is utterly different from what I know," Trunks lamented. He had hoped Goku could thwart the android crisis in the past, indirectly saving the future, but alas, that plan was now doomed to fail. Seeing Trunks' despondence, Jiun felt a pang of sympathy. He recalled watching Dragon Ball and how burdensome Trunks' plight seemed, with the weight of the future resting solely on his shoulders. Some even jested that his name, Trunks, sounded like troublesome. The future was indeed fraught with challenges. "By the way, Mr. Jiun, I heard you were quite formidable. Many of Earth's foes have been vanquished by you?" Trunks inquired, hopeful that Jiun, being a Saiyan, could transform into a Super Saiyan. "Ah, it was merely a trivial effort, just a chance to stretch my muscles." Jiun smiled. Trunks, seeing Jiun's confident demeanor, became increasingly convinced. Before the androids emerged, the power of the Super Saiyan would render any adversary powerless. "Then, Mr. Jiun, please transform into a Super Saiyan and engage me in battle," Trunks declared with determination. Yearning for Jiun's strength to save the future, Jiun paused for a moment, then replied with a smile, "Of course, we can battle. But I shall forego the transformation. I fear my power would be too overwhelming and could inadvertently harm you." Yet, the smile on his face was tinged with awkwardness, for he was unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. The prerequisite for a Saiyan's transformation was fury, and Jiun, ever cheerful, found it quite challenging to summon anger. "Very well then, Mr. Jiun, be cautious." Trunks focused intently, unleashing an unparalleled energy that enveloped him in a golden aura, his hair standing upright, and his pupils shifting to a pale blue, radiating intensity as he gazed at Jiun. Witnessing this transformation, Jiun felt a surge of admiration. This was the legendary Super Saiyan, truly magnificent. As he contemplated, a powerful aura erupted from him as well. The Kaioken technique activated, and a crimson flame enveloped Jiun. The golden and red lights intertwined magnificently. Is this truly the strength of Mr. Jiun? Astonishing. Trunks gasped internally, realizing that Jiun had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. If he did, the ramifications would be unfathomable. The energy emanating from Jiun was beyond description, instantly captivating Trunks, who wanted to shout to the heavens, "Mother, our family has been saved." Seeing Trunks' ecstatic expression, Jiun shook his head in exasperation. It wasn't entirely his fault. Jiun had just received a system reward, doubling his combat power. Combined with the Kaioken's enhancement, it amounted to an astonishing 700 million. "Hey, kid, we can get started now," Jiun called out, noticing Trunks had yet to make a move. Trunks, roused from his reverie, promptly retracted his Super Saiyan form. "Fight? What is there to fight? With this level of power, two androids from the future wouldn't even be formidable opponents." Chapter 34. Traversing the future. Upon witnessing Trunks reverting from his transformation state, Jiun directly inquired, "What's the matter? Aren't we going to fight?" With a sheepish smile, Trunks scratched his head and replied, "No more fighting. Your strength is evident, and I realize that engaging in battle would be futile." "Very well then. What are your plans moving forward?" Jiun also relaxed from his Kaioken state, returning to his normal form. "With you here." Defeating the androids should be a piece of cake, right? If you can eliminate the androids here, the future will be peaceful, Trunks said cheerfully, seemingly filled with optimistic visions of what lay ahead. Hearing this, Jiun furrowed his brow, dousing the optimism with a splash of cold reality. You're being overly presumptuous. This timeline has no connection to yours anymore. Even if I were to vanquish the androids here, it wouldn't affect your future, would it? Jiun retorted, a hint of exasperation creeping into his tone. Even without his presence, the androids would still need to be dealt with by Trunks in the future. Trunks suddenly realized. His hopes dashed once again. Right, in the future, there's no Jiun. We aren't from the same timeline. What was I thinking? Jiun observed Trunks' despondent expression and felt a pang of sympathy. After all, the future was indeed a harsh place to navigate. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Ji-Yun's mind. Ding. Androids number 17 and number 18 are wreaking havoc in the future. Please make a choice. Choice 1. Respect history and let nature take its course. Reward, body fusion technique. Choice 2. Save the future and eliminate the androids. Reward, controllable Super Saiyan transformation. Upon hearing the second option, Ji-Yun's eyes widened in excitement. Wow, Super Saiyan, it has finally arrived. System, I choose option 2. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiun decisively opted for the latter. The allure of the Super Saiyan transformation was simply too enticing to contemplate otherwise. Cough, cough. After making his choice, Jiun noticed Trunks' sorrowful countenance and cleared his throat. Instantly, Trunks turned his gaze towards him. While we cannot alter history, I can assist you in eliminating the androids in the future. Jiun spoke earnestly, his face radiating a compassionate demeanor. Of course, all of this was feigned. A mere act to fulfill his mission. Can we really do that? Trunks' eyes sparkled with newfound hope as he excitedly asked, if we don't try, how will we know? Jiun shrugged nonchalantly in response. Given that the system had issued this task, it could only mean that it was feasible. That is wonderful. If we have Mr. Jiun, our future will be saved. Trunks exclaimed with enthusiasm, having experienced Ji-Yun's strength firsthand. He believed that dealing with the androids would be trivial if Ji-Yun could successfully accompany him to the future. Then let us proceed. I have matters to attend to. And it's best if we return swiftly. Ji-Yun stated casually. Yes. Trunks nodded solemnly. With that, the two of them leaped lightly and reappeared before the others. Everyone, I must accompany this young man for a while. The specifics will be explained by Piccolo. Ji-Yun addressed the crowd, leading Trunks directly into the time machine. Ji-Yun was well aware that Piccolo's unique auditory structure would ensure he overheard their conversation perfectly. Leaving the explanation to Piccolo was the most prudent course of action. As the machine ascended slowly into the sky, Trunks caught sight of his unfortunate father lying rigidly on the ground. Shock coursed through him as he stared blankly at the scene. Noticing Trunks' reaction, Ji-Yun spoke softly. Don't worry, Vegeta is fine. He has merely sustained minor injuries. As long as we find some senza beans, he'll be alright shortly. In truth, Jiun had senza beans on him, but he preferred to conserve them for the time being, as Vegeta was not in any immediate danger. Gradually regaining his composure, Trunks cast aside the troubling thoughts and piloted the machine, vanishing into the air. On Earth, the absence of Jiun and the young man left everyone in stunned silence. Unsure of what to make of it, their eyes turned towards Piccolo, feeling the weight of their gazes. Piccolo began to recount the young man's origins and the impending dangers facing Earth. The most astonishing revelation was that Jiun was also a Saiyan, a fact that left everyone in disbelief. As they processed this information, it became clear that accepting such news would take time. All right, everyone, we must begin our training, Goku declared, brimming with determination. It is better to believe than to disbelieve, Piccolo cautioned the group. Though the authenticity of the young man's words remained uncertain, it was wise to prepare, especially given the grim future he had described, where they would all perish. The thought alone was terrifying. I concur with Piccolo. If there are no further matters, I shall commence my rigorous training, Goku stated earnestly, feeling increasingly motivated by the growing gap between himself and Ji-Yun. With that, he departed the area without delay. We will take our leave as well. Farewell. Goodbye. One by one, the inhabitants of Earth began to leave, seeking their own training grounds to prepare for the battles ahead. However, amidst the departing crowd, one figure lay tragically unnoticed. Damn it, what about me? Vegeta struggled to utter. But alas, his voice went unheard. As the cold wind swept through the scene, he remained alone, a solitary figure amidst the chaos. The time machine swiftly transported them, without delay, landing gently in a desolate future, amidst ruins. Creak. The cabin door opened slowly. Jiun leaped out, surveying his surroundings intently. Ah, the future truly is a harsh realm for humanity. Jiun couldn't help but exclaim. Everywhere he looked, remnants of destruction and human remains littered the ground. Despite the sun shining, the sky appeared shrouded in a gray haze, giving the impression that Earth was on the brink of demise. Ah, I forgot, Trunks exclaimed, his expression darkening. The sudden outburst startled Jiun. What is the matter? What did you forget? He asked, placing a hand over his heart, trying to remain composed. Goku has a viral heart disease. I forgot to mention it earlier, and I neglected to bring the medication for him. Trunks explained, clearly frustrated. Jiun suddenly understood. Indeed. Goku had that ailment in the original storyline. It's all right. I can bring it back for him next time. Jiun replied with a gentle smile. Chapter 35, Bulma of the Future. Time and space. A sharp sound pierced the air. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, a bullet struck Jiun's cheek directly. What the hell is happening? Is there an ambush? Jiun lamented, rubbing his face. The bullet inflicted no harm upon his resilient body. It merely grazed his skin without causing pain. Everyone, do not fire. It is I, Tenix. Tenix offered an apologetic glance to Jiun and began calling out to those nearby. The world of the future was indeed merciless. People remained on high alert, wary of any suspicious occurrences, unwilling to let their guard down. It's Tenix. Tenix has returned. Everyone, remain calm. They are not enemies. One by one, the survivors hidden among the ruins began to emerge. All were in tattered clothing, their bodies dirty, faces etched with hardship. Tenix, my apologies. We did not recognize you. We saw two figures suddenly appear and instinctively took you for androids. An elderly man with white hair said sheepishly to Tenix. Not a problem, sir. It is an extraordinary time, and I completely understand. Jiun replied with a hint of resignation. Please, I was the one attacked. I should be the one receiving apologies. This is, the elderly man inquired reflexively. In this world, Tenix was the only powerful being. The rest were ordinary individuals. Had that bullet not struck Tenix, it would have either hit him or missed entirely. An ordinary person would have been finished with a single shot. Thus, they had not paid much attention to Jiun. Oh, allow me to introduce this gentleman, Mr. Jiun. He is a formidable ally I have brought from the past, stronger than I am. He can certainly defeat the androids. Tenix explained to the elderly man. As more and more people gathered, their skepticism grew when they heard that this young man was purportedly stronger than their savior, Tenix. How could this guy possibly be stronger than Tenix? A bearded middle-aged man questioned doubtfully. Please do not mislead us, Tenix. We have not lost our faith. The elderly man patted Tenix on the shoulder reassuringly. Indeed, as long as you are here, we shall fight against the androids to the end. Yes, to the end. To the end. The crowd echoed passionately. Wait, everyone, Mr. Jiun truly is. Tenix attempted to clarify, but Jiun tugged at his clothing, interrupting him. These individuals had lived through the apocalypse, their fear of the androids deeply ingrained, leaving them devoid of hope. If there had indeed been such a powerful person in the past, they would not be enduring such suffering. They were merely using him as a comforting notion. All right, everyone. Whether you believe it or not, I have come from the past to stand with you against the androids. Jiun declared with a smile, unfazed by their doubts. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Regardless of his strength, he had indeed come from the past to assist them. Very well, let us return for now. And then we will decide our next course of action. Tenix said helplessly. Let strength prove everything. The crowd seemed to accept Tenix's words. They then made their way toward the survivors' underground base. Approximately an hour later, they arrived at a concealed entrance. Cautiously, they descended the stairs. It is Lord Tenix returned. The children of the base rushed to greet their idol upon seeing him. Tenix mingled joyfully with the children, filling the otherwise dismal underground with an air of happiness. Meanwhile, Jiun surveyed his surroundings. The underground base was mostly filled with the weak, the elderly, and women and children, whose primary task was to provide logistical support for those fighting at the front lines. Mr. Jiun, let me take you to meet my mother, Tenix said, smiling as he approached Jiun. All right. Jiun nodded softly, his heart heavy with emotions. Ah, Bulma of this era. The two slowly made their way to the end of the base, where a brightly lit room stood. This was Bulma's laboratory, the only scientist of his time. Mom. I'm back. Tenix exclaimed cheerfully as he pushed open the door. Bulma, seated before a computer, paused her typing upon hearing Tenix's voice. Removing her glasses to gaze at her son with joy, Tenix has returned. How is it? Did you see your father in the past? Bulma smiled and asked. Yes, I did see him, but Tenanx hesitated for a moment. But what? Was your father too cold? Bulma replied, understandingly, reminiscing about the proud man who was difficult to approach. Listening to his mother, Tenanx recalled his encounter with Vegeta during his visit to the past. Everyone on Earth seemed to coexist peacefully, laughing and talking, while he alone lay beaten on the ground, ignored by all. Proud? He hardly seemed so. It was rather tragic. Mom, I didn't return to the past. The time machine brought me to a parallel universe. Tenanx interrupted Bulma's nostalgia to explain. Parallel universe? Bulma appeared perplexed, her brow furrowing slightly. This shouldn't have happened. She had confidence in her invention and believed it would not malfunction. By the way, Mom, let me introduce someone. This is Jiun, a powerful being from another parallel universe, exceptionally formidable. He came here with me on the time machine to help us. Tenanx gestured towards Jiun at the door. Only then did Bulma notice the figure standing at the entrance. Her furrowed brows relaxed, and she greeted him with a smile. Secretly, she thought to herself, it seemed the time machine had indeed malfunctioned. There was no one like him in the past. At that moment, Jiun found himself lost in thought, gazing at Bulma of this world, feeling a pang of sorrow. Though he knew this place had no connection to him, and this Bulma was from another timeline, he could not help but feel a twinge of compassion as he observed her weary face. Chapter 36. The Arrival of the Androids. What has happened to Mr. Jiun? This is my mother, Bulma. Are you not familiar with her in this timeline? Trunks gazed curiously at Jiun, who seemed momentarily lost in thought. Upon hearing Trunks' inquiry, Jiun smiled and replied, I am more than well acquainted with your mother. It's just a bit nostalgic. Your transformation is truly remarkable. Jiun's gaze softened as he looked at Bulma. Bulma brushed her hair back and shook her head with a hint of bitterness. In this world, merely surviving is already a stroke of good fortune. Jiun sighed, noting how much more mature this timeline's Bulma had become, devoid of the youthful demeanor she once possessed. How is the me from another world faring? Is she well? Bulma asked curiously. She was aware of parallel dimensions, even if their histories diverged. She is thriving in that world. I will ensure her safety, Jiun stated with unwavering resolve. Bulma regarded him with surprise. Such words were not typically spoken by acquaintances. Reflecting on Ji-Yun's complex gaze earlier, she smiled knowingly while discreetly admiring his appearance, pleased with the apparent taste of her counterpart in another timeline. Then you must take good care of her, Bulma said with a smile. I shall, Ji-Yun responded emphatically, vowing silently to protect his Bulma from any harm. Trunks, listening to their exchange, appeared bewildered. What does this mean? I'm still young, could you please clarify? And what about Vegeta? How is he? Bulma, as this timeline's version of herself, remained deeply concerned about Vegeta. He's doing quite well, unchanged as ever. Jiun pondered thoughtfully before responding. Bulma smiled upon hearing this. That's good, very good. It seems everyone is faring well in the other timeline. Trunks, however, regarded Jiun with skepticism. He had seen Vegeta's battered form. How could he be considered well? As the conversation unfolded, a sudden thud echoed from below. The room trembled, and the lights flickered ominously. Lord Trunks, the androids have arrived, a child exclaimed, bursting into the room in terror. Mr. Jiun. Trunks turned his gaze towards Jiun. Jiun exchanged a glance with Bulma, then spoke with steely determination. Let us go confront them. Despite having no personal ties to this timeline's Bulma, he could not bear the thought of her suffering. On the ground of the base, countless bullets rained down on two figures ahead. RPGs bombarded the area relentlessly. Fiery flames blazed amidst the ruins, filling the air with acrid smoke. Yet the two figures advanced boldly. A swarm of pathetic ants. A black-haired youth, with a center parting, sneered at the fiery chaos before him. He flicked his finger, unleashing an energy beam that swept forward. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions resonated, and countless lives were reduced to ashes. The cacophony of gunfire diminished significantly. Hey, number 17, you've killed too many. If you wipe them all out, what are we supposed to do for fun? A blonde girl complained. These two were the androids created by Dr. Gero, number 17 and number 18, the very architects of this world's descent into hell. No worries. If you don't kill enough, how will Trunks come out to play? We haven't had our fun with him in ages, number 17 smirked cruelly. This time, I want to be clear, Trunks is my prey, and you are not to interfere, number 18 declared, displeased. The last time they faced Trunks, number 17 had struck first, incapacitating him for 2 months and leaving her to find amusement in slaughtering regular people. Fine, this time I'll let you have him. I'll just take care of these minions, number 17 said cheerfully, launching another beam towards the remaining crowd. It's over, It's over. A resistance fighter cried in despair, clutching his head as the energy beam approached. In that instant, the fighters in the trench surrendered, their spirits extinguished, waiting quietly for death's arrival. After all, they were ordinary people, utterly incapable of resisting the androids' onslaught. Their long-standing hopes of defeating the androids had proven to be nothing more than self-deception. Every attack had resulted in devastating losses, often leaving no survivors. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted. Yet those in the trench remained unharmed. What is happening? The crowd murmured, peering over the edge. Trunks has arrived. Someone shouted excitedly, just as the energy beam was about to strike. Trunks and Jiun's timely intervention shielded the crowd from the attack. Ah, the little mouse has finally emerged, Number 17 remarked, displeased that his assault had been thwarted. At that moment, Trunks shimmered with golden light, having transformed into his Super Saiyan form. Androids, today marks your end, Trunks declared through clenched teeth, vowing that the harm they had inflicted upon humanity could only be repaid with death. Ha ha, is that so? You surely haven't forgotten how I made you look foolish last time, have you? Number 17 laughed mockingly at Trunks. Humph. Trunks scoffed, choosing not to retort. He knew that. By himself, he could not match them. Mr. Jiun, they are the ones. Trunks pointed at the androids. Understood. Jiun replied calmly, his gaze fixed on number 17 and number 18. It must be said, number 18 was indeed striking. Yet Jiun was painfully aware that the androids in this world had descended into utter malevolence, devoid of any humanity. So, you found allies? They don't seem very impressive, number 17 sneered coldly. In this world, they were the strongest, and no matter what allies Trunks procured, they would remain unmatched. Chapter 37. I prefer to kill with a dull knife, not impressive, but it's a toy nonetheless. I'll leave it to you, remarked Android 18 with a smile. There's nothing I can do. Hopefully, this trash will allow me to have some fun, Android 17 said helplessly, seemingly certain of his victory over Jiun. Hey, you over there. Your opponent is me. I can let you use one hand. But let me make this clear, if you don't make it entertaining for me, I'll resort to killing. Android 17 shouted at Jiun, his eyes brimming with mockery. This individual was exceedingly arrogant. Trunks clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could rush in and eliminate him right then and there. What's the matter, Trunks? You look like you're not satisfied. Why don't you two team up? I'll take you both down in one go. Android 17 said with a broad grin, reveling in the fury of others. The angrier they became, the more delighted he felt. 17, I said Trunks is mine. Don't overstep your bounds. Android 18 coldly warned Android 17. All right, I get it. Android 17 replied impatiently. Trunks, stay calm. Dealing with them shouldn't be difficult. Jiun spoke softly to Trunks. With his current strength, defeating these artificial beings would be effortless. However, if he were to kill them outright, it would be too merciful. As soon as Jiun's words fell, time seemed to momentarily halt in the vicinity. Yet, everyone present was oblivious to this suspension of time. You're all about to die, so stop fighting. Jiun's deep voice resonated behind androids 17 and 18. When did he? The two turned in shock. Jiun's frigid visage loomed before them. How fast? Trunks stammered in disbelief. Just moments ago. Jiun was conversing with him, yet in an instant, he had appeared behind the androids. This speed was beyond his comprehension. Exchanging glances, androids 17 and 18 quickly distanced themselves from one another, realizing that this newcomer was no friend. You've slaughtered all the good people, leaving only me, the ruthless one. Jiun's voice floated lightly behind them once more, akin to thunder on a clear day, exploding in their hearts. They turned again, finding Jiun's icy face unchanged. This can't be. Android 18 gasped, her gaze fixed firmly on Jiun. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he seemed to vanish into thin air. When he reappeared, he stood behind them. Die, you bastard. Android 17 yelled in a fit of rage, conjuring a wave of energy to hurl at Jiun. I'm right here. Where are you aiming? Jiun appeared beside Android 17, patting him on the shoulder. This. Android 17 looked as though he had seen a ghost, dread etched across his face. The energy wave had been instantaneously released, and despite his speed, he should have at least perceived the wave before dodging it. Yet, he had merely raised his hand when Jiun touched his shoulder. As if he were out of sync with the world, perpetually a beat behind. Don't look at me like that. I'm not a ghost. Jiun remarked nonchalantly at Android 17's expression. He had merely employed the technique of flash time. A mere 0.1 seconds may seem insignificant, but at his speed, It was ample time to execute an entire set of military-style punches, complete with a 360-degree flip. 18. Let us attack together. Android 17 gritted his teeth. Android 18's expression darkened considerably. This individual was too formidable. If they did not treat him seriously, their carefree existence might genuinely come to an end. Without delay, they swung their fists, preparing to launch a simultaneous assault on Jiun. Humph. Jiun scoffed and activated flash time once more. Before their attack could land, they were met with a barrage of punches from Jiun. Their fists froze mid-air, and soon after, they clutched their stomachs and collapsed to the ground. What just happened? How did the androids fall? Trunks licked his lips, disbelief filling his eyes. From his perspective, he only saw androids 17 and 18 attacking Jiun, who stood completely still. Their fists had simply halted in mid-air, as if they had suffered a crushing blow, collapsing to the floor. If it weren't for the circumstances, Trunks might have thought they were staging a fake fight. The androids were defeated? There might be hope after all. The surviving onlookers had been fixated on the battlefield. Upon witnessing the fall of androids 17 and 18, their eyes sparkled with joy. Trunks had not lied. This young man was indeed remarkable. Those who had previously doubted Jiun now wore expressions of shame. These were androids, after all. Never before had anyone been able to take them down, let alone both at once. It was as if a divine force had descended upon them. However, let us not celebrate too soon. They are not dead yet. Trunks maintained a solemn demeanor. So, what now? Do you wish to continue fighting? Jiun regarded the fallen duo with indifference. Is that all you've got? I expected more. Android 17 flipped over and stood once again. He hadn't quite understood how he had been defeated. He merely felt as if he had taken 100 punches to the chest and abdomen. Yet, such blows were insufficient to kill him. If your attacks are only at this level, you cannot hope to slay us. Android 18 slowly rose, a cold smile grazing her lips. Although she too was baffled by Ji-Yun's strange abilities, their recent experience indicated that he posed no genuine threat to them. Oh, is that so? Ji-Yun replied with a chilling laugh, his gaze laced with disdain. His base combat power stood at 70 million, capable of escalating to 700 million with the Kaioken technique. Eliminating both of them would be effortless. However, he refrained from doing so. You have inflicted so much suffering upon this world. Allowing you to perish so easily would be too lenient. Killing swiftly is gratifying, yet I prefer to utilize a dull knife to savor the process of your demise. Relishing your pain and the joy it brings me. Ji-Yun's expression morphed into that of a demon as he smiled chillingly. Chapter 38. Hold on. He asked, nearing his end upon hearing Ji-Yun's words. Number 18 felt a jolt of shock, involuntarily swallowing hard. She was utterly taken aback, believing that this individual was the true embodiment of a devil. Humph, how pretentious. Number 18, do not listen to his ramblings. This fellow possesses some peculiar skills, yet his offensive power is insufficient to harm us. As long as we endure until he exhausts his strength, we shall easily defeat him, Number 17 confidently asserted, seemingly having seen through Ji-Yun's ruse. Exhaling deeply, Number 18 composed herself, a cruel expression returning to her face. You speak rightly, Number 17. Our energy is boundless. Once this fellow's strength wanes, it will be his demise. Number 18 declared emphatically, completely convinced by Number 17's words. In that moment, both of them assumed a combat stance. Haha, confidence is indeed a virtue. Now, prepare to receive my relentless onslaught. Jiun remarked with a cold smile, taken aback by the duo's unwarranted optimism. Even faced with imminent doom, they continued to deceive themselves. Whoosh. Jiun struck once more. A mere 0.1 seconds later, the recently risen Number 17 and Number 18 were once again brought to the ground in pain, having yet to comprehend how Ji-Yun had executed his attack. Even from a distance, Tenanx, who was observing, focused entirely on Ji-Yun yet remained oblivious to the nature of his assaults. To Tenanx, Ji-Yun appeared to move not at all. How about it, Number 18? Am I not correct? This fellow cannot harm us at all. Number 17 managed to rise again. His voice strained. It seemed he truly was just bluffing. Number 18 also rose, her face contorted in fury. Although Ji-Yun's attacks had not inflicted tangible damage, the physical pain was still excruciating. Clap, clap, clap. Excellent, let us continue, Ji-Yun encouraged as he observed the two regain their footing. At the mention of continuing, their expressions shifted abruptly, hastily adopting defensive stances, hands raised protectively before them. Alas, they still fell once more, before their hands could fully shield their bodies. Ji-Yun unleashed a barrage of strikes upon them. By the time they were prepared, it was already too late. Are you both all right? Would you care for a brief respite? Jiun proposed, observing their disheveled state. Trembling, they managed to rise, their eyes ablaze with fury. Did you hear that? Number 18? He suggests we take a break. His stamina is nearly depleted. Let us hold on just a little longer. Once he exhausts himself, we shall revel in tormenting him. Number 17 gritted his teeth. If he were to unveil his clothing now, it would likely be a vivid shade of red. All right. Fine. Number 18 acquiesced, though with great reluctance. Jiun appeared somewhat speechless. With a base combat power of 70 million, at this rate, he could engage them for an entire month without fatigue. Very well, then let us proceed, Jiun remarked, seeing their unwavering determination, choosing not to waste further words. Thud, thud, thud for half an hour. Jiun relentlessly battered them. They continued to rise and fall, repeating their futile motions. Ultimately, after yet another assault from Jiun, they could no longer stand. On Tenang's side, what was he doing? Why not simply eliminate the androids? A murmur of confusion arose among the crowd. This query resonated with nearly everyone present. The androids had been knocked down so many times, why not finish them off at once? I believe I understand, Tenang spoke, his voice slightly subdued. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him, eager to grasp his insight. I have witnessed Mr. Ji-Yun's true power. With his capabilities, he could instantaneously annihilate the androids. However, he refrains from doing so, wishing instead to prolong their suffering. His current actions serve as a catharsis for us living beings. Tenanx explained. Though he did not comprehend Ji-Yun's methods, he felt a surge of satisfaction witnessing the androids' disarray, recalling those who had perished due to their hands, his father, whom he had never met, and his mentor, Gohan. You may rest now. Tenanx closed his eyes, silently praying for the souls of the departed. Observing Tenanx's expression, the crowd was moved, each reminiscing about their own lost loved ones. In a moment of collective grief, they embraced, lamenting the end of their suffering. You truly are too fragile. Shall I suggest you rise and endure a little longer? It would be a pity to give up now. Ji-Yun harshly taunted the two. They were now utterly miserable, mistakenly believing Ji-Yun's attacks could not harm them, yet they were, in fact, suffering a slow, torturous demise. I refuse to accept this. Let us engage in a fair fight. Number 17 proclaimed in anguish. The peculiarity of Ji-Yun's abilities was overwhelming, and he felt on the verge of being driven to despair. Are you certain? Ji-Yun inquired coolly, wishing to prolong their torment for a few more days. Humph. What's wrong? Are you frightened? Number 17 scoffed, believing that in a direct confrontation, he would easily subdue Ji-Yun and reclaim his dominion over this world. How amusing. It seems you still fail to grasp your predicament. Very well, I shall accompany you on your journey. Ji-Yun sneered, completely dismissing number 17. It is you who does not understand your situation. Number 17 retorted confidently, leaping to his feet, rejuvenated. He cast a glance at the nearby Tenanx. A cold smirk forming within his heart. Tenanx, once I vanquish this detestable wretch, I shall ensure you suffer tenfold for all that I have endured today. He attributed all his current misfortunes to Tenanx. Were it not for this scoundrel's interference, he and number 18 would not be facing such humiliation. You may strike first. I fear that should I attack, you will have no opportunity left. Ji-Yun replied nonchalantly, yet his words dripped with arrogance. You will come to regret this. Number 17's eyes gleamed with malice. With a final phrase, he lunged toward Ji-Yun, his hardened fist aimed directly at Ji-Yun's contemptible face. Boom. A powerful shockwave erupted beneath them, the ground beginning to fracture. Yet, the outcome number 17 had envisioned did not materialize. Ji-Yun, enveloped in a crimson aura, gazed at him with an impassive expression. Chapter 39. A joyful gathering. What? Seeing that Ji-Yun was unscathed, number 17 was taken aback. Was that all there was to it? Ji-Yun inquired with an indifferent tone. One must not become overly complacent. Number 17 retorted defiantly, clenching his teeth. Drink. At that moment, a wave of energy struck Ji-Yun's fist with full force. A radiant golden aura enveloped Ji-Yun's entire head. This can't be real. Number 17 exclaimed in disbelief, taking a few steps back as he realized his attack had utterly failed against Ji-Yun. He remained unscathed, standing there resolutely. Are you merely trying to dry my hair? It seems your wind lacks sufficient strength, Ji-Yun remarked nonchalantly, further diminishing number 17's confidence. At this point, number 17 was rendered speechless, unsure of how to proceed. The situation had slipped entirely from his grasp. Now it is my turn to perform, Ji-Yun declared slowly. A wave of anxiety surged within number 17. Ji-Yun's voice sounded as foreboding as death itself. as if he might claim his life in the next heartbeat. Panicking, number 17 turned to flee, but before he could fully pivot, Jiun was already behind him, firmly gripping his arm. Didn't you say this technique was unnecessary? Number 17 stammered in fear, feeling utterly lost. This is merely my ordinary speed, Jiun replied calmly. Simultaneously, Jiun extended his other hand before him. No. You cannot kill me. I do not wish to die. Number 17 was now completely frantic, his eyes filled with terror at the thought of death. After years of inflicting suffering upon others, relishing the struggle of his prey, he found himself transformed into the hunted. Boom. A burst of light erupted from Ji-Yun's hand. Number 17 let out a deafening scream. The wails gradually diminished as Ji-Yun observed the figure vanishing within the glow, his eyes devoid of any sympathy. Number 17's entire body was obliterated, leaving only an arm, which Ji-Yun held in his grasp. Casually discarding the severed limb, Ji-Yun turned to face number 18, who remained on the ground. Speak. How would you prefer to meet your end? Ji-Yun asked coolly. He had a fondness for number 18. Yet this version of her was a complete lunatic without a shred of decency. Are we wrong for engaging in what we enjoy? Number 18 glared at Ji-Yun with venomous eyes, showing no sign of remorse for her actions. Alas, Ji-Yun sighed, seemingly at a loss for how to remedy number 18's irredeemable state. He pondered how, despite being fellow artificial beings, this version of number 18 could be so utterly devoid of reason. Growing weary of her banter, he pointed a finger at her, releasing a beam of laser energy that struck her with precision. Bang! An explosion reverberated through the air, and number 18 was similarly annihilated, leaving only a small crater in her place. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward, controllable Super Saiyan transformation. The system's voice echoed in Ji-Yun's mind. The artificial beings are dead. Those who had been observing this scene erupted into jubilant cheers. In an instant, the once desolate environment was filled with the sounds of celebration. The reign of fear had come to an end, and a beautiful future was poised to begin. Trunks bounded joyfully to Ji-Yun's side, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Ji-Yun. You are our great benefactor. There is no need for such formality. This was simply a promise I made to you, Ji-Yun replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Trunks need not be so grateful, as Ji-Yun's actions were driven by the requirements of his mission. Even without his intervention, Trunks would have eradicated the androids himself. Thank you, Mr. Jiun. Thank you. Amidst the cheers, the crowd did not forget to express their gratitude to Ji-Yun, the true savior of humanity. Some were overwhelmed with excitement, radiating joy, while others wept tears of relief. In the underground base, news of this momentous victory spread quickly. Gradually, those who had been hidden away began to emerge from the depths. Gazing up at the long-cherished sky, their hearts swelled with emotion. Trunks. Bulma too received the joyful news and, following the throng, stepped out of the underground base. Spotting Trunks and Ji-Yun in the distance, she called out happily, Mother, this is wonderful. We can finally live in peace. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Trunks leaped into Bulma's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. You've endured so much. Bulma gazed at Trunks with gentle eyes, her hands soothing his back. Mr. Ji-Yun, thank you for everything you have done, she added, not forgetting to express her gratitude to Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun simply nodded with a smile. Mr. Ji-Yun, if you have no other engagements, please consider staying in our world for a few more days so we may properly show our appreciation, Trunks said, wiping his tears and extending an invitation. Ji-Yun pondered for a moment before silently nodding. Very well, since I have nothing pressing today, I shall remain here for a few days. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's response, Trunks appeared elated. To be in the company of such a formidable warrior, he was eager to learn a few techniques in the coming days. In truth, Ji-Yun had his own intentions. Having just acquired the Super Saiyan transformation, he saw this as an opportunity to fully acclimate to his new abilities. Trunks would indeed serve as an excellent sparring partner. Days later, boom. The sound of thunderous explosions echoed from a mountain miles away as Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, engaging in a spirited exchange of blows with Ji-Yun. Bang! A violent explosion erupted, propelling the two apart. I can't keep up. Mr. Ji-Yun, your strength is overwhelming. Trunks wiped the sweat from his brow, panting heavily. Noticing Trunks was utterly exhausted, Ji-Yun promptly released his Kaioken technique. By the way, Mr. Ji-Yun, you mentioned you are also a Saiyan. Can you transform into a Super Saiyan and demonstrate that red glowing technique? I am eager to witness the full extent of your power, Trunks asked, despite having already been bested. His curiosity piqued about Ji-Yun's true abilities. You wish to know? Jiun replied with a mysterious smile. Yes, yes. Trunks perked up, nodding earnestly. Very well. Allow me to show you, Jiun said slowly. In truth, he too was eager to discover just how formidable his full strength could be. Chapter 40. The pinnacle of Ji-Yun's power. Ji-Yun held his breath, focusing intently as a swirling vortex began to form beneath his feet, stirring the wild grass below. Ah! Ha! He let out a low, resonant roar. A tremendous aura erupted from his being, transforming the clear sky into a tempest of dark clouds. Accompanied by flashes of lightning and claps of thunder, Ji-Yun's hair began to stand on end. The intensity of his presence was staggering. Trunks stared wide-eyed, astonished by Ji-Yun's transformation. Huh! Ji-Yun shouted once more, and radiant golden light began to emanate from his surroundings. Brilliant beams shot from his body, accompanied by a crackling noise. At this moment, Ji-Yun's black pupils vanished, leaving only the whites of his eyes, presenting a truly terrifying visage. His hair transformed into a unique yellow-green hue typical of a Super Saiyan transformation. Jiun, sir. Trunks gulped nervously, speaking in hushed tones, overwhelmed by fear. He had already transformed into a Super Saiyan, not only to defend himself against Ji-Yun's formidable force but also in response to the sheer terror Ji-Yun now exuded. His current form was so fearsome it resembled the emergence of a demon lord, making it impossible to approach. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Ji-Yun's pupils returned, his expression softening to a more familiar state, appearing considerably more composed than before. Phew. Thankfully, I have mastered the controlled version of the Super Saiyan transformation. I almost lost myself to my own power. Ji-Yun mused, acknowledging the overwhelming might of the Super Saiyan bloodline. Are you all right now, Ji-Yun, sir? Trunks cautiously inquired, finally understanding why Ji-Yun had once expressed concern over losing control of this immense power during his transformation. The fear induced merely by the aura radiating from Ji-Yun was palpable. Nothing too serious, just that this power is somewhat challenging to manage, Ji-Yun replied nonchalantly. The energy within him was indeed domineering. It was no wonder that in the original narrative, Broly, upon becoming a Super Saiyan, seemed to lose his sanity entirely, attacking indiscriminately without distinguishing friend from foe. Jiun, sir, to what extent has your strength reached now? Trunks asked curiously, feeling a sense of relief as Ji-Yun appeared to regain his composure. Strength, you say? Ji-Yun narrowed his eyes, hesitating to respond immediately. He was unsure of his current power level, as without an equally formidable opponent, it was difficult to gauge accurately. It is challenging to quantify at the moment. Jiun contemplated before voicing his thoughts. In the narrative, Broly could contend with Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta and Goku in his base form. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, only the combined might of Goku and Vegeta could match him. This alone illustrated the ferocity of such a bloodline. Jiun hesitated to claim that he possessed similar strength, as his foundational combat power was not exceptionally high. Truly remarkable, Trunks exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Feeling Ji-Yun's overwhelming aura, he likened himself to a mere leaf adrift on an ocean, while Ji-Yun was an unfathomable expanse, akin to an abyss. Trunks pondered. If he had possessed such formidable strength in the past, perhaps the world would not have descended into such tragedy. Simultaneously, he lamented the unfairness of fate. In a world so similar, why was he devoid of a powerhouse like Ji-Yun? Regardless of how formidable I am, what do you think of my current appearance? Jiun inquired with curiosity. Beyond the explosive power, he was also quite concerned with his outward image. Alas, without a mirror. He regretted not being able to behold his own grandeur. Previously, Jiun could be described in 2 words, handsome. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, he could be characterized as imposing. Trunks praised with a smile. His compliments were not mere flattery, but conclusions drawn from careful observation. However, Trunks paused slightly. Upon hearing the initial praise, Ji-Yun felt gratified, but the subsequent caused a moment of alarm. What is it? Ji-Yun asked anxiously. Your hair is quite unique. Upon transforming, mine turns a golden hue, yet yours retains a hint of green. Is this the color of hair when one reaches your level of power? Trunks chuckled, simultaneously posing his own question. Upon hearing Trunks' explanation, Ji-Yun's expression faltered. He had completely overlooked the fact that the hair color following a Super Saiyan transformation differed from that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. My hair. It does have a slight green tint. This is somewhat unsettling, Jiun thought. Ahem, perhaps it is simply a matter of individual physiology, unrelated to power, he suggested, attempting to quell his unease. Yet, deep down, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction, as a traveler from another world. He had always believed that green hair could not signify anything positive. Oh, I see, Trunks nodded, accepting the explanation without further scrutiny. Jiun, sir? Why not try the technique again? Trunks inquired eagerly, referring to the tenfold Kaioken technique Jiun had previously employed. Very well. Jiun cast aside his scattered thoughts. Speaking with conviction, he too was eager to discover the extent of his power while utilizing the tenfold Kaioken. Tenfold Kaioken, Jiun roared. Instantly, the mountain beneath them crumbled. A tempest swirled ominously, dark clouds gathering as golden lightning struck from the heavens. The earth fractured, and the seas raged against the shores. In mere moments, the entire planet trembled, echoing a cacophony of distress, seemingly in fear of the power Jiun exuded. Jiun, sir, Trunks exclaimed in horror, realizing that if this continued, the planet might face annihilation. Just as Trunks was engulfed in dread, the apocalyptic scene abruptly ceased, and the earth fell silent once more. Jiun was now enveloped in a fiery crimson aura, encapsulating the yellow-green energy and his entire form within. How astonishing! Trunks was left utterly speechless, as Jiun's power continually exceeded his understanding. If he had felt like a leaf on an ocean before, now he perceived himself as a mere speck of dust in the cosmos, even less than dust itself. Is this truly the extent of my power? Jiun gazed at his hands, murmuring softly. Then, with a casual flick of his wrist towards the sky, a violent storm erupted, sweeping across the land. And fissures began to appear in the very fabric of space. This spectacle was merely the consequence of a light gesture. Chapter 41. Another little bug. Trunks had long been spellbound by the scene before him. Is this truly something a human can accomplish? A mere wave of the hand, and such immense power is unleashed. What might happen if one were to strike with full force? Trunks, a little bug has emerged, Jiun said with a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Huh, what little bug? Trunks inquired. A look of confusion etched on his face from Ji-Yun's cryptic words. Fear not, you will soon find out. Place your hand upon me, and I shall take you to see it, Ji-Yun replied with a gentle smile. Though uncertain, Trunks complied with Ji-Yun's request, resting his hand on Ji-Yun's shoulder. Ji-Yun then placed his fingers on his forehead and activated instant transmission. In an instant, their forms vanished, leaving only a scattering of rubble behind. In a dilapidated cave, Trunks and Ji-Yun materialized in this location. Where is this? Trunks surveyed the collapsed cave, clearly puzzled as to why Ji-Yun had brought him here. If my guess is correct, this should be Dr. Gero's former laboratory, Ji-Yun explained calmly. The effects of the Kaioken X10 and Super Saiyan state were also dispelled. How do you know? Trunks asked, astonished. He was well aware of Dr. Gero's name, the creator of the androids that dealt devastating blows to humanity. In a sense, this man was a historic villain among humans. Did I not say? It's merely a guess. Jiun chuckled softly. In truth, Jiun was unaware of the actual location of Dr. Gero's laboratory. However, when he had just transformed into his Super Saiyan and utilized the Kaioken, his senses had reached their zenith. He intuitively felt a chaotic energy nearby, one that was about to manifest. Let us wait here for a moment. Perhaps the little bug I mentioned will soon appear. Jiun continued with a smile. Oh. Trunks scratched his head, still somewhat bewildered. As time passed, the two waited at the cave's entrance for approximately 10 minutes. Suddenly, the stones on the ground began to tremble, and the lifeless desolation was suddenly infused with a powerful, familiar, and malevolent energy. What is this? Trunks felt a jolt of surprise, realizing that a formidable being was hidden here. Indeed, just as I suspected, Jiun remarked with a serene smile. With only Trunks remaining as Earth's strongest warrior, and this energy being so disordered, the identity of its master was all too evident to a knowledgeable time traveler. Boom! The mountain began to slide. The massive boulders covering the cave's entrance erupted into dust, causing the cave to collapse. Suddenly, a blinding white light shot skyward. The fallen stones were struck by waves of force, causing them to defy gravity and slowly float upwards. Ha ha ha! I, Cell, have finally emerged. A grotesque green creature leaped forth, laughing maniacally. This hideous being was none other than Cell, one of the main antagonists of the ensuing saga. This energy, Krillin, Piccolo, and Gohan. Trunks felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He sensed the presence of many familiar warriors who had perished on Earth. Mr. Jiun, what exactly is this creature? Why does it carry the essence of everyone? Trunks pressed on, his emotions appearing somewhat unstable. This creature is likely another of Dr. Gero's creations. From what I gathered, it is named Cell. It seems to have been synthesized using the essence of all the strongest warriors on Earth, which is why it feels so familiar. Jiun vaguely explained. Although there were some discrepancies in the actual creation process, it was not far from the truth. There is no need for an elaborate explanation. After all, this creature won't last long. There's no point in wasting words. So that's how it is. That bastard Dr. Gero is truly unforgivable. Trunks clenched his fist in anger, his gaze fixed with enmity upon Cell. In his eyes, the androids created by Dr. Gero had wrought immense disaster upon Earth. The Cell before him was undoubtedly no exception, and indeed, the unique circumstances had forged Trunks into a decisive warrior. Thus, barring any unforeseen events, Cell was doomed. Trunks, how did you end up here? And who are you? Cell noticed the two and accurately called out Trunks' name. Cell was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Trunks to be present. Did the androids not concern him? Or had the androids already been? Upon this realization, Cell's heart raced, and he hastily continued, "Where are androids 17 and 18? They're waiting for you in hell." Trunks retorted sharply. In the next moment, golden energy enveloped him, his hair transforming once more into a brilliant gold as he assumed his Super Saiyan form. He charged directly towards Cell. Not good. Cell's heart sank in alarm. Realizing that androids 17 and 18 had been defeated by Trunks, he never anticipated that Trunks would attack without a moment's hesitation. Cell hastily defended himself. But in the blink of an eye, Trunks severed one of Cell's arms. "You wretched fool." Cell snarled, his expression twisted with fury. He was currently at a significant disadvantage, and having been caught off guard, he found himself in a precarious predicament. "Take this." Seeing his attack succeed, Trunks pressed forward relentlessly, not allowing Cell a moment to breathe. "Wait, Trunks." Cell called out, realizing he had no choice but to relent, for he did not wish to meet his demise so soon after his emergence. Unfortunately, Trunks showed no signs of abating his assault. Instead, his strikes grew sharper and more lethal, leaving Cell struggling to keep up. "At least let me finish my words. Trunks, I am not yet at my full strength. Defeating me now would mean nothing. If you have the courage, wait for a while, and I assure you, I shall become stronger. At that time, we can engage in a proper battle." Cell attempted to negotiate amidst the flurry of conflict, clearly overwhelmed. Chapter 42. Trunks vs. Cell. Cell's thoughts were straightforward. He intended to exploit the Saiyans' arrogance, pride, and combative nature to seek a glimmer of hope. Within Cell resided the genes of a Saiyan, granting him a profound understanding of their temperament. By merely suggesting that he could become even stronger, he was confident he could provoke the Saiyans' warrior spirit. Although Trunks' recent tone suggested that androids 17 and 18 had likely been vanquished, as long as there remained a sliver of hope, he could devise another plan. "Huh? Do you take me for a fool?" Trunks scoffed, his gaze laden with murderous intent. The creature's power had already become formidable. If he were to grow stronger still, Trunks would soon find himself outmatched. The hard-won peace that humanity had so eagerly anticipated would be lost. With this thought, Trunks pressed on, his attacks growing fiercer and his energy swelling. Today, he must extinguish this monster in its cradle. What is happening? Cell struggled to fend off Trunks' strikes. As he sensed Trunks' escalating energy, he cursed under his breath. Wasn't he had said that Saiyans were a warrior race? Was it not true that they thrived against formidable foes? Why, in my current weakened state, does this wretched being seem to grow stronger with each exchange? Cell's assessment was not erroneous. The Saiyans were indeed innately combative. However, he had encountered the singular Saiyan who did not embody this trait, Trunks. Having endured countless trials, Trunks had evolved beyond the typical Saiyan disposition. The arrogance and hubris embedded in his genes had been tempered by life as hardships. With a sharp sound, a blade sliced through flesh. "Ah!" A pained cry escaped Cell as Trunks' sword severed a piece of flesh from his ribcage. Purple blood dripped onto the ground, creating crimson splatters. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Cell retreated several steps, momentarily escaping Trunks' assault. If this continued, he would surely perish here. Nearby, Jiun observed the battle intently. "Wow, Trunks really knows how to strike hard. I admire that spirit." Jiun smiled, his eyes filled with praise for Trunks. If one were to inquire about his favorite character in Dragon Ball, Trunks would undoubtedly be among them. The reason was simple. He cherished Trunks' no-nonsense demeanor and decisive nature. Goku was excessively kind-hearted, and at times, not particularly astute. Vegeta's prideful and reckless disposition made him notoriously arrogant. Were it not for the protagonist's halo, they would have met their demise countless times, and the story would have ended long ago. Back on the battlefield, beads of cold sweat trickled down Cell's forehead as he gasped for breath. "Trunks, I bear no grudge against you. I have committed no wrongs. Why do you insist on pursuing me?" Driven to desperation, Cell raised his voice in protest. He was aware that Trunks possessed a trace of human blood. Humans, by nature, were benevolent. Perhaps if he articulated his case compellingly, Trunks might spare him. But you have committed wrongs. Once you cross that line, it will be too late. Trunks replied coldly. He had grown weary of his previous existence and could not believe that Dr. Gero had created such a monstrosity for the betterment of humanity. Upon hearing Trunks' response, Jiun nodded in satisfaction. He refrained from intervening in Cell's plight, eager to witness how Trunks would handle the situation. The outcome did not disappoint him. Truly, Trunks was his favorite character. Of course, this was secondary. The primary concern was the dam system that had failed to issue any tasks. Thus, he resolved to stand by and enjoy the unfolding drama. Damn it, am I truly doomed? Cell murmured bitterly, his hands instinctively clenching tighter. He had grand ambitions to conquer Earth and the universe. How could he simply accept death? Unwilling to concede, he began to rage impotently within. Cell, you might as well resign yourself to your fate. If you seek someone to blame, direct your ire towards Dr. Gero, the architect of your existence. Trunks remarked with a detached gaze. He readied his sword, channeling all his energy for a decisive strike. Feeling the oppressive intensity of Trunks' gaze, Cell trembled. Realizing that in the forthcoming exchange, his demise was all but assured. Suddenly, Cell recalled the young man accompanying Trunks. He cast a furtive glance at Jiun, whose appearance left no impression in his mind. The energy emanating from him was feeble. He appeared to be merely an ordinary earthling. It was clear that Trunks held this individual in high regard. If Trunks, die, he bellowed, launching himself at Trunks with his sword aimed at Cell's neck. Realizing Cell's intention, Trunks hesitated momentarily, confused by his actions. What is he doing? In an instant, Cell veered behind Jiun. His sharp claws poised menacingly above Ji-Yun's head, ready to strike at any moment. Trunks, if you wish for him to live, release me. I swear. I will not harm him in the slightest. A grin of triumph spread across Cell's face as he reveled in his cunning plan. He calculated that if he successfully escaped, he would vanish into the shadows and return to exact vengeance when the time was right. Trunks observed the unfolding scene with a bemused expression, gazing at Cell as if he were a fool. To take Ji-Yun hostage, what sort of madness was this Cell exhibiting? Though Ji-Yun was in a precarious situation, he remained unperturbed, even suppressing a chuckle. So, that's what you were thinking when you glanced my way earlier. Very well, if that's the case. Allow me to accompany you on your journey. It would be a shame for you to leave this world without a proper farewell. Chapter 43. Upon contemplating this, Ji-Yun shook his head with a resigned smile. Wait a moment. Trunks, sensing the gravity of the situation from Ji-Yun's gesture, called out urgently. Hee, I see you're afraid. If you understand, then step aside. I assure you, I won't trouble this young man. Cell chuckled sinisterly, secretly reveling in his own wisdom. It seemed that this individual held significant importance in Trunks' heart. Thanks to his astute decision-making, he had avoided a disastrous misstep. Trunks, hearing Cell's words, felt a wave of exasperation. Who told you that? He rolled his eyes at Cell before turning to Ji-Yun and asked, Mr. Ji-Yun, may I take it upon myself to end this monster's life? Ji-Yun regarded Trunks' resolute gaze before nonchalantly shrugging his shoulders. Very well, this fellow is yours to deal with. Ji-Yun understood Trunks' sentiments. Both the androids and Cell were creations of Dr. Gero, who was now deceased, having met his demise at the hands of his own abominations. With the androids already eliminated by Ji-Yun, only Cell remained, and Trunks hoped to save this broken world through his own strength. Thank you, Mr. Ji-Yun. Trunks expressed his gratitude, his eyes resolute as he fixed his gaze upon Cell, ready to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Cell was caught in a state of bewilderment. What does this mean? Just as Cell struggled to comprehend the situation, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, akin to being struck by a punch. Ji-Yun, having disappeared from beneath his claws, reappeared on a nearby hillside. No, it can't be. How could he move so swiftly? Cell exclaimed in disbelief, staring wide-eyed at the spot where Ji-Yun had just vanished. That previous blow had indeed been dealt by Ji-Yun, who had utilized his instant transmission technique to strike Cell's abdomen unawares and then leap away from the battlefield. Cell, cease your futile struggles. Holding Mr. Ji-Yun hostage? How audacious of you. Had I not intervened, you would have been reduced to ashes long ago. But now, your end is nigh. Trunks declared disdainfully. You dare provoke Jiun? Truly, you are like an old man consuming arsenic, inviting death. Cell stared incredulously at the composed Jiun, who stood regally atop the hillside, exuding an aura reminiscent of a master. Huh, Trunks shouted, seizing the opportunity as he charged at Cell, who suddenly snapped back to reality. In a flurry of panic, Cell attempted to defend against Trunks' assault. Unfortunately, Trunks had the advantage, striking swiftly and decisively with 3 or 4 thrusts of his sword. In an instant, purple blood splattered everywhere, glistening vividly in the sunlight. "Stop, Trunks. I beg you, spare me. I promise I will no longer commit any wrongdoings." Cell, battered and on the verge of defeat, pleaded desperately. Yet Trunks, undeterred, continued his relentless assault. "Your assurances hold no weight. Only your death guarantees safety," he retorted firmly. He was no longer the boy he once was, having lost all trust in the words of his adversaries due to the pressures of life. Before long, Trunks' sword was drenched in blood, and Cell lay on the brink of death, his body ravaged and battered from the relentless onslaught. Despite possessing abilities akin to Piccolo's, Cell, now gravely weakened, could no longer mend his shattered form. "Rest assured, you shall soon meet Dr. Gero. You can inquire why he created you, subjecting you to such suffering," Trunks remarked coldly. As his words fell, Trunks stomped the ground with one foot, causing the earth to tremble and launch the incapacitated Cell into the air like a springboard. With no strength to resist, Cell could only submit to his fate. Magic flash," Trunks intoned solemnly, crossing his arms above his head to unleash a golden energy wave that soared skyward, hurtling directly towards Cell. This move, taught to him by his dear friend and respected mentor, Gohan, was executed with all the strength Trunks could muster, making it all the more radiant. With a thunderous explosion, Cell was obliterated before he could even utter a cry, reduced to nothingness amidst the brilliant fireworks. In that moment, Trunks seemed to glimpse Gohan's smiling face. On the hillside, Jiun exhaled a sigh of relief as he witnessed Cell's destruction. He knew that within Cell's being lay a unique cell that, if not eradicated, could allow him to resurrect using the abilities of the Namekians. With Cell completely annihilated, Jiun felt a weight lift from his heart and couldn't help but admire Trunks' reliability. He then placed a hand on his head and instantly teleported to Trunks' side. "All threats on Earth have been neutralized. Let us return," Jiun said with a smile, patting Trunks on the arm. "All right," Trunks replied gleefully, nodding as he placed his hand once more on Jiun's shoulder, his eyes filled with respect for Jiun. Without him, humanity would have faced countless tribulations. Just like with Cell, had it not been for Mr. Jiun's awareness of his presence, the hard-won peace would have once again plunged into chaos, prolonging the crisis on Earth. From this moment on, Jiun's significance in Trunks' heart had risen to a level second only to Bulma and Gohan. With a swift motion, Jiun activated his instant transmission, and the two departed from the scene. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a city bustling with rebuilding efforts. Walking side by side on the newly leveled ground, they were met with warm and respectful gazes from the people around them. Some even enthusiastically greeted them, inviting the two to their homes, though they graciously declined each offer. "Trunks, I have been here for quite some time. It is time for me to take my leave," Jiun remarked as they strolled through the now tranquil future. Chapter 44, Reluctant Stay and Training with Trunks. Upon hearing those words, Trunks was momentarily taken aback before he slowly replied, "Mr. Jiun, are you not staying a few more days?" Trunks felt a twinge of reluctance. After spending several days together, he had unconsciously come to regard Jiun as family. The sudden prospect of departure left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Time had already been delayed, and there were numerous matters requiring his attention in his own world. "I need to return soon to make some preparations," Jiun said with a serene smile. You are right," Trunks nodded slightly, understanding that Jiun could not remain in this world indefinitely. "All right, let us head back and let my mother prepare the time machine," Trunks said with a relieved smile. The two walked down the street, conversing and laughing merrily. Before long, they arrived at Trunks' new home. At that moment, Bulma was intently focused on her computer, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. The table was strewn with numerous blueprints, primarily concerning urban infrastructure plans. As the sole scientist in this world, she had an abundance of work ahead of her. "Mom, we're back," Trunks called out loudly. They then pushed the door open and entered. "Oh, Trunks has returned. Please find a place to sit. We'll chat shortly," Bulma replied without turning her head, her eyes glued to the computer screen, wholly absorbed in her work. "Mom, it's like this. Mr. Jiun is leaving," Trunks stated directly. The clattering of the keyboard abruptly ceased. Bulma stood up and turned to face Jiun's direction. "What is the matter, Jiun? Are you not staying a few more days?" Bulma asked with a smile. "I've already been here long enough. It's time for me to return." Jiun gently shook his head, smiling faintly. He indeed felt a yearning for home, especially upon seeing Bulma at that moment. The longing was quite intense, and he couldn't help but wonder how his own Bulma was faring. Bulma noticed Jiun's eagerness to return, yet she delivered news that would disappoint him. I'm sorry, Jiun. Although you wish to leave promptly, I must inform you that the fuel for the time machine is insufficient. If you wish to return, you may not be able to access your previous timeline. Bulma said slowly. She had reached this conclusion only after examining the time machine. Upon hearing this, Jiun felt a weight in his heart. He slowly inquired, is there no way to replenish the fuel? He remembered that the time machine's fuel could be refilled. It can be replenished. But the fuel is exceedingly rare and requires a lengthy processing time, approximately 7 to 8 months. Bulma adjusted her glasses and clarified Jiun's concerns. 7? 8 months? Jiun was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a lengthy duration. Yes, therefore, it may be necessary for you to stay in this timeline a while longer. I will do my utmost to prepare the fuel as quickly as possible, Bulma stated earnestly. She had checked the time machine as soon as Trunks returned and had discovered the fuel deficiency. Since then, she had been diligently addressing this issue. Ah, very well then. I appreciate your efforts, Bulma. Jiun sighed helplessly. He realized that there was little he could do but wait. His only concern was that nothing untoward should happen in the world he had left behind during his absence. Rest assured, I will prepare the fuel as swiftly as I can, Bulma assured Jiun, then set aside her current tasks to focus entirely on fuel production. Mr. Jiun, it seems you will have to stay a little longer, Trunks said cheerfully. He was not expressing schadenfreude but rather genuine reluctance to see Jiun leave. It appears so. Jiun raised an eyebrow, feeling quite resigned. At this moment, he could only hope for a swift resolution to the fuel issue with the time machine. As time passed day by day, half a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. Jiun began to acclimatize to this world, feeling a slight sense of comfort upon witnessing the people settling into their routines. Mr. Jiun, shall we continue our training today? Trunks, ever by Jiun's side, inquired. Certainly. It is imperative to maintain our strength to face unforeseen crises, Jiun replied gravely. During this time, Jiun did not idly wait, but chose to train diligently. Trunks, initially seeking some relaxation, found his motivation renewed by Jiun's relentless efforts. The two engaged in rigorous training and sparring, both making significant progress. All right. Trunks responded with unwavering determination. Throughout their exchanges, Trunks' strength steadily increased, seemingly reaching the pinnacle of Super Saiyan. Upon hearing Trunks' response, Jiun wasted no time and launched into an attack. Trunks, refusing to be complacent, quickly transformed into Super Saiyan to meet the challenge. The two became a whirlwind of motion, their forms barely visible amidst the chaos. Thuds echoed through the air as their strikes collided. Trunks, you've shown notable improvement lately, Jiun said with a grin. Yet his blows showed no sign of relent. Mr. Jiun, you are impressive as well, Trunks replied, aware that Jiun was not exerting his full power, neither employing Super Saiyan nor the tenfold Kaioken, but merely relying on his base strength. Initially, Trunks managed to hold his ground against Jiun, but as time progressed, Jiun's power surged daily. He was now able to match Trunks, even exhibiting the potential to surpass him. Their battle was fierce, lasting from dawn until dusk. After several more exchanges, they finally broke apart, using their momentum to separate. Enough. Mr. Jiun's talent is truly enviable. To maintain such dominance with merely base strength is astounding. Trunks waved his hand, feeling somewhat exhausted. He could hardly comprehend why Jiun's training aptitude was so exceptional. Though he had experienced steady growth during this time, it paled in comparison to Jiun's prowess. Chapter 45. Have I arrived in the wrong time and space? The following morning, Jiun was about to commence his daily training once more. However, just as he was about to depart with Trunks, a melodious voice halted his steps. Jiun, the fuel is ready. The time machine is fully fueled and ready for use. The voice belonged to Bulma, who emerged from the laboratory, a capsule in hand, playfully shaking it before Jiun. Wonderful, Jiun exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with joy. Thank you, Bulma. Ah, no need for thanks. It was my duty, and I regret having delayed you for so long, Bulma replied with a smile, shaking her head. Trunks, standing nearby, felt a pang of discomfort. He had come to regard Jiun as a friend, and the thought of his sudden departure left him feeling unsettled. Meanwhile, Bulma had already stepped outside, pressing the button on the capsule before tossing it to the ground. With a puff of smoke, the time machine reappeared. There is no time to waste. How do I operate this machine? I must return quickly, Jiun urged, opening the hatch and leaping inside. I'll teach you, Bulma said, bringing over a lift to reach the cockpit beside the hatch. She guided Jiun through the operation, explaining the functions of each button. Jiun, being quite astute, quickly grasped the fundamentals of operating the time machine. This is how you operate it. If you're ready, you may depart at any moment, Bulma said with a smile. Jiun took a deep breath, his expression resolute. He pressed the start button, setting the time to 7 months after his departure. Bulma and Trunks looked on, their hearts heavy with unspoken words as they prepared for his sudden leave. Trunks remained silent, his mood notably somber throughout. Noticing Trunks' demeanor, Jiun understood that farewells were always tinged with sadness. He glanced at Bulma, yearning to say something, yet words eluded him. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly. Trunks, take care of your mother. We will surely meet again. With that, Jiun closed the hatch and descended slowly into the air. Bulma's cheeks flushed at his words, her mature beauty radiating in the moment. You must protect her as well, Bulma murmured under her breath. Goodbye, Jiun. I will take care of Mom, and we will meet again. Trunks shouted suddenly, raising his voice to the sky. Jiun, hearing Trunks' call, smiled back and gave him a thumbs up before the time machine vanished into the air. In this world, Jiun was no more. Let us head back, Trunks, Bulma said with a smile. All right, Trunks replied, lingering a moment longer before following Bulma back inside. Whoosh. The time machine moved at incredible speed. In another time and space, it materialized on a clearing on Earth. I, Hansen, have returned, Jiun exclaimed, joyfully leaping out of the hatch and inhaling the fresh air. Though this Earth mirrored the one he knew, his heart brimmed with elation. For this was the land he recognized. Jiun transformed the time machine back into a capsule, placing it in his pocket. Once everything was in order, he began to sense the surrounding energy signatures, eager to visit Bulma after their long separation to see how she fared. To his astonishment, upon searching, he detected numerous powerful auras in the air. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Gohan, how their powers have surged. Jiun marveled, realizing that their strength rivaled that of Trunks, indicative of Super Saiyan prowess. Doubt not at him. Had he indeed arrived in the wrong dimension? Was this the original timeline? Moreover, he sensed another familiar energy. Cell? Could it be that I truly crossed into the wrong realm? Artificial beings emerged a year after Trunks' departure. He had only been gone for 7 months. How could Cell already be present? Was it possible that he too had traversed dimensions? Panic began to set in for Jiun. Despite the formidable energy surrounding him, they appeared trivial in his eyes. What worried him most was the possibility of never returning to his rightful dimension. Shaking his head vigorously, he set aside his concerns and resolved to locate Bulma first. Eureka! Jiun pinpointed Bulma's location and activated his instant transmission. Whoosh! In an instant, Jiun appeared in the office of the Capsule Corporation, standing behind Bulma. She sat in her chair, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at the azure sky. Lost in thought, utterly unaware of his presence, Jiun hesitated, uncertain if this Bulma was the one from his world. His heart was conflicted. Finally, after a few breaths, he approached her. Yet, before he could utter a word, he noticed Bulma's rounded belly, an unmistakable sign of pregnancy. Crash! A bolt of realization struck him, leaving him utterly stunned. Oh no, this is not my Bulma. I have truly arrived in the wrong place. Jiun sank to the ground, cradling his head in despair. He distinctly remembered that when he left, Bulma was not expecting. Bulma, sensing a presence behind her, turned around swiftly. Ah, who are you? She exclaimed, startled by the unexpected figure. Please, do not be afraid. I mean you no harm, Jiun hastily assured, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. I must have mistaken the location. I will leave at once. With an apologetic glance, he prepared to depart. Wait, Jiun? Bulma called out, her gaze now focused as she recognized him. Ah? Jiun froze, his heart racing as he stood there, bewildered. Chapter 46. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. Is it truly you, Jiun? Where on earth have you been? Do you have any idea how worried I've been for you all this time? Upon recognizing the familiar visage, Bulma burst into tears, enveloping him in a tight embrace and incessantly scolding him for his prolonged absence. Jiun, utterly bewildered, stood there, at a loss for words. Is it really you, Bulma? He finally managed to inquire, still grappling with the bewildering circumstances. It was hardly his fault. The world around him had changed drastically, diverging completely from the reality he once knew. Who else could it be? You actually returned. Why didn't you just perish out there? Bulma tightened her hold on Jiun, her voice trembling as she expressed her feelings. Hearing her response reassured Jiun that this was indeed the Bulma he remembered. In any alternate timeline, the presence of an outsider like him was inconceivable. I'm so sorry, Bulma. Due to certain matters, I ventured into the future and didn't have the chance to inform you. My apologies. He apologized earnestly, guilt flooding his heart. I know. Krillin has already told me, but I still worried about you. What was I to do if you didn't return after such a long time? Bulma's emotional turmoil eased slightly with his apology. Yet tears continued to cascade down her cheeks, as if she needed to purge the turmoil within her. I'm truly sorry, Jiun expressed, guilt-ridden. He missed Bulma dearly, never anticipating such a lengthy delay. While he felt remorseful, he understood that some matters needed to be clarified. After a prolonged embrace filled with tears, Bulma's heart gradually calmed, leaving traces of tears adorning her face, rendering her appearance even more enchanting. Bulma, your stomach. Jiun finally mustered the courage to voice the concern that had been nagging at him. His earlier confusion stemmed from the noticeable swell of her abdomen. Goodness. Could it be? Panic surged within him as he pondered the implications, his mind racing with uncertainty. Bulma released her hold on him, wiping away her tears, her face beginning to radiate happiness. You're going to be a father, she exclaimed with joy, her hands tenderly caressing her burgeoning belly, her eyes sparkling with affection. This? Bulma, when did this happen? I have no recollection. Jiun responded, scratching his nose and cautiously asking. It was that he doubted her. It was merely prudent to clarify such significant matters. Humph. They say men forget their responsibilities once they pull up their pants, and it appears to be true. Bulma retorted with a haughty huff. It's clearly your doing, and now you act as if you've forgotten. How dare you question me? Well. I truly can't recall when that was. Jiun admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. Given the size of Bulma's belly, it was evident that this wasn't a recent development. If it were, they would have been facing a monumental situation. Here as a hint, I've been pregnant for over 7 months. Bulma furrowed her brow in mild annoyance. Over 7 months? Jiun's mind raced to piece together the timeline. 7 months prior, he had just arrived in the future world, shortly after meeting Trunks. Before that, he had been engaged in battle with King Cold, just before his departure. Oh, it was during my last visit. Jiun's realization struck him like a lightning bolt, clarity flooding his mind. You're asking such detailed questions. Do you think the child isn't yours? Bulma's tone turned sharp, her intelligence quickly discerning his thoughts. My dear, you're overthinking it. I assure you, I would never entertain such a notion. Jiun declared earnestly. He knew he couldn't casually acknowledge such matters. The ramifications could be dire. However, a wave of joy surged within him at the thought of impending fatherhood. Humph, let us hope so. Bulma remained skeptical yet understood Jiun's concerns. Being a remarkably understanding woman, her demeanor was merely intended to tease him. Jiun placed his hand over Bulma's belly, gently caressing their child. Though Bulma's expression remained cool, she did not resist his touch. Did I mention, my dear, that I encountered another version of you in the future? She was in a dire situation, perpetually at risk. Upon seeing her, my heart ached. Her weary face bore signs of stress, and she appeared utterly exhausted. Jiun recounted his experiences in the future as Bulma listened intently, absorbed in his narrative. The moment I laid eyes on her, you were the first person who came to my mind. I refused to let you become like her. In that world, my presence was absent, but in this world, I am here. From that moment, I vowed silently to shield you from any harm. Jiun gazed at Bulma with unwavering determination. Having witnessed the struggles of her counterpart in another timeline, he would never allow history to repeat itself. Bulma felt deeply moved by Jiun's words. Such sentiments were rarely expressed by a man like him, who was typically so straightforward. She sensed that her man had matured significantly during their time apart. Well then, it's time to see how you perform from now on, Bulma said with a slight smile, her earlier grievances dissipating. Rest assured. Jiun never goes back on his word, he affirmed with sincerity. With their misunderstandings resolved, they were left to indulge in their affection for one another. Unfortunately, Bulma's pregnancy limited their ability to engage in more intimate exchanges, a fact that left Jiun feeling somewhat regretful. After months of restraint, he never anticipated such a situation would arise. It seemed that for the next 2 months, he would need to rely on the capable intervention of another. By the way, Jiun, I almost forgot to mention, the androids have made an early appearance, as Krillin and the others informed me. Plus, there's a monster on the loose, wreaking havoc and making headlines. Goku and Piccolo have been defeated several times. Do you wish to lend a hand? Bulma suddenly recalled this pressing matter, pulling away from their intimate moment to address Jiun earnestly. Chapter 47, The Prelude to Action. Where you send me, I shall go. If you wish for me to remain, then I shall stay, Jiun said with a cheerful grin. Humph, you are rather obedient now, Bulma remarked with a light scoff. Before continuing, then off you go, But do be careful. She understood that Jiun was not one to sit idly by, no matter what transpired on Earth. He would inevitably involve himself. Understood. Jiun responded with a smile as he rose to his feet. Ding. It has been detected that Cell intends to absorb Android 18. Please make a choice, host. Choice 1. Turn a blind eye, devoid of desire. Reward. Vegeta's ultimate technique, Final Flash. Choice 2. Defeat Cell, Guardian of the Goddess. Reward. The modest power of the God of Destruction, Destruction Force. Incomplete version. Just as Jiun was preparing to teleport to the battlefield, the system's notification chimed. Announcing this mission. I choose option 2. Ji-Yun's expression was filled with excitement as he decisively made his choice in his mind. Final Flash. Isn't that just a larger version of the Kamehameha? In Vegeta's ultimate technique, the description is rather impressive. Destruction Force? How mundane. That is the ability of a god of destruction. Is the system malfunctioning? Host selection successful. Eliminate Cell. Upon completion of the task, system rewards will be automatically dispensed. The system's notification chimed once more. My goodness, just thinking about it makes me thrilled. I am about to possess the powers of a god of destruction. Ji-Yun stood still, his expression brimming with exhilaration. Ji-Yun, what's wrong? Are you all right? Bulma asked with concern as she noticed him standing there. Lost in a silly grin. Oh, nothing, just sensing a rather familiar aura. I didn't expect to have to confront him again so soon after defeating him in the future. Ji-Yun replied, shaking off the momentary daze with a casual excuse. He had indeed been momentarily carried away by pride, but who could blame him? The rewards were simply too enticing. Oh, I see. That puts my mind at ease. Just make sure you return early. Bulma exhaled in relief. She had feared something was amiss with Ji-Yun. Yes, I shall swiftly deal with this annoyance. Ji-Yun said with a calm smile. In the next instant, as his words faded, he vanished from the room. On a small island to the north of West City. Vegeta, you cannot act this way. Since you possess the ability to kill him, you should do so at once. Krillin exclaimed with a hint of anger. Humph, trash is trash. I am a Super Saiyan. No matter how formidable the foe, they shall not stand against this prince. Vegeta declared, arms crossed and brimming with arrogance. He had undergone rigorous training and could now transform into a Super Saiyan, though initially unable to defeat the monster before him. He had further enhanced his abilities within the time chamber of the Supreme Kai, boasting that he had surpassed the Super Saiyan level. Goku, you need to say something. Krillin urged, casting a desperate glance at Goku, hoping he would resolve the situation. Actually, Krillin, I too wish to see just how powerful this guy truly is. Goku said sheepishly, scratching his ear. Like Vegeta, he had mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan, and his strength was even greater than Vegeta's, a truly terrifying prospect. How infuriating. Krillin muttered, feeling discontent. He understood Goku's nature. At their core, he and Vegeta were similar, though Goku was far more pure-hearted and kind. Could it truly end in failure? Krillin glanced at Piccolo, shaking his head in resignation. Piccolo was indeed powerful, but still fell slightly short compared to Goku and Vegeta. All right. Cell, you may begin, Vegeta said coldly, eyeing Cell with disdain. Humph. Cell sneered ominously. With a swift turn, he began to approach Android 18 for absorption. Goku. The androids have done nothing wrong. This monster aims to absorb them to grow stronger. Can you bear to witness a living being perish at his hands? Krillin shouted desperately. In truth, his fervor stemmed from a personal interest, having felt a spark upon first seeing Android 18. What? Goku exclaimed in shock, entirely unaware of the situation, as he had been in seclusion for training and had only just arrived. The Cell he encountered was the one who had previously devoured Android 17. Though he had absorbed Android 17, this version of Cell was still no match for Goku. Goku had only agreed to let Cell prove his strength upon hearing that he could grow even stronger, never expecting it would involve the absorption of androids. Is that so? Vegeta? Goku questioned, looking at him intently. Humph. Vegeta turned his head, coldly dismissing Goku's inquiry without a word of explanation. Seeing Vegeta's demeanor, Goku felt a heavy weight in his chest. While he yearned for a challenge, as Krillin had pointed out, the androids had never committed any wrongdoing since their inception. Goku could not bear to witness a living life extinguished before his eyes. Damn it. So this is how it is. Cell, wait. In an instant, Goku appeared directly before Cell, shielding Android 18 behind him. You vile creature, I will not allow you to proceed. Goku declared with righteous fervor, his eyes ablaze with determination. This. Cell was taken aback, surprised by Goku's unwavering stance. The androids had been created for the express purpose of eliminating him. and he never expected Goku to defend one of them. Kakarot, get out of my way. Vegeta fumed, kicking Goku aside in fury. He had grown excessively arrogant, convinced that even a fully realized Cell could not defeat him. Goku, undeterred, instantly engaged in a scuffle with Vegeta. Seeing an opportunity, Cell wore an eager expression as he advanced toward the visibly distressed Android 18. Android 18, it is your turn. I have longed for you to the point of madness. Cell grinned menacingly. Beside Android 18 stood a tall figure with red hair, Android 16, who bore a noticeable dent in his head, revealing a tangle of circuits. The two were huddled closely together. Android 18, you must run. You cannot let him capture you. Android 16 urged urgently. However, it was too late. Cell had already reached Android 18. Chapter 48. Set aside your tasks for a moment. Clint felt a wave of despair wash over him as he saw Cell advancing towards Android 18. However, his spirits soared when he witnessed Goku stepping forward, embodying the same kindness he had always known. Yet, that insufferable Vegeta had the audacity to intervene. The two of them were now locked in a fierce aerial battle. You won't succeed, Clint thought defiantly. Android 16 slowly rose to his feet, engaging in combat with Cell. Nevertheless, his strength paled in comparison to Cell's, and it wasn't long before he was defeated. Cease your futile resistance, 16. I have no interest in you. But if you insist on seeking your demise, I can facilitate that, Cell stated flatly, his gaze fixed on Android 16. Despite 16's superior power compared to Androids 17 and 18, his robotic nature rendered him immune to absorption, a regrettable reality for Cell. Get away from me, you disgusting creature. Android 18 shouted, witnessing 16 being knocked down once more. She swiftly darted to Cell's side, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Yet, her attacks were completely ineffective against him. With a swift kick, Cell sent Android 18 flying, crashing hard against a rock. Accept your fate, 18. Your purpose is to serve as my nourishment. Cell taunted coldly as he appeared before her in an instant, his tail arching ominously. Its tiny punctures expanded, resembling a massive suction cup, as it loomed over Android 18. What am I going to do? What can I do? Android 18's mind raced in panic and frustration. Yet, she found herself helpless against Cell's overwhelming power. Just as the situation grew dire, a calm voice pierced through the chaos. Everyone, set aside your tasks for a moment. I have a few questions to ask. The voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Vegeta and Goku paused their skirmish, bewildered. Who dares to interrupt? Show yourself. Vegeta bellowed angrily, unwilling to tolerate any pretentiousness in his presence. This voice, it sounds familiar, Goku pondered, a sense of recognition stirring within him. Most were momentarily taken aback, searching for the source of the voice. Only Cell continued his relentless pursuit, albeit with a slight hesitation upon hearing the words. Regardless of who it was, he was determined to absorb Android 18 first. It was his paramount objective. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Just as Cell's tail was about to touch Android 18, a figure materialized before her, grasping Cell's tail firmly. I told you to set aside your tasks. Do you not comprehend? The voice echoed again, and with a swift motion, the hand that held Cell's tail yanked forcefully, slamming him into the ground. Who are you? At that moment, all eyes converged on the newcomer. To halt Cell's actions was no ordinary feat. Could it be that there were hidden masters on Earth? This thought coursed through everyone's minds simultaneously. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Clint soon beheld a familiar visage. Jiun, they exclaimed in unison, astonished at the unexpected return of Jiun after a 7-month absence. It appeared that he had resolved matters in the future. Android 18 turned her gaze toward the handsome young man before her. I wondered who it was. It's you, she remarked. Vegeta was the first to speak, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He licked his lips, a subtle smile playing on his mouth. He had awaited this day for far too long. Ji-Yun's return was a moment of great joy. Finally, Ji-Yun has come back, Clint shouted, elated. So it is Ji-Yun. Goku echoed, his own excitement evident. Who are you? Why is there no record of you in my genetic database? Cell inquired, rising from the ground in astonishment. The individual who had thwarted him must surely be a notable figure on Earth. Yet, his genetic library bore no trace of this person. I haven't asked for your input yet, so kindly be silent. Jiun replied coolly, casting a glance at Cell. You presumptuous fool. Do not think that just because you managed to sneak an attack, you can dominate me. Cell's expression darkened, with Android 18 within reach. He was on the verge of achieving his ultimate form, and no one could stand in his way. Oh, is that so? Jiun retorted with a cold laugh. Suddenly, It felt as though time itself had frozen. While everyone remained oblivious, Jiun stood still, whereas Cell clutched his abdomen, kneeling on the ground. When did this happen? Cell's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not sensed the attack coming. A searing pain radiated from his midsection, causing his legs to buckle involuntarily under the intensity of the agony. Jiun, observing Cell sprawled on the ground, chose to disregard him. "Hey, Goku. It's been a while." Jiun called to the sky, waving at Goku like an old friend. Goku, noticing Jiun's greeting, descended rapidly, landing beside him. "It's been ages, Jiun. What happened to him?" Goku asked, glancing at the kneeling Cell, curiosity etched on his face. Seeing Cell in such a state of torment left him puzzled. How had things escalated so quickly? "Oh, it's nothing." He insisted on speaking when I told him to be quiet, so he wanted to spar a bit. I obliged him. And after just 300 or 400 punches, he couldn't take it anymore. He is probably contemplating life now, Jiun explained casually, though he addressed Goku. His words were clear to all present, stirring a tempest of astonishment within them. 300 or 400 punches? Is he joking? Why did I not see any of it? This question echoed in everyone's minds, particularly Vegeta, who shook his head in disbelief upon hearing Ji-Yun's claim. How could it be? You landed 300 or 400 punches on Cell, and I didn't notice a single one? Don't jest. Who would believe such a ridiculous statement? Chapter 49. The aftermath of departure. Enough of your nonsensical prattle. Your every move cannot escape my gaze, Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. His strength had evolved beyond measure, rendering Ji-Yun insignificant in his eyes. Oh, never mind. I can't be bothered to explain further, Ji-Yun replied nonchalantly. To him, Vegeta remained a mere insect, unworthy of detailed clarification. However, I must ask, how is it that you are still alive? Ji-Yun shifted the topic with casual indifference, recalling that Vegeta had been left in a severely weakened state upon their departure. Given Earth's medical capabilities, it would take years for him to recover without assistance. Yet, if he had access to Senzu beans, healing would be a mere trifle. The one capable of ending my life is yet to be born, Vegeta retorted with arrogance. This is how it is, Ji-Yun. Goku interjected, unable to tolerate Vegeta's arrogance any longer. He began to explain slowly. I was with Vegeta at the time and forgot to take him with me. Initially, I felt something was amiss, but by the time I recalled Vegeta, he had already been lying there for a month. Fortunately, this guy possesses a tenacious will to live, hanging on by a thread. I managed to find a few Senzu beans from Master Karen, which ultimately saved his life. Oh, I see, Jiun responded with clarity. I must admit, enduring such severe injuries without food or water for an entire month is impressive. It seems Vegeta's desire to live is quite formidable. Shut up, Kakarot. Vegeta snapped angrily. This matter had been a thorn in his side. For over a month, he had endured the elements and the torment of insects. Had Kakarot not discovered him in time, the proud prince of all Saiyans would have met an undignified demise. Nevertheless, this experience led to a significant surge in Vegeta's power, allowing him to transcend the Saiyan limits and become a Super Saiyan. His rigorous training further amplified his strength beyond that of his former self. Jiun, do you dare to face me in combat? I tell you, in this form, I am a Super Saiyan, and my power has long surpassed that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. You are no longer my match, Vegeta proclaimed with pride. The first thing he intended to do as a Super Saiyan was to challenge Ji-Yun. Yet, he was acutely aware that his power was only marginally stronger than Frieza's at that time. Defeating Ji-Yun would require more than he currently possessed. Thus, Vegeta underwent another extensive period of intense training, his power skyrocketing once again, leading him to arrogantly label himself as one who had surpassed the Super Saiyan realm. You? I have no interest, Ji-Yun replied coolly, his expression remaining unchanged. While Vegeta was indeed formidable, he had mistaken his opponent. Even in the past, Vegeta would not have been able to contend with Ji-Yun. Are you afraid? Vegeta sneered, interpreting Ji-Yun's indifference as cowardice. Fool, Ji-Yun muttered softly, choosing to disregard Vegeta entirely. Goku, you have grown considerably stronger. Ji-Yun smiled at Goku. Feeling flattered by Ji-Yun's praise, Goku scratched his head sheepishly and grinned. I'm doing all right. My strength has certainly increased significantly, but in your eyes, it probably pales in comparison. Just now, when you acted, I didn't even notice what had happened. Goku was acutely self-aware. Despite his newfound strength, he still felt dwarfed by Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun remained the strongest warrior in his eyes, and Goku believed that challenging him would be akin to throwing a pebble against a mountain. Hearing Goku's words, Ji-Yun's lips curled into a slight smile. This was the essence of the disparity between individuals, the hallmark of true strength. Otherwise, how could Goku always maintain an edge over Vegeta? Jiun could sense that Goku and Vegeta were roughly equal in strength, yet overall, Goku was still slightly superior. Vegeta, witnessing Ji-Yun's disregard, felt a fresh wave of anger surging within him. I have become so powerful, yet you dare to look down upon me. Vegeta clenched his fists, on the brink of eruption. And what of them? Piccolo should have informed you that the androids would not emerge for another year, correct? Jiun inquired curiously, gesturing to Android 18 and the still unconscious cell behind him. I don't know. Perhaps history has changed. Goku replied. The androids appeared 6 months after you left. Initially, it was just an old man and a fat guy. They were no match for us. The old man was none other than Dr. Gero. Thus, Goku recounted the events of the past few months. Jiun listened intently, his brow furrowed. The occurrences mirrored the original narrative, with only slight deviations and a considerably accelerated timeline. Piccolo had not fused with Kami, yet he still managed to hold his own against Android 17. Cell had emerged earlier. Or rather, he had long been present in this timeline, absorbing human energy to grow stronger. It was only this month that he had made his sudden appearance, simultaneously absorbing Android 17. Goku, having not yet succumbed to his heart disease due to the altered timeline, participated in this battle. This realization suddenly sparked Ji-Yun's memory of another matter. He retrieved a small box of medication from his pocket and tossed it to Goku. What is this? Goku asked, catching it with curiosity. Medication for your heart condition. Your heart is problematic, and the medical techniques of this era cannot cure it. I brought this from the future. The future you dies from heart disease. Calculating the time, you should have about 5 months before it manifests. You can take it preemptively or wait until you feel unwell. Either option is viable, Ji-Yun explained slowly. He did not wish for his oversight to lead to Goku's premature demise. Thank you, Ji-Yun, Goku said, accepting the medication with a hint of skepticism. He did not doubt Ji-Yun was deceiving him, but rather, he felt in excellent health, not at all resembling someone afflicted with an illness. Nonetheless, he expressed his gratitude to Ji-Yun, deciding to observe his condition further. If a problem arose, he could take the medication then. Now it's your turn. You are from another timeline, aren't you? Ji-Yun lowered his gaze towards Cell, his expression indifferent. What? You are also from the future? Cell looked up at Ji-Yun, astonished. Chapter 50. To whom shall I complain? Shara was somewhat taken aback, though not entirely surprised, as he had been eavesdropping on the conversation between Ji-Yun and Wukong. The recurring mention of the future convinced Shara that Ji-Yun had traversed from the future or had previously visited it. What puzzled Shara was why, despite Ji-Yun's origins from the future, his genetic repository did not contain any trace of Ji-Yun's DNA. Well, it seems you are not the Shara I know, Ji-Yun remarked coolly. He had initially suspected that this Shara had crossed over from the world he had just returned from. However, Shara's reaction clearly indicated a lack of recognition. Indeed, Ji-Yun had already confirmed that the Shara from that world had perished completely, leaving no room for resurgence. It appeared the Shara had emerged from an alternate timeline where Trunks had been vanquished. Thus, Ji-Yun's existence was confined to this world, and the primary narrative of Dragon Ball had remained unaltered by his presence. Humph. No matter where you hail from, you cannot prevent me from absorbing Android 18, Shara proclaimed. Rising to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fury. Android 18 was within arm's reach, and had it not been for the person before him, he would have already completed his fusion. Indeed, Android 18 is right behind me. However, to lay a hand on her, you must first defeat me, which poses quite a challenge. Ji-Yun replied with a serene smile, gesturing lightly towards Shara. Vermin, perish. Shara roared, conjuring an energy sphere and hurling it towards Ji-Yun. Upon witnessing this, Ji-Yun effortlessly swatted the energy sphere away. Boom. The sphere detonated in midair, causing the entire island to tremble. Ji-Yun's baseline power had reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1. Unless Shara transformed into his perfect form, he was no match for Ji-Yun. In a flash, Shara charged at Ji-Yun the moment the energy sphere was deflected, his green fist aimed squarely at Ji-Yun's head. Aware of Ji-Yun's formidable strength, Shara understood he must achieve fusion today. Only then could he stand atop the world. Bang! With a resounding impact, Ji-Yun caught Shara's fist with ease. Your attacks are too feeble. They cannot harm me. Ji-Yun shook his head and stated matter-of-factly. Ji-Yun's words undoubtedly provoked Shara, who then unleashed a flurry of relentless assaults. These strikes would have been lethal to anyone else, yet Ji-Yun met them with effortless grace, remaining entirely unperturbed. Who is he? How could he possibly be so powerful? Shara began to feel a wave of anxiety and dread wash over him. Is that all you've got? If so, I shall make my move. Jiun maintained his calm demeanor, which appeared terrifying to Sheru. It felt as though his demise loomed just a heartbeat away. Sure enough, as Ji-Yun's words faded, he struck with lightning speed, his right hand connecting with Shara's abdomen. His powerful fist pierced through Shara's body, instantly saturating him in purple blood. Why? Why are you so strong? Shara gasped, unwilling to accept his fate, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He could not fathom how. On the brink of success, he had failed so miserably. Then, to whom shall I address my grievances? Jiun replied coolly, with a surge of strength. A brilliant golden light erupted from his right hand. Boom. Shara's body exploded, disintegrating into dust in an instant. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. The system rewards have been automatically dispensed. As Sheru was obliterated, an electronic synthesized voice echoed in Ji-Yun's mind, signifying the system's notification. In that moment, a unique power coursed through Ji-Yun's being, illuminating his mind. It felt profound and ineffable, as if it possessed a flavor of boundless freedom. Everything around him appeared as blank canvas, easily obliterated without effort. Is this the destructive power of a god of destruction? It is truly enigmatic. Jiun mused, savoring the peculiar energy within him. The surrounding onlookers remained oblivious to the transformation occurring within Jiun. They could only witness him annihilating Sheru with a single punch. Their eyes filled with astonishment. Impressive, truly worthy of Mr. Jiun. Wukong gazed at Jiun with admiration. Though he too had the strength to vanquish Sheru, he could never achieve such ease. The greater one's power, the clearer the disparity between oneself and Jiun became. How captivating. Android 18 felt a surge of excitement, akin to a brush with death, especially resonating with Ji-Yun's words, to lay a hand on her. You must first defeat me. She was lost in thought, completely forgetting that Android 17 had perished alongside Sheru in the explosion. Phew, thank the heavens for this gentleman. The Earth has been spared a calamity. Android 16 leaned against a rock, exhaling in relief. How could this be? How can he be so powerful? Vegeta's throat tightened, clearly incredulous. Although his strength far surpassed Sheru's, he could never exhibit such prowess as Ji-Yun had. After toiling for so long, he had aimed to surpass Ji-Yun. Yet now, impossible. I am the strongest in this world. No one can surpass me. No one. Vegeta clenched his fists tighter. In a flash, he appeared before Ji-Yun. What is it? Vegeta? Are you dissatisfied? Jiun asked without reservation. Ignoring him, Vegeta's demeanor grew increasingly hostile. Jiun felt an impulse to strike him upon witnessing Vegeta's sour expression. You fool, do not presume that slaying Sheru makes you formidable. I could have killed him too. He was simply too weak for my consideration. Vegeta's voice dripped with ice, implicitly challenging Ji-Yun. Oh, is that so? Ji-Yun replied nonchalantly. This was precisely why Ji-Yun held disdain for Vegeta. He reveled in pretense, seeking to satisfy his fragile ego while disregarding the safety of others. Conversely, this was why Jiun admired Trunks, steadfast and decisive. Scoundrel, still pretending? I shall now demonstrate my true might. Ji-Yun's disdainful retort completely incited Vegeta's ire. After enduring countless trials to achieve his current strength, Ji-Yun's dismissive remarks rendered his efforts seemingly trivial. Chapter 51. How did you end up like this? Vegeta grew increasingly furious, and just as he uttered a fierce remark, he prepared to engage in battle with Ji-Yun. Vegeta, don't be impulsive. You are no match for Ji-Yun. Goku sensed the situation was dire and quickly intervened. During their recent training together, Goku and Vegeta had developed a bond that transcended mere friendship, and he felt it necessary to dissuade his companion. Get out of my way. Kakarot. Vegeta snarled, delivering a punch to Goku's abdomen. Having just witnessed the defeat of Cell, Goku had reverted from his Super Saiyan form. Vegeta's blow sent Goku staggering back in pain, his mouth agape. Such a fool, Jiun remarked coldly as he observed the scene unfold. Since you are so eager to fight me, I shall oblige. I will grant you some time to summon your utmost strength. Jiun chuckled derisively, noting that even after his prolonged absence, Vegeta remained insufferably arrogant. If his suspicions were correct, Vegeta had become even more reckless after transforming into a Super Saiyan. Just watch how I will trample you. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. With a deep, resonant roar, the entire island began to tremble violently as golden flames surged around Vegeta. Such power, it is terrifying. Krillin's expression shifted dramatically. The aura emitted by Vegeta enveloped the entirety of Earth. Although Ji-Yun had just vanquished Cell, The spectacle lacked any real impact. It almost made Cell seem weak, giving rise to an impression that victory was easily attainable. However, Vegeta's presence was a visceral assault that resonated deeply within everyone. Ah, do you see? This is my full power, the strength that surpasses even that of a Super Saiyan. Vegeta proclaimed with pride, reveling in the might he possessed. No one could hope to surpass him. Is that all you have? Jiun replied coolly. While your strength is indeed impressive, it falls short of expectations. Vegeta had yet to unleash the full power of Super Saiyan 1. To claim superiority was sheer arrogance. Just wait and see how I will deal with you. In an instant, Vegeta lunged forward, closing the distance to Jiun in a flash, and unleashed a powerful punch. Yet, before his fist could make contact, he felt a sharp uppercut land on his chin, sending him crashing to the ground. What just happened? Goku, positioned closest, had observed Vegeta's attack with clarity. Despite the speed, he remained perplexed as to how Vegeta could be felled without Jiun moving a muscle. Was Vegeta merely attempting to provoke a reaction? What transpired? Goku's confusion mirrored that of Krillin, both unable to comprehend how Vegeta, radiating overwhelming energy, had succumbed without even touching Jiun. Don't you believe that no attack could escape your sight? Then tell me, how did I bring you down? Jiun queried nonchalantly, activating his instant transmission once more. He had no desire to crush Vegeta outright. Rather, he sought to gradually erode his confidence, ensuring he would never again dare to act arrogantly in his presence. Damn it. Vegeta sprang back to his feet, a blaze of fury igniting in his eyes. You unforgivable wretch, he roared, unwilling to accept the humiliation. Despite possessing formidable strength, he felt utterly powerless. Stop yelling so loudly. Next, I shall break your legs and slam your head into the ground, Jiun stated calmly, revealing his intentions to Vegeta. Vegeta, perhaps it's time to reconsider? You cannot defeat Jiun. Do not engage in a futile struggle, Goku implored, unable to bear the sight of this one-sided thrashing. Should this continue, Vegeta might very well meet his end here. Mind your own business, Kakarot. Vegeta's fury only intensified in response to Goku's intervention, and he charged at Jiun once more. Sighing at Vegeta's relentless assault, Jiun shook his head. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta found himself crashing headfirst into the ground, his legs dangling lifelessly in the air, completely devoid of sensation. His hair darkened, and the golden aura dissipated. Curse it. Curse it. Vegeta's voice emerged, heavy with despair. Jiun had not unleashed his full wrath. He had merely returned Vegeta to his normal state. With a powerful stomp, Jiun propelled the grounded Vegeta upward. As he lay there, seething with anger, Jiun addressed him impassively. You see? I always deliver on my promises. Did you not claim that no attack could evade your perception? Then enlighten me on how I brought you to this state. Chapter 52. Lam-Z educates his son. Perhaps it's best to let it go, Jiun. Vegeta is simply this way, though he may be somewhat arrogant. His heart is not entirely unkind. Goku observed Vegeta's woeful state and stepped forward to mediate, seemingly unfazed by the recent altercation. Kakarot, cease your prattling. How can I be arrogant when my strength is undeniable? Vegeta retorted through clenched teeth, his obstinacy palpable even as he lay on the ground. Vegeta, you. Goku found himself at a loss for words, unable to counter Vegeta's claims. He could only mutter under his breath, strength? Indeed, you are relying on strength to endure punishment. Enough, Goku. Vegeta requires a few harsh lessons to temper his haughty disposition. You believe I am harming him? Quite the contrary, I am assisting him. If this attitude remains unaltered, he will inevitably find himself in dire straits, Jiun remarked earnestly, akin to a wise elder. Goku nodded in agreement. Like a chick pecking at grain, convinced of Jiun's wisdom. Wow, how captivating. Number 18 gazed at Jiun's silhouette, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Despite her transformation into a cyborg, her human emotions remained intact. Listening to the profound words of her savior stirred something within her heart. Stop lecturing me, you imbecile. Who do you think you are? Vegeta seethed, his fury boiling over. Jiun, who was younger than him, seemed to be implying that he was the one lacking understanding. This sentiment echoed words Vegeta had once heard from his father. See? Kind counsel goes unheeded. I can only resort to a light reprimand, Jiun sighed. Rest assured, Goku, I will not take his life. With that, he prepared to strike once more. W8. Vegeta hastily gestured, clearly intimidated by Jiun's capabilities, fearing another onslaught. What? Have you come to your senses? Jiun replied nonchalantly, exuding an air reminiscent of a father instructing his son. Vegeta's anger surged. He longed to retort. I know better than you, but dared not speak. I merely wished to inquire about the technique you employed. Your aura seems subdued now. Yet your attack was so swift it was imperceptible. Vegeta blurted out, voicing his confusion regarding Jiun's remarkable speed and the elusiveness of his strikes. Indeed, Jiun. I too am curious. How can your speed be so extraordinary? I couldn't discern your movements at all, Goku added, his curiosity piqued. Upon overhearing the discussion, Piccolo and the others drew closer, their attention fully fixed on Jiun. Jiun smiled at the gathered crowd, but before he could respond, a voice emerged from behind him. From my perspective, he did not move at all. Although I cannot fathom how this individual named Vegeta ended up in such a state, I am certain that Mr. Jiun did not strike at any point. Number 16 spoke up, his tone calm and composed. The crowd's confusion deepened as they turned to number 16, intrigued by his assertion. How do you explain that, number 16? If Mr. Jiun did not attack, does that mean Vegeta harmed himself? Krillin interjected, his tone laced with skepticism. The others shook their heads in dissent, unconvinced by number 16's analysis. Jiun, however, regarded him with keen interest, eager to see how he would elaborate. Vegeta would never harm himself. He is not a fool. Number 16 replied coolly. This only fueled Vegeta's ire further. Damn it. If I weren't incapacitated, I would not allow you wretches to point fingers at me. Yet, he remained silent, eager to hear how number 16 would explain the situation. Everyone knows that I am a robot, created specifically to defeat Son Goku. Number 16 continued, casting a sidelong glance at Goku, who scratched his head, amused. It seemed he had no shortage of adversaries in this world. Thus, I possess considerable strength, albeit insignificant in comparison to this gentleman. However, due to my unique design, my eyes can replay any high-speed movement in slow motion. Number 16 elucidated methodically. The audience listened intently, realizing that as a robot, number 16 had a clearer understanding of the events than anyone else. I initially believed this gentleman was incredibly fast, which is why we could not see his actions. However, I have replayed the events from beginning to end and still did not witness Mr. Jiun executing any attacks. Even when slowed down 1,000-fold, 1,000,000-fold, or even 1,000,000,000-fold, Mr. Jiun remained stationary, with only Vegeta being struck and sent flying. Number 16 recounted his observations. As confusion lingered among the others, Vegeta erupted. What use is your rusted scrap? Stop fabricating tales. Though he had intended to question Jiun, Vegeta found himself surrounded by a chorus of voices chiming in. Did they truly believe he was so easily bullied? Do not take offense. I merely shared what I observed, number 16 replied kindly. Despite being a robot, he yearned for peace and bore no ill will towards anyone who did not cross his boundaries. Vegeta began to protest once more but was abruptly interrupted by the sound of applause. Well analyzed, number 16. Jiun commended with a smile. All eyes turned to Jiun, and a collective thought arose among them. Could it be that number 16 was indeed correct? Then, what method had Jiun employed to injure Vegeta? Chapter 53. The pressure from the soul number 16 was both right and wrong. Observing the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Jiun slowly began to elucidate. What does it mean to be right and wrong? How should one interpret such a statement? It was evident that Wukong, scratching his head in confusion, was not the only one struggling to comprehend. The others present shared a similar lack of understanding. From your perspective, I have indeed not moved. No one can discern the motion of my attack, Jiun explained with a serene smile. Everyone leaned in, attentively awaiting his next words. This was due to my mastery of a unique skill that allows me to freeze time for 0.1 seconds, or rather, to halt time for that brief moment. I merely need to strike within that 0.1 seconds and return to my original position. Consequently, no one will ever uncover how my attack was executed, Jiun declared with a smile. Upon hearing Jiyun's explanation, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their expressions morphing into ones of astonishment. What kind of extraordinary skill is this? It's simply divine. Piccolo couldn't help but exclaim. He was not alone. Nearly everyone felt an impulse to curse in disbelief. Jiyun's strength, already formidable, seemed insurmountable with this newfound ability. How could such a divine technique possibly exist in this world? Vegeta had been listening intently to Jiyun's discourse. As Jiun elaborated on his method of attack, Vegeta's gaze deepened into despair. Even a sense of wanting to perish washed over him. If Jiun could perpetually wield this skill, he would remain invincible. Would there ever be a chance to surpass him in the future? Impressive, indeed. Jiyun's technique is truly remarkable, a worthy opponent to strive to surpass. Wukong remarked with envy, his eyes filled with admiration for Jiun. The rest of the group shared a bittersweet smile at Wukong's fighting spirit. each believing that the notion of surpassing Jiun was nothing short of a fantasy. Vegeta, do you still wish to continue the fight? Jiun inquired lightly, casting a glance at the prostrate Vegeta. The crowd sighed, recognizing the futility in choosing opponents without acknowledging their true strength, lest they suffer needless injuries. Initially despondent, Vegeta suddenly lifted his head upon hearing Ji-Yun's words. I refuse to accept this. You only defeated me by relying on that skill. Your true strength could never match mine. Vegeta insisted, his pride refusing to allow him to concede. He stubbornly believed that in a direct confrontation, Ji-Yun would undoubtedly fall before him. Heh. Very well, let me show you what despair truly is. Ji-Yun replied with a cold laugh. Although the time-freezing skill may seem somewhat underhanded, it is, after all, a facet of my abilities. Should I truly unleash my full power? Vegeta would have no choice but to lament in the depths of hell. Wukong, provide him with a Senzu bean, Ji-Yun instructed casually. He intended to restore Vegeta to his former state before shattering his confidence once more. All right. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's request, Wukong quickly retrieved a green bean from a pouch. Approaching Vegeta, he held it to his lips. Without hesitation, Vegeta bit down, startling Wukong, who feared for his fingers. The Senzu bean crumbled and was swallowed, bones that had been broken mended almost instantaneously, and Vegeta stood revitalized. Vegeta roared to the heavens, golden flames enveloping him anew as his black hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue. The Super Saiyan state was activated in an instant. Do you see? As long as you do not utilize that skill, you will never defeat me in this form, Vegeta proclaimed, brimming with confidence yet again, his tone still arrogant. However, the onlookers couldn't help but feel anxious for him. It seemed that every time this man attempted to boast, he would end up receiving a thorough beating. They harbored no doubts that Ji-Yun would prevail over Vegeta. Rather, they pondered how much more disastrous Vegeta's fate would be this time. Then come, witness my transformation. Ji-Yun's tone remained calm. Suddenly, a yellow-green aura surged around him, emanating an unparalleled force. The surrounding space began to warp and ripple, colossal energy radiating outward. The ground beneath Ji-Yun cracked, and soon the entire island started to splinter apart. The crowd found themselves lifted into the air as the earth trembled beneath them. Ji-Yun's hair shifted to a striking yellow-green. This is the Super Saiyan. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape in disbelief. Wukong, astonished by Ji-Yun's state, exclaimed excitedly, so Ji-Yun is truly a Saiyan. The others, witnessing this transformation, were equally taken aback. Previously, when Piccolo had claimed Ji-Yun was a Saiyan, they had dismissed it as nonsense, even seeking validation from Wukong. Vegeta had adamantly declared, impossible. He is deceiving you. Yet now, the evidence was irrefutable. Ji-Yun was undeniably a Saiyan. No, you cannot be a Saiyan. It is equally impossible for you to transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta shook his head vigorously, his voice growing weaker. He could not fathom why Ji-Yun, too, could achieve the Super Saiyan form. Yet the reality stood before him. Identical form, familiar energy, there could be no deceit. It is merely a transformation. There is no need for such alarm, Ji-Yun stated nonchalantly. After transforming, Ji-Yun exuded an even more heroic demeanor. With each movement, an aura of unyielding authority radiated from him. You may come at me now, Ji-Yun said calmly, gesturing towards Vegeta with a flick of his fingers. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, Vegeta licked his dry lips, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Though the battle had yet to commence, his legs trembled uncontrollably. An overwhelming pressure, emanating from Ji-Yun's very soul, instilled a sense of dread within Vegeta. Even before the fight had officially begun, Vegeta was already at a disadvantage. This feeling extended beyond Vegeta. Wukong, confronted with Ji-Yun's imposing presence, felt his excitement dissipate, replaced by an oppressive weight. A mere glance at Ji-Yun elicited an inexplicable terror that seized his heart. Chapter 54. Thank you for saving me. Are you contemplating escape, Vegeta? Ji-Yun remarked coolly, observing Vegeta's trembling legs, which suggested he might truly flee. Gulp. Vegeta swallowed hard. At this moment, he opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. Not only was Ji-Yun's oppressive aura paralyzing him, but the atmosphere itself was laden with an unsettling terror. If he attempted to act bravely and engage in combat, it would be tantamount to courting death. Though Vegeta possessed a streak of arrogance and occasionally lacked sense, it did not imply he was foolish. If you are unwilling to make a move, then I shall initiate, Ji-Yun declared, his brow furrowing with impatience. You claimed you wanted a fight, yet now you stand idle. What does this mean? Is it so difficult to articulate your intentions? Could we possibly avoid fighting? I concede. Vegeta stammered, his cheeks flushing red. As if uttering those words was an immense disgrace. Hiss. Before Jiun could respond, the surrounding crowd began to murmur. Krillin, in particular, was astonished as if he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Is this truly Prince Vegeta? Piccolo, too, was taken aback, clearly not expecting Vegeta to utter such words. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with bravado. Now, he seemed utterly deflated. Only Goku, standing nearby, sighed in relief, believing that Vegeta had made one of the most consequential decisions of his life. Piccolo and Krillin, not being Saiyans, could not comprehend the pressure Vegeta was enduring at this moment. No, you were the one who insisted on fighting. Now you wish to back down? If I acquiesce to your request, would that not be a loss of face for me? Jiun replied with a dispassionate expression. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's heart sank. He lacked the courage to engage in battle. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Was this man truly unwilling to relent? With no other options, Vegeta gritted his teeth and forced out a few words. You leave me no choice. Here it comes. He summoned 2 energy spheres into his palms and hurled them toward Jiun. Boom, boom, boom. The energy spheres erupted, filling the air with explosive sounds as Jiun's figure was engulfed in flames. Ha-da-da-da. Vegeta pressed his advantage, unleashing a barrage of energy spheres from his palms. The once blue sky now reeked of smoke, obscuring the sun with a thin veil of dust. Phew, phew, phew. After 5 relentless minutes, Vegeta finally ceased his assault, panting heavily. The exertion had nearly drained him of all his stamina. As the dust settled, Jiun remained utterly undisturbed, his composure unshaken. The previous attacks had left no mark. Seeing Jiun unscathed, Vegeta's heart sank. He had anticipated that his assault would be ineffective, but he had not expected it to be so utterly fruitless. Not even a tear in Jiun's clothing, a testament to the vast disparity in their strengths. Now that you have finished, it is my turn. Fear not. I shall exercise restraint and not deliver a fatal blow, Jiun's icy voice echoed. Swish. A sound of air slicing through the atmosphere rang out. Before anyone could comprehend Jiun's movement, he had already appeared before Vegeta. Bang. He delivered a powerful punch to Vegeta's abdomen. Ugh. Vegeta was struck hard by Jiun's blow, a wave of agony surging through him as a mouthful of crimson blood erupted forth. He began to cough violently, his entire body racked with intense pain, as if every organ within him suffered varying degrees of injury. In the next moment, Vegeta's hair began to lose its color, the golden flames surrounding him extinguishing, reverting him to his normal state. If I truly intended to kill you, you would have already been a corpse, Jiun remarked, having reverted from his Super Saiyan form, his tone devoid of emotion. With Jiun's transformation, the oppressive aura surrounding Goku and Vegeta dissipated, allowing them to breathe easier. Nevertheless, Vegeta remained curled up, enduring the pain coursing through him. So formidable. Piccolo shook his head in resignation. This outcome was both unexpected yet entirely predictable. The fact remained that Vegeta could not overcome Jiun, a truth that had been firmly established. Previously, Vegeta had harbored the delusion of being the strongest in the universe. The consensus among all was that Jiun had the capability to defeat him, though none anticipated Vegeta's swift downfall. It was hard to believe that Vegeta, in his current state, could not withstand even a single punch from Jiun. Thank you, Mr. Jiun. Vegeta managed to utter, his mouth agape. Goku, if you have any senzu beans, please give him one. If not, we should get him medical attention quickly. He may truly be in peril, Jiun stated nonchalantly. He himself possessed senzu beans, but was unwilling to waste one on Vegeta. I have some. Goku quickly replied, retrieving the last senzu bean from his pouch. He tossed it to Vegeta, who caught it deftly and swallowed it whole. Phew. Vegeta exhaled slowly, his injuries healing as his aura intensified. However, he dared not provoke Jiun further. He cast a meaningful glance at Jiun. Swish. With that, he transformed into a shooting star, hastily departing the scene. The onlookers sighed in relief as they witnessed Vegeta's exit. The ordeal had finally come to an end. Mr. Jiun, Thank you. Just as Jiun prepared to leave, Android 18 approached him, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes sparkling like a tranquil pool. It was nothing. It was my duty, Jiun replied, scratching his nose with a faint smile. He had not anticipated the usually aloof Android 18 would engage him in conversation, leaving him pleasantly surprised, especially considering his interest in her. However, this interaction felt delightful, particularly when reminiscing about the rather peculiar future version of Android 18. This version seemed like an angelic sister. Now that your crisis has been averted, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again, Jiun said with a gentle smile, turning away and soaring into the distant sky, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. Is he truly leaving just like that? Android 18 murmured, a hint of disappointment creeping into her heart as she gazed at Ji-Yun's retreating figure. Chapter 55. Are you coming or not? It was not that Ji-Yun had lost interest in Android 18. Rather, with Bulma now expecting their child, it would be utterly unseemly to indulge in frivolous pursuits. Thus, Ji-Yun resorted to the strategy of feigned indifference, biding his time for future opportunities. Otherwise, he would have already teleported away, leaving behind nothing but a graceful silhouette. After all, she had yet to express her gratitude. Are you really leaving? Android 18 murmured softly, her gaze lingering on the direction Ji-Yun had flown off to, reluctant to depart. Indeed, Ji-Yun's tactic proved effective. Sometimes, women respond in such ways. The more one lavishes attention upon them, the more indifferent they may become. Conversely, the more one distances themselves, the more intrigued they may grow. The warriors on Earth, having witnessed the demise of Cell, saw Jiun and Vegeta depart. Piccolo and the others also chose not to linger, exchanging brief farewells with Goku before embarking on their own training once more. In an instant, only Android 18, Android 16, Goku, and Krillin remained. Android 18, we should leave as well, Android 16 remarked, observing 18's reluctance. Though he was a machine, his emotional depth surpassed that of many humans. He had been acutely aware of 18's unusual demeanor. Oh, are we leaving? All right, but can you move? Android 18 snapped back to reality. Concern etched on her face as she regarded Android 16. He slowly rose, sparks intermittently flickering from his form, his metallic body marred with dents and imperfections. It's all right, we can find a place to repair, he reassured her with a smile. Fortunately, being constructed of metal meant he felt no pain despite his significant injuries, a small mercy in the midst of misfortune. Moreover, it seems Android 17 was also eliminated. Is that really acceptable? Android 16 continued, his tone contemplative. At this reminder, Android 18 paused, realization dawning upon her with a hint of chagrin. How could I forget about Android 17? She chided herself, covering her mouth in self-reproach. In her distraction, she had overlooked her brother's fate. Caught up in the allure of handsome figures. If 17 were here, he would surely lament the cruelty of this world. No worries, there are Dragon Balls on Earth. We can use them to resurrect Android 17, Krillin interjected eagerly, hoping to win 18's favor. Had it been in the past, this might have touched her. Unfortunately, Krillin was oblivious to the fact that Android 18 was beginning to harbor different feelings towards Ji-Yun. Indeed, I have noticed that you are not malevolent individuals. At least, you have not committed any wrongdoings thus far. Should you require assistance, we are willing to help, Goku said with a warm smile, his inherent kindness shining through. Humph. Son Goku, we do not require your aid. Once we are restored, our first act will be to eliminate you, Android 18 retorted without hesitation. They had been created with the express purpose of killing Goku, a mission ingrained in their very genes by Dr. Gero. True, son Goku, while I recognize your benevolence, I too am a lover of peace. However, my directive is to eliminate you. I hope you can understand, Android 16 added gravely. His expression kind yet his words somewhat unsettling. It is peculiar to demand understanding while plotting another's demise. Oh, is that so? Well then, once you've recuperated, feel free to come and kill me. I would welcome the challenge, provided you possess the strength. Goku replied nonchalantly, his smile unwavering, seemingly unfazed by their threats. Perhaps it was his innate confidence or simply his carefree nature. Upon hearing Goku's response, the two androids remained silent. Android 18 took hold of Android 16's arm, both preparing to leave unsteadily. Krillin, let us also depart, Goku said lightly. However, Krillin's gaze remained fixated on Android 18, unwilling to leave. Hey, Krillin, Goku called out again, noticing his friend's distraction. Huh, what is it, Goku? Krillin snapped back to attention, startled by the repeated call. Are you daydreaming, Krillin? We should be leaving. Jiun has returned, and I intend to spar with him. He is likely at Bulma's house by now. Will you join me? Goku gently chided. I think I'll pass, Goku, Krillin replied absently, seemingly lost in thought. Very well, take care, Krillin, Goku nodded, preparing to leave. Wait. A female voice interrupted, causing Goku to halt mid-sentence. Both he and Krillin turned to find that the voice belonged to Android 18, who had not yet departed. Where are you planning to go? A ripple of curiosity crossed Android 18's face as she sought clarification on Goku's earlier statement. I was saying I want to find Jiun to spar with him. He should be at Bulma's place. I was about to head there. What's the matter? Goku scratched his head, puzzled. We wish to accompany you. Android 18 stated matter-of-factly, her mind racing with thoughts. Huh? What for? Goku queried, thoroughly confused. Before Android 18 could respond, a realization struck him. You want to ask Bulma to help repair Android 16, right? That is certainly doable. Bulma is an exceptional scientist. Goku beamed. Yes. That is correct. Android 18 initially struggled to grasp the situation but soon recognized Goku's astuteness. Seeing Android 18 nod in agreement, Goku continued. Alright then, let us. Wait, I want to go too. Krillin exclaimed, his expression suddenly grave. Krillin, weren't you just saying you wouldn't go? Goku asked. Bemused. It's been a while since I've seen Bulma. After thinking it over, I'll join you, Krillin said solemnly. Having sensed a shift in Android 18's demeanor. Chapter 56. The Smoke of Women. At this moment, Jiun had long returned home, accompanied by Bulma. He was savoring delicious food. How wonderful it would be if daily life could be like this. Jiun held a glass of juice, leisurely lamenting. The crisis on Earth had been averted. Wouldn't he every day be like this from now on? Bulma looked at Jiun with a gentle smile. Upon seeing her smiling face, Jiun shook his head lightly. If only that were true, he replied with a smile. He understood that the future would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. The enemies to come would be progressively stronger. However, he now possessed the power of destruction. Apart from the God of Destruction and those of a higher echelon, Jiun felt no fear. It seemed he would have to find an opportunity to test this ability. Jiun silently contemplated. Although he had gained the power of destruction, he lacked suitable subjects for experimentation, which was a source of vexation. Rest assured, no matter what happens in the future, I will always support you, standing right behind you, Bulma declared with unwavering resolve. Upon hearing these words, Jiun felt a warm glow in his heart. If it weren't for the current circumstances, he would have liked to express his gratitude more directly. Thus, the two enjoyed their meal while singing, enveloped in a comfortable and pleasant atmosphere. 10 minutes later, a familiar figure appeared before Jiun and Bulma. To be precise, it was a group of individuals. Goku, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Jiun inquired, seated at the table, observing the energetic Goku. As Goku was a regular patron of the Capsule Corporation, the guards at the entrance did not impede him and his companions, allowing them to pass through effortlessly. I'm a bit hungry, Goku admitted sheepishly, finding a spot and diving into the food with gusto. Feel free to find a seat, everyone. Jiun warmly invited the others. Android 16, Android 18, and Krillin remained silent, sitting down but not yet touching their chopsticks. Android 16, being a robot, naturally did not require food. Android 18's intense gaze was fixed on Jiun, while Krillin cast a sorrowful glance towards Android 18. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, momentarily dampening Jiun's appetite. After approximately half an hour, the meal had been devoured by Goku, leaving the table empty. Goku sighed contentedly, patting his round belly, his face radiating happiness. Well, we've eaten enough. What brings you all here? Is there something you need my assistance with? Jiun inquired with a smile, occasionally stealing glances at Android 18, yet suppressing his impulses, reminding himself to maintain composure and not reveal any desperation. It's nothing. I came to spar with you, Goku replied, scratching his nose and grinning. They had come to ask Bulma to repair Android 16. Goku gestured towards Android 18 and Android 16 as he continued. Yes. That's right. I'm more than happy to spar with you anytime. As for repairing Android 16, I'm afraid that won't be possible. Bulma is currently pregnant, and I don't want her doing anything, Jiun said with a gentle smile directed at Goku. However, the last remark seemed more directed at Android 18. Jiun was acutely aware that he was now a family man. He saw no reason to hide the truth. It was better to be straightforward about it. That complicates things, Goku mused, scratching his chin in frustration. Upon hearing Jiun's words, Android 18's expression shifted momentarily, but soon returned to normal. This subtle change did not escape Jiun's notice. It seemed that Android 18 harbored some interest in him. Alas, he could only wait to see if any opportunities would arise in the future. Jiun thought helplessly. The fact that he had a wife and child was not something he could conceal. Then I shall take my leave, Android 18 said, feeling increasingly uneasy. For reasons unknown. Her heart ached subtly. She stood to depart. No need to leave. This small matter is something I can handle, Bulma said cheerfully to Android 18, deliberately leaning forward with her pregnant belly, seemingly challenging her. Bulma was remarkably perceptive. She had long noticed Android 18's unusual gaze directed at Jiun. As a woman, she could easily discern the underlying intentions. Initially, Bulma had felt anger. Had Jiun actually requested her to assist in repairs, she would have vehemently refused. However, upon hearing Jiun's words, Bulma is currently pregnant. I don't want her doing anything. Her anger dissipated, replaced by profound affection. Since Jiun had spoken so, she might as well display generosity, allowing the other party to see the differences between them. No need, we can manage ourselves. Android 18 replied coldly. She recognized Bulma's provocative demeanor. Android 18 was a proud individual. Had she known Jiun was already committed, she would never have intruded upon their lives. Yet, Bulma's challenge ignited her stubbornness as a woman, subconsciously positioning Bulma as her rival or love rival. Accepting assistance from a rival, whether man or woman, who could remain unperturbed. Oh, aren't you friends? I've said it's no trouble at all. Don't you care for your friend? Bulma continued with a smile. While her words were seemingly innocuous, the underlying tension was palpable, and Jiun understood it all too well, particularly the last sentence, which was a moral high ground attack. Any ordinary person would be left speechless. This was a battle among women, no less fierce than the artillery on a battlefield. Android 18 found herself at a loss for words. If she rejected Bulma's help, she would appear to be the villain abandoning her companions. If she accepted, she would owe a debt of gratitude, which would bind her to Bulma in the future. Ultimately, Android 18's thoughts were still on Jiun. Had she not harbored such feelings, she could have comfortably accepted Bulma's help. Amidst this dilemma, Jiun wished to interject, but he was unsure how to begin. It's all right, Android 18. Don't feel pressured because of me, Android 16 said, patting Android 18's shoulder with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jiun felt even more conflicted. Big brother, those words should have been mine. Chapter 57. Goku's Ultra Super Saiyan King Fist. Android 18 gazed at Android 16, who had transformed into this state in order to save her. She then glanced at Bulma, whose smile was subtly discernible. After pondering for a moment, she slowly spoke. Very well, then, I shall trouble you. With a faint smile, Android 18 regarded Bulma, secretly thinking, come on, let us inflict mutual harm, carrying this heavy burden. Let us see if it tires you out. Bulma was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the typically stubborn Android 18 would agree to her assistance. Just bring him to my laboratory, Bulma said nonchalantly. Having committed to helping, she would certainly follow through. However, she would accept this favor without hesitation. Bulma, don't rush. Perhaps you should rest for a while. You would want to overexert yourself, Jiun remarked, noticing Bulma's pregnancy as she prepared to enter the lab. He grasped her hand with concern. Upon hearing Jiun's words, Bulma slightly raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, I will settle accounts with you later. Subsequently, the three of them made their way into the laboratory. It was evident that Bulma remained preoccupied with Android 18's situation, regardless of Jiun's intentions. He bore some responsibility for the circumstances. Jiun felt a sense of helplessness, having harbored some misguided affections for Android 18, yet he had not acted upon them. Resigned, Jiun could only gaze skyward and exclaim, Heavens, is being handsome truly a sin? If so, am I not profoundly guilty? Goku and Krillin exchanged disdainful glances at Jiun's outburst. Were it not for the fear of retaliation, they might have directly called him shameless. Jiun, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, Krillin stated, realizing his presence was no longer needed. He bid them farewell and departed without a backward glance. Having understood Android 18's intentions and resigning himself to the possibility that he would never have hope. After all, his rival was Jiun, a formidable opponent. And although he already had Bulma, what man would complain about having too many women by his side, rather than remain in discomfort? It would be wiser to leave and perhaps encounter his true love sooner. How strange. Goku mused, scratching his head, sensing something was amiss with Krillin's demeanor. Though he was somewhat oblivious to matters of the heart, he could still perceive Krillin's unusual state. He must have something on his mind. Jiun thought with a faint smile. He was well aware of Krillin's feelings. Had Android 18 truly taken an interest in him, Jiun would not have stood in the way of love. Alas, the absence of the original narrative's development meant Android 18 was destined not to harbor feelings for him. All he could do was wish Krillin the best in finding true love. Oh, Goku responded, half comprehending. His expression suddenly brightened as he exclaimed, "Look, I almost forgot the main event. Let us hurry and spar." Jiun nodded, smiling at Goku's eagerness. "I'm coming too," Android 18 declared as she emerged from the laboratory. Bulma unceremoniously ushered her out, as she preferred not to be disturbed while working. "Android 18, you?" Jiun hesitated. "Please don't misunderstand. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to observe how Goku fights. It would benefit me when the time comes to confront him." Android 18 replied coldly, arms crossed. Whether this was her true intention remained uncertain. "Very well, let us proceed." Jiun dismissed further contemplation with a wave of his hand. The three of them leapt high into the sky, transforming into streaks of light that vanished into the horizon. As they flew, they discovered an isolated, uninhabited area. Android 18 instinctively flew to a mountain peak, finding a flat spot and sitting down quietly, observing Jiun and Goku. Jiun and Goku stood facing each other, exchanging determined gazes. "Let loose, Goku. Unleash your full power," Jiun encouraged with a calm smile. "I want to hold back," Goku replied cheerfully, wiping his nose. He gathered his energy, causing the earth to tremble and the air to swirl. "Haa!" With a thunderous roar. Goku's golden aura enveloped him. His black hair stood upright, transforming into a striking golden hue, and his piercing blue eyes exuded an intimidating glare. In an instant, Goku launched his attack, his fists and feet hurtling towards Jiun with ferocity. Jiun's focused gaze tracked the trajectory of Goku's punches, skillfully evading each strike, leaving Goku's attempts in vain. For over half an hour, they exchanged blows, each landing hits that echoed through the air. With a resounding thud, their fists collided, unleashing an awe-inspiring force that sent creatures fleeing in terror. "Not bad, Goku. You managed to withstand my punch," Jiun remarked with a hint of admiration, acknowledging Goku's strength. "Not even close." Goku grinned confidently. Suddenly, a crimson aura enveloped him, intensifying his golden energy. Five-fold King Fist. A surge of power emanated from Goku, elevating his combat abilities to unprecedented levels. Impressive. The combination of Super Saiyan and King Fist is indeed formidable, Jiun praised, recognizing Goku's extraordinary talent, which was unparalleled. "Be careful, Jiun," Goku warned, his tone serious. In an instant, a red blur surged toward Jiun like lightning. Jiun quickly crossed his arms for protection. Boom. Goku's overwhelming strength erupted, sending Jiun hurtling away, his normal state no match for Goku's might. Crash. Jiun's body collided with a mountain, shattering it upon impact. He barely managed to come to a halt. Jiun, Android 18, who had been seated, instinctively rose upon witnessing Jiun being sent flying. Her eyes filled with concern. "What am I doing?" she mused, shaking her head in self-mockery before resuming her seat. On the battlefield, Jiun was severely impacted by the blow. After all, his normal strength equated to that of a Super Saiyan 1, far from matching Goku's current state. With a burst of determination, Jiun emerged from the rubble, swiftly returning to confront Goku. "Well done, Goku. However, next I shall." His words faltered, lodged in his throat. "What is wrong, Jiun?" Goku asked, noticing Jiun's unusual demeanor, his concern growing. Could it be that he had injured him? That seemed unlikely. Jiun, seemingly oblivious to Goku's inquiries, swallowed hard, directing his gaze to the diagonal rear. Chapter 58. Two mysterious familiar visitors. Wukong noticed a peculiar change in Jiun, whose gaze shifted towards a position behind him. Following his line of sight, Wukong turned to observe the same direction. Ah, has he finally realized it? A slender figure cloaked in purple, upon noticing their stares, spoke in a nonchalant manner. This figure was dressed in an unusual attire and possessed a long tail. Its head resembled that of a jackal, with pale yellow eyes and slit pupils, creating a rather bizarre appearance. Not particularly quick to react, yet moderately powerful. Another tall individual remarked with an air of indifference. This person bore blue skin and long white hair, with purple eyes and lips, and a large light blue halo encircling their neck. They held a lengthy staff topped with a black orb, emanating no discernible aura, rendering them inscrutable. Who are they? Wukong was profoundly astonished. With his current combat prowess, it was alarming that he had not sensed their presence nearby. Had Jiun not spotted them in time, he would have remained oblivious throughout. Unless they possessed a similar ability to androids, emitting no detectable aura, such a presence could not be overlooked. The crimson flames enveloping Wukong began to wane. He could not sustain this state for long, and the intentions of the two figures remained unknown. It was prudent to conserve his energy and adopt a stance of caution amidst uncertainty. Jiun, equally taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. He never anticipated their arrival. Jiun, do you know who they are? Wukong queried, a hint of trepidation in his voice. For reasons unknown. He felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the two. In this timeline, aside from Jiun, it was startling that anyone could instill such a sense of dread within him. Clearly, their strength was formidable. God of Destruction, Beerus, Angel, Whis. Jiun's countenance grew grave as he slowly uttered the names, astonished. Ah, God of Destruction? Angel? What on earth are those? Wukong, bewildered by Jiun's words, voiced his confusion, struggling to grasp the significance of these unfamiliar titles. Jiun's expression remained serious, showing no inclination to elucidate. He was uncertain about the purpose of their visit to Earth. Lord Beerus, that individual is aware of our identities, Whis stated casually, glancing at the much shorter God of Destruction. Upon hearing Whis's comment, Beerus raised his eyelids slightly and replied indifferently. I did not expect that someone on this tiny planet would know of our existence. Let us go and greet them, Lord Beerus, Whis suggested with a gentle smile. Whatever. Beerus yawned dismissively. Their primary objective was not to visit Earth. Rather, they had sensed the aura of battle nearby and decided to investigate. Of course, Beerus would not indulge in such trivialities. It was Whis who proposed the visit. The two began to glide gracefully towards Jiun and Wukong's location. Jiun, they are approaching us. What should we do? Should we fight? Wukong, visibly anxious, turned to Jiun as the figures neared. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Jiun nearly choked on his own saliva. Fight? What nonsense. With what would we fight? Should I use my head? Wukong, do not act rashly. Regardless of their intentions, we must avoid any confrontation. Jiun urgently cautioned Wukong against his absurd thoughts and solemnly warned him to refrain from any conflict. This was not a matter of cowardice for Jiun. Rather, he recognized that, with his current abilities, he was no match for a God of Destruction. Furthermore, there was the enigmatic Whis to consider. In such circumstances, it was best to avoid confrontation if possible. His own life was of little consequence. The destruction of Earth would also be bearable. However, his Bulma and unborn child remained on this planet, and he was unwilling to jeopardize their safety due to his impulsiveness. As Jiun contemplated these thoughts, Beerus and Whis had already arrived before him. Hey, kid, what are you pondering? Surely not how to kill me? Beerus squinted his eyes, his tone indifferent. As the God of Destruction, his role was to annihilate. Should the individual before him harbor any disrespect, he would not hesitate to erase both him and this planet. Depending on his mood, Jiun snapped back to reality upon hearing Beerus's words. The cat-like visage of Beerus startled him considerably. Yet, Jiun maintained a facade of composure. Smiling as he explained, not at all. I was merely lost in thought and harbored no intentions of harm towards either of you. Though Jiun felt a twinge of anxiety within, he managed to present himself with a degree of poise. This demeanor prompted Whis to internally commend him. Do not be anxious. Allow me to introduce you. This is Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction. He is the most powerful being in this universe, capable of erasing anything at will. Whis said with a gentle smile. Jiun was already aware of this fact, so he did not react with surprise. However, Wukong was a different story. Upon hearing that Beerus was the strongest in the universe, his eyes lit up with desire. Hey, Whis, why are you telling us this? Do not forget I have a mission. If there is nothing else, just destroy this planet, so I can complete my task in return for a good rest. Beerus remarked casually, stifling another yawn. To him, the casual destruction of a planet seemed a trivial affair. Lord Beerus, please do not rush. Whis replied with a smile, but before he could finish, Wukong, unable to contain his excitement, interrupted loudly, Are you really the strongest in this universe? You don't look like it. Can we have a sparring match? Wukong appeared exuberant, darting around Beerus, occasionally pinching his slender arms. This foolishness. Jiun covered his forehead, exasperated. Not only Jiun, but even Whis found amusement in Wukong's antics, stifling laughter behind his hand. Jiun could only silently pray for Wukong, hoping he would not be severely harmed. Beerus remained silent, yet his expression darkened. Slowly extending a finger, he curled it and pressed down with another. Suddenly, he released his finger, flicking it towards Wukong. Bang! Chapter 59. Beerus and Whis. A dull thud echoed through the air. Before Goku could react, he was swiftly rendered unconscious by Beerus. His golden hair instantly reverted to its natural black, and his body was propelled backward. Boom! Goku crashed heavily into the ground, creating a small crater. Dust billowed up, obscuring Goku's form, leaving only a faint trace of his lingering energy. Is this the true might of a God of Destruction? Jiun marveled inwardly. He knew he could reach such a level, but only after transforming into a Super Saiyan, and certainly not with the same ease as Beerus. Damn it, die. Before Jiun could fully process his astonishment, a furious shout erupted nearby. It was Android 18, who swiftly approached the scene. A barrage of energy blasts erupted from her hands, aimed directly at Beerus. Humph. Beerus let out a cold snort. Facing the incoming energy waves, he merely exhaled, causing them to veer upward. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was filled with the sound of explosions from 18's energy blasts. Child, are you seeking death? Beerus's face was icy, his tone laced with malice. Upon witnessing her attack fail, 18 felt a chill of realization. She had not anticipated how easily he could deflect it. Beerus was in a foul mood. As a god of destruction, he was accustomed to respect wherever he went. Yet today, he faced repeated challenges to his authority. This was intolerable. Oh no. Seeing the murderous intent in Beerus's gaze, Ji-Yun's expression changed dramatically. He sensed impending doom. He had not expected 18 to act so rashly. Being an android, he had failed to detect her approach. Had he known, he would have prevented her reckless intervention. Indeed, in the next moment, a purple energy sphere expanded from Beerus's fingertip. With no warning, the energy sphere shot forth like a bolt of purple lightning towards 18. It's over. 18 thought in terror. She desperately wished to evade the attack, but the overwhelming destructive power of the sphere instilled fear within her, rendering her body paralyzed. As the energy sphere drew closer, she closed her eyes in despair, awaiting her doom. Watching 18 face imminent peril, Jiun thought, no choice now with determination. He stomped his foot and resolved to intervene. In an instant, just as the energy sphere was about to reach 18, a long, pale hand appeared and swatted the purple sphere away. Boom. The cataclysmic explosion tore through the ozone layer above, unleashing the sun's ultraviolet rays upon the earth. Instantly, vegetation withered, and the land became desolate. The searing heat assaulted every living being. Well, this individual is quite intriguing, Whis remarked with a calm smile, his eyes glimmering with a peculiar light. Hearing the explosion, 18 was astonished. The death she had anticipated did not materialize. As she felt the sting of the ultraviolet rays, she slowly opened her eyes to find a magnificent figure shielding her. With yellow-green hair and well-defined muscles, it was Jiun in his Super Saiyan form. It was him. Once again saving me. 18 felt a surge of gratitude, at a loss for words. Are you all right? Jiun inquired without turning, his concern evident. He understood that 18 would not act recklessly. She must have perceived Goku's plight and assumed she was in danger. Although the situation could become quite complicated. Jiun held no resentment towards 18, for all her actions were in his defense. I'm fine, I'm sorry, 18 replied, her voice barely above a whisper, filled with self-reproach. She had intended to assist Jiun, but had nearly placed herself in jeopardy, inadvertently causing more trouble for him. Jiun chose not to respond, his mind focused and tense, for he was about to confront the most formidable being in the universe. Humph, not bad. Kid, you managed to deflect my attack. You're quite remarkable, Beerus observed with an indifferent gaze, his voice chillingly low. Lord Beerus, do you now comprehend why I brought you to this planet? Was said with a light-hearted smile. Beerus nodded silently, then turned his cold gaze back to Jiun. Kid, from where did you acquire your destructive power? Upon hearing this, Ji-Yun's expression remained unchanged, even feigning confusion. However, a jolt of alarm surged within him. Could it be? He had never unleashed this ability since obtaining it. How could Beerus possibly know? Unsure of Beerus's intent, Ji-Yun decided to act. Maintaining a facade of bewilderment, he pretended to ponder deeply. Destructive power? What is that? It sounds quite imposing. Beerus scrutinized Ji-Yun's expression without suspicion, shifting his gaze to Whis. Whis glanced at Ji-Yun and subtly nodded, smiling gently as he explained. Destructive power is a capability exclusive to gods of destruction. Most cannot grasp it. There are those who develop it naturally, but it is exceedingly rare, nearly impossible. He likely possesses it innately, yet remains unaware. Otherwise, he would have disintegrated your energy sphere upon contact, rather than deflecting it. Listening to Whis's analysis, Beerus nodded in agreement. Now he understood why Whis had insisted on bringing him to this planet. It was all for this boy. As an angel, Whis possessed many extraordinary abilities. While passing through Earth, he had sensed the energy emanating from Jiun and Goku's battle. Curious, he investigated, only to discover that one of them harbored the essence of destructive power. Without hesitation, Whis had brought Beerus to Earth. However, before revealing this to Beerus, the unexpected confrontation with Goku had occurred, leading to a series of unforeseen events. When Jiun deflected Beerus's energy sphere, no further explanation was necessary. Beerus comprehended everything at once. Chapter 60. Do you wish to become a god of destruction? It seems that this time has yielded quite a bounty, Beerus remarked nonchalantly, though the exact meaning of his words remained unclear. Moreover, Lord Beerus, Vados smiled at Jiun and continued, this young man can even manipulate time. What? Beerus exclaimed suddenly, his sleepy eyes wide open. Time is a formidable entity, one that even the god of destruction cannot control. Indeed. Your recent strike had already reached that young girl. No ordinary human could have intervened. Even I, relying on my speed, would have been unable to thwart such a close-range attack. Yet, this lad managed to pause time for 0.1 seconds, thereby saving her. Vados explained with a smile. He possesses the ability to control time, even reversing it, making him far more perceptive regarding temporal matters than the average person. Ah. I never expected such a being to exist in this universe, Beerus chuckled, momentarily impressed by Jiun, despite his vast experience. Jiun, who had been listening to their conversation, felt utterly bewildered, having no idea what these two intended to do. Vados, noticing Jiyun's confusion, smiled and said, You are Jiun, correct? Jiun cautiously regarded Vados and nodded slightly. Do not be alarmed. When you saw us earlier, I trust you have already discerned our identities. I shall not press further on that matter, as there are many in this universe who are aware of our existence. I will ask you one thing. Do you wish to become the next god of destruction? Vados maintained his cheerful demeanor, as if discussing a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Ji-Yun's entire body stiffened, incredulously murmuring, God of Destruction? Indeed, the god of destruction. Vados affirmed, continuing to remind him, the next god of destruction. For Lord Beerus is still present. Thus, should you agree now, you may begin as an apprentice god of destruction. Ji-Yun, still reeling from the shock of Vados's words, questioned himself internally. What merit do I possess to be appointed as a god of destruction? Is it merely because I wield the power of destruction? Hey, kid. Make a decision quickly. Why are you hesitating? Beerus said impatiently. As a god of destruction, there are numerous responsibilities to fulfill. My purpose here is to annihilate planets, as their numbers have recently exceeded acceptable limits. Ji-Yun was jolted back to reality by Beerus's voice and cautiously inquired, May I have some time to consider? I am not quite prepared. Ji-Yun had briefly contemplated the situation. In truth, he had no desire to be a god of destruction. He simply wished to live a peaceful life. However, he feared incurring Beerus's wrath, which might lead to the destruction of Earth. Consider? No. You must provide me with an answer now. Beerus frowned, his tone authoritative. The energy fluctuations in his hand were a clear threat. Vados, observing Ji-Yun's distress, smiled and asked, Do you know how Frieza met his end? Ji-Yun, taken aback by Vados's question, glanced up at him, uncertain of its implication. Could it be that Frieza is a relative of yours? Of course, Ji-Yun dared not voice this thought. I killed Frieza, what of it? Ji-Yun replied matter-of-factly. Frieza was a notorious villain. His demise was a righteous act. There was no need for concealment. Ah, that is good to know. Vados nodded with a smile. Ji-Yun found something peculiar in Vados's smile but could not quite place it. Lord Beerus, did you hear that? Vados turned to Beerus and inquired softly. I understand, Beerus said darkly, nodding. Then he addressed Ji-Yun. Boy, today you will either accept your role as an apprentice god of destruction or face the consequences of Frieza's demise. Ji-Yun was taken aback, staring at Beerus, who appeared ready to erupt with rage. His mind was a whirl of questions. What is happening? Are you perhaps related to Frieza? Yet, that did not seem likely. What is the meaning of this? Whether I become an apprentice god of destruction or face death, clarity is essential. Ji-Yun asked Vados, his expression filled with bitterness. Vados chuckled softly at Ji-Yun's inquiry and began to explain. The task of a god of destruction is to annihilate planets, as you already know. Frieza, known as the Emperor of the Universe, was indeed a notorious villain. However, despite his wickedness, he was quite helpful to Lord Beerus. The number of planets destroyed at Frieza's hand is countless, alleviating much of Beerus's burden. As Ji-Yun absorbed this information, everything fell into place. This was not merely about finding a successor to the god of destruction. They sought a replacement for Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. Ji-Yun was to take on the duties of a god of destruction, allowing Beerus to rest. After all this, it appeared they were simply in search of a worker. Now that the matter has been laid bare, the choice is yours to make. Vados wiped away a few faux tears and resumed his smiling demeanor. So, there is no choice, then? Jiun said, rendered speechless. Vados remained silent, continuously smiling. Beerus's eyes burned with fury, Should Jiun dare utter a refusal, he would likely face immediate annihilation. Now, Jiun felt utterly helpless. As an angel, Vados, as Beerus' servant, was expected to assist him in his duties. Although Vados would not kill him for dissent, Beerus was a different story. Could he not see the seething hatred in Beerus' gaze? Sigh, very well, I consent. However, let me clarify. It is not out of fear for my life, but rather for the safety of Earth. Jiun raised his hands in surrender, desperately seeking to maintain some semblance of dignity in his reluctant acceptance. Chapter 61. A contest with Beerus. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's response, Whis gently nodded. He was indifferent to Ji-Yun's true intentions. The primary objective was simply to entice him into their presence. Lord Beerus, do you find the current situation satisfactory? Whis inquired with a subtle smile directed at Beerus. Their original aim was not only to obliterate surplus planets, but also to find a suitable replacement for Frieza. Unexpectedly, they stumbled upon Jiun and discovered within him a formidable destructive power. If that were the case, nurturing Jiun as the next god of destruction was no longer a mere consideration. Well, it is agreeable, but his power still requires evaluation. Beerus remarked, his expression somewhat more amiable. Oh, how does Lord Beerus intend to assess it? Whis asked curiously, a smile gracing his lips. At Whis' words, Beerus cast a peculiar glance at Jiun, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Jiun shivered at Beerus' gaze, feeling an involuntary tension rise within him. He silently protested, haven't I already agreed? What more do you want from me? Beerus maintained his cold smile, scrutinizing Jiun for an extended moment before retracting his unsettling gaze. Simply allow me to test him, and I will know, Beerus stated coolly, a hint of cruelty lacing his smile. Oh, is that so? Whis replied, suddenly enlightened. As Beerus' mentor, he was acutely aware of his temperament. This was not merely a test of Ji-Yun's strength, it was an outlet for Beerus' pent-up frustration. Whis, understanding this, chose not to expose Beerus' intentions. For as a servant, upholding the dignity of the God of Destruction was part of his duty. Jiun, you have heard. Lord Beerus wishes to test your strength. You may indulge him in a few exchanges, Whis said, maintaining his serene demeanor, his gaze warm and inviting towards Jiun. As if the impending battle were merely a friendly spar, Jiun felt a twinge of annoyance. How astute he was. He had already discerned the underlying meaning in Beerus' words. A few exchanges? Wouldn't that strip him bare? As the saying goes, even a clay Buddha has a temper. He had endured repeated provocations and was already exasperated. Even if he were not a match for Beerus, he would confront the challenge head-on. If he did not show his mettle, would they truly believe him easy to bully? Very well. Since Lord Beerus is in such high spirits, I shall take my leave. Jiun replied nonchalantly, a polite smile gracing his lips. Today, he intended to gauge the true might of this legendary god of destruction. Beerus chuckled coldly to himself, surprised that Jiun, aware of his title, would accept the challenge. Yet, this suited him perfectly. He had been enjoying a peaceful slumber, expecting to continue for several decades, only to have his dreams disturbed. Today, he would teach this presumptuous youth a lesson. Now that all is settled, you may begin at any time, Whis said lightly, stepping aside and swiftly moving to a cliff several hundred meters away. As Jiun noticed Whis had distanced himself, he turned to Android 18, whispering, you should step back. It's best to keep your distance, or you may be caught in the fray. Concern etched on her face, Android 18 hesitated but ultimately complied, joining Whis at the cliff's edge. The surrounding onlookers had dispersed, leaving the vast sky, now infused with ultraviolet radiation, to bear witness to the standoff between Jiun and Beerus. They locked eyes, a silence enveloping them. In this stillness, Beerus was the first to break the silence, his lips moving as he addressed Jiun. Do not accuse me of bullying. You may strike first. Jiun, upon hearing Beerus' words, did not respond. His focus remained razor-sharp, his gaze flitting over Beerus' form. After a minute had passed without any sign of an attack from Jiun, Beerus' impatience surfaced. I said to go ahead, are you not? Before he could finish, Jiun seized the opportunity, lunging towards Beerus with ferocity. In an instant, he was upon Beerus, unleashing a hard punch without hesitation. Beerus observed the incoming attack with a calm demeanor, a slight smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Not bad for a novice, but that is all there is to it, he mused as he deftly sidestepped Ji-Yun's strike. Seeing his attack miss, Ji-Yun was not overly surprised. Instead, he swiftly adjusted, transitioning from a punch to a palm strike aimed at Beerus' neck. A resounding crack echoed through the air as Ji-Yun's hand made contact, yet Beerus remained unfazed. Instead, Jiun felt a sting in his palm, akin to a mere mortal striking a steel pipe. Still, The technique is commendable. However, the force lacks substance, Beerus remarked, clicking his tongue and shaking his head lightly. Ji-Yun's expression grew grave as he withdrew his hand, retreating a few meters. He had not anticipated the overwhelming strength of this god of destruction. He had exerted a significant portion of his power in that strike, and yet Beerus had met it with such composure. It appeared he had underestimated Beerus's prowess. Do you have any other techniques? If not, I may take my turn, Beerus inquired, his tone indifferent. That was a commendable effort, yet still insufficient for me. Indeed. Lord Beerus is formidable, Ji-Yun replied, a smile gracing his features. Beerus, hearing Ji-Yun's praise, remained unresponsive. Did he require validation of his power from others? Was this not a universally acknowledged fact? Beerus continued to observe Ji-Yun in silence, and Ji-Yun's expression was not as frantic as one might expect. Now, how will you respond to this next move? Ji-Yun inquired, a smile lingering on his face as he prepared for the next exchange. Chapter 62, The Crucial Question O? Beerus raised an eyebrow, observing Ji-Yun with keen interest. Ji-Yun smiled faintly, knowing that he had yet to reveal all his cards. Anyone who dared to underestimate him would surely suffer dire consequences. Suddenly, Ji-Yun let out a low roar. His aura intensified, a vibrant yellow flame surging forth, crackling with electric energy. Clearly, he was showcasing his utmost strength in this state. It appears you have yet to exert your full power, Beerus remarked, his tone slightly astonished as he regarded Ji-Yun's transformation. He couldn't help but acknowledge that this young man's strength was commendable. However, if this was all he had to offer, then it would end here. Come, show me what you are capable of now. Beerus beckoned Ji-Yun with a flick of his finger. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Ji-Yun's lips curled into a charming smile. In the next moment, he vanished from sight. Bang! Before Beerus could react, he found himself uncontrollably propelled backward a few steps, completely unable to perceive Ji-Yun's movement. How was that, Lord Beerus? Does this technique suit your taste? Ji-Yun laughed nonchalantly. This technique was the same one he had previously employed, the time-stop technique. Given Beerus's overwhelming power, even executing this technique might not be sufficient to shake him. Thus, Ji-Yun had pushed his Super Saiyan state to its limits, which barely yielded some effect. On a cliff 100 meters away, Android 18 clenched her fist in excitement, having witnessed Ji-Yun repel Beerus. Amazing, Ji-Yun, she exclaimed, waving her arms in enthusiasm. Whis, holding his staff, gazed into the distance and remarked, Ji-Yun is performing quite admirably. His ability to manipulate time and halt it has indeed managed to disrupt Lord Beerus's form. Observing Ji-Yun's earlier display, the aloof Whis nodded in approval. Indeed, Ji-Yun will soon teach that grotesque creature a lesson. Upon hearing Whis's praise, Android 18 beamed with pride, as if it were directed at her. Whis maintained his serene smile, yet inwardly shook his head. This alone would not be enough to overcome Beerus. While this skill might be effective in battles of equal standing, facing a god of destruction was an entirely different matter. In the sky above, Beerus rubbed his chest where he had been struck, watching Ji-Yun, who was now brimming with energy. With an expressionless demeanor, Beerus slowly spoke. Kid, that move of yours is indeed impressive. You used it when you deflected my energy ball. Didn't you? Ji-Yun nodded, affirming the observation, his gaze fixed intently on Beerus, prepared to strike again at any moment. Kid, if I'm not mistaken, your time pause lasts for merely 0.1 seconds, correct? Beerus stated flatly, unveiling the secret of Ji-Yun's technique. Ji-Yun's expression faltered, a wave of shock washing over him as he refrained from responding. He had not anticipated that Beerus would see through his move. Seeing Ji-Yun's silence, Beerus continued. 0.1 seconds is a brief interval. Yet, as a top-tier warrior, one can accomplish much in that fleeting moment. But what exactly did you achieve just now? With that, he observed Ji-Yun, who seemed momentarily dazed. A storm of thoughts raged within Ji-Yun. As he reflected on Beerus's words, he recalled his earlier assault, executing the time stop, charging at Beerus, and successfully pushing him back, all of it seamless and without issue. Yet, he had overlooked a crucial detail. In the euphoria of having repelled Beerus, he had not pondered this matter deeply enough. Now, it struck him with profound astonishment. As Beerus had pointed out, 0.1 seconds may be short, but those at his level can achieve an extraordinary multitude of feats within it. Whether facing future androids, Cell from this world, or Vegeta, they had all been subjected to relentless assaults in that brief span, utterly unable to retaliate. However, when he recalled his confrontation with Beerus, he realized he had only landed a single punch. Indeed, It was but one punch that had caused Beerus to stagger back a few steps. This constituted all he had accomplished in that 0.1 seconds. Gulp. Coming to this realization, Jiun swallowed hard. As he gazed at Beerus, a new wariness filled his eyes. It seems you're not entirely foolish. Beerus sneered derisively. As a god of destruction, he had seen all manner of peculiar techniques. Ultimately, regardless of how extraordinary an ability may be, if one possesses sufficient strength, they can easily disregard it. Such powers would hold no significance whatsoever. Jiun exhaled heavily, his expression grave as he regarded Beerus, slowly stating, "Even if I can strike but once, that shall suffice." Upon hearing this, Beerus scoffed and shook his head dismissively. Without delay, Jiun activated the time stop once more. The wind ceased, the flowers and grasses stilled. Everything in the world halted, enveloping the realm in a profound silence. Jiun's form surged forth like a bolt of golden lightning, swiftly closing the distance to Beerus. As he beheld the motionless figure, Jiun gathered all his strength, launching a fierce punch aimed squarely at Beerus's face. Just as his fist was about to connect, Beerus's lips curled into a cruel smile. What? Jiun was thrown into disarray at Beerus's grin. In an instant, the winds resumed their flow. The flowers began to dance, and time returned to its usual rhythm, filling the world with noise once more. Beerus extended his claw, effortlessly catching Jiun's fist. Bang! The collision unleashed a tremendous wave of energy. Centered around the two, the space warped violently, fierce winds erupted, and the ground fractured, creating deep chasms. Countless stones and trees were lifted into the tumultuous void, disintegrating into dust. Now, I shall strike, Beerus stated calmly. With a sudden surge of power, he yanked Jiun closer. Beerus's other hand transformed into a fist, descending from above to strike Jiun's head. Bang! A dull thud resonated. Jiun, struck by the blow, felt dizzy, stars flashing before his eyes. His body plummeted like a bullet, crashing downwards. Chapter 63, Show me what you were with a thunderous boom. Dust erupted from the ground, creating a crater larger than the one left by Goku. Jiun lay buried deep beneath the surface. Jiun, 18 shouted from 100 meters away on the cliff, her heart filled with fury upon witnessing Jiun being struck down. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to charge at Beerus for a desperate battle to the death. Clang! Whis tapped the ground with the end of his staff, immobilizing 18 in place, rendering her unable to move. Do not act impulsively. Jiun is unharmed, Whis calmly remarked, observing 18's anxious demeanor. However, the binding force upon her remained unrelieved. Let me go? 18 protested vehemently, her expression agitated, her body writhing in struggle. If you doubt me, look for yourself. Whis pointed towards the direction where Jiun had fallen. His perception of energy was far superior to that of an ordinary person. Though Jiun appeared to have sustained a severe blow, Whis knew he was entirely unscathed. Indeed, as 18 gazed in the direction Whis indicated, amidst the swirling dust, a brilliant light began to flicker, illuminating the unfathomable abyss with an otherworldly glow. Suddenly, the light shot upwards, halting midair opposite Beerus. Kid, you can take a hit, can't you? Beerus remarked nonchalantly to the golden glow. Instantly, the radiance dissipated, revealing Jiun standing defiantly in the air. Upon seeing Jiun unharmed, 18's heart gradually found peace. On the other side, Jiun fixed his gaze on Beerus, smiling as he spoke. You truly are Lord Beerus. This is the first time someone has made me feel so utterly defeated. My crown still aches. Beerus, though impressed by Jiun's resilience, maintained an impassive expression. No worries, the pain is only about to intensify, he replied coolly, transforming into a purple streak of light that shot towards Jiun. Jiun, refusing to underestimate his opponent, summoned all his strength to brace himself. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their collision echoed throughout the sky. The purple and golden lights trembled violently as Beerus's attacks flowed with an effortless grace, akin to a leisurely stroll, while Jiun struggled to defend himself, constantly overwhelmed. Kid, if you keep this up, you might just die, Beerus stated casually after landing 2 punches on Jiun. With each blow, bruises appeared on Jiun's face, and his eyelids began to swell. Beerus's strikes, though not fatal, were excruciating. Damn it, this is intolerable. Jiun's expression darkened with fury, as he recalled how he had never endured such humiliation since arriving in this world. He had always been the one to strike others. Who dared to lay a hand on him? Take this. Tenfold Kaioken. Jiun roared, his body engulfed in a furious red flame, his aura multiplying tenfold in an instant. As Beerus aimed another punch at Jiun, he felt a surge of determination and retaliated with a powerful blow of his own. Boom. The collision of their fist was akin to two nuclear bombs detonating simultaneously, resulting in a violent explosion that set the sky ablaze. The scorching fireball rendered the sun's brilliance insignificant, shrouding the battlefield in an eerie glow. Die! Jiun bellowed, as his crimson aura intensified, the underlying golden glow becoming increasingly ferocious. With a swift motion, a purple figure was sent hurtling backwards. It was Beerus, who had clashed fists with Jiun. Without allowing Beerus a moment's respite, Jiun pointed at his head and teleported directly behind him. Before Beerus could gain any distance, Jiun's right leg lashed out, striking him like a red whip. Smack! Beerus propelled forward, feeling a sharp pain in his arm and an intense burn in his back. This kid can still escalate his power. Beerus gritted his teeth, feeling the sting of the blows. Just as he had this thought, Beerus felt a sudden impact on his rear, propelling him straight upwards into the sky. Below, Jiun unleashed a barrage of energy waves, realizing he had to employ the tactics of a prince. However, these were no ordinary energy waves. Jiun infused them with his destructive power. For anyone else, contact would mean certain obliteration. Huff, puff. Jiun paused to catch his breath, greedily inhaling the air. Thick smoke billowed overhead, obscuring the sun. The battlefield had transformed into a realm akin to night. Haha, I never expected this kid had such skills, Whis exclaimed, his smile radiant as he observed Ji-Yun's recent display of power. The sudden surge had caught Beerus off guard. It was surprising to see a god of destruction bested by a mere human. Whis, knowing Beerus's true strength, recognized that Ji-Yun's displayed power was merely around 60% of Beerus's capability. Even with the infusion of destructive energy, it was insufficient to defeat Beerus. However, it was enough to leave Beerus in a state of disarray. After all, after training Beerus for so long, it would be unworthy for him to perish so easily. Simultaneously, Whis found himself increasingly impressed by Ji-Yun. With proper guidance, it would not be long before Ji-Yun surpassed Beerus, and perhaps even himself, reaching heights beyond imagination. Whis' eyes sparkled with brilliance, as if envisioning Ji-Yun's future accomplishments. Is this Ji-Yun's true power? 18 gazed at Ji-Yun in awe, utterly captivated by his formidable strength. She struggled to comprehend whether the person she admired was truly human or a demon masquerading as one. For this power transcended her understanding of humanity. In the midst of the aerial battlefield, Ji-Yun's breathing gradually steadied. He then looked up at the vast sky and called out loudly, "Lord Beerus, are you not coming down? It's all right. You have already beaten me to this extent. Let me see what you look like now." Chapter 64. The continuous rise of power. Ji-Yun gazed at the vast sky, his bruised visage eliciting a strange amusement. "You insufferable little rascal." Beerus seethed through clenched teeth, his fists trembling with fury. At that moment, he appeared utterly disheveled. His once pristine skin was now marred with dark bruises and numerous abrasions. As the god of destruction, he was accustomed to being the one dishing out punishment. Who dared to inflict such humiliation upon him? What began as an intention to discipline Ji-Yun had unexpectedly turned into a lesson for himself. The thought enraged Beerus further. With a swift motion, a bolt of purple lightning arced down before Ji-Yun. "Boy, I shall make certain that you find it impossible to fend for yourself today. I, the god of destruction, shall relinquish my title to you." The mask of composure that Beerus once wore shattered, giving way to unbridled anger. "Very well. Let us see if Lord Beerus possesses the ability," Jiun replied with a calm smile. The two immediately shifted into a combative stance. Jiun, seemingly unfazed, regained his previous air of nonchalance. "You clever little wretch, seeking your own demise." Beerus spat, his fury palpable. In an instant, there was no visible change in Beerus's exterior. Yet the energy within him surged to unprecedented levels. The next moment, he lunged toward Ji-Yun with astonishing speed. Ji-Yun was taken aback by Beerus's velocity, swiftly preparing himself for the impending confrontation. Suddenly, the two clashed once more, the air around them crackling with heated energy, their movements too swift for the eye to perceive. At this juncture, the disparity between them became apparent. Ji-Yun, who had previously held his ground against Beerus, was now overwhelmed. A resounding crash echoed through the air as Beerus's fist connected squarely with Ji-Yun's chest, a searing pain radiating from the impact. Gritting his teeth, Ji-Yun endured the excruciating agony, summoning a sphere of light in his palm. Without aiming carefully, he hurled it at Beerus. Boom! Beerus did not evade, allowing the sphere to explode upon him, sending clouds of smoke billowing into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Ji-Yun retreated a few steps. A wave of nausea washed over him as he tasted blood in his throat, the form of a Super Saiyan dissipating, leaving only a layer of crimson aura from the King Kai fist. Clutching his chest, Ji-Yun's expression twisted in pain, as if his very organs were being crushed. Clearly, Beerus had restrained his strength, otherwise, that blow would have claimed Ji-Yun's life. Can you still fight? I am far from finished, Beerus remarked, feeling a sense of satisfaction at Ji-Yun's injury. That single punch was enough to obliterate galaxies. In this universe, few could withstand such power. Despite his contentment, Beerus couldn't help but marvel at Ji-Yun's remarkable physical resilience. Not yet. Ji-Yun wiped the blood from his mouth, his voice weak. He then produced a Senzu bean and placed it in his mouth. With a swift gulp, he swallowed it whole without chewing. Instantly, his wounds healed, and the pain within him vanished. Suddenly, Ji-Yun felt a terrifying power stirring within him. This is incredible! Perhaps battling Beerus is not entirely unfavorable. His expression turned ecstatic as he clenched his fists, reveling in the surge of energy within him. What has he consumed? How is it that his injuries have healed so rapidly? Beerus mused, astonished as he observed Ji-Yun's miraculous recovery. The punch he had delivered, despite not being lethal, should have left Ji-Yun severely injured. Yet here he was, seemingly unscathed. On the other side of the battlefield, Whis observed with a bemused smile, It appears Ji-Yun possesses a treasure trove of remarkable items. Though standing at a distance, he had witnessed Ji-Yun consume the Senzu bean. Android 18, having experienced a roller coaster of emotions, felt her heart settle as Ji-Yun narrowly escaped peril once more. Impressive. Not only has he healed, but his energy has surged dramatically. She thought, Lord Beerus, if you do not conclude this battle swiftly, you may find yourself in trouble. Back in the sky, Beerus declared with confidence. Regardless of what you have ingested, it will prove useless in the face of absolute power. Yet, deep within, he began to regard Ji-Yun with newfound seriousness, sensing the exponential growth of his energy. Is that so? Lord Beerus, let us find out. Ji-Yun replied, his gaze fixed on Beerus, brimming with confidence and excitement. If this continued, perhaps he could surpass Beerus. Arrogant little fool, Beerus retorted disdainfully. With that, he suddenly shot forward, distorting the space around him as he vanished from sight. Ji-Yun felt the energy coalesce around him once more as he prepared for Beerus's onslaught. With a thunderous crackle, he transformed into his Super Saiyan form again. As his strength surged, Beerus's figure became clearer. Beerus unleashed a punch, its force magnitude stronger than before. Ji-Yun met the attack head-on, colliding with Beerus's fist. A powerful shockwave erupted, causing mountains to crumble and the ground to sink 3 feet deep. The battle raged on as their fists and feet clashed, creating a cacophony of sound. For approximately 5 minutes, Beerus's relentless assault showed no signs of abating, his energy seemingly boundless. Meanwhile, Ji-Yun, having just acquired this newfound power, struggled to fully harness it amid the intense combat. His body increasingly susceptible to the backlash of energy, teetering on the brink of collapse. Chapter 65. The great battle finally comes to an end. I can no longer endure. My body is on the brink of collapse. This power is still too overwhelming to fully adapt to. Ji-Yun gritted his teeth, finding the once evenly matched battle now skewed as Beerus continuously escalated his energy. It seems I must consume another Senzu bean. Ji-Yun evaded Beerus's formidable assault, retrieving a Senzu bean to regain his strength. Just as he was about to place it in his mouth, Beerus caught sight of the bean in Ji-Yun's hand, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Without granting any opportunity, he unleashed his full power. A tremendous aura surged forth, instantly overwhelming Ji-Yun, rendering him immobile. Boom. Beerus's fist struck out, sending a devastating purple beam hurtling toward Ji-Yun with incredible speed. Ji-Yun had no time to react. The Senzu bean still poised in his hand, his body was pierced by the purple ray. It was over. Beerus observed Ji-Yun, who had been penetrated, and remarked coolly. In that moment, the Senzu bean slipped from Ji-Yun's hand, the surrounding crimson aura extinguished, the explosive muscles dissipated, and his hair reverted to black. Ji-Yun had utterly lost his combat capability. Unable to manipulate his energy, he plummeted from the skies, crashing heavily onto the rugged terrain below. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as his consciousness began to fade, the world around him becoming increasingly blurred. Ji-Yun, Ji-Yun. A frantic voice echoed in his ears. A hazy figure embraced his unconscious form. With a jolt, Ji-Yun's eyes rolled back, and he completely lost consciousness. Lord Beerus. It seems the battle has extended a bit longer than anticipated. Whis, having appeared beside Beerus at some point, remarked with a hint of teasing. I merely wished to prolong the engagement. If I had unleashed my full strength from the start, it would have lost its thrill, Beerus replied nonchalantly. his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with his battle-worn body. Indeed, Lord Beerus is correct. Now, what is your assessment of Jiun's abilities? Whis inquired with a serene smile. Gazing at Beerus, noticing the amusement in Whis's expression, felt a twinge of irritation. He is not bad, just passable, he replied dismissively. Despite his injuries, he maintained the dignity befitting a god of destruction. Whis nodded with a smile and then gradually approached Jiun's position. At that moment, Android 18 was cradling the motionless Jiun, weeping inconsolably. Upon seeing Whis approach, she shouted without restraint, "Get away. He is already dead. What more do you want?" Whis remained unfazed by 18's outburst, continuing on his path. "Little girl, do not be too sorrowful. He is not dead yet," Whis said as he reached her side with a smile. At those words, 18 paused in surprise, her face flushing with anger. "He has no breath left. Don't lie to me. Just because you think I can't fight you, doesn't he mean I want to be rude," she retorted through gritted teeth. Logically, she should not have reacted so strongly, yet witnessing Jiun's lifeless form made her feel as though her world was collapsing. Whis shook his head helplessly, then struck the ground with his staff. A miraculous energy began to swirl around Jiun's body. After several seconds, the seemingly lifeless Jiun's eyelids fluttered, and faint breaths escaped his mouth. "Now, do you believe my words?" Whis said with a calm smile. Although Beerus's previous strike was lethal, for a formidable being like Jiun, with proper treatment, there was no real danger to his life. Jiun had not been completely devoid of life. Merely his vital signs were so faint that they were imperceptible to the untrained eye, creating the illusion of death. As 18 detected the faint breath from Jiun, her heart, once heavy with sorrow, lightened slightly. "Little girl, step aside. We need to take him away now," Whis instructed gently. 18's heart tightened suddenly, watching Whis warily as she resisted. "What are you going to do? Jiun cannot go with you." Whis found himself in a predicament with the obstinate 18. Unlike Beerus, he was not the type to forcefully act against a young girl. "Little girl, do you wish to perish?" Beerus appeared beside 18, his tone icy. Startled by Beerus's sudden presence, 18 steadfastly replied, "Even if it means death, I will not let you take Jiun. Unless you take me with you." Her insistence was rooted in reason. She had overheard their conversation about training Jiun to become the next god of destruction, though she was unfamiliar with the concept. It seemed dubious to her that such brutal methods were involved in training. Given their approach, even 10 Jiuns would not suffice for their purposes. Now that Jiun was in a comatose state, she would not yield. "It seems you have no choice but to perish," Beerus remarked coolly, his voice laced with a chilling intent. A purple energy sphere expanded in his hand. "Whis, take this girl and leave. I intend to destroy this planet entirely," Beerus stated, his gaze indifferent. Having wasted so much time, he no longer wished to remain on this planet that had brought him such disgrace. 18 clung tightly to Jiun, refusing to let go. "Lord Beerus, wait," Whis interjected, frowning and halting Beerus's actions. "What is it, Whis? Am I not allowed to make my own decisions as a god of destruction?" Beerus questioned, a hint of displeasure on his face. However, the energy sphere in his hand dissipated, for Whis' words held weight. This young girl was merely concerned for Jiun's safety. From her earlier demeanor, it was clear that their bond ran deep. "Little girl, are you and he a couple?" Whis inquired of 18. At this, 18's cheeks flushed slightly, and she slowly shook her head. "Eh?" Whis' surprise was palpable as he processed her denial, confusion flickering in his mind. "Not a couple? That doesn't seem right. This relationship doesn't make sense otherwise. You don't appear to be siblings, either. So, that must mean husband and wife." As Whis continued to probe, 18's blush deepened. She had not anticipated such a question. However, the notion of being referred to as a spouse was not unpleasant. Thus, she shyly nodded, inwardly chastising herself for being so brazen. Chapter 66. I am uncertain, witnessing the shy confession from number 18. Whis also nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Whis, why are you asking this?" Beerus inquired. "Why not simply take this brat away?" Beerus scratched his nose and questioned. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Whis responded with a hint of disdain on his face. "Lord Beerus, a deity who has been single for eons, cannot fathom the exquisite nature of love." Upon hearing this, Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief. "What do you mean? Are you mocking me? As though you possess great understanding?" Beerus felt a twinge of indignation. He continued. "What use is love? Can it be consumed? How does one consume it? Is it even palatable?" Whis shook his head in resignation, appearing disinclined to explain this matter to Beerus. "Very well, young lady. I shall grant your request. If Jiun awakens to find you missing, she is unlikely to be at ease, Whis remarked with a smile, displaying a profound sense of empathy, which starkly contrasted with Beerus's demeanor. Hey, Whis. I'm the God of Destruction. How can you make such decisions unilaterally? Beerus expressed his dissatisfaction. He felt as though Whis had overlooked his presence, treating this young man as if he were the true God of Destruction. Whis merely chuckled softly, covering his mouth, and then waved his staff in the air. The four of them vanished without a trace. On Earth, an entire day passed. Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta searched the vicinity of the battle for Goku, Jiun, and number 18. They had sensed the cataclysmic battle occurring on Earth long ago. However, as they approached the area, they found themselves obstructed by a barrier. No matter the strength or techniques employed, they could not breach this barrier to enter the area. After waiting an undetermined duration, the barrier dissipated, and they rushed in. Yet, aside from the shattered landscape, there was no sign of Goku, Jiun, or number 18. After an extensive search, they finally unearthed Goku, who was on the brink of collapse from a deep pit. However, Jiun and number 18 remained elusive. After a further period of fruitless searching, the group had no choice but to retreat, taking Goku back with them to ascertain the events that transpired from his account. The following morning at the Capsule Corporation, the warriors of Earth gathered around the gradually awakening Goku. Krillin promptly retrieved a Senzu bean from his bag and offered it to Goku. At that moment, Goku was extremely weak, yet he managed to consume the bean. Instantly revitalized, he sprang up from the bed, brimming with energy. Goku, where's Jiun? Wasn't she with you? Where is she? Bulma rushed forward, her expression filled with concern. Jiun had been missing throughout the entire night, and her anxiety for Jiyun's safety was palpable. I'm sorry, Bulma, I don't know. Goku scratched his head awkwardly, feeling embarrassed. Before this, he had been incapacitated, leaving him unaware of subsequent events. And number 18? She should have been with you. Where is she? Number 16 inquired, now fully restored, eagerly asking about number 18's whereabouts. I'm sorry, I don't know either, Goku replied apologetically, looking at number 16. He remembered only the battle and his subsequent defeat, leaving him in the dark regarding everything else. Who was it that defeated you in such a manner? Kakarot. You must know this, Vegeta questioned, arms crossed and a nonchalant tone in his voice. Goku strained to recall the combatant's identity, remembering that Jiun had mentioned it before. However, at that moment, he could not recall. I'm sorry, I forgot, Goku sheepishly admitted, scratching the back of his head. Upon hearing Goku's answer, the group nearly collapsed in disbelief. Goku, what do you know? You should share what you do know. Bulma was in a state of turmoil, but endeavored to maintain her composure. The only approach left was to see if they could extract any useful information from Goku. All right. At that time, Jiun, number 18, and I went too. Goku began to recount, mostly sharing tales of his initial sparring match with Jiun. His enthusiasm grew as he described their fierce battle, captivating the listeners with his animated storytelling. Yet, frustration mounted within the group as they realized this information was of little use, compelling them to endure and listen to Goku continue. In the end, I unleashed 5 times the Kaioken in Super Saiyan form. That power, I can still remember. Goku became increasingly animated, his words flowing with excitement as he recounted how he had knocked Jiun away, displaying a touch of pride as if it were a remarkable achievement. He even repeated Jiyun's praises for him. After sharing all this, Goku took a breath, ready to elaborate further when his expression suddenly froze, as if recalling something significant. What is it, Goku? Have you thought of something? Bulma inquired softly, her anxiety palpable, yet she dared not rush him, fearing he might forget whatever revelation had just surfaced. Goku slowly nodded, his excitement waning, replaced by a creeping dread. Suddenly, 2 individuals appeared. Their energy was completely undetectable. If Jiun hadn't noticed in time, I would have never sensed them. As he spoke, Goku's expression grew increasingly grave. One of them merely used a finger. Goku continued in a hushed tone, extending a finger to illustrate his point. With just that single strike, I lost my ability to fight. If you hadn't discovered me in time, I might have already perished. The room fell silent as everyone gasped in disbelief at Goku's account. They exchanged glances, each reflecting an unparalleled shock. A single finger, just like that. They weren't questioning the truth of his words. Rather, they were beginning to doubt Goku's mental state. I heard Jiun mention their names, but I truly forgot. I only remember she mentioned something about a god of destruction and an angel. Goku pondered, recalling the names of Beerus and Whis. The crowd expressed their bewilderment, but only Vegeta, Upon hearing the term God of Destruction, felt a jolt of fear surge through him. God of Destruction Beerus. Vegeta murmured, his voice trembling as he uttered the name. Chapter 67. News from the North Kai. Vegeta's voice was not loud, yet everyone present heard him clearly. Almost all gazes converged upon him, though he remained silent, his eyes reflecting a profound, indescribable fear. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku appeared to be struck by a sudden revelation. A flash of insight illuminated his mind, and he eagerly exclaimed, "Yes, that name was indeed mentioned by Jiun." He spoke with unwavering conviction, patting his chest to assure everyone. God of Destruction Beerus? Who is that? Vegeta, if you know, please tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. Bulma inquired anxiously. However, upon witnessing the terror etched onto Vegeta's face, concern for Jiun began to gnaw at her heart. She feared for the child in her womb, wishing not to see it grow up without a father. All eyes were fixed on Vegeta, the atmosphere thick with silence, punctuated only by the nervous breaths of those present. Beerus, the God of Destruction, was an entity that should never be trifled with. Finally, Vegeta began to move his lips, slowly elucidating his thoughts. His mind drifting back several decades. In truth, I do not possess extensive knowledge about Beerus. It was only when Kakarot mentioned that title that I unearthed a memory buried deep within me. He merely tapped the air back then, and I, as a child, lost my fighting spirit. Vegeta trembled as he continued, briefly outlining Beerus's terrifying nature, though omitting many details. For instance, he neglected to mention how his father had knelt before Beerus, pleading for mercy over something as trivial as a pillow. Vegeta had watched from a corner, unable to bear it any longer, and rushed forward, only to be subdued by a mere gesture from Beerus. Is he really that formidable? Krillin asked anxiously, having glimpsed an unfamiliar fear in Vegeta's proud demeanor. I once believed that my youth made me inferior to him, but now, with what has happened to Kakarot, I realize that no matter how strong I become, I remain worlds apart from him. Vegeta lamented, clearly distressed. That encounter with Beerus had undoubtedly cast a long shadow over his childhood. They had long suffered under Frieza's tyranny, yet all Saiyans united, including his father, in the belief that they could one day overthrow that monstrous oppressor. However, when confronted by Beerus, the proud King Vegeta had knelt like a dog, praying for mercy, devoid of any inclination to resist. Then Jiun, Bulma's breath quickened as she absorbed Vegeta's explanation, sensing an ominous foreboding regarding Jiun's fate. Bulma, do not fret. Jiun will surely be fine, Goku reassured her, noticing her distress. Yet, the more he spoke, the more anxious Bulma became, fearing for Jiun's safety. Overwhelmed by emotion, she began to weep. Goku was at a loss for how to comfort her. The others fell into a heavy silence, each silently praying for Jiun's well-being. Can you hear me, Goku? Just as Goku was wrestling with his thoughts, the North Kai's voice suddenly reached his ears. Yes, Lord Kai, I am here. I almost forgot about you. I actually have something I wish to ask. Goku exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Upon hearing Goku mention the Kai, everyone, including Bulma, paused their emotional turmoil and turned to him with keen interest. Perhaps the Kai would know Jiun's whereabouts. Be quiet and listen to me. The Kai, usually composed, interrupted Goku sternly. All right, please continue, Goku replied, suddenly subdued by the Kai's authoritative tone. Has Lord Beerus visited Earth? The Kai inquired, his voice laden with respect. Indeed. As expected of you, Lord Kai, Beerus has indeed come to Earth. Goku confirmed without hesitation. Stop flattering him. Tell me, who dared to provoke Lord Beerus? The Kai bellowed, his voice booming with fury. Do you understand? Lord Beerus is extremely displeased, chastising us in the North Galaxy for our barbarism and rudeness. The next time he arrives, it will herald the destruction of the entire North Galaxy. The Kai's antennae stood upright, clearly aware of the events transpiring on Earth. Goku appeared utterly innocent, enduring the Kai's tirade for a full 20 minutes. Finally, the Kai seemed to tire, breathing heavily, his round face flushed with anger. Lord Kai. Isn't Lord Beerus a bit petty? I hadn't even had the chance to retaliate before I was sent flying. Goku protested, feeling particularly aggrieved. Not only for being struck, but now also chastised. Silence. Do not speak ill of Lord Beerus. I was referring to Jiun. That young man dared to injure Lord Beerus. This is a grave offense. He has already been taken away, and we must await the consequences. The Kai reprimanded Goku sharply. Though he had never met Jiun face to face, he had heard of his deeds and felt a sense of pride for his accomplishments. However, after this incident, the Kai's admiration for Jiun had significantly diminished, and he now felt a deep-seated resentment. Is Jiun truly that powerful? Goku gasped in astonishment. The fact that someone as formidable as Beerus could be injured by Jiun was nothing short of incredible. Chapter 68. Everything begins to unravel. You seem quite pleased. Don't you? I advise you to count your blessings, for one day, Lord Beerus may come knocking at your door. The King of the World scoffed, unceremoniously reminding him. What on earth is wrong with Goku's thought process? He has offended the God of Destruction and shows not a shred of fear. How will Jiun be dealt with in the future? Goku inquired, a hint of worry in his voice. As a friend, he naturally wished to see Jiun unharmed, especially since this trouble was ignited by him. Jiun had clearly stated not to act, yet he rashly stepped forward to challenge. There was certainly a degree of responsibility on his part. As for the processing, who knows? Rest assured, once the results are out, you will be informed in advance. The King of the Worlds replied curtly. His frustration had somewhat dissipated, but his heart was heavy with concern for Jiun's future. What a remarkable young man. Such a pity. Upon hearing this, Goku's expression turned peculiar. Results will be communicated? That sounds rather ominous, akin to waiting for news of a deceased. Enough about my matters. If you have something to say, please do so quickly. I'm on the verge of losing my temper. The king suddenly recalled that Goku had other concerns and impatiently inquired. Oh well, I have nothing more, Your Majesty, I'm fine. Goku quickly responded, eager to convey that he had no further issues. He initially wished to inquire about Jiun's whereabouts. Now that everything was clear, he felt there was no longer a problem. After receiving Goku's answer, the King of the World snorted and severed the connection. At this moment, on North Kai's planet, the king gazed solemnly at the sky, a whirlwind of complex emotions swirling within him. What he had just relayed were merely the words of Whis. When the king first received the news, it felt like a thunderclap. He could hardly fathom the multitude of troubles plaguing the realm under his stewardship. And now, to have struck the God of Destruction, what could he do but hope for Jiun to undergo a thorough transformation under Beerus and return a changed man? Of course, Whis had not disclosed the complete truth to the king. He had conveniently omitted Jiun's status as an apprentice God of Destruction, fabricating a narrative to placate the king. After all, he was the administrator of the North Galaxy and deserved a heads-up regarding Jiun's circumstances. Little did they know that this whimsical tale would subject the North Kai to decades of trepidation. On Earth, after Goku concluded his conversation with the king, everyone began to chatter excitedly, each person inquiring about the king's words, wondering how Jiun was faring. All right, everyone, let us not rush. Jiun is currently unharmed. He has merely been taken by Lord Beerus, Goku reassured the crowd. Upon hearing that Jiun was safe, everyone exhaled in relief. As long as he was all right. That was what mattered. However, Bulma's worried expression remained unchanged. Goku, what do you mean by temporarily unharmed? Also, what did you mean by how Jiun would be dealt with? Bulma questioned anxiously. The implications of his words clearly indicated that the situation was far from simple. Goku scratched his head, at a loss for words, especially given that Bulma was pregnant. He certainly couldn't say, wait for the notification. Prepare for Jiun's body. That would be disastrous. Regardless, Goku understood that Jiun had indeed injured Lord Beerus, and there would surely be consequences. However, don't worry too much. The king assured me that as long as Jiun stays with Lord Beerus for a few days until things cool down, he will naturally be returned. Goku said with a forced smile, his eyes brimming with sincerity. For now, he could only fabricate a comforting story to defuse the situation. This was the first time in Goku's life he had told a lie so convincingly. Sigh. If that is the case, then I shall rest easy. Bulma let out a long breath, her worries finally alleviated. She now fully believed Goku's words. As long as they patiently awaited a few days, everything would be resolved. However, she could not have anticipated that this wait would span an eternity. Wait, Kakarot. Did you just say that Jiun injured Beerus? Vegeta could scarcely believe his ears, doubting whether he had misheard. Injured Beerus? What kind of a dream was this? Indeed, Vegeta. That is precisely what the king informed me. I knew Jiun was powerful, but I never imagined he could harm such a formidable being and remain alive. How utterly incredible. Goku exclaimed excitedly, clearly impressed by Jiun's strength once more. This cannot be true. That fellow. Vegeta was struck by a wave of disbelief. Chasing after Jiun? That would be an unattainable dream in this lifetime. The others paid no heed to the dazed Vegeta. They were all celebrating Jiun's safety. At that moment, the silent Android 16 stepped forward and suddenly inquired of Goku, what of Android 18's whereabouts? Upon hearing 16's question, Everyone snapped back to reality. Yes. What of 18? They had been so focused on Jiun's safety that they had completely forgotten about her current state. Goku, too, seemed to awaken from his reverie, clearly having overlooked this detail. This. I forgot to ask. Goku admitted, his mouth opening as he finally confessed. 16's expression, though robotic, conveyed dissatisfaction at Goku's answer. Goku, feeling a twinge of shame, lowered his head. Just moments ago, the king had asked if there was anything else, and he had completely forgotten about 18. Although 16 was displeased, he did not express his frustration, as he understood Goku had not intended to overlook it. Moreover, Goku had brought him here for repairs. He felt a sense of gratitude towards him. Though he was a robot, he would not repay kindness with malice. Very well. It's of no consequence. The Dragon Balls will soon be usable. If we cannot locate her, we can summon the Eternal Dragon to inquire, Bulma suggested to 16. Now that she knew Jiun was safe, her spirits lifted. Thank you very much. 16 lowered his head, humbly expressing his gratitude to Bulma. Thus, matters on Earth finally reached a conclusion. Chapter 69. Truly my teacher, where am I? Jiun slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings, murmuring softly. As he surveyed his environment, a charming golden-haired figure caught his eye. Jiun, wonderful. You're finally awake. It was number 18. Her face beaming with joy at his awakening. Jiun, upon seeing her visage, struggled to open his eyes wider. His body, lying on the grass, instinctively yearned to rise. I'll help you. Number 18 exclaimed, noticing Ji-Yun's attempt to sit up and hastening to assist him. Ouch. Ji-Yun gradually lifted himself. Yet the pain coursing through his body remained excruciating. A gaping wound in his abdomen had ceased bleeding, but his tattered clothing was stained with blood. Observing Ji-Yun's pained expression, number 18 adjusted her movements, becoming gentler. Finally, after enduring the intense agony, Ji-Yun managed to sit up. Once upright, Ji-Yun trembled, his hands searching frantically around his waist. Where are the Senza beans? He pondered, recalling that his precious beans were always hung at his side. Had they been lost? What are you looking for? Let me help you. Number 18 said, noticing his frantic search, clearly concerned for something of great importance. At that moment, a transcendent voice resounded. He must be looking for this. Whis remarked with a faint smile, floating gracefully before Ji-Yun. A burlap pouch levitated in midair beside him. Ji-Yun, still recovering from his injuries and with blurred vision, instantly recognized the pouch as containing Senza beans. He nodded vigorously in acknowledgement. Hiki. Whis chuckled softly. With a gentle wave of his staff, the cord binding the pouch came undone as if imbued with life. A green bean floated out, drifting slowly towards Ji-Yun. Without hesitation, Ji-Yun grasped it and placed it in his mouth. Crack, crack. The bean slid down his throat, and as it did, his wounds began to heal, replenishing his vitality. The waning fatigue vanished, and he stood up, vibrant and full of energy. Thank you, Lord Whis. Ji-Yun clasped his fist in gratitude. Although they had brought him here against his will, they had saved his life. Gratitude was indeed due. Whis shook his head with a smile upon hearing Ji-Yun's thanks. Do not call me Lord. Just refer to me by my name. You are now an apprentice destroyer. Here, apart from Lord Beerus, you are the most significant presence. Of course, should you inherit the role of destroyer in the future, I would then have to call you Lord Jiun. Jiun nodded slowly at Whis' words, feeling content. It was preferable, as he had never liked addressing others with titles. Such formalities felt distant and unfamiliar. However, I cannot give you this just yet. I wish to study it first. Perhaps I can cultivate a portion of it later. Whis indicated the floating Senza bean pouch, his interest piqued by its extraordinary nature. Hiki. No problem. Feel free to study it as long as you wish, Ji-Yun replied with a cheerful grin. Yet, internally, he felt a twinge of annoyance. After all, they were on their territory. Could he dare to refuse? Nevertheless, the surroundings were quite pleasant. Beerus certainly knew how to indulge. Revitalized, Ji-Yun began to appreciate the breathtaking scenery. The azure sky blurred the distinction between day and night, while the stars sparkled like mysterious, exquisite crystal orbs. Vividly colored planets adorned the vast expanse, appearing so close that he felt he could reach out and touch them. A sea of vibrant flowers blossomed, filling the air with their heady fragrance, immersing him in a realm that felt almost ethereal. Observing Ji-Yun enthralled by the enchanting vista, Whis inquired with a smile. Isn't it splendid here? There is no more comfortable environment in the entire universe. Ji-Yun's thoughts returned to the present upon hearing Whis' words, and he nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is magnificent. Ji-Yun praised sincerely. while secretly contemplating how delightful it would be to have a few women and raise a family here, living in blissful retirement. Oh, by the way, where is Lord Beerus? Jiun curiously asked. Was he there a task to destroy a planet? Did he go alone? Lord Beerus is currently asleep, intending to catch up on the rest he missed during this time. It may take him several years to awaken, Whis explained with a smile. Ji-yun's heart skipped a beat, and he cautiously queried, but wasn't he supposed to have a task? Is he not going to complete it? Whis chuckled at Ji-yun's inquiry. But you are here now, right? From now on, these duties will fall to you. With a calm smile, Whis patiently elaborated. Ji-yun felt a mix of incredulity and amusement. Is it fair to simply bring someone in and leave them to handle everything? Is there enough time for that? Internally, he was reluctant to accept such an arrangement. Surely, this should allow him to familiarize himself with the work environment before diving in. It was hardly reasonable to start a job immediately after an interview. Do not worry, there is ample time. Those planets are meant to be cleared gradually. The only reason Lord Beerus appears lazy is that he dislikes waking often. Thus, he tends to handle everything in one go upon awakening. Now that you are here, he will not need to continue this work, Whis explained slowly. The role of a destroyer was relatively easy, with no need to fret over time constraints. Jiun felt a wave of resignation wash over him. So, what should I do now? Should I prepare to embark on completing the remaining tasks? Jiun shook his head, feeling a headache coming on. Not just yet. We have plenty of time. There is no rush. We can address everything when the next task arises, Whis replied with a chuckle, taking his time. Jiun nodded in agreement, realizing that there was no need to hurry with work. As the saying goes, tomorrow comes, and tomorrow brings many days, since there are so many. Why not delay a little longer? After sharing these thoughts, Whis continued, Today, take the time to familiarize yourself with this environment. Tomorrow, I will begin to guide you in your training. Upon hearing the word training, Ji-yun's eyes sparkled. If that were the case, this journey would indeed be worthwhile. Receiving training from Whis, the teacher of the destroyers, would surely propel his abilities beyond measure. Additionally, I have arranged accommodations for you. You and your wife will reside there. Whis indicated a courtyard ahead. After speaking, he floated away, leaving Ji-yun in a state of bewilderment and number 18 blushing with shyness. Couple? This Fis truly possesses remarkable perceptiveness. Ji-yun's heart brimmed with joy, and he could not help but utter an expletive. It is no wonder he will be my future mentor. Such thoughts have been discerned so effortlessly. Clearly, he believes that Whis is creating an opportunity for me. Chapter 70. What is amiss? The following morning, Ji-yun stepped out with invigorated spirit, evidently having enjoyed a splendid night prior. With all matters clarified, he felt no need for further reservations. The 18th showed no particular resistance, and thus, they naturally and somewhat tentatively established their relationship. Good morning, Ji-yun. Whis greeted him politely upon seeing him. Good morning, Whis. Ji-yun replied courteously. Today marked the commencement of new training, and within him lingered a hint of anticipation. Where's the 18th? Why is she not accompanying you? Whis inquired curiously. Jiun smiled mysteriously and responded nonchalantly, Oh, she has yet to rise. Whis paused for a moment, then comprehended Ji-yun's implication, offering him a knowing glance. Young man, do exercise moderation, he remarked lightly. Ji-yun nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Whis' words. To be honest, he ought to practice restraint moving forward. Last night had seen him exerting himself extensively. Although he felt reasonably well, a subtle ache lingered in his lower back. I understand now. How should we train today? Jiun asked, his face alight with curiosity. Seeing Ji-yun's eagerness, Whis refrained from unnecessary chatter. Today, you shall first practice how to wield the power of destruction. When you fought Lord Beerus, you managed to utilize a rudimentary portion of this power. However, that remains far from sufficient. To become a god of destruction, one must be able to wield this power with ease, Whis stated calmly. Ji-yun nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. His current strength spoke for itself. Following his recovery from injury, even if he were to battle Beerus again, he would not be as helpless as before. Very well. How should I practice, Whis? Jiun asked earnestly, now viewing Whis as a mentor and confidant. If he could learn more in this setting, it would be splendid. Especially considering that Whis was capable of defeating Beerus with a single strike. Upon hearing Ji-yun's question, Whis shook his head slightly. This is something you must accomplish on your own. You need to sense it yourself. Even as angels, we cannot fully grasp the mysteries of this destructive power. Ji-yun felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. After all that, it seemed he was still reliant on himself. To what extent must I practice to master it? He inquired again. Whis had indeed made a valid point. During his battle with Beerus, he had tapped into a fraction of the destructive power. But it was not a true mastery. He had partially grasped it, albeit in a rather incomplete form. Whis furrowed his brow, stroking his chin thoughtfully for a moment. He then pointed to a massive planet in the sky. Do you see that planet? Do not employ any other powers. Simply use the destructive energy within you to obliterate it. This will signify your initial mastery of the power of destruction. Whis spoke in a somewhat subdued tone. In truth, he preferred not to see Jiun striving for unattainable heights. The foremost task was to first sense the power within him, destroy things within reach, and then gradually increase the quality of what he could obliterate. This was the proper training regimen. Is that so, Whis? Jiun asked, his eyes filled with curiosity. Huh? What? Whis looked up, puzzled by Jiun's interruption, having been deep in thought about how to guide Jiun toward a grounded approach to training. Suddenly, Jiun's curious gaze caught his attention. Jiun raised his right hand, directing his palm toward the very planet Whis had just mentioned. Whis quickly looked up, only to find that the planet had vanished without a trace. All that remained in the sky were glimmers of purple, destructive energy. Whis was left in shock, rendered speechless by the spectacle. Whis, do say something. Was that correct? Jiun lowered his hand and gazed at Whis, who was rendered mute, urgently questioning him with the innocence of a curious child. He pondered whether he had impressed Whis, startling him with his prowess. However, as soon as that thought crossed his mind, he shook his head in denial. Such a notion was inconceivable. This was Whis, a being of unfathomable strength, who had witnessed countless spectacles. It was certainly not the case. He must have erred somewhere, prompting Whis' silence. Indeed, Whis was likely contemplating how to correct his mistakes. Yes, that had to be it. Whis, please do not remain silent. Tell me where I went wrong. I might just find a solution myself. Jiun earnestly expressed. Since he was currently under Whis' tutelage, maintaining a proper attitude was crucial. Acknowledging one's mistakes promptly was essential to demonstrating humility, which would encourage others to share their knowledge generously. Ahem. Upon a cursory observation, I can confirm there are some minor shortcomings, yet they are not insurmountable. Whis finally regained his composure upon hearing Jiun's inquiry, coughing lightly to mask his astonishment. Now then, demonstrate that technique once more, and I shall observe carefully to see if I can offer you some constructive feedback. Jiun's heart sank upon hearing this. Indeed, it appeared he had indeed erred. Now, Whis had yet to formally instruct him, but had already found fault with his demonstration, a rather embarrassing situation. It was all his own fault for trying to show off. At the same time, he began to admire Whis' character. Look how gracefully he spoke. That was the power of language. Minor shortcomings? He thought. A minor shortcoming that warranted such deep contemplation? Clearly, he was being exceedingly gracious. Very well, Whis, I shall try again. If I err, please do inform me promptly. Jiun said respectfully, his expression earnest. Though it was a flawed demonstration, now that Whis had requested it, Jiun felt compelled to repeat it, eager to discover where he had gone awry. Following Whis' instructions, Jiun raised his right hand once more, aiming at a dark red planet. The destructive energy within him surged forth instantaneously. Externally, he appeared as calm as still water, devoid of any discernible energy fluctuations, as if merely holding his hand aloft. In that moment, the dark red planet began to fracture, its surface radiating a web-like pattern of purple light. Boom. The sky emitted no sound. The entire planet disintegrated into fragments, vanishing into the horizon. What Jiun accomplished transpired in less than half a second. Chapter 71. Subtle nurturing. Whis stood before the scene, utterly astonished, the shock within him defying description. Had he not personally brought Jiun here, he might have thought Jiun had become a deity of destruction. How could one expect him to engage in diligent practice when he had already mastered such formidable abilities? Ah, Whis, look at this. Jiun hastily called out after demonstrating, fully prepared for any criticism. As the saying goes, humility fosters progress. Whis heard Jiun's voice and could only manage a wry smile internally. Had he truly found a prodigy? For a fleeting moment, he questioned whether Jiun was concealing his true destructive power. Yet, he swiftly dismissed this notion. The emergence of such power in a human was nothing short of miraculous. Moreover, Jiun's eager demeanor suggested that he was genuinely experiencing this ability for the first time. Whis could only attribute this phenomenon to Jiun's extraordinary talent. There was no other plausible explanation. Though resigned, Whis maintained a calm exterior. He nodded slightly, revealing no trace of joy or sorrow. Overall, your execution is commendable. It is entirely sufficient for your current strength. However, there are still some shortcomings. Yet, explaining it verbally may not suffice. This is something you must comprehend on your own. Alternatively, as your prowess reaches a certain level, understanding will naturally follow. Whis spoke in a measured tone. In truth, Jiun's application of the destructive power was quite remarkable, with no apparent flaws, even rivaling that of Beerus. However, having just mentioned some deficiencies, Whis felt compelled to express a few vague remarks to avoid being scorned by Jiun. Thus, he opted for a temporary diversion. Oh, I see. Jiun scratched his head, feeling perplexed. Whis' words implied that those who understood would grasp it, while those who did not simply had not attained the necessary level. Had anyone else said this, Jiun would have likely resorted to harsh words, even questioning their credibility. Yet, this was Whis, the teacher of Beerus. His words undoubtedly carried profound wisdom. Accepting his assertion, Jiun pondered the possibility that he had yet to reach that level of understanding. Despite this, Jiun felt a surge of joy. Whis' acknowledgement of his performance as generally acceptable exceeded his expectations. Observing Jiun's semi-comprehending expression, Whis inwardly sighed in relief. He had managed to navigate this conversation without losing face. Well then, should I continue to comprehend this, or pursue other forms of training? Jiun humbly inquired. Yes. For now, practice the method we just discussed repeatedly, and see if you can attain a deeper understanding. I have some matters to attend to. But I shall return to teach you more, Whis responded with a gentle smile. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of celestial clouds began to converge in the area. Jiun noticed Whis' actions and looked up at the sky, instantly captivated by the spectacle above. His eyes gleaming with wonder at the breathtaking beauty of the heavens. Once Whis completed his task, he vanished without a sound. Hey, Whis, that was quite impressive. Do you think you could teach me? Wait, where did he go? I haven't learned anything yet. Jiun lamented, a frown etched upon his face. Unbeknownst to him, Whis, concealed in the shadows, heard Jiun's complaints and bitterly mused, Learn? What more do you need to learn? You've already mastered it. However, at that moment, he found himself increasingly impressed by Jiun, recognizing his innate potential for destruction, which also spared Whis considerable effort. Meanwhile, Jiun gazed up at the vast expanse of stars and began to practice aimlessly. With each gesture, planets erupted into dazzling fireworks, illuminating the sky brilliantly. Feeling fatigued, Jiun reclined on the ground, idly gesturing with his fingers, causing another planet to transform into a violet light and vanish. After a couple of hours, as Jiun fidgeted once more, several planets simultaneously disintegrated into purple particles, creating a beautiful display of fireworks. Wait, something is amiss. Jiun observed the myriad stars above, sensing an anomaly. Though he exerted the same force as before, he had previously only been capable of obliterating one planet at a time. Yet now, he had destroyed multiple planets in one motion. Initially unaware, Jiun's interest was piqued as he gestured again. Wow. A row of planets disintegrated simultaneously, transforming into a sea of violet light. What is happening? Jiun sat up abruptly, astonished at the celestial display before him. Despite using the same force, why was the effect growing stronger? Jiun quickly assessed his internal destructive power. To his shock, it had surged several-fold. What is going on? He pondered, bewildered. He had not actively trained or exerted effort. He had merely obliterated a few planets. How had his power increased so dramatically? Suddenly, a revelation struck Jiun as Whis' earlier words echoed in his mind. There are still some shortcomings, but explaining it verbally may not suffice. You must comprehend it on your own. Or, as your strength reaches a certain level, understanding will naturally follow. Recalling Whis' guidance, Jiun's eyes widened in realization. The essence of Whis' advice was to engage in deep practice to attain a greater understanding. Repeating Whis' final words in his mind, Jiun felt immense gratitude for Whis' mentorship. As he gazed at the starry sky, a sense of awe washed over him. He had initially thought Whis irresponsible for leaving without imparting knowledge. It seemed he had been narrow-minded. He had been mistaken. In that moment, his feelings of shame dissipated. Perhaps this was the silent nurturing inherent in being a mentor. Chapter 72. Misunderstanding. Upon realizing the earnest intentions of Whis, Jiun could no longer afford to be complacent. Gazing at the celestial bodies above, he felt an instantaneous surge of energy coursing through him. At that moment, he was brimming with determination, resolved not to disappoint Whis' nurturing efforts. With a flourish, several planets vanished from the sky at his command. Jiun's other hand was equally industrious, sweeping through another area where numerous stars also disappeared. He wielded his hands with deftness, feeling no fatigue. as the destructive power within him continued to amplify with each planet's demise. After approximately half an hour of relentless effort, the once bustling expanse of stars fell into silence. The vibrant world had become singular in tone. Finally, he exclaimed, "At last, it is all done." With hands on his hips, he admired the pristine sky. A profound sense of accomplishment swelling within him, alongside immense satisfaction regarding his growing power. "How is your practice going, Jiun? Have you grasped that state?" Whis inquired with a gentle smile, having appeared at Ji-Yun's side without him noticing. Hearing Whis' voice, Ji-Yun quickly turned, gratitude shining in his eyes as he replied, "Thank you, Whis, I have comprehended it." Whis nodded slightly, responding nonchalantly, "If not, it would not matter." "You wait, what did you say? You have comprehended it?" His heart jolted, suspecting he had misheard, prompting him to raise his voice for clarity. Jiun then performed a deep bow, a radiant joy lighting his face as he proclaimed, "I have not failed in my mission. Thank you, Whis. Without your guidance, I would have never attained such enlightenment." Whis was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with confusion. What was happening? Why was he being thanked? What had Jiun truly comprehended? "Well then, let me see the fruits of your understanding," Whis said, maintaining a facade of elegance and composure, though curiosity gnawed at him. As he pondered what Ji-Yun could have possibly realized. "All right, but Whis, I may need to trouble you once more," Jiun said with a confident smile. Gesturing towards the sky, Whis, perplexed by this request, looked up, and his heart sank. "What happened to those planets?" he exclaimed, astonished by the sudden absence of the multitude he had summoned. A wave of disbelief washed over him as he glanced back at the smiling Ji-Yun. Could it be that this lad has obliterated all those celestial bodies? The thought surfaced, yet he desperately tried to dismiss it. After all, even someone like Beerus would require 3 days of continuous effort to achieve such destruction. Yet, the evidence lay before him, undeniable. "Ji-Yun, have you annihilated all these planets?" Whis inquired tentatively, holding his breath in anticipation of Ji-Yun's response. The latter, with a slight smirk, confidently affirmed, "Indeed, I destroyed them all. Of course. It was primarily due to your meticulous instruction." Whis swallowed hard, grappling with the incredulity of Ji-Yun's answer. He then raised his hand, gesturing towards the sky, and instantly, the once quiet heavens erupted into activity. The stars reassembled, encircling the land once more. "Now, let me witness the realm you have attained." Whis observed Jiun intently, eager to see how he had accomplished this feat. Prepare to be amazed, Whis. Jiun grinned as the destructive energy within him surged. Previously, a mere flick of his finger could annihilate swathes of stars, but this time he intended to make a grand statement, to leave Whis in awe. Summoning all his strength, Jiun swung his hand forcefully toward the sky. With a resounding whoosh, the planets above erupted into a spectacular display of purple light, momentarily transforming the sky into a canvas of violet. Though the breathtaking spectacle was fleeting, the heavens gradually regained their original hue. Whis swallowed hard, witnessing the stars vanish in an instant. His pupils dilated, unable to conceal his shock. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim in disbelief, wanting to confront Ji-Yun and demand, "Are you even human?" A sudden thought struck Whis. Could this young man be a relative of the Omni King? Yet, he dismissed it, as he had never heard of any relatives of the Omni King, and Ji-Yun certainly did not resemble one. Ji-Yun, aware of Whis' penetrating gaze, misinterpreted it as astonishment at his talent. "Whis, please don't look at me like that. I know my abilities are impressive, but you need not be so astounded. Ultimately, I owe my success to you. Without your guidance, I would not have achieved this," he cheerfully remarked, attributing all his accomplishments to Whis' influence. Whis felt a mix of confusion and exasperation. He couldn't quite grasp Ji-Yun's words, sensing an undertone of mockery, as if Ji-Yun were insinuating that he had not taught him adequately, only to now slap him in the face with his newfound prowess. Remembering Ji-Yun's earlier politeness, he felt that this display was merely an act of cunning. "Ji-Yun, there is no need for such flattery. I understand your intentions. However, I hope you remember that as an apprentice destroyer, this alone is far from sufficient. Mastering the power of destruction is commendable, yet one must remain humble and cautious. Otherwise, you may face grave consequences in the future," Whis advised Jiun calmly. Despite being astounded by Ji-Yun's formidable destructive prowess as an angel, he was impervious to such forces and had no reason to fear Ji-Yun's bravado. Thus, he candidly began to admonish Ji-Yun. Chapter 73. Am I still asleep? Ah, I understand now, Whis. Jiun could not quite grasp the full meaning of those words. He merely perceived it as Whis imparting wisdom. a reminder to remain humble and composed. With a serious expression, he nodded in agreement. Whis noticed Ji-Yun's demeanor was relatively proper and gave a slight nod, choosing not to linger on the matter any further. This issue was concluded here. There was nothing else to attend to today. Tomorrow we shall commence combat training. Whis stated flatly, his expression devoid of emotion. He was eager to leave, feeling utterly humiliated by today's performance, having taught nothing and endured Ji-Yun's mockery. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to conduct a practical lesson tomorrow to regain his dignity. With that thought, Whis hastily departed. Thank you, Whis. I will continue to strive tomorrow. Jiun expressed his gratitude, despite Whis already being gone. The two held vastly different perspectives. Whis felt he had imparted nothing and was deeply embarrassed, while Ji-Yun believed Whis had taught him much and held him in great respect. After a minute had passed, Ji-Yun observed that the time was still early and felt no urgency to return. With the impending practical training with Whis, he decided it prudent to prepare himself and stretch his muscles. Resolute, Ji-Yun began to channel his energy, his body suddenly twisting and turning with vigor. His punches and kicks flowed like the wind, the sounds of slicing air echoing around him. In this serene environment, a wild energy began to radiate. The formidable aura emanating from him surged outward in all directions. Jiun let out a powerful roar. A pale yellow aura enveloping him as his hair transformed into that of a Super Saiyan. In an instant, his energy escalated to an extraordinary level. Were he on Earth? He would need not lift a finger. His mere presence would suffice to shatter the planet into fragments. With renewed intensity, Ji-Yun commenced another round of practice. With each strike, the air howled, conjuring tremendous storms. Once more, he shouted, unsatisfied with his current power. A crimson aura enveloped him as he unleashed the tenfold King Kai fist, his strength reaching astonishing heights. The ground beneath him began to tremble ever so slightly. Meanwhile, in the main fortress, Beerus, the God of Destruction, was roused from his slumber by the commotion. He sat up in bed, irate and discontent. Who dares disturb my sleep? Beerus fumed, his anger peaking as he had only just closed his eyes. He leapt from his bed and stormed out of the castle. As he stepped outside, he felt a surge of energy in the air, and the tremors beneath his feet intensified. There was no one in sight, only the sound of rushing winds. Beerus squinted, catching a glimpse of Ji-Yun energetically throwing punches in the distance. Humph, so it's you little rascal. Beerus chuckled in anger. Having identified the source of his irritation, a sphere of purple energy formed in his hand, imbued with immense destructive power. Die, he roared, launching the energy toward Ji-Yun. The attack was swift, and just as it was about to strike Ji-Yun, something bizarre occurred. The energy collided with him but caused no harm, seemingly merging with his being instead. Beerus could hardly believe his eyes. He rubbed them, watching Ji-Yun bounce around as if nothing had happened. His mind struggled to comprehend the situation. How could this be? Why was that brat unscathed? Beerus was engulfed in shock, confusion, and disbelief. He knew Ji-Yun possessed destructive energy, so his attack would not be lethal, yet it should have been enough to incapacitate him. But the reality was far beyond his understanding. He had never heard of a God of Destruction's attack being absorbed. Unwilling to accept this anomaly, Beerus conjured another sphere of purple energy, its destructive aura even more ferocious. Die, he bellowed again, launching it toward Ji-Yun. Once more, it struck true, yet again. The energy simply entered Ji-Yun's body without causing a ripple. What in the world is happening? Beerus exclaimed, now fully awake and astonished. He stared at Ji-Yun as if he had seen a ghost, even more incredulous than if he had indeed encountered a specter. Surely, I must be dreaming. Beerus murmured to himself, pondering the surreal situation. Suddenly, he slapped himself sharply across the face. Ouch. It's real. Beerus grimaced, rubbing his sore cheek. Nevertheless, his bewilderment only deepened. What is this boy doing? Why do my attacks have no effect? Perhaps I should consult Whis. With that, Beerus turned and hurried toward Whis's residence. His mind consumed with thoughts of Ji-Yun. This boy is simply too enigmatic. After finishing a series of combinations, Ji-Yun came to a halt, the surroundings returning to tranquility. Phew, that was exhilarating. He shook his wrist and neck, exclaiming with exuberance, entirely oblivious to the earlier events involving Beerus. The distance and lack of energy signature rendered him unaware of the threat that had just passed. But, as he prepared to leave, Ji-Yun sensed something unusual within him. His destructive power had inexplicably increased, albeit slightly. This revelation puzzled him. Could ordinary training enhance my destructive energy? Ji-Yun pondered thoughtfully. Suddenly, a realization struck him, connecting Whis's words about commencing battle training tomorrow. So that's how it is, truly, Whis. Every task he assigns me contains such profound significance, Jiun exclaimed, enlightenment washing over him, his admiration for Whis deepening further. Chapter 74. Remaining composed in adversity. As Jiun continued to admire Whis, a vibrant voice echoed from afar. Drawing closer. Turning to see the source, he discovered it was none other than number 18, with whom he had battled throughout the previous night. Jiun greeted her with a smile, playfully teasing, "Why didn't you sleep a little longer? After a night of hard work, are you feeling rejuvenated now?" Hearing Ji-Yun's words, number 18's cheeks flushed with warmth as she recalled the events of the previous evening. She shot him a playful glare, retorting, "Humph. I'm not tired at all. I'm quite the opposite. You seem to have recovered well, though, having shared such intimate moments the night before." Ji-Yun and number 18 had grown closer. Ji-Yun was momentarily taken aback by her boldness, nearly choking on his own words. Noticing his reaction, no. 18 beamed with a sense of triumph, as if declaring her victory. Number 18. Would you like to experience some more joy?" Ji-Yun rubbed his hands together, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Sensing an odd shift in the atmosphere, number 18 instinctively took a few steps back, ready to flee. However, Ji-Yun lunged forward like a hungry tiger, tackling her to the ground. "Hey, not here. Let us talk about it later." "No." 18 lay on the ground, panic rising within her as she wondered if Ji-Yun intended to proceed here. She had not anticipated him to be so daring. "Now you're afraid? Don't worry. Not here. We can go somewhere else." Ji-Yun's radiant smile illuminated his face as he pointed toward a nearby grove. Number 18's face turned as red as a ripe apple at the thought. "Can't we just go back?" she murmured shyly, her voice barely audible. The idea of the grove was simply too provocative. "Relax, Beerus is asleep. Whis just returned. He probably won't emerge until tomorrow. It will just be the two of us, and with the grove being so quiet, there is nothing to worry about," Jiun said with an elated grin, excitement surging through him as his blood raced. Seeing Ji-Yun's insistence, number 18 lay still, turning her head away in silence. Ji-Yun, noticing her reaction, felt a surge of joy, realizing his plan was coming to fruition. Without further hesitation, he lifted number 18 into his arms, and together they soared toward the grove. After a few minutes, the two were deeply engrossed in each other, muffled sounds of their intimacy echoing softly through the forest. Although the noises were faint and restrained, they could still be discerned if one listened closely. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber, Beerus lounged on a sofa, recounting peculiar events to Whis, who stood across from him. After 5 minutes of detailed narration, Beerus, parched from speaking, concluded his tale. "Is that all?" Whis asked, his expression devoid of surprise. "Yes, that is everything. Aren't you even a little shocked?" Beerus retorted, feeling dissatisfied with Whis's lack of reaction. Did Whis believe he was fabricating this? What is there to be shocked about? "You're making a mountain out of a molehill," Whis replied, maintaining his calm demeanor as he took a seat, seemingly indifferent to the matter. I'm making a mountain out of a molehill," Beerus exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. He had not anticipated such a response from Whis. Absorbing destructive energy without a scratch was beyond comprehension for any ordinary being. How could that be dismissed so lightly? "Indeed, Lord Beerus, you are the one overreacting. The universe is vast and filled with wonders. We must approach each situation with composure. That is the mindset befitting a qualified deity," Whis continued, his tone reminiscent of a mentor imparting wisdom to a novice, exuding an air of tranquility. "Whis, have you lost your mind? You seem rather off today," Beerus cautiously inquired, sensing something amiss in Whis' demeanor. The incident he described was explosive news in any universe, yet Whis remained unnaturally calm. Whis chuckled softly upon hearing Beerus' concern, shaking his head slightly. His mind was perfectly sound. Absorbing the energy of a destroyer was hardly a significant event. After witnessing power comparable to the Omni King today, Beerus' tale seemed trivial in comparison. As Beerus furrowed his brow, growing increasingly agitated, Whis finally broke the silence. "Lord Beerus, have you ever witnessed someone who can obliterate a meteor shower with a mere wave of their hand?" Beerus paused, momentarily taken aback. He was unsure of Whis' intentions with the question. "Of course, I can do that. It's not difficult," he replied, puzzled. Any moderately powerful individual could annihilate a star system with a simple energy wave. He had done it himself. With one strike, an entire system had erupted like a firecracker, creating a spectacular scene that remained vivid in his memory. Whis nodded in agreement with Beerus' assertion before continuing, "But can you do it using the power of destruction?" Beerus' confusion deepened. "Of course not. That would be too cumbersome. An energy wave can resolve it effortlessly." The power of destruction is more effective for eliminating individual entities. If I could wipe out an entire star system, I would be the Omni King myself. Whispering cautiously, he expressed his thoughts, wary of being overheard. Whis, hearing his words, chuckled lightly, shaking his head with a mix of amusement and resignation. Suddenly, he sat up straight, leaning closer to Beerus and exclaiming, "But that kid has done it." With a mere wave of his hand, all the stars in the sky transformed into purple energy dust. Chapter 75. That thing is unbearable. That thing is truly unbearable, Whis remarked with a hint of exaggeration, gesturing animatedly. The scene they had witnessed lingered vividly in their minds. This can't be real. Beerus stammered, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Can't be real? I wish that were the case, but I saw it with my own eyes. It is undeniable, Whis replied calmly, turning to Beerus. He then continued, Now? Do you still believe that what you spoke of is indeed a significant matter? Upon hearing Whis's inquiry, Beerus slightly shook his head. In comparison to the gravity of their recent encounter, his own concerns seemed trivial. Whis, do you think that young man might pose a problem? This doesn't seem like something a mere human could accomplish, Beerus pondered aloud. After a moment of contemplation, he gradually articulated. I even find myself questioning whether Jiun is an undercover agent sent by the Omni King to oversee my activities. Based on my judgment and investigation, there should be no issues. Whis countered, shaking his head. When he had initially brought Jiun, he had already inquired with the King of the North Galaxy about Jiun's background and origins. Aside from his unremarkable presence before the invasion of Raditz, everything else about him was quite ordinary. The only point of contention was his Saiyan identity, which raised some doubts. However, after Jiun successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, his Saiyan identity was firmly established, and thus, the doubts dissipated. Could it be that when he encountered us, he was concealing his true strength? Did he come here with ulterior motives? Beerus proposed yet another possibility, seeking Whis's insight. Whis contemplated Beerus's question for a moment. That seems unlikely. Today, when he was practicing the power of destruction, his demeanor and attitude were unmistakably those of a novice. He displayed no signs of pretense. Whis slowly articulated. However, he did become somewhat arrogant later on. He recalled Jiun's boastful comments, which still irked him, as he perceived them as a veiled mockery of his own inability to impart true skills. Yet, from this, it could be inferred that Jiun initially had no awareness of his own capabilities. Otherwise, he would not have exhibited such arrogance upon discovering them. Somewhat arrogant. What does that mean? Beerus inquired, his curiosity piqued. He was astonished that anyone would dare display such bravado in front of Whis after all these years. Ahem. Let us set that aside for now. This individual does not appear to be a spy or anything of the sort. It is simply that his power of destruction is quite substantial. While such occurrences are rare, they are not impossible, Whis stated, wishing to move on from the topic. He believed Jiun posed no threat. Had it not been for their own arrival on Earth, he might not have even chosen to come. It seemed he had no intention of visiting from the outset. Very well. If you deem it acceptable, then let us keep him around. However, remind that young man to keep it down in the future. He must not disturb my sleep, Beerus declared, not wishing to linger on the subject any longer. He had complete faith in Whis's judgment. Off I go, Beerus stated nonchalantly, turning to leave. I shall see you off, Lord Beerus, Whis exclaimed, picking up his staff and following closely behind. Their pace was leisurely, yet they traversed considerable distance, almost instantaneously arriving at the grassy expanse outside. It seems that young man has already returned to rest, Beerus remarked, surveying the empty surroundings. The two continued their slow stroll. Suddenly, just a few steps later, Beerus's keen ears detected an unusual sound. Whis, do you hear that? Is there something amiss nearby? He asked, not turning his head, yet straining to locate the source of the noise. Whis had indeed heard the commotion earlier. He simply refrained from mentioning it. Aha. Ugh. Beerus focused intently. The sound's becoming clearer. It's coming from over there, he whispered, pointing toward a nearby thicket. Oh dear. Whis sighed in exasperation. He recalled having just advised Jiun to exercise moderation in his youthful exuberance. How could they not heed my warning? How could they carry on in broad daylight? If they must engage in such activities, can't they do so in their own quarters? Must they make such a racket out here? Do they truly believe there are no consequences? Whis, we must go investigate. The noise is too strange. It makes me anxious. Beerus's curiosity had intensified, compelling him to uncover the source of the commotion. As Beerus prepared to advance, Whis swiftly positioned his staff to obstruct his path. What is it, Whis? Is there something amiss ahead? Beerus inquired, intrigued. As the overseer of this realm, Whis should have been well informed about the situation, yet he struggled to articulate a response. How could a pure angel like himself describe such sordid affairs? Look, Whis, that tree is shaking. There must be something wrong. We should hurry and take a look. Beerus insisted, his curiosity reaching a fever pitch. He was determined to investigate further. Without hesitation, Beerus lifted the staff obstructing his way and charged forward. Wait, Lord Beerus. That thing is not to be seen, not to be seen. Whis exclaimed loudly, hoping his voice would reach the thicket and alert Jiun to their presence. Regrettably, Jiun seemed entirely engrossed in his activities, oblivious to their approach. The shaking of the tree only intensified, and the sounds grew louder. As if it were a release of unrestrained ecstasy. What on earth was happening? Why did it sound so much like a woman in distress? Beerus wondered. Now at the edge of the thicket, the clear cries resonated in his ears. As he pushed aside the lush green leaves, Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief. Fixating on the scene before him, his mouth agape, yet unable to utter a single word. Chapter 76. Live broadcast with a resounding thud, Beerus collapsed. His vacant gaze slowly closing, having seen nothing at all. At this moment, Whis stood behind him, observing the fallen deity with a resigned shake of his head. With a flick of his staff, Beerus's body floated into the air. Ah, such a clever lad. Even now, he remains oblivious. What does he take this place for? Just wait until tomorrow. I shall deal with him, Whis remarked coldly. Despite his usual composure, a flicker of irritation ignited within him. Had he not acted swiftly to render Beerus unconscious, they would be facing quite the scandal now, a situation that would have certainly been entertaining. Whis felt a profound dissatisfaction towards Jiun. Engaging in such antics in broad daylight was quite brazen of him. As he contemplated how to address Jiun's behavior the following day, he cast a glance towards the rustling depths of the forest, sneering softly before departing with Beerus. Deep within the forest, Jiun and Android 18 were still fervently engaged in battle, oblivious to the events transpiring outside. This was Jiun's first experience of combat in the wild, driven by a desire for novelty as they ventured deeper into the thicket. Leaving traces of their encounter in nearly every corner, time became an indistinct concept until, with a fierce roar, both warriors met their end in ecstasy. The forest gradually returned to tranquility as the two laid breathless on the ground, panting. Android 18's cheeks retained a rosy hue. Her body sprawled out, reluctant to move. Darling, how do you feel? Jiun asked playfully, lying on the grass with a mischievous grin. The inquiry caused Android 18's flush to deepen, and she shyly turned away. Delivering a light punch to Jiyun's chest, her head nestling into his embrace. Observing her bashful demeanor, Jiyun's lips curled into a sweet smile as he gently caressed her smooth back, whispering, "Be good, no more fussing. Dress quickly, it's chilly here. We shall continue our endeavors tonight." Upon hearing Jiyun's words, Android 18 shot him a withering glance, her exhaustion evident. Yet, an ember of anticipation flickered within her, as if she had grown fond of this sensation. "Ugh, who wants to continue with you? We should sleep in separate rooms tonight." "I can't take any more of this," she retorted, her heart contradicting her words as she hastily began to gather her scattered clothing. Chuckling, Jiun dismissed her protests and also commenced searching for his own garments amidst the foliage, eager to return and share another delightful evening together. Before long, both were dressed and soared back to their residence. The following morning, Jiun rose early once more, though this time, his spirit seemed somewhat diminished. Dark circles adorned his eyes, and he appeared listless, frequently stifling yawns. The ache in his lower back had intensified, hinting at another sleepless night. "Ah, good morning, Whis." He yawned, acknowledging the already present Whis with a lethargic wave. "Morning? Just look at the time. It's hardly early," Whis replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Observing Ji-Yun's fatigue, he felt a surge of dissatisfaction and resolved to impart some much-needed lessons today. Ji-Yun, detecting Whis' disapproving tone, offered an awkward smile. "I was busy late into the night, so I woke up a bit later than usual," he explained, his embarrassment palpable. In truth, he had hardly slept at all, having only managed a brief slumber past midnight. The fact that he was even awake now was a feat in itself. "Perhaps your daytime activities were equally engaging," Whis remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Ji-Yun. Taken aback, Ji-Yun realized that Whis was indeed aware of his escapades from the previous day. "Wait, you knew about yesterday's events?" he inquired cautiously, having thought he had been discreet enough to avoid detection. With such a commotion, it was nearly impossible not to notice. Whis chuckled, finding amusement in Ji-Yun's flustered demeanor. "Did you see everything?" Ji-Yun pressed, feeling a mix of embarrassment and concern, particularly regarding Android 18's dignity. Not entirely. I was unaware of the preliminary activities. However, the latter parts were rather akin to a live broadcast, Whis confessed with a mischievous grin. His demeanor reminiscent of a lecherous old man, entirely devoid of the grace one would expect from an angel. Hearing this, Jiun's spirit sank, the cheerful mood rapidly dissipating. Though he recognized his actions were inappropriate, knowing they had been observed as if on display left him feeling disconcerted. Was it just you who witnessed it, Whis? He asked, his voice heavy as he lowered his gaze, concealing his expression. Whis, startled by Jiun's somber tone, responded, "What do you mean by that? Are you implying I should be silenced? Relax, no one else witnessed your indiscretions." He cleared his throat, hoping to lighten the mood, recognizing Jiun's discomfort. Really? Jiun inquired, though skepticism lingered in his voice. After all, if someone had taken notice, curiosity would surely follow, especially someone like Whis, whose earlier expression had been decidedly inappropriate. Surely, you must have been curious about such matters? Chapter 77, Combat Techniques. Whis gazed at Jiun, whose expression reflected disbelief. A sense of helplessness washed over him. He could only recount the sequence of events from the previous day. Upon hearing Whis' explanation, Jiun felt a wave of relief wash over him and silently vowed to exercise greater discretion in future endeavors. Thank you, Whis. You truly are a paragon of virtue. Jiun praised him, for it was evident from Whis' earlier account that he not only refrained from disrupting Jiun but had also intervened just in time to halt Beerus. This left Jiun feeling immensely grateful. There's no need for thanks. Just be more mindful next time. This is the realm of the gods, not your playground. Whis admonished sternly. As a pure angel, he would not tolerate any impropriety within his domain. Yes, I apologize. I shall certainly be more cautious. Jiun hastily responded, acknowledging his own folly in seeking thrills in such a manner. He had nearly been caught in the act. Noticing Jiun's sincere admission of fault, Whis chose not to dwell on the matter further. After all, a verbal warning was merely that, if he did not take action to channel his own frustration, it would remain unvented. That being said, let us commence today's lesson, Whis stated calmly, gesturing for Jiun to attack. Seeing Whis poised and ready, Jiun decided not to hold back. He steadied himself, focused his gaze, and with a swift push of his right leg, propelled himself forward like a bolt of lightning. Swish! Whis deftly evaded Jiun's strike with a slight movement of his form. Realizing his initial attack had missed, Jiun quickly regained his balance, pivoting on one foot while striking out with the other leg like a whip towards Whis' head. Whis, with a faint smile, tilted his neck slightly, skillfully avoiding the blow. Jiun, unleash your full power. Such attempts will not reach me, he remarked with a calm demeanor. A sense of weight settled in Jiun's chest. Whis was indeed formidable. With such ease, he had neutralized Jiun's assault. Determined, Jiun activated his Super Saiyan form, a crimson aura enveloping him. Hiya, he shouted, channeling the strength of a Super Saiyan augmented by a tenfold Kaioken. This represented the pinnacle of Jiun's abilities, which had only grown more exaggerated since his prior encounter with Beerus. Excellent, bring it on, Whis remarked, raising an eyebrow as he sensed Jiun's escalating energy. With a mighty surge, Jiun unleashed a barrage of punches, each accompanied by a powerful energy wave. The sound of air being split echoed incessantly. Yet, each strike failed to land. Whis danced through the air with the grace of a ribbon, evading Jiun's relentless onslaught with effortless finesse. As Jiun's attacks continued to miss their mark, a sense of urgency began to swell within him. He pushed his energy to its limits and accelerated his speed. Yet every punch seemed to slip past Whis, who remained unfazed. Jiun, such tactics will not suffice to reach me, Whis observed, noting the disorder in Jiun's strikes, offering a light-hearted yet pointed suggestion. Upon hearing Whis' words, Jiun adjusted his mindset, yet his techniques still proved ineffective. He's too strong, Jiun thought, feeling frustrated. Although he perceived Whis' speed as unremarkable, he could not seem to land a hit. For an entire hour, the two sparred, ascending from the ground to the sky. Whis maintained an expression of ease, while Jiun became increasingly fatigued, sweat cascading down his cheeks. His spirit dampened by the realization that he had yet to even graze Whis' attire. After yet another attack met with failure, Jiun swiftly withdrew from the fray, panting heavily. The intensity of his offensive had begun to drain his stamina. What's wrong? Is this all you can muster? Whis inquired, his tone placid as he observed Jiun's retreat. Still catching his breath, Jiun offered no reply. Whis, shaking his head with a blend of pity and amusement, remarked, in comparison to your destructive power, your combat prowess is lamentably deficient. Jiun, hearing Whis' critique, refrained from retorting. Despite his confidence in his abilities, he understood that in Whis's presence, he fell short. He could only silently absorb the lessons imparted to him. To be honest, I am genuinely curious how you have trained to this level. Your combat experience is commendable, yet your attacking techniques are utterly lacking. I suspect the power you wield may not even be yours. Whis stated matter-of-factly, though his tone was devoid of emotion to Jiun. It struck like a thunderclap in his mind. Truly, Whis has seen through to the heart of the matter, Jiun mused. The power he possessed undeniably belonged to him, however. The means by which he acquired it diverged from the norm. Few were aware that he had access to a system. The majority of Jiun's strength derived from this system, and while he utilized it as effectively as anyone else, to a being of Whis's caliber, Jiun's attacks appeared rigid and unrefined, preventing him from fully harnessing his potential. His might was akin to an F1 race car, while he himself resembled a truck driver, capable of speed on a straightaway but faltering when navigating turns with precision. What should I do, Whis? Jiun inquired curiously, having never contemplated this dilemma before. He had always crushed his opponents without consideration for technique. Whis, upon hearing Jiun's question, smiled and nodded, pleased with Jiun's current state. It's quite simple. Give it your all, and continue to fight me. Whis replied with a gentle smile. There is no better teacher than the experience gained through real combat. Taking Whis's words to heart, Jiun wasted no time and charged once more towards Whis. This time, Whis did not hold back. As he gracefully leaped aside to evade Jiun's assault, he seized Jiun by the head and, slammed him into the hard ground. Chapter 78. 1 year later, successfully graduated. A year had passed. Jiun, bruised and battered, rose from the ground. Wait, Whis, let's pause for a moment. I truly lack the strength to continue. Allow me to rest for a while before we resume, he implored, waving his hands to signal a halt. Whis glanced at the exhausted Jiun and replied nonchalantly, very well. Upon hearing Whis's words, Jiun felt a profound sense of relief and promptly sank to the ground, gently closing his eyes to savor the precious respite. After a year of arduous training, Jiun had made significant progress in his abilities. His combat skills and control over power had reached an impressive level of mastery, rendering him almost unrecognizable compared to the person he was a year prior. Each encounter with Whis had demanded the utmost of his efforts, akin to an athlete sprinting at full speed in a marathon, a painful yet exhilarating endeavor. Despite the torment of this training, Jiun found immense joy in it. This, he mused, epitomized the notion of pleasure intertwined with pain. Have you rested enough? If so, rise quickly. We must continue, Whis remarked, observing Jiun sprawled on the ground. Jiun, despite the throbbing pain he felt, lifted his gaze toward Whis and, disregarding his discomfort, propelled himself upward with renewed vigor. Let us go, he exclaimed, channeling his energy and charging towards Whis with lightning speed. That's the spirit, Whis nodded approvingly, his demeanor calm as he effortlessly evaded Jiun's strikes. Jiun had grown accustomed to the futility of landing a blow on Whis, which allowed his attacks to become more free-flowing and instinctive. As a result, his movements became increasingly sophisticated, as if he had transcended the boundary of self. With a swift maneuver, Whis dodged a punch and retaliated with a powerful strike to Jiun's chest, sending him hurtling backward. After rolling several times on the grass, Jiun finally came to a stop. Ouch! That hurts, he groaned, wincing at the abrasions forming on his skin. Up again. Let us keep going, Whis urged, his eyes narrowing slightly. Jiun, undeterred by his pain, pushed off the ground with determination and launched himself once more. The air crackled with the sound of punches being thrown. After a brief interval, Whis landed a direct blow to Jiun's abdomen, causing him to curl up on the ground in agony. Come on, continue. Whis's dispassionate voice rang out again, offering no respite. Jiun, though reaching the limits of his physical endurance, gritted his teeth, gripping the blades of grass beneath him for support. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Whis, unleashing a brilliant golden energy sphere aimed directly at him. Without so much as a glance, Whis conjured a protective barrier that effortlessly deflected the energy ball. The resulting explosion echoed across the landscape, obliterating a distant planet in its wake. Whis turned with a smile towards Jiun, who felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Indeed, Whis had gathered another energy sphere, hurling it towards Jiun with astonishing speed. In a desperate attempt to evade, Jiun lifted his leg, but found himself immobilized by Whis's subtle gesture. As the energy sphere approached, it became clear that evasion was futile. Jiun could only watch as it struck him with a resounding explosion, reducing his clothing to ashes and leaving him charred and disheveled, as if he had emerged from a furnace. Whis stifled a laugh at Jiun's disheveled state, while Jiun glared at him in displeasure, despite the lack of physical harm. The searing pain on his skin was unbearable. Whis, your abilities are utterly unfair. I had a chance to dodge that. Jiun protested vehemently, aware of the plethora of extraordinary abilities Whis possessed, yet had not employed until now. Do not be upset. You wished for a break, did you not? This is merely your graduation gift, Whis replied with a gentle smile, observing Jiun's indignant expression. Jiun paused, his resentment dissipating upon realizing the implication of Whis's words. Graduation gift? He echoed, bewildered. After enduring a year of relentless training, how could he have graduated so abruptly? Indeed, you have graduated. There is no need for astonishment. You must have sensed the change within yourself. Your strength now rivals that of Lord Beerus at approximately 90%. Congratulations, you are no longer subject to my relentless training. Whis explained with a cheerful demeanor. Chapter 79, Creating Havoc in Other Universes. Jiun found it hard to believe. Had he truly graduated? Did he now possess 90% of Beerus's power? Whis smiled, observing Ji-Yun's dazed expression. With a flick of his staff, a brand new set of robes materialized around Ji-Yun, and his injuries vanished as if they had never existed. Here, this is for you, Whis said cheerfully, as a cloth pouch floated towards Ji-Yun. Senza beans. Ji-Yun stared in astonishment at the plump pouch, an old acquaintance he had not seen in ages. Without hesitation, he caught it and tied it around his waist. During this time, Whis had developed a cultivation method for the Senza beans and had harvested quite a few. To repay Ji-Yun's selfless dedication, Whis filled the pouch with beans and returned it to him. Whis, are we about to part ways? Ji-Yun spoke slowly, understanding that graduation implied separation. The return of something so familiar stirred memories of his school days, when a teacher would return confiscated items, invoking a sense of impending farewell. Parting? Whis felt a hint of confusion at Ji-Yun's words. He could not fathom why Ji-Yun harbored such thoughts. You are now an apprentice destroyer. You have much work ahead of you. Are you thinking of leaving already? What a peculiar dream to have in broad daylight, Whis remarked bluntly. It seemed Ji-Yun's awareness still needed further growth. Hearing Whis's words, Ji-Yun felt a sense of relief. After all, Whis was a commendable individual, an admirable mentor, and a trustworthy friend. Having spent so much time together, the thought of sudden separation was indeed disheartening. Does that mean I can't leave this place anymore, Whis? Ji-Yun continued to inquire, although he was reluctant to depart. He had many friends waiting for him back on Earth, especially Bulma and his children. He wondered how they were faring. Ji-Yun's heart was in turmoil. Whether he could leave or not weighed heavily on his mind. Not entirely. As a destroyer, you still have considerable freedom. Just let me know where you wish to go. However, your primary task now is to focus on your training, Whis explained, having discerned Ji-Yun's internal conflict. Destroyers generally engage in a bit of destruction. What could possibly go wrong? If Beerus weren't so fond of sleeping, he would have long since grown impatient and wandered the streets. Upon hearing Whis's reassurance, Jiun felt a sense of calm wash over him. Initially coerced into this journey, he had harbored fears of never returning. It appeared he had been overly concerned. So, what should we focus on in our training next? Jiun asked with a smile, having mistakenly thought that graduation meant the end of all training. To his surprise, he learned that there was still more to come. Hiki, Whis chuckled mysteriously before elaborating. Next, we shall venture into other universes to create some chaos. Jiun swallowed hard at Whis's statement. Create chaos in other universes? He echoed, momentarily perplexed by Whis's intentions. Indeed, we shall create havoc in other universes, Whis reiterated nonchalantly, as if it were an ordinary endeavor. Noticing Ji-Yun's bewilderment, he continued to clarify, you may not be aware, but our world comprises more than just our universe. Originally, there were 18 universes, but due to certain circumstances, 6 were annihilated. The remaining 12 form the world we inhabit now. Ji-Yun patiently listened to Whis's exposition. As a traveler from another realm, he was naturally aware of these matters. The universe we occupy is designated as the 7th universe, Whis continued, unfolding a wealth of historical context regarding the 7th universe. As the successor to the role of destroyer, it was essential for Ji-Yun to grasp some foundational knowledge. However, Ji-Yun found himself struggling to stay awake. He might have been interested in combat, but lectures were not his forte. All right, let us leave it at that for now, Whis remarked, observing Ji-Yun's drowsy demeanor. He had initially believed Ji-Yun would be more intrigued by cosmic history, but it appeared he had misjudged. That was, oh, how disappointing. Ji-Yun feigned disappointment, suddenly revitalized upon hearing Whis conclude. Whis, though somewhat at a loss for words, accepted that there was no need to force Ji-Yun into disinterest. Well then, Let us discuss our plan for creating chaos. Whis' expression remained composed. Unsurprisingly, Jiun's demeanor shifted to one of eagerness, laced with curiosity. Our next destination is the sixth universe. We shall disrupt this universe's affairs. Whis declared. The sixth universe? Jiun began searching his memory for information about it. Unfortunately, whether due to the duration of his stay in this world or some other reason, he felt a sense of familiarity with this universe but could not recall specific details. Observing Jiun's contemplative expression, Whis continued. The destroyer of the sixth universe is named Kappa. He is Beerus' twin brother. Kappa's power is quite comparable to yours, making him the perfect opponent for you. Upon hearing Whis' introduction, Jiun finally recalled that the destroyer of the sixth universe was indeed Kappa, whose angel was named Vados, seemingly Whis' sister. The sixth universe and the seventh universe bore striking similarities, almost identical in nature. Is this your idea to trouble the destroyer of the sixth universe? Jiun asked skeptically. He was aware that the universes maintained competitive relations. Despite being siblings, Beerus and Kappa had a notoriously fraught relationship. Therefore, each universe required an angel to mediate, as a conflict between destroyers could lead to cosmic collapse and eventual annihilation. Jiun found it hard to believe that this was Whis' plan. Chapter 80. Hidden Mission Ha. Of course, this is not my idea. It is Lord Beerus' intention, Whis remarked with a smile. As an angel, he maintained a neutral stance and would never initiate trouble. Oh, so it is Lord Beerus' idea. Jiun raised an eyebrow, feeling only mildly surprised, as he was aware that the relationship between Beerus and Kappa was rather strained. The two were almost at each other's throats upon meeting. Thus, it made sense. Ever since you crossed paths with Lord Beerus, he has recognized your talent and requested that I cultivate you to the fullest, so that one day you might annoy Lord Kappa, Whis continued, still smiling. Upon hearing this, Jiun's face twitched. Annoying Kappa? That sounded rather unpleasant. It felt as though he was being likened to a mere fly. Shaking his head vigorously, he tried to dispel such thoughts. Regardless of Whis or Beerus' intentions, the enhancement of his own strength was the undeniable truth. Moreover, he was eager to test his current capabilities. Disrupting other universes? That indeed sounded exhilarating. So when do we depart? Jiun inquired nonchalantly, his expression brimming with confidence. Whis observed Jiun, who was now poised for action, and chuckled helplessly. No rush, we shall set off tomorrow. For today, you should rest. I will awaken Lord Beerus tomorrow, and we will witness your performance together. Jiun nodded earnestly in response. Subsequently, Whis slowly vanished from sight. Jiun, too, did not linger and turned to head toward his dwelling. The following morning, after a long night of preparation, Jiun emerged from his quarters, groggy-eyed, accompanied by Android 18. To his surprise, Beerus and Whis were already waiting for them. You brat, making me wait for so long. If today does not meet my expectations, I shall not spare you. Beerus glared fiercely at Jiun. For the sake of this moment, the usually slothful god had risen early, only to find himself kept waiting for over an hour. Apologies, Lord Beerus. Today, prepare to witness my prowess. Jiun replied with a sheepish grin. He had exerted himself the previous night, and, in a bid to maintain peak condition, had consumed precious sins of beans to restore his energy. What's with the threat? My Jiun is the strongest. Not only the gods of other universes, but even you may not be his match. Android 18, despite her evident fatigue, could not resist retorting at Beerus' intimidating words. You little brat, repeat that. Beerus could no longer contain his irritation and snapped at her, feeling the fierce gaze of Beerus. Android 18 clutched Jiun's clothing and hid behind him, defiantly glaring back at Beerus. Enough, both of you. Let's depart now. Whis interjected calmly, halting their quarrel, while casting a knowing glance at the exhausted Jiun. He then tapped his staff against the ground twice, and ripples began to appear on the surface. The surrounding space began to distort, unveiling a kaleidoscopic scene that captivated everyone. It was as though they had entered a transit passage, led forward by Whis. Even as they journeyed, Beerus' predatory gaze remained fixated on Android 18, as though he wished to cast her aside. Android 18, despite hiding behind Jiun, continued to make faces at Beerus, provocatively challenging him. Jiun, witnessing this exchange of glares, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Just as he was about to intervene, a familiar yet foreign electronic voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Host has activated hidden mission. Proceed to Universe 6 and defeat the God of Destruction, Kappa. System reward, Ultra Instinct. Upon mission completion, rewards will be automatically distributed. Please check. Upon hearing this voice, Jiun's pupils constricted. It was indeed the voice of the system. He had not anticipated that the long-silent system would finally awaken. And this time, it had directly issued a hidden mission. It seemed today he was not merely to annoy Kampa, but to utterly defeat him. After all, the reward was the Ultra Instinct, a power even the gods of destruction found difficult to comprehend. With this thought, Jiun couldn't help but break into a foolish grin. A sight that did not escape Beerus, who was still fuming at Android 18. What are you laughing about? Beerus's brow furrowed. Android 18, standing behind Jiun, could not see his expression and retorted to Beerus, "You really are peculiar." "What's wrong with my Jiun?" Smiling. "It shows confidence." "Do you have a problem with that?" Beerus bristled at Android 18's defiance, his temper escalating. "Say that again, and I swear I will toss you out," he threatened, making a move as if to grasp her. Jiun, snapping out of his thoughts, stepped in front of Beerus, though he refrained from interjecting in their banter. He was resolute that if Beerus truly intended to act, he would not stand idly by. "Have you both had enough? Do you believe I would throw you both out?" Whis's tone remained serene as he addressed them. Although his back was turned, he was fully aware of the unfolding drama. At the sound of Whis's voice, Beerus relented, snorting in annoyance before turning away to sit on the ground. Jiun looked at the timid Android 18 behind him, affectionately patting her head with a resigned smile. Time passed in this unique space, and suddenly, the vibrant colors faded. They materialized on a picturesque patch of grass. "We have arrived," Whis announced, holding his staff in one hand, the other resting behind his back. "This is Universe 6, home of the God of Destruction, Kampa. This place," Jiun mused, surveying the surroundings. The enchanting environment rivaled that of Beerus's realm. Just as he was admiring the scenery, a melodious female voice rang in their ears. "Welcome, everyone, to Universe 6. I see we have two new friends." Chapter 81. Bardoss. A girl with bluish-green skin suddenly appeared in the air, greeting everyone with a gentle smile. She was exceptionally tall, adorned with a long, white ponytail, and, like Whis, wielded an elongated staff. Around her neck hung a large, pale blue halo, reminiscent of Whis's attire. "Long time no see, sister," Whis responded with a smile. This girl was none other than Bardoss, Whis's sister. Her abilities were on par with Whis, and she served as the angel of the 6th universe, as well as being the attendant and teacher of Kampa. Upon hearing Whis's greeting, Bardoss nodded slightly and then addressed Beerus. "Lord Beerus, how have you been lately?" Beerus cast a fleeting glance at her and replied impassively, "Well, I suppose." He had little desire to engage in conversation with anyone from the 6th universe. Were it not for Whis's presence, he would hardly bother with Bardoss. However, Bardoss was undeterred by Beerus's demeanor and offered him a friendly smile. After all, he was the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Despite being on her home turf, his status still surpassed hers. Whis, witnessing his sister's slight embarrassment in front of Beerus, couldn't help but smirk. "Sister, allow me to introduce you. This is our 7th universe's apprentice god of destruction, named Jiun, and beside him is his wife, Android 18. Whis stepped closer to Bardoss, gesturing towards Jiun as he made the introductions. "Oh?" Bardoss inquired with interest, glancing at Jiun, clearly taken aback to discover that this newcomer was an apprentice god of destruction. "This is my sister, Bardoss. She is the god of destruction of the 6th universe, as well as Kampa's attendant and teacher. Naturally, she is also my sister." Whis continued with a smile as he introduced Bardoss to Jiun. Jiun, feeling Bardoss's gaze upon him, smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Android 18, standing beside him, also offered a slight nod in greeting. After surveying Jiun for a moment, Bardoss slowly withdrew her gaze and leaned towards Whis, speaking in a tone only they could hear. "Is this lad truly the apprentice god of destruction from your 7th universe? You aren't trying to pull a fast one on us, are you?" True to her lineage as Whis's sister, Bardoss immediately grasped the essence of the situation. "How could that be, sister? Jiun is indeed our apprentice god of destruction. While he may never receive full recognition, I have wholeheartedly dedicated myself to his training." Whis countered directly, although that was their initial plan. Jiun's status as an apprentice god of destruction was firmly established, and he had indeed received Whis's devoted guidance. Bardoss, hearing Whis's words, chuckled and shook her head, clearly skeptical of his claims. Beerus is notoriously lazy, always procrastinating until the last minute. And with my brother as a strategist, it stands to reason that this Jiun fellow was likely coerced into doing menial labor. Bardoss's sympathetic gaze fell on Jiun, which caught Android 18's attention. What is this woman's gaze implying? Is she perhaps coveting my Jiun's charms? Android 18 thought, noticing that Jiun was also staring intently at Bardoss. A sudden sense of vigilance surged within her, and she discreetly placed her hand on Jiun's lower back, giving him a slight pinch. Ow! Jiun winced at the unexpected pain and quickly turned to investigate. Upon seeing Android 18's warning look, he comprehended her unspoken message and promptly lowered his head. Daring not to glance at Bardoss again, Bardoss, perceptive as ever, caught sight of the two subtle interaction and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Being a woman herself, she understood all too well the implications of Jiun's averted gaze. To be honest, Bardoss was indeed striking, with her blue skin and white ponytail exuding a peculiar beauty. However, Jiun harbored no ulterior motives. After all, such unique beauty was best admired from a distance. By the way, Lord Beerus, what brings you here today? Bardoss inquired. Having exchanged pleasantries for long enough, as the one holding the highest status in the room, she couldn't allow him to be sidelined for too long. Not much. Just thought I'd drop by since it's been a while, Beerus replied nonchalantly, clearly reluctant to engage in further conversation with Bardoss. She shook her head in resignation, unconvinced by his explanation. Who didn't know the tumultuous relationship between Kappa and Beerus? Despite being brothers, they often clashed whenever they met. Whis, what exactly is going on? Bardoss asked, turning her gaze towards her brother after failing to extract any information from Beerus. Whis, upon hearing her inquiry, could only quietly explain their purpose for visiting. What? Have you lost your mind, Whis? You must be well aware of Lord Kampa's strength. You want this lad to challenge him? Isn't that akin to courting death? Bardoss exclaimed in shock upon learning their intentions. Her gaze once again fell on Jiun, scanning him briefly before returning to Whis. It's one thing for Beerus to act recklessly. But why are you joining in on this madness? While we are under the command of the gods of destruction, we must remain aware of the stakes. What you are doing now could cost this young man's life. Bardoss was profoundly dissatisfied with Whis' actions. She had previously believed Whis to be diligent and prudent. But it now seemed that his time spent with Beerus had led to some unfortunate influence on his character. Bardoss began to contemplate whether Whis was still fit to fulfill his duties as an angel. If matters escalated, she would not hesitate to report the situation to the Grand Priest for further adjudication. Sister, Jiun is my pupil. Surely, I'm aware of his capabilities. Whis replied with confidence. Even if Jiun could not defeat Kappa, he should at least be able to hold his own in a stalemate. Bardoss maintained her skepticism. Regardless of Whis' assurances, the notion of a human challenging a god of destruction seemed utterly absurd. Chapter 82. Tensions rising. Bardoss gazed at Whis' confident smile, unsure of how to dissuade him. Very well, if you insist on this course of action, I shall refrain from further persuasion, Bardoss remarked, a hint of helplessness in her voice. She continued, should anything untoward occur, you must bear the full weight of the consequences. This matter has no ties to my sixth universe. This statement was primarily directed at Whis, yet it was also intended for Beerus' ears. After all, Jiun was now also an apprentice destroyer. Although not officially recognized, if a fatal incident were to occur, the seventh universe might seek to hold them accountable, leading to dire repercussions. Upon hearing his sister's consent, Whis smiled gently and nodded. He understood Bardoss's concerns. However, he remained steadfast in his confidence regarding his disciple. Thank you, dear sister, Whis replied graciously. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me. Lord Kampa is currently dining, so allow me to escort you. Bardoss said no more, gesturing invitingly before leading the way. Lord Beerus, it's all arranged, Whis said with a smile as he followed Bardoss, guiding the group toward the palace. At this moment, Beerus approached Whis and quietly asked, Whis, do you truly believe Jiun is up to the task? As he observed the imminent battle, a sense of worry crept into his mind. Though he had arrived brimming with confidence, the old adage rang true. Better to be safe than sorry. If Jiun faltered at a critical juncture, Beerus' reputation would be at stake. He imagined the repercussions, fearing a situation where he might end up losing more than he gained. In response to Beerus' inquiry, Whis furrowed his brow. Lord Beerus, as your servant, I would never act to your detriment. I have faith in Jiun, so please do not overthink it. However, should you wish to reconsider, I can arrange for us to depart at once. Whis spoke with an air of calmness. Beerus, upon hearing Whis' words, began to ponder quietly. If he were to leave now, Bardoss would undoubtedly inform Kampa of today's events, and any future encounters would likely see Kampa mocking him for it. Beerus could almost hear the taunts in his mind. What a fool you are. No wonder you train such incompetent beings. They lack even the courage to face me. Shaking his head vigorously, Beerus resolved, no, I cannot allow that to happen. Very well. I shall trust this young man just this once. He whispered to Whis, casting a furtive glance at Jiun, who was affectionately engaged with Android 18. Whis, observing Beerus' decision, could only shake his head in resignation. They had now entered the palace, which was vast and opulent. The group quickened their pace, delving deeper into the grand interior. At last, under Bardas's guidance, they arrived at a grand door. With a gentle wave of her staff, the enormous door slowly creaked open, revealing a radiant light that intensified as they approached. The room's lavish decor came into view, adorned with a crimson carpet and exquisite arrangements, intricate patterns gracing the surrounding walls. Upon entering, Jiun and Android 18 were immediately struck by an overwhelming air of sophistication. In the center of the room stood a long table laden with a sumptuous feast. Lord Kampa, I beg your pardon for the interruption, Bardas greeted with a smile. At the far end of the table sat a figure resembling Beerus. Indulging heartily in the exquisite dishes, a white napkin draped around his neck. This was none other than Kampa, the destroyer of the sixth universe. Oh, Bardas has arrived. Kampa mumbled, his mouth full. Find a seat and join me for dinner. Jiun couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, thinking that Kampa's eating habits were comparable to those of Goku. Beerus had a fondness for slumber and gourmet cuisine, though he leaned more toward the former. Kampa shared these two passions, but favored food above all. No need, Lord Kampa, I have already dined. Additionally, we have several friends from other universes visiting today. Bardas respectfully replied, a smile gracing her lips. Upon hearing that visitors from other universes had arrived, Kampa's eyelids twitched. His dining came to an abrupt halt as he swallowed hard, lifting his gaze toward the entrance. Beerus stood with his arms crossed, a derisive smile playing on his lips, while Whis maintained a pleasant demeanor beside him. Long time no see, Lord Kampa, was courteously initiated, greeting him with a smile. However, upon recognizing Beerus and Whis's presence, Kampa's expression darkened considerably. He did not respond to Whis right away. Instead, he wiped his mouth with the napkin around his neck and slammed it onto the table. Rising to his feet, Kampa pointed at Beerus and hissed, "What are you doing here?" He completely disregarded Whis's greeting in the presence of Jiun and Android 18, focusing solely on Beerus. "After such a long absence, you remain unchanged." "Kampa," Beerus quipped, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Understanding Beerus's words, Kampa quickly grasped that Beerus was merely seeking trouble today. The atmosphere grew tense as they exchanged glances, the air thick with unspoken hostility. Bardas and Whis exchanged concerned glances, aware that a confrontation was imminent. Bardas subtly positioned herself behind Kampa, while Whis discreetly retreated behind Beerus. After a prolonged stare-down lasting several seconds, Kampa finally broke the silence, his voice laced with disdain. "What I do is none of your business. You dare to be so arrogant on my territory? It seems you've come here seeking a beating." His final words dripped with menace, causing the room's temperature to drop perceptibly. In response, Beerus scoffed dismissively. "With your meager skills, you wouldn't stand a chance against me even if I fought you single-handedly," he retorted, his eyes aflame with a desire for battle, suggesting that a clash could erupt at any moment. Chapter 83. What is so amusing? With just a single remark from Beerus, Kampa was instantly provoked. Both being gods of destruction, who would cower before the other? Haha. It seems you have come here seeking your own demise. Kampa laughed angrily. No sooner had he spoken than his slightly plump figure kicked off from the chair, preparing to charge at Beerus for a lesson. Humph. Beerus snorted coldly, pulling his hands from behind his back, readying himself for battle. Jiun observed the spectacle with great interest. Just as depicted in the original narrative, despite being brothers, their relationship resembled that of enemies. After barely exchanging a few words, they were on the verge of blows. Jiun wished for nothing more than to find a small stool and sit back to enjoy this grand performance. "Stop it," Whis and Bados exclaimed in unison. At the same moment, they each seized the nape of Beerus and Kampa, preventing them from advancing even a step further. "Let me go? Bados, I must teach this scoundrel a lesson today." Kampa roared in fury, struggling to break free. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not escape Bados' grasp. "Whis, that guy dared to call me a scoundrel. I will tear his mouth apart. Release me," Beerus said with a fierce expression, desperately trying to push forward. Whis felt a sense of helplessness but dared not release his grip, firmly holding on to Beerus and preventing him from moving even an inch. "Lord Beerus, do not act impulsively. Gods of destruction must not engage in direct conflict. Have you forgotten? Furthermore, do not overlook our main purpose for today," Whis urged, hoping to maintain Beerus' composure. Upon hearing this, Beerus' anger gradually subsided. "I understand, but seeing that damned face of Kampa makes me want to give him a beating," Beerus replied, his tone still filled with indignation. For some reason, every time he laid eyes on Kampa, a torrent of rage welled up within him. Had it not been for Whis intervening each time, They would have likely clashed countless times by now. Do not act rashly. If you cannot control your emotions, I will have to take you away from here, Whis said calmly. As angels, their duty was to prevent such incidents from occurring. After speaking, Whis released his hold on Beerus, granting him his freedom. Although Beerus still felt disgruntled, he dared not strike out, for today was not his moment to shine. He could only silently pray that Jiun would soon teach Kampa a lesson and alleviate his frustration. Meanwhile, Vados began to soothe Kampa. Lord Kampa, remain calm. They have not come here to provoke you. Perhaps they seek your assistance. Let us listen first. Vados had already discerned Beerus and his companions' intentions while outside. Whis had directly stated that he had brought forth an apprentice God of Destruction to seek Kampa's guidance. Being astute, Vados realized that this could not have been solely her brother's idea. This might very well be Beerus' deliberate ploy to irritate Kampa. Otherwise, as another God of Destruction, why could he not simply offer some guidance? Why go through the trouble of coming here? Had it not been for her brother was insisting, she would have certainly barred their entry. Fine, I understand, Vados. Just let me go, Kampa said, taking a deep breath and speaking slowly. He knew that with Whis and Vados present, he and Beerus would never come to blows. Gradually, he began to calm down. Upon hearing Kampa's words, Vados released her hold. Kampa exhaled, casting a cold glance at Beerus before shifting his gaze to Whis. Whis, what brings you here today? If you simply wish to observe, you may as well leave. You are not welcome here. Kampa coldly addressed Whis. He understood that there was nothing to discuss with Beerus, especially since Beerus never spoke a word of sense. As soon as he opened his mouth, a fight was inevitable. At that moment, Kampa also noticed Jiun and Android 18, but merely cast a dismissive glance, showing little regard. Ah, my apologies, Lord Kampa. We intrude upon you today. Please forgive the inconvenience. Whis courteously began, bowing slightly in apology. Indeed, upon hearing this, Kampa's mood lightened considerably. Just look at him. How could he not be an angel? His manner of speaking was entirely different from Beerus. This is our Universe 7's apprentice God of Destruction, Jiun. Whis continued, gesturing towards Jiun beside him. When Kampa heard the term apprentice God of Destruction, his previously dismissive gaze suddenly turned serious. He scrutinized Jiun anew, while he completely disregarded Whis' subsequent introduction of Android 18. After Whis finished the introduction, he intended to delve directly into the purpose of their visit. Lord Kampa, today, we have come here primarily to. However, just as Whis was about to finish his sentence, Kampa suddenly burst into laughter, clutching his belly as if he had heard something utterly hilarious. Whis felt puzzled. Had he misstated something? No, why was Kampa laughing so heartily? Jiun, too, was bewildered. Kampa had been staring at him just moments ago. Why had he suddenly erupted in laughter? Could it be that he found Ji-Yun's appearance amusing? Hey, Kampa, are you out of your mind? What is so funny? Beerus frowned. He could not tolerate Kampa's excessive merriment. Regardless of the situation, the more Kampa laughed, the more uncomfortable he felt. Ha. Kampa heard Beerus' words, but continued to laugh uncontrollably, rolling on the ground, clutching his stomach. Tears seemed to well up in his eyes from laughing too hard. The hearty laughter echoed throughout the large room, aggravating Beerus. Lord Kampa, mind your image, mind your image. Vados quietly reminded Kampa, who was now rolling around on the floor, disregarding all dignity. After all, there were individuals from Universe 7 present. Kampa's current behavior resembled that of a child. If word got out, where would the dignity of Universe 6 be placed? Cough, 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 cough. Kampa abruptly coughed a few times, bending over as he rose from the ground, still bearing a smile at the corners of his mouth. This sight displeased Beerus greatly. Were it not for Whis holding him back, he would have certainly gone over to give that guy a good beating. Chapter 84. A Wager Beerus. Are you on the verge of death? In such a hurry to find an apprentice destroyer? Kampa mocked with a sneer. Upon hearing Kampa's taunts, Beerus instinctively clenched his fists, unable to fathom that this would be the source of Kampa's ridicule. Noticing the darkening expression on Beerus's face, Kampa added fuel to the fire, feigning a sudden realization. Oh, I see why you've come today. Are you here to arrange your last rites? Fear not. Once you depart, I shall look after this brother of yours. With this declaration, Kampa burst into laughter, fully aware that Beerus was not there to discuss any such matters. The thought amused him greatly, and he could not resist voicing it, aiming to further diminish Beerus's arrogance. You insolent fool, you're courting death. Beerus hissed through gritted teeth, wishing to tear Kampa to shreds on the spot. I'm still young, having lived for billions of years, and you dare to curse my demise. Lord Beerus, maintain your composure, remain calm. Whis soothed, gently patting Beerus's back as he sensed his impending eruption. Hearing Kappa's explanation, Vados could not help but chuckle. After Kappa's remark, it indeed sounded plausible. Had she not already been aware of their intentions, she might have believed it herself. Lord Kappa, we brought Jiun here today primarily to assess the capabilities of our apprentice destroyer. Therefore, we humbly request you to spar with Jiun and impart a few techniques. Whis quickly articulated their purpose, hoping for an expedient conclusion to the matter. If this continued, Beerus might very well explode with rage. Kappa paused momentarily at Whis' words, then suppressed a laugh, slowly replying, I knew you didn't come here for last rites. However, I didn't anticipate that this was your true intention. After his words, Kappa cast a disdainful glance at Jiun, having grasped Beerus's ulterior motives. Was it merely an attempt to irritate him? To claim it was guidance was nothing more than a pretext for a battle. Although Kappa did not consider Jiun a worthy opponent, one could never be too cautious. Unexpected outcomes could arise, and Beerus would certainly relish the opportunity to spread tales of any misstep. Enough of your prattle. Do you dare accept the challenge from our apprentice destroyer of the 7th universe? Beerus bellowed, his fury palpable. He had resolved that should Kappa accept the challenge, he would ensure Jiun would take a few tufts of hair from him. Why should I accept? I am not foolish. Accepting a challenge offers me no advantage. Moreover, this boy's status is not equivalent to mine. He lacks the qualification to challenge me, thus I refuse. Kappa replied coolly, his tone laced with disdain. It remained unclear whether this disdain was directed at Beerus's intellect or Jiun's abilities. Beerus was left speechless. He had not anticipated Kappa's outright refusal. From the moment he arrived, he had been contemplating how to humiliate Kappa after their battle. Now, faced with this rejection, he found himself at a loss. Ultimately, it had been his own misguided expectations. At this moment, Jiun was even more anxious than Beerus. What was happening? Was there about to be an unforeseen turn of events? Were they not going to fight? What would become of his task? What would happen to his ultimate instinct? Jiun was filled with concern. If not for this task, he would not be so anxious. If there were no fight, he could simply return and take a long nap. Wasn't that appealing? Yet, the allure of the ultimate instinct was far too great for him to relinquish. As his strength grew, these tasks became increasingly scarce. If he missed this opportunity, who knew when the system would trigger another task? If he acted impulsively, he would likely be stopped by Vados. Facing the repercussions of attacking a destroyer, possibly even being expelled and barred from the 6th universe, Jiun was in turmoil, brainstorming plans. Taking a deep breath, Jiun finally devised a scheme. If all else failed, he would have to provoke Kappa himself. With his decision made, he felt as if he were possessed by the spirit of a keyboard warrior, recalling countless famous quotes from his past life. A myriad of venomous words pressed against his chest as he donned a dismissive expression, glaring in Kappa's direction, ready to unleash a torrent of insults. How about a wager? Just as Jiun was preparing to unleash his tirade, Whis and Vados spoke in unison. Huh? Jiun's words were abruptly stifled, swallowed back down. He gazed in astonishment at the two. Not only he, but Beerus and Kappa also looked perplexed at their master. Whis and Vados exchanged subtle smiles, their eyes sparkling with an unusual light, as if they had their own plans in mind. Hey, Vados, what are you doing? What wager are you proposing? Kappa inquired, puzzled. As a prestigious destroyer, he lacked for nothing. He still had a plethora of delicacies yet to savor and was disinclined to engage in any frivolous bets. Vados smiled softly and addressed Kappa. Lord Beerus wishes for you to engage in a match with their apprentice destroyer, does he not? Kappa nodded in confusion, unable to discern Vados's intentions. Then let us wager on this. The bet is that if you can defeat that boy, whenever Lord Beerus sees you in the future, he must bow his head and take a detour. Conversely, if that boy manages to defeat you, the wager stands the same, though that is certainly impossible. Hence, we stand to gain without any risk. It all hinges on whether they dare accept. How does that sound? Vados explained with a smile, her gaze filled with mischief as she looked at Whis and the others. This scheme had been in her mind for quite some time. Upon learning of their group's purpose from Whis, she had already begun plotting. As Kappa's servant, she was naturally inclined to consider her master's interests. Otherwise, she would not have so readily brought Whis and the others to meet Kappa. Upon hearing this plan, Kappa's eyes lit up. A smile graced his lips, and he immediately praised, excellent, excellent. As expected of Vados, you excel in matters of strategy. Chapter 85. Lifting a stone only to smash one's own foot. Bardos gently shook her head, a hint of smugness gracing her lips. She believed her plan was indeed clever. Yet she also sensed it was rather excessive. Should she propose it, from her judgment, Whis and the others would undoubtedly refuse. However, this was of little consequence, as it would effectively quell their delusions of challenging Kampa. After all, there was no loss to herself or her companions. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis were engaged in a tense discussion. Whis, what are you wagering with them? Beerus asked, perplexed. He had nothing of value to offer as a stake. If the wager lacked allure, Kampa might decline to fight. To promise something beyond his means would be a grave embarrassment. Do not fret, Lord Beerus. Since they have initiated this wager, we should first hear their proposal, Whis replied with a serene smile. As challengers, they had already made the first move. Establishing a bet at this juncture might not be readily accepted by the opposing side. Observing Bardoss and Kampa deep in conversation, Whis suggested allowing them to propose the stakes. Regardless of their suitability, they could be accepted, for Whis held an unwavering trust in Jiun. Even if they were to lose, he was certain they would not suffer defeat. At worst, they might end in a draw. Upon hearing Whis' words, Beerus could only nod helplessly, given the circumstances. There was little choice but to listen to the conditions they would propose. Should the demands be excessive, they could simply withdraw, treating the endeavor as a wasted trip. Jiun, having overheard Whis, began to pray silently, hoping that the impending battle would proceed as planned. Otherwise, he would unleash a torrent of provocations he had prepared in advance. Challenging Kampa to a duel was already well within their discussions. At the other end of the room, Bardoss slowly spoke. Whis, how did your discussions fare? Have you established the terms of the wager? Her smile was radiantly bright, for she had already conferred with Kampa, no matter what conditions were proposed. Her side would never acquiesce. If they wished to fight, it would have to be on her terms. Otherwise, they were welcome to leave. Sister. Have you not already contemplated this? The specifics of the wager shall be determined by you. Whis replied with an indifferent smile, his eyes sparkling with insight. He was well aware of his sister's intentions. The stakes would undoubtedly revolve around the relationship between Beerus and Kampa, even without explicit mention. Whis had surmised the gist of it. Very well, I shall not be remiss, Bardoss stated, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. She glanced at Whis, Beerus, and Jiun before continuing. Our demands are quite simple. Kampa's status is exceedingly esteemed. It is not merely the ordinary who may challenge him. Even among the many gods of destruction, he stands out as a paragon of excellence. How could he casually accept challenges from anyone? Bardoss began to lavish praise upon Kampa, words that filled him with delight and elicited enthusiastic nods of agreement. Then, she shifted her tone, continuing, of course, it is not impossible for Kampa to accept a challenge. Should you agree to our proposed stakes, we shall concede to your request. Kampa may graciously offer guidance to this junior named Jiun. Bardoss spoke with an air of nonchalance. Yet her words carried an enigmatic weight. Beerus felt a surge of irritation. What are the demands? Get to the point, he thought, increasingly agitated. Whis and Jiun remained unfazed, calmly absorbing Bardoss's words, for they had resolved to accept any condition put forth. Bardoss paused, surveying the group before continuing. The wager is this. Should Kampa prevail against Jiun, henceforth, whenever Lord Beerus encounters Kampa, he must bow his head and take a detour, avoiding confrontation. Conversely, should Jiun emerge victorious, Kampa must do likewise when facing Lord Beerus. Bardoss concluded her stakes, her smile blossoming further. She believed that even if was held unwavering faith in his pupil, Beerus could never accept such terms. Surely, this would put an end to their endeavor, for entrusting one's fate to another is a precarious gamble. Very well, we accept. A resounding voice echoed through the room. Bardoss's brow furrowed as she turned toward the source. To everyone's astonishment, it was not Whis or Beerus who spoke, but Jiun, who had remained silent thus far. Then it settled. No backing out. Kampa exclaimed eagerly, entirely unconcerned about the identity of the speaker. The terms were entirely favorable to him. Anyone who refused would be a fool. Wait, Kampa, I haven't agreed yet. Beerus reacted hastily, waving his hands in protest. He was caught completely off guard. Before Kampa could speak again, Beerus glared at Jiun in frustration. Kid, I haven't given my consent. Who allowed you to make such decisions on your own? Beerus's tone was stern, his voice nearly a roar. Moments ago, he had been pondering how Kampa could propose such an audacious wager. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in Jiun. Rather, it was the principle of the matter. He could not afford to gamble his lifelong reputation so recklessly. Who would have thought that before he could voice his concerns, the boy would leap ahead and accept the terms? Jiun cast a nervous glance at Beerus, his expression one of deep regret, though he remained silent. His eyes conveyed a message. It was my fault. I didn't mean to. I was just trying to help. In truth, Jiun was elated inside. He had finally secured the battle. Surely, nothing could go awry this time. Beerus, are you perhaps having second thoughts? Kappa observed Beerus's flustered demeanor, feeling quite satisfied. Today, he intended to put Beerus in his place. Hey, Kappa, who was having second thoughts? I said I haven't agreed yet. This kid's words hold no weight. Beerus insisted vehemently. Regret churned within Beerus. Had he known he would be embroiled in such a predicament, he would have refrained from attending. Had he not lifted a stone only to smash his own foot? If he were to lose, how could he ever hold his head high again? Chapter 86, Preparations before the start. Oh, does what you say not count? I see you're afraid, Kappa declared with a smug expression. Arms crossed and disdain evident in his eyes. Bitterly, Beerus clenched his fist tighter upon hearing Kappa's mockery. Yet, he found himself unable to voice any rebuttal. Beerus was caught in a dilemma. If he agreed, Kappa would undoubtedly exert all efforts to defeat Jiun, leaving Beerus unable to hold his head high afterward. Conversely, if he refused, it would imply his fear, and Kappa would certainly exploit this situation for his own amusement. At this moment, neither agreeing nor disagreeing seemed appropriate. Watching Beerus in his quandary, Whis allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, his gaze shifting toward Jiun. What a remarkable young man, truly worthy of being Whis' disciple. Setting aside his skills for now, his courage is commendable. Whis thought to himself, silently praising Jiun's somewhat rash actions. With further refinement, he would undoubtedly rise above mediocrity. Whis, however, remained unfazed by Beerus's predicament, exuding an air of calmness. He merely uttered, Lord Kappa, we shall accept this wager. His face betrayed no hint of emotion. Upon hearing Whis' words, Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape in shock. It's over. This is madness. Jiun has lost his mind. And Whis has followed suit. Am I the only sane one here? Kappa, meanwhile, was ecstatic. Splendid. 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 As expected of Whis, such audacity. He clapped his hands in delight, his face glowing with satisfaction, already envisioning future visits to Beerus after this matter was resolved. Then it is settled. If there are no further issues, let us commence. Whis nodded slightly, responding calmly, very well, let us begin. Kappa's excitement was palpable as he urged, let us get started. Bardosh shook her head in resignation. Glancing at Whis, unsure of what to say, it seemed imperative to have a conversation with him after this matter concluded. With a gentle tap of her staff against the ground, Bardosh summoned a transformation of the surroundings. In an instant, the spacious room vanished, and the assembly found themselves in an open area. With a wave of her hand, several beams of white light emerged at the center of the space. Moments later, the light dissipated to reveal a massive arena formed of azure stone slabs, materializing prominently in the center. The venue is set and ready for the duel, Bardosh declared nonchalantly. The entire arrangement took merely seconds, showcasing the extraordinary abilities of this angel. Beerus remained in a state of bewilderment until Bardosh's voice roused him from his stupor. Whis, is this truly all right? He whispered, realizing there was no point in blaming anyone for the unilateral decision made. Navigating this predicament was now of utmost importance. Do not fret, Lord Beerus. While Lord Kappa may be formidable, Jiun is no slouch either. Let us observe the outcome, Whis replied with a reassuring smile. During their conversation, Kappa eagerly hopped onto the arena, pacing back and forth, preparing for the impending battle. Beerus stole a glance at the relaxed Kappa, unable to shake his lingering concerns. What if Jiun faltered against Kappa? Beerus swallowed hard, muttering to himself, what will happen if Jiun cannot best Kappa? Hearing Beerus's query, Whis shook his head. A wry smile on his lips. If he cannot win, so be it. It's not as if we stand to lose much. Whis found himself at a loss for words, contemplating the irony of Beerus being the instigator of this challenge yet now expressing doubt. What do you mean not lose much? Clarify that. Beerus exclaimed, somewhat frenzied, clutching Whis' attire. Is my dignity not a loss? Whis, unresponsive to Beerus's frustrations, noted that losing confidence before the contest even began was a disadvantage in itself. Should Jiun overhear this lack of faith, what could have been a winning scenario might very well turn to defeat. As Beerus remained silent, he began to ponder the implications of a potential loss. Should Jiun fail, he resolved to remain secluded from the world, avoiding encounters with Kappa's provocations. Hey, are we fighting or not? I've been warmed up for ages. If we're not going to fight, just concede already. Kappa urged, his impatience evident. Jiun, sensing the urgency, looked expectantly at Whis, though he spoke not a word. His eyes inquired if he could step into the arena. Go ahead, show your strength to Sister and Lord Kappa. Whis encouraged, nodding slightly with a gentle smile. With Whis' approval, Jiun beamed, turning to Android 18 and saying, my dear, wait for my return and see how I triumph. Android 18 nodded earnestly, expressing her unwavering belief in Jiun's success, offering her blessings. As Jiun prepared to leap into the arena, Beerus finally broke his silence. "Wait, young man." Jiun halted, curiosity piqued. Glancing back at Beerus, who regarded him with newfound seriousness, devoid of his usual indifference. Their eyes locked for a brief moment before Beerus spoke slowly. "This time, I entrust this to you." Chapter 87, Jiun versus Kappa. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Jiun was momentarily taken aback. Soon, however, he smiled in understanding and gave a thumbs up to Beerus. Without hesitation, he leaped onto the arena, standing defiantly against Kappa. "May that young man not disappoint me." Beerus watched Jiun, who had already bounded onto the stage, silently praying in his heart. Whis maintained his usual calm demeanor, appearing confident in the outcome. Vados, observing Jiun's ascent onto the arena, shook her head in resignation, sighing internally. I hope Lord Kappa will go easy on him." Vados did not believe Jiun stood a chance of victory. She regarded him merely as a pawn in the divine conflict between gods of destruction, and a sacrificial one at that. Seeing Jiun's serene and confident smile, Vados felt a pang of regret. At this moment, Whis had slowly approached Vados, smiling as he glanced at his sister. Upon witnessing Whis' smile, Vados' brows furrowed slightly, and she remarked, "What a fine young man he is. You should have a bright future." Who would have thought he was about to be led to his demise by you all in response to his sister's words? Whis smiled silently. He understood that Vados did not believe Jiun possessed the strength to defeat Kappa, yet he had no desire to engage in debate. Let the facts speak for themselves. Noticing Whis' silence, Vados turned her gaze back to the arena. "Rest assured, should that young man truly be in danger, I will not stand idly by. I will intervene to save his life." While Vados' eyes remained fixed on the arena, she continued to converse with Whis. Whis, hearing her words, sighed and replied, "Sister, why do you so firmly believe Jiun is destined to lose?" Vados raised an eyebrow, glancing at Whis before refocusing on the battle, choosing not to continue the argument. On the arena, Jiun and Kappa locked eyes. Jiun maintained his composure, smiling at Kappa. "I bear no grudge against you, nor do I wish to kill you. Surrender now to avoid losing your life." Kappa looked down on Jiun with disdain and replied dismissively, "I am the God of Destruction of Universe 6. If I lack the necessary skill, how could I possibly hold this position? Though you are also a trainee God of Destruction, you are still far beneath my notice. Thank you for your concern, Lord Kappa. However, I still wish to give it a try. Perhaps fortune may favor me?" Jiun responded with a gentle smile. No matter what, he must defeat Kappa today. The truth would reveal itself soon enough. "Humph. Overestimating yourself," Kappa scoffed, clearly viewing Jiun as an arrogant fool. "Hoping for a lucky victory? You must be dreaming. Here, I'll let you strike first. Come." Kappa contemptuously opened his arms, adopting no defensive stance to welcome Jiun's attack. "Very well, I shall not refuse." Jiun replied with a calm smile, clasping his fist in salute. Kappa sneered, muttering, "What a show-off." As Jiun lowered his head in respect, he suddenly raised it with a fierce expression. In the next moment, he surged forward like a cannonball, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Kappa's forehead. Merely a trivial technique, Kappa observed coolly, not attempting to evade the blow. He allowed Jiun's attack to land squarely atop his head. Bang! The impact echoed loudly, but Kappa stood his ground, unyielding. Fortunately, it was Vados who had arranged the arena. Otherwise, this single strike could have shattered the ground beneath them. Alas, such an attack is futile against Lord Kappa. Vados sighed, shaking her head in resignation. She tightened her grip on her staff, prepared to intervene at any moment. "Sister, why do you lack such composure? It's still early. Jiun is merely testing the waters. The real show is yet to come. You should relax and observe." Whis discerned Vados' anxiety and spoke to her reassuringly. Upon hearing Whis' words, Vados shot him a glance, her grip on the staff loosening slightly. Yet, her heart remained tense. In the arena, Kappa felt the insignificant impact of Jiun's attack and his contempt grew even more. "With such skill, how did you become a trainee God of Destruction?" Kappa sneered, questioning Jiun's capability. "With this level of strength, one could easily find a multitude of candidates in Universe 6. Kappa's taunts continued. "If this is the best you can muster, then it seems our Universe 6 is filled with trainee gods of destruction." He raised his voice intentionally so that Beerus below could hear him clearly. Beerus, arms crossed, remained unfazed by Kappa's words, for he knew Jiun's true strength far exceeded what was currently displayed. It was still too early for such proclamations. Truly, the prowess of Lord Kappa is remarkable. Jiun retracted his fist and stepped back, offering a compliment. Kappa, flattered by Ji-Yun's praise, felt a swell of pride. However, before Kappa could bask in his moment of glory, a powerful aura erupted from within Ji-Yun. A golden light surged skyward, piercing the heavens. Huh! Ji-Yun roared, his hair changing color as his lithe form became infused with explosive muscle. Accompanied by a thunderous storm, the transformation into Super Saiyan was unveiled. Can he still transform? Kappa muttered to himself in confusion, quickly feeling the energy radiating in the air. Kappa was taken aback, realizing the substantial increase in Ji-Yun's strength compared to before. Though surprised, Kappa's expression remained one of contempt. If this is your trump card, then it ends here, he coldly remarked, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk. Despite Ji-Yun's newfound power, Kappa believed that defeating him was nothing short of a fool's dream. In an instant, Kappa vanished from sight. Whoosh. The next moment, Kappa reappeared directly in front of Ji-Yun, a cold smile playing on his lips as he unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks upon Ji-Yun. Chapter 88. Unleashing your full potential. Ji-Yun faced a fierce onslaught from Xiang Pa, skillfully maneuvering his arms to block without a trace of anxiety. For a time, the two exchanged blows evenly. After approximately 5 minutes, Xiang Pa's attacks became increasingly ferocious, yet he could not penetrate Ji-Yun's defenses. Ji-Yun's defense grew more strenuous, yet he steadfastly resisted Xiang Pa's relentless assault. Observing the battle, Batos briefly turned her gaze to her companion Whis, remarking with a hint of skepticism, Whis, is this the source of your confidence? I never anticipated Ji-Yun could transform to amplify his power. However, to challenge Lord Xiang Pa with merely that seems rather presumptuous. Dear sister, let us refrain from hasty conclusions. We should observe further, Whis replied with a gentle smile, discerning the underlying tone in her words. Should you underestimate Ji-Yun's capabilities, you would be gravely mistaken. Batos, hearing Whis' response, redirected her focus to the arena. Eager to witness what further tricks Ji-Yun might employ, a resounding thud echoed as Xiang Pa's fist connected with Ji-Yun's crossed arms. Ji-Yun felt a tremendous force surge through his limbs, rendering him unable to maintain his footing. He staggered backwards several paces before managing to halt his retreat by forcefully pushing off with the toe of his right foot. Is that all you've got, kid? Just one punch and you're faltering? Xiang Pa scoffed, digging into his nose with disdain. While Ji-Yun displayed commendable strength, it was still far from sufficient in Xiang Pa's eyes. Ji-Yun, unfazed, gazed calmly at Xiang Pa, his hands rotating to alleviate the tingling in his arms. Indeed, Lord Xiang Pa is formidable. However, I implore you to unleash your full strength, otherwise victory will elude you. His expression remained serene, and his voice was steady and resolute. That last strike had indeed tested him, but Xiang Pa's current power was insufficient to bring him down. Only a mere minion of Beerus could possess such audacity. Xiang Pa retorted, shaking his head mockingly. Do you truly believe I need to exert my full power against someone of your ilk? Who do you think you are? Do you even deserve such consideration? Xiang Pa's derision did not wane. Rather, it intensified, as he had never encountered someone so brazen before. While Ji-Yun's words were merely a reminder, demanding a God of Destruction to fight at full capacity was a bold statement, one that had never been uttered in his long existence. I've made my request clear. Whether you heed it or not is your prerogative, Ji-Yun smiled, addressing Xiang Pa. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, a flicker of anger crossed Xiang Pa's face. Impudent. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of violet light, hurtling toward Ji-Yun with unstoppable momentum. Ji-Yun, observing Xiang Pa closing in, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. With a familiar crimson aura enveloping his golden flames, he shouted, Breakthrough. His fist, shrouded in energy, collided with the violet light. Boom. The clash of their powers erupted into a violent explosion, a blinding white light consuming both Ji-Yun and Xiang Pa. Before the spectators could comprehend the spectacle, a somewhat rotund figure was sent sprawling from the brilliance, Xiang Pa, now uncontrollably tumbling several meters away. He finally came to rest, his back against the ground, sliding a short distance before stopping completely. Batos, watching from the sidelines, absorbed the scene with wide eyes, her pupils filled with astonishment as she gasped softly. This. How has his energy increased so dramatically? She marveled, witnessing Ji-Yun radiate a brilliant red glow. Clearly, she had not anticipated Ji-Yun to possess such a trump card, catching even Lord Xiang Pa off guard. That technique is called the King Kai Fist. Ji-Yun harnessed this to elevate his energy. Whis began to explain with a smile, covering his mouth. King Kai? Batos questioned, momentarily puzzled. Indeed, this technique was devised by the King Kai of our 7th universe. Hence its name, King Kai Fist. Whis elaborated with a grin. He had initially assumed Jiun had created it himself, only to learn during their training that it originated from the King Kai of the North Galaxy. Vados nodded thoughtfully at Whis' explanation, astonished that even a humble King Kai could craft such a formidable technique. Truly impressive, Whis. I seem to have underestimated him. Yet, do not forget that the power of a God of Destruction is not to be trifled with. Vados' demeanor returned to calmness as she spoke with an even tone. Ji-Yun's technique was indeed remarkable, having caught Lord Xiangpa unawares. However, she remained unconvinced that it would be sufficient to defeat him. Whis, aware of Vados' sentiments, smiled knowingly. He understood that Ji-Yun's current display of strength was but a fraction of his true capabilities. In the arena, a somewhat disheveled Xiangpa slowly rose, his eyes ablaze with dark fury. Kid, you have successfully provoked me. Today, you shall not leave here alive, he declared, seething with rage. His furious gaze seemed capable of tearing Ji-Yun apart. Throughout the years, he had never suffered such humiliation as a God of Destruction, regardless of the outcome. If word spread, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. He would be the subject of ridicule among the other gods of destruction. I have already requested you unleash your full power. I extended you the courtesy, but you chose to disregard it. Jiun replied calmly, unperturbed. Having encountered many like Xiangpa before, he had grown accustomed to reminding them to fight at their full potential, only for them to ignore his counsel until it was too late. Casting resentful glances in his direction, who was he to seek understanding from? Chapter 89. The beggar's version of the ultimate freedom technique. Xiangpa listened to Ji-Yun's somewhat jarring words, and his anger reached a boiling point. The formidable God of Destruction, humbled by a nameless junior, a death wish. With a chilling gaze, Xiangpa unleashed an unparalleled aura, a tempestuous energy enveloping the entire arena. Waves of oppressive force bore down upon Ji-Yun, while a purple glow began to emanate from Xiangpa's body, his power escalating to a terrifying level. Ah, now this is more like it. Ji-Yun smiled faintly, relishing the onslaught around him. At this moment, his Saiyan blood surged to life, finally boiling over. Die! Xiangpa roared, his voice low and hoarse. In the blink of an eye, he charged at Ji-Yun, laden with an overwhelming intent to kill. Ji-Yun's smile vanished as he fixed his gaze ahead, his body moving in tandem, leaving only a blurred afterimage behind. Moments later, he vanished entirely. Bang, bang, bang. The two had engaged in combat, silver light flashing in the air. Their figures obscured, only the sounds of their fierce clashes filled the arena. The hard white stone platform began to crack, spiderweb-like fissures spreading across its surface. With rapid movements and swift strikes, they heated the very air around them, creating waves of invisible heat that enveloped the scene, reminiscent of a sauna. Whis and Beerus stood side by side, their eyes fixed intently on the unfolding battle. Beerus observed the combat with utmost seriousness, unlike the other two, who were silent. Good. Fight well, Ji-Yun. Show this brat Xiangpa who's boss, Beerus exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement. In an instant, however, his exuberance shifted to a flurry of emotions. You idiot. Is this how you fight? Get your act together. Yes. That's it, beat him. Ugh, that's not how it's done. Go for the center, Jiun. Cut through his defenses. Beerus bounced around, directing the action as if he wished to join the fray himself. 18 stood bewildered, only hearing the booming sounds, unable to see the fighters, relying solely on Beerus's shouts to gauge the situation's favorability for Ji-Yun. With a powerful exchange of blows, two beams of light separated at the center of the platform. Ji-Yun and Xiangpa faced each other, their gazes locked. Beerus, can you keep it down? I'm trying to fight here while you're making a racket. Xiangpa's forehead bulged with veins, his irritation palpable as he glared at the god below. Having suffered setbacks, his mood soured further with Beerus's incessant chatter, causing his techniques to falter. Is my presence bothering you? If you're unable to handle it, just admit defeat. No need for excuses, Beerus retorted with a sneer. His loud proclamation served not only to direct Ji-Yun, but also to distract Xiangpa. It was clear that this tactic had borne fruit. Damn it, Xiangpa muttered under his breath, unwilling to engage in a war of words with Beerus. Victory in this battle was his priority, and he longed to see how Beerus would fare once he triumphed. Xiangpa's gaze sharpened as he turned back to Ji-Yun. Kid, I must admit, you possess some skill. I underestimated you. However, I no longer have the inclination to toy with you. This battle ends here, Xiangpa declared coldly. Though his previous display of power had been impressive, he had not yet unleashed his full strength, holding back considerably. He had thought it would be a simple task to dispose of Ji-Yun, but it appeared he had miscalculated. Oh, is it over? I thought we were just getting started. Perhaps you're conceding? Jiun quipped, a smirk gracing his lips. He recognized that Xiangpa had not exerted his full power. If Xiangpa's capabilities were indeed limited to this, then perhaps the title of God of Destruction for Universe 6 should be handed over to him instead. Despite Xiangpa's restraint, Jiun was no less cautious. He had only tapped into 5 times the Kaioken, and during his year of training with Whis, he had not been idle. If he lacked any trump cards, Whis would never have brought him to this confrontation. Sharp-tongued yet lacking in substance, you are quite reminiscent of Beerus, Xiangpa remarked icily, his eyes glinting with a frigid light. He intended to end this swiftly, resolving the issue with Jiun in one fell swoop. Suddenly, Xiangpa's aura retracted, his ferocity fading away. He stood as still as a stagnant pool. Unless one witnessed him, they would scarcely perceive his existence, finally revealing his true prowess. Jiun mused quietly, his expression shifting as he realized Xiangpa's true form, a manifestation of the God of Destruction's authentic strength, akin to a beggar's version of the ultimate freedom technique. Meanwhile, Vados observed Xiangpa's impending display of full power, her concern for Jiun evident. Whis, do you not intend to intervene? If this continues, that boy's life may be in jeopardy. Vados said, her brow furrowed with worry. Such a promising talent, with a few billion years of diligent training, could easily succeed Beerus as the God of Destruction for Universe 7. There was no need for this relentless confrontation. Whis, however, shook his head with indifference. Jiun is the apprentice God of Destruction for Universe 7. Should he truly be in danger, I will be there to protect him at once. As I have said before, until the final moment, no one can predict the outcome. Let us await the results. Whis remained steadfast in his belief that Jiun would emerge unscathed. Hearing his words, Vados' frown deepened. She struggled to comprehend where her mature and composed brother had gone, now displaying such arrogance. Who had instilled this misplaced confidence in him? On the arena, Xiangpa stared at Jiun with a detached expression, devoid of any emotion. You are the first to witness my full power. You should feel honored to die by my hand. Xiangpa's tone was icy, chilling enough to send shivers down the spine. Chapter 90. Astonishing revelations make your move. Jiun replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by Xiangpa's words. A scoff escaped Xiangpa's lips as he lightly propelled himself forward, leaping directly in front of Jiun. With effortless grace, he unleashed a ferocious assault aimed at Jiun. Jiun quickly sensed the incoming attack and braced himself for defense. However, after successfully parrying one punch, several more landed squarely on his abdomen. The force of the blows surged through him, causing a tumultuous wave of energy to spiral within. Jiun coughed up a mouthful of blood, the sight of which brought a cruel grin to Xiangpa's face. Seizing Jiun by the hair, Xiangpa swung him violently toward the ground. With a resounding crash, Jiyun's body created a deep crater on the arena floor, leaving him sprawled in a disheveled heap. Jiun, number 18 shouted in concern, her heart sinking at the sight of Jiyun's distress. At that moment, Beerus fell silent, his expression grave as he observed Xiangpa on the stage, consumed by a singular thought. Could Jiun still fight? Such ferocity. Jiun, momentarily dazed, felt a spark of determination ignite within his eyes. With renewed resolve, he sprang from the crater, a blazing red flame enveloping him, intensifying in strength. You've got quite the endurance, Xiangpa remarked disdainfully. Had Jiun chosen to remain on the ground, he might have narrowly escaped further harm. Yet, unexpectedly, Jiun reappeared before him. Prepare to meet your end, Xiangpa bellowed, his expression transforming into one of lethal intent as he conjured a purple energy sphere and hurled it at Jiun. A malicious smile spread across Xiangpa's face. Confident that at such close range, Jiun would be unable to evade the attack. A successful hit would ensure his victory. Alas, Xiangpa's calculations faltered. As the energy sphere neared his chest, Jiun, with a swift motion, waved his hand and sent the sphere flying away. An explosive sound reverberated through the air as the energy sphere detonated, and Jiyun's aura flared even brighter, akin to blood in its vivid hue. Clearly, Jiun had activated the Kaioken technique at 10 times its normal strength, elevating his combat prowess to new heights. Impossible, Xiangpa exclaimed, his composure unraveling and the smile evaporating from his face. Desperately, he rubbed his eyes, unable to fathom the events that had just transpired. Well done, Jiun, Beerus shouted, elated. He knew that although Xiangpa's energy sphere hadn't been unleashed at full power, it still contained an energy equivalent to 7 of Xiangpa's capabilities. Jiun, however, had effortlessly swatted it aside, proving that his strength could now rival that of Xiangpa, opening the door to victory. Seeing Jiun unharmed, number 18 finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiangpa, it's my turn now, Jiun stated calmly. Before Xiangpa could respond, Jiun closed the distance between them and delivered a powerful punch to Xiangpa's somewhat pudgy chest. Xiangpa staggered backward, clutching his chest in shock. "Disappear, you bastard," he shouted, once more gathering energy to form a colossal energy sphere, which he launched at Jiun. Jiun, unfazed by the enormous energy sphere, chuckled softly and conjured a golden orb of energy in his hand. The two spheres collided with a thunderous boom, and the arena trembled under the weight of their clash. The sturdy ground crumbled beneath them, countless white bricks disintegrating into dust, leaving behind a charred, blackened expanse. "Jiun, Jiun," number 18 called out anxiously, her gaze scanning the chaos. The arena had vanished, and both Jiun and Xiangpa were nowhere to be seen. "Stop shouting, they're above us," Beerus said, arms crossed, tilting his head skyward. Upon hearing Beerus's reminder, number 18 looked up and discovered Jiun hovering in the air, locked in a standoff with Xiangpa. In the instant of the explosion, both had reacted swiftly, retreating into the sky. At this moment, Bato struggled to maintain her composure, her eyes wide with astonishment. She glanced at Whis, who wore a knowing smile. "What do you think, sister? I told you so. Do you still believe Jiun isn't a match for Lord Xiangpa?" Whis remarked lightly, fully aware that Batos had doubted his words from the very start. Batos, despite her disbelief, could not deny the truth before her. The fact that a mere mortal could challenge a god of destruction would certainly send shockwaves throughout the universe. With a faint nod, she murmured, "I never imagined. This boy has exceeded my expectations." Batos was utterly astonished by Ji Yun's newfound strength, which now rivaled that of Lord Xiangpa. The outcome of this battle was uncertain, and she could only hope that Lord Xiangpa would manage to turn the tide and claim victory, lest her carefully laid plans backfire. Meanwhile, Jiun hovered in the air, calmly gazing at Xiangpa. "Lord Xiangpa, shall we continue?" he inquired with a smile. According to Whis, his strength now matched that of Xiangpa, and the outcome of the battle was anyone's guess. "Don't get too cocky, I haven't lost yet," Xiangpa retorted defiantly, striving to maintain a facade of calm, though the shock in his eyes mirrored Batos's. He had never anticipated that the insignificant insect he had dismissed could wield such formidable power. "Then let us continue the fight," Jiun declared resolutely, his body flashing forward once more. Despite his astonishment, Xiangpa knew he must press on, for this battle was a matter of his dignity as a god of destruction. He could not afford to lose. With a flurry of strikes, the two engaged once more in the skies, amidst thunderous roars that echoed throughout the heavens, as if the very sky lamented the intensity of their clash. Chapter 91, 20-fold KO Ken Bang. The fists of the two collided heavily in midair once more. Subsequently, both bodies staggered backward. Xiangpa stumbled back several meters before finally coming to a halt. In contrast, Jiun remained composed, retreating just a couple of steps before stabilizing himself. Clearly, in this exchange, Jiun had gained the upper hand. "Is this all you can do, Lord Xiangpa?" Jiun remarked coolly, gazing at Xiangpa. The outcome was entirely within his expectations, for Whis had previously indicated that Ji Yun's strength was already approaching that of Xiangpa. Coupled with his transcendent bloodline, his combat prowess would only increase through battle. At this moment, he felt a subtle yet undeniable aura of superiority over Xiangpa. Xiangpa's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that this youth would grow bolder with each encounter. He had assumed their strengths were on par, yet in the recent skirmish, he had not gained any advantage. "Damn you. Do you think victory is assured? I will tell you, it's far from over." Xiangpa's voice was laced with a chilling coldness. "Oh, is that so? Then please, continue, Lord Xiangpa." Jiun replied with a faint smile, exuding an air of confidence and pride. He still had a portion of his strength yet to be revealed, leaving him unfazed by any hidden cards Xiangpa might possess. "You insufferable wretch! You think you can defeat me so easily? Not a chance," Xiangpa roared, unleashing a terrifying purple aura that erupted from his body. A flickering light surged forth like a drawn blade, piercing the heavens. In that instant, the very earth trembled, and bolts of lightning rained down, rendering the atmosphere ominously apocalyptic. Moments later, tranquility returned to the land. Xiangpa's aura subsided, becoming more restrained than before. His gaze grew increasingly indifferent and fearsome. Below, Beerus observed this transformation. His previously joyous demeanor shattered. He had not expected Xiangpa could continue to elevate his power, a realization that starkly contradicted his former understanding of Xiangpa's abilities. Concern for Ji Yun crept back into his heart. Phew. On the other side, Beerus sighed in relief. It appeared that even Lord Xiangpa had been cornered, managing to elevate his strength to such a level. He turned to Whis with a smile. "What do you think, Whis?" surprised to see Lord Xiangpa's strength still on the rise. Whis observed Xiangpa's displayed power, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. He had not anticipated Xiangpa's genuine improvement. However, this surprise was fleeting, as Whis maintained his calm demeanor. Indeed, I didn't foresee this. It seems my sister has not been idle in her training, he remarked, nodding slightly with a smile towards Beerus. Beerus, noticing Whis's unperturbed expression, felt an unsettling premonition. Whis's demeanor was too composed, a calmness that felt genuine rather than feigned. I didn't teach him, that is simply his original strength, which he seldom reveals. Had it not been for Jiun's relentless pressure, Lord Xiangpa might not have reached this level, Beerus said, his brow furrowed. Whis, hearing Beerus's words, smiled and nodded lightly. One could not have imagined that in the face of desperation, the strongest version of Xiangpa could be drawn out. Does Jiun still harbor any hidden moves? You don't seem worried at all, Beerus finally inquired. Upon hearing his sister's question, Whis smiled enigmatically and replied calmly, Indeed, you shall witness it shortly. Beerus's heart grew heavier. Though on the surface, Xiangpa had surpassed Jiun in strength, if Jiun truly had hidden cards, the outcome could be dire. For Xiangpa had now reached his limit. In the sky, the two faced each other. So, boy, can you still enhance your power? Xiangpa's face bore an expression of disdain. The provocation evident. Interesting, I didn't expect Xiangpa to be this formidable, Jiun mused softly, shaking his head slightly. It seemed both Whis and he had underestimated their opponent's strength. Nonetheless, it mattered not. He would test his own utmost capabilities. With that, Jiun lowered his arms and arched his back. Ha! A deep roar erupted from his throat, causing the crimson flames surrounding him to double in size, becoming even more radiant and vivid. The aura surged forth, painting the entire sky in vibrant red. 20-fold Kaioken. Jiun shouted as veins bulged on his forehead. His body trembled as the red flames shot skyward, standing tall in the air. In that moment, Jiun's power, speed, attack, and defense were all magnified. What? Xiangpa gasped, astonished to witness Jiun pushing his energy to the limit. He was filled with dread, unable to fathom that Jiun had genuinely elevated his strength yet again. I had no intention of using this technique, but given Lord Xiangpa's prowess, I have no choice. Let us settle this swiftly, Jiun declared solemnly. The 20-fold Kaioken had been developed during his training with Whis, yet he had refrained from using it until now. The increase in power was immense, but the burden on his body was substantial. After all, the 10-fold Kaioken was the only version without adverse effects. The 20-fold version, however, came with all the inherent drawbacks. Do not become too complacent. Though Xiangpa was astonished by Jiun's newfound strength, he would not concede easily. Swish. The two figures erupted forth almost simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. The air was filled with a cacophony of collisions as their forms clashed repeatedly. The ground cracked beneath them, and the space around them warped continuously. They battled fiercely for approximately 10 minutes. Boom. After a fierce exchange, Jiun and Xiangpa suddenly separated in midair. Panting heavily, Xiangpa placed his hands on his hips, visibly exhausted. Despite his formidable strength, the prolonged combat had drained his stamina significantly. Damn it, damn it. Had I known, I would not have accepted this battle. Regret began to creep into Xiangpa's heart. Had he allowed Beerus and the others to leave earlier, he might have been enjoying a feast and comfortably sleeping instead of enduring such hardship. Chapter 92. In peril regrettably, for Kampa, even if remorse had set in. It was far too late. In contrast, Jiun, despite the tremendous toll of the 20-fold Kaioken, still retained considerable stamina. Lord Kampa, what troubles you? If it becomes too much, it would be wise to concede early. You may also take your rest, Jiun suggested with a gentle smile. The longer the 20-fold Kaioken was sustained, the greater the strain on his body. It would be most advantageous to conclude the battle swiftly. Enough nonsense. I have yet to be defeated, Kampa retorted defiantly. Although his body could no longer withstand the fight, the thought of the repercussions of losing compelled him to grit his teeth and clench his fists. Especially upon seeing Beerus below, wearing a smug expression, Kampa felt compelled to persist, even if it meant resorting to his destructive power. He must secure victory in this battle. Jiun shook his head and smiled calmly. In an instant, he appeared before Kampa. Upon witnessing Jiun's fierce approach, Kampa hastily assumed a defensive stance. Jiun, showing no restraint, launched a ferocious assault. The clash reverberated through the sky once more. Oh dear, it seems Lord Kampa is on the verge of defeat, Whis remarked with a hint of regret. At that moment, Batos lamented internally, wishing she had never proposed the wager. Losing a match might be inconsequential, but the ensuing bet had become a significant dilemma. What a sorrowful turn of events, Whis remarked with a smile, his face beaming as if heralding a victory. Vados glanced at Whis with a disapproving expression upon hearing his words. Although the two combatants continued their duel, Whis and Vados, possessing profound strength, discerned that Campa was already at his wit's end and would soon succumb. I must say, Whis, your judgment is indeed commendable. The individual you have trained is performing admirably. However, have you perhaps overlooked a crucial detail? Vados said calmly, feeling the need to remind her brother, despite her admiration for his abilities. Upon hearing Vados' inquiry, Whis looked on with curiosity. What detail is that, sister? He asked, somewhat puzzled. Recognizing Whis' momentary lapse, Vados proceeded to explain, do not forget. Lord Campa is an official god of destruction, harboring immense destructive energy within. If pressed too hard, are you not concerned that Jiun may be annihilated by Lord Campa's power? When the challenge was proposed, there were no restrictions on techniques. Should Campa find himself cornered, he may indeed resort to his destructive force. Oh, so that is it. Thank you for the reminder, sister. Whis exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, and promptly thanked Vados. After expressing his gratitude, he resumed observing the battle with an air of nonchalance. Are you not going to intervene in their fight? Vados inquired, puzzled. Why would I? Jiun is on the brink of victory. We can discuss matters further after the win. Whis replied with an unchanged expression, seemingly oblivious to Vados' concerns. When? Vados' eyes widened in surprise. How does this boy intend to achieve victory? Does Whis not comprehend his own words? Lord Campa is not one to show mercy and is likely to unleash his destructive power. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Campa was about to be defeated. Should he falter, he would undoubtedly seek to obliterate Jiun at the first opportunity. Before Vados could continue, the situation on the battlefield shifted dramatically. With a resounding impact, Jiun's punch sent Campa flying. Clutching his chest, Campa's face contorted in agony. Blood trickling from his lips as his once mighty aura dissipated, leaving him in a precarious state. Well done, Jiun, Beerus shouted excitedly, his fists clenched in triumph. A smug expression plastered on his face. His heart swelled with exhilaration. Campa gasped for breath, his body battered and bruised, displaying the effects of the grueling battle. You insolent wretch! How dare you strike me so? Very well, you have done well. Campa seethed, his expression wild with fury. With trembling hands, he raised one palm toward Jiun. If that is the case, then prepare for annihilation. You claim to be strong. So let us see if you can withstand my destructive power. A sardonic grin crept across Campa's face. Observing Campa's actions, Beerus instantly understood his intention to use his destructive energy against Jiun. However, rather than worry, an odd expression crossed Beerus' face, his gaze turning vacant as if lost in contemplation. Whis, will you not act to stop this? If you delay any longer, it may be too late, Vados urged. Her brow furrowed, raising her voice slightly. Whis, noticing his sister's growing concern, smiled softly before teasingly responding, but sister, you have not intervened either. I am unconcerned about Jiun's fate. If you are worried, you could always step in to halt Lord Campa. Vados found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Her desire for Whis to take action stemmed not only from concern for Jiun's safety, but also from the hope that if Whis intervened, it would disrupt the duel, allowing her to declare victory for Campa as the referee. This way, she could save Jiun while ensuring Campa's win. However, if Whis did not act, she could not intervene herself. Initially, she had anticipated a swift victory for Campa, with herself stepping in to preserve Jiun's life. Yet now, it was abundantly clear that Campa's true strength was inferior to Jiun's. Very well, if you choose not to act, I shall remain silent. What a pity it would be to lose such an exceptional young man. Vados sighed, shaking her head in regret. Though she yearned to save Jiun, she was ultimately bound to serve Campa, not Jiun. Balancing the interests of both, she had to advocate for Campa's best outcome, leaving her no choice but to align with him. As for Jiun, he could only blame Whis and Beerus for their ruthless nature. Chapter 93. You have one. Are you prepared to unleash the power of destruction? Then come forth and let me witness it, Jiun declared nonchalantly, spreading his arms wide and grinning at Xiang Pa facing death. Yet you still dare to play pretentious games, Xiang Pa retorted with a cold sneer. The power of destruction can obliterate all matter in the universe. A mere mortal body like yours will be reduced to ashes in an instant. Xiang Pa's palm emanated a devastating purple glow. Jiun felt a familiar energy coiling around him. Destroy, Xiang Pa uttered softly. The purple radiance intensified. However, contrary to Xiang Pa's expectations, Jiun remained unscathed, standing resolutely in the air. Xiang Pa's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes filled with an unknown terror. How can this be? Why? This is impossible. He observed Ji-Yun's pupils constricting, as if witnessing a ghost, repeatedly questioning himself why he could not destroy Ji-Yun. Destroy? Destroy? Obliterate him. Xiang Pa's palm pulsed with purple light, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Yet, Ji-Yun continued to hold his ground, completely unharmed. Why? Why can't I destroy even an ant? Am I not the god of destruction? At this moment, Xiang Pa even began to doubt his own identity. It was hard to fathom that the omnipotent power of destruction could not annihilate a mere human. Anyone who heard this would find it hard to believe. What is happening? Not only Xiang Pa, but even Bados could hardly believe her eyes. She was so stunned by Ji-Yun's display that she lost her bearings. Shifting her gaze back to Whis. Ah, sister, do not be astonished. The power of destruction cannot extinguish Ji-Yun. Which only proves one thing. Within him resides a similar energy of destruction, Whis explained with a faint smile. Gulp. Upon hearing Whis' explanation, even the well-informed Bados couldn't help but swallow hard. For today, Ji-Yun had left her utterly astonished. Initially, she admired Ji-Yun's courage in challenging Xiang Pa, but she had not anticipated that Ji-Yun would continually redefine her understanding. First, he exhibited strength rivaling that of Xiang Pa. Then his power surpassed Xiang Pa's, and ultimately, even the power of destruction was ineffective against him. Bados was profoundly shocked, and she could only utter one question in her heart. Is this still a human? With a bitter smile, Bados remarked, Now I understand why you are so audacious. It turns out to be this way. Whis nodded in agreement, feeling a tinge of pride for having outdone his sister in this matter. And now, Bados was completely convinced. As she gazed at Xiang Pa in the sky, her eyes filled with pity and guilt. In the heavens, Xiang Pa continued to frantically wave his fingers, repeatedly shouting for destruction. What is it, Lord Xiang Pa? Why are your shouts futile? Ji-Yun's lips curled into a slight smile as he taunted Xiang Pa. He had already learned from Whis that those who possess the same energy of destruction cannot be obliterated by it, which emboldened him to face Xiang Pa without fear. Beerus, too, witnessed Xiang Pa's futile efforts and inwardly berated him for his foolishness. If only he had fought with all his might. Perhaps there would have been a glimmer of hope. To think that he could use the power of destruction against Ji-Yun was truly a delusion. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Xiang Pa's forehead. No matter how many times he tried, he could not affect Ji-Yun. In a normal situation, he would immediately consider that the opponent possessed a similar power, rendering the power of destruction ineffective. However, in his current state, continuously battered by Ji-Yun, his mind was in utter disarray, unable to assess the situation before him. Ah! Xiang Pa roared in frustration, having no choice but to change his strategy. In an instant, two purple spheres of destruction formed in his hands. With a powerful thrust of his arms, the energy spheres hurtled towards Ji-Yun. Boom! The two spheres successfully struck Ji-Yun, sending waves of smoke billowing through the air. Useless, Lord Xiang Pa, Ji-Yun remarked, waving away the smoke nonchalantly. At this moment, he felt assured of his victory. Xiang Pa was merely making a desperate struggle. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. I am the god of destruction of the sixth universe. Xiang Pa was losing his sanity, continuously conjuring purple energy orbs to hurl at Ji-Yun. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed as the spheres, infused with destructive energy, were absorbed by Ji-Yun. The resulting blasts were merely caused by the ordinary energy within the spheres, which posed no harm to Ji-Yun whatsoever. Shaking his head slightly, Ji-Yun focused his mind and ceased to delay any further. With a swift motion, Ji-Yun appeared directly before Xiang Pa. Startled by Ji-Yun's sudden appearance, Xiang Pa instinctively raised his hand to attack. Yet, before his strike could land, Ji-Yun's fist collided with Xiang Pa's chest. The energy concentrated in his fist exploded, releasing a powerful shockwave that sent Xiang Pa flying. As he soared through the air, Xiang Pa coughed up blood, droplets falling like rain. Before he could stabilize himself, Ji-Yun flashed above him again. Bang! Ji-Yun brought his hands together and struck down upon Xiang Pa's head with tremendous force. The brutal impact rendered Xiang Pa unconscious, and he plummeted like a meteor towards the ground. Boom! In less than a second, Xiang Pa crashed into the earth, creating a deep crater. Despite the hardness of the ground, Jiun, hovering above, brought his hands together, a brilliant light shimmering between them. Ah! With a commanding shout, Jiun unleashed a golden wave of energy that shot down straight into the crater. He did not intend to relent, as he preferred to eliminate any lingering threats. However, his physical strength was waning. Stop, Jiun. Whis and Bados exclaimed in unison once more. They both touched the ground with their staffs, conjuring two thin, transparent barriers that gathered at the crater's edge. Clang! The golden wave struck the barrier and was deflected into the vast sky, fading from sight. After a long while, a muffled echo resounded. Whis, it is you who have triumphed. After a significant time had passed, Bados finally turned to Whis with a wry smile. Chapter 94. Are they starting to recruit? Whis chuckled lightly, regarding Beerus with a composed demeanor. Thank you for your consideration, sister. Upon hearing Whis's humble words, Beerus shook her head in exasperation. This time, Kappa had truly been caught in a disastrous predicament, but fortunately he had already fainted. Given his long-standing animosity towards Beerus, it would be quite a sight when he next encountered his own brother. He would have to lower his head in submission. Upon regaining consciousness, one could only imagine the tempest of rage that would ensue. Meanwhile, in another part of the sky, Jiun realized that his attack had been thwarted by the two angels. He understood the implications of Whis and Beerus's actions. With a sigh of relief, he acknowledged that the defeat of Kampa was now an undeniable fact. Consequently, Jiun reverted from his Super Saiyan transformation, and the 20-fold Kaioken dissipated alongside it, returning his aura to its normal state. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden mission. You have received the reward, Ultra Instinct. A voice echoed in Ji-Yun's mind, and a smile of joy graced his lips. Wonderful! My efforts have not been in vain. Ji-Yun excitedly clenched his fists, feeling a surge of divine power course through him. He comprehended the method of utilizing Ultra Instinct and was ready to activate it at will. Filled with elation, Ji-Yun gently descended from the sky. Well done, Ji-Yun, Beerus exclaimed, equally thrilled as he approached Ji-Yun. Hiki. Ji-Yun beamed at Beerus's praise. You've truly impressed me, Ji-Yun. You are indeed the apprentice destroyer I have chosen. Beerus clapped Ji-Yun on the shoulder, a broad smile on his face. Ah. Lord Beerus, please be gentle. That hurts. Ji-Yun winced in pain. The discomfort coursing through him was overwhelming. Any movement sent waves of soreness through his body. This was the side effect of the 20-fold Kaioken. Oh, my apologies. I was just overwhelmed with excitement, Beerus said, noticing Ji-Yun's pained expression. An unprecedented apology escaping his lips. This revealed just how elated Beerus truly was. Ji-Yun. Android 18 rushed over from a distance, preparing to give Ji-Yun a large embrace. No, my dear. Ji-Yun frantically waved his hands, knowing his frail body could not withstand such treatment. Though he had not sustained severe injuries, the tearing sensation in his muscles was quite uncomfortable. Upon seeing Ji-Yun's gesture, Android 18 quickly halted her advance, narrowly avoiding a collision. Ji-Yun exhaled heavily, the tension in his heart dissipating. He then retrieved a Senza bean, popped it into his mouth without hesitation, and after a few chews, swallowed it whole. In an instant, vitality surged back into him, and the fatigue and pain vanished. My dear. Once restored, Ji-Yun lifted Android 18 and spun her around twice in delight. With the acquisition of Ultra Instinct, his strength would elevate to a new level. Finally, he could no longer contain his joy. All right, put me down, Android 18 said playfully, her voice laced with embarrassment as she noticed Beerus nearby. Whis and Beerus were also approaching, and with so many witnesses, she felt a bit shy. Hiki. Jiun chuckled, gently setting Android 18 back on the ground. He gazed at her enchanting figure and resolved to celebrate their joy together upon returning home. At that moment, Whis and Beerus had arrived before the crowd. Jiun. You are truly remarkable to have defeated Lord Kampa, Beerus remarked, his tone imbued with a hint of admiration. At this moment, she was genuinely impressed by the young man before her, who, with a mere human body, had shaken the very foundations of a destroyer. If word of this were to spread, it would be nothing short of astonishing. In response to Beerus's commendation, Ji-Yun smiled bashfully. Hiki, it was merely luck. Nothing to boast about. He laughed heartily, exhibiting no trace of arrogance despite his triumph over Kampa. Noticing Ji-Yun's modest demeanor, Beerus's fondness for him grew exponentially. If this young man were to succeed in inheriting the position of destroyer for Universe 7, he could undoubtedly elevate it to new heights. You have performed admirably. However, there are still areas for improvement, Whis stated calmly, proceeding to highlight Ji-Yun's shortcomings evident during the recent battle. Ji-Yun listened attentively, showing utmost respect, refraining from any rebuttal. Truth be told, his achievements were significantly attributed to Whis's meticulous guidance. Thus, whenever Whis spoke, irrespective of the logic behind it, Ji-Yun nodded in agreement. Beerus observed this exchange with a hint of exasperation, believing Whis was taking advantage of the situation. Very well, Whis. If you are dissatisfied with Jiun's performance, you are welcome to let him join me. Our Universe 6 is in need of an apprentice destroyer. I believe Jiun would be a most suitable candidate. Beerus remarked, her tone casual yet earnest. She had developed a keen interest in Jiun. Should Whis relinquish him, Beerus would not hesitate to accept him. After all, a young man with such talent would be coveted by anyone. No, absolutely not. Jiun is mine, Whis declared sternly, clearly not perceiving Beerus's words as jest. His expression grew grave at the thought of Beerus attempting to claim Jiun for herself. Standing firmly in defense of his apprentice. Astonished, Beerus had never seen Whis display such resolve before. As a child, her obedient brother had now boldly spoken against her for the sake of an apprentice destroyer. Beerus's temper flared. Very well, Jiun is mine, and I shall not yield. We shall see how you can contend with that. Chapter 95. The Grand Priest. As Jiun listened to the increasingly peculiar conversation between the two individuals, a myriad of emotions unfurled across his face. My heavens, what is happening? Am I truly that remarkable? Could it be that you two siblings are on the verge of turning against each other? This was Jiun's initial thought. Beerus, despite holding the highest status in the arena, dared not utter a word. His power paled in comparison to that of the siblings, and to avoid becoming collateral damage, it was prudent for him to remain silent. Sister, this is your fault, Jiun said. I am originally from Universe 7, and as a trainee destroyer of Universe 7. Do you not fear my informing father of your blatant attempt to poach me? Whis' gaze grew increasingly serious. It was evident that Jiun held a significant place in his heart, to the extent that he was willing to oppose his own sister. Hearing Whis' words only fueled Bardoss' anger further. Oh, really? My foolish brother, Jiun, is mine to claim. What can you do about it? Bardoss retorted angrily. Surprised by her brother's audacity, tensions escalated, with the potential for a physical confrontation looming. Jiun glanced from side to side, uncertain how to mediate the situation. Ladies, might I have just a moment to speak? He attempted to interject with a forced smile. After finally concluding his previous battle, he had hoped to return and enjoy some well-deserved rest. What was happening now? Silence. Whis and Bardoss exclaimed in unison. Each was unwilling to yield. And Jiun found himself at an impasse, resigned to silence. He watched cautiously, praying that he would not inadvertently spark further conflict. Sister, please, do not be unreasonable. Whis finally said after a prolonged pause, his tone softening as he realized his earlier demeanor had been rather harsh. Am I being unreasonable? Huh, I was merely joking. Who told you to take it so seriously? Fine, since you claim I am unreasonable, I shall embrace that role today. The wager remains as it was. But Jiun is mine to keep. No one can persuade me otherwise. Bardoss declared coldly, evidently still riled up by Whis' earlier assertiveness. The young man possessed exceptional talent. But Bardoss was far from desperate enough to steal him from her brother. However, she had not anticipated Whis' reaction would be so intense. Since you disregard our sibling bond, I shall not hold back either. Sister, I assure you, I will explain this matter to you in due time. Please, do not put me in a difficult position. Whis said, feeling a headache coming on as he recognized his previous reaction had been excessive. Yet, Jiun was of utmost importance to him. He could not allow his sister to keep him in Universe 6. Oh, I never expected this of you, Whis. It seems you have grown quite formidable over the years. Today, I shall make things difficult for you. What will you do about it? Bardoss replied, unwavering. Her grip on the staff tightened, indicating her readiness for action at any moment. Seeing his sister's obstinacy, Whis silently cursed his own foolishness. Why had he reacted with such fervor? Now, it seemed that a physical confrontation might indeed be necessary to resolve the issue. He remained silent, his grip on the staff unconsciously tightening. He understood his sister's temperament. If he did not clarify matters, they would not leave easily today. However, he had no intention of offering explanations, even if it came to blows. He would not be afraid. The two stood in a tense silence, their gazes locked, each poised for action. Jiun swallowed hard, his curiosity piqued. He was eager to witness the spectacle of divine conflict unfold. A gentle breeze rustled their garments, and as they faced each other, the air crackled with anticipation. Sister, I acknowledge my previous mistake. I should not have spoken so rashly. May we let this matter pass? Whis said earnestly, his tone laced with a hint of pleading. Bardoss felt her heart grow heavier at Whis' concession. As angels of their stature, neither party was accustomed to apologizing to the other, even if one had erred. It was an uncommon occurrence. Yet today, Whis had acted out of character multiple times for Jiun, igniting Bardoss' curiosity. Whis, I never intended to claim him. However, Your behavior today has been quite uncharacteristic. If you do not clarify, I fear I shall not allow you both to leave easily, Bardoss stated coolly. She had come to believe that Jiun was far more than merely a trainee destroyer. He likely harbored a tremendous secret, which explained Whis' unusual demeanor. Upon hearing Bardoss' probing question, Whis' expression shifted to one of inner turmoil, as if engaged in an intense psychological battle. Very well, since you insist, I shall divulge some information. Just as Whis prepared to reveal Jiun's secret, a booming voice resonated through the air, interrupting him. Enough, Whis, Bardoss. Now that the matters concerning Nappa and Beerus have concluded, I implore you to focus on your responsibilities and refrain from engaging in fruitless disputes. Bardoss, who had been all ears, was taken aback by the sudden interruption and dared not continue her inquiry. Whis, relieved, swallowed the remaining words he intended to share. Greetings, Grand Priest, both individuals said, slightly bowing as they directed their respect toward an empty space. Moments later, the void in front of them began to distort, and a diminutive figure resembling both Whis and Bardoss emerged, a smile adorning his face, yet his eyes radiated an aura of dignified authority. Lord Beerus, how have you been of late? The Grand Priest inquired, his smile warm. Ah, even the Grand Priest has arrived. I am well, thank you. My spirits have been quite high lately, Beerus replied casually. His good mood was, of course, in reference to Ji-Yun's victory over Nappa. Nevertheless, even with the Grand Priest's arrival, Beerus maintained his nonchalant demeanor. Ultimately, the Grand Priest was merely a steward of the Omni King, and in truth, the two were on equal footing. Were it not for the Omni King's presence, Beerus would not feel the need to show him any courtesy. Chapter 96. The Great War comes to an end. The Grand Priest remained unfazed by Beerus's demeanor and shifted his gaze towards the protagonists of this dispute. Salutations, Grand Priest. Jiun clasped his hands together and bowed slightly. The moment the Grand Priest appeared, Jiun was somewhat incredulous. He had not anticipated that such a minor contest would summon the Grand Priest himself. Greetings, Jiun. The Grand Priest nodded gently, addressing Jiun with a benevolent expression. After a brief moment of scrutiny, his gaze turned towards Whis and Bardoss. I am already aware of the situation. You need not continue your quarrel. The Grand Priest communicated with the two using a unique angelic telepathy technique. Whis, upon hearing his father's words, quickly bowed in agreement. Although Bardoss felt a twinge of reluctance, she dared not defy her father's command and likewise bowed in acquiescence with Whis. The Grand Priest nodded in satisfaction, but as he glanced at Bardoss, he spoke slowly. Bardoss, do not blame Whis for those words spoken in disregard of sibling bonds. Ji-Yun's secrets are far too intricate. Only Whis and I are privy to them. This matter is of great significance, and it is not yet the time for you to be informed. In due course, you shall understand. Although the Grand Priest outwardly exhibited self-restraint and impartiality, he nonetheless revealed certain information before his daughter. Yes, father. Bardoss nodded earnestly, her curiosity piqued by the secrets her father alluded to. However, as the most admired figure among her siblings, she chose not to press for further details, respecting her father's wishes. Now, if there are no further matters, I urge Lord Beerus to return at once. If I recall correctly, your responsibilities have been rather delayed, and Lord Zeno appears to be somewhat displeased by this. The Grand Priest proclaimed with a smile directed at Beerus. Indeed, upon hearing Zeno's name, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Beerus's forehead. Please inform the Grand Priest that Lord Zeno need not worry. Upon my return, I shall diligently fulfill my duties and manage my responsibilities with utmost care. Beerus stammered, trembling slightly. For reasons unknown, the destroyers harbored an inherent fear of Zeno. Merely mentioning his name sent shivers down their spines, fearing they might inadvertently err. Very well. The Grand Priest nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Following this, the fabric of space twisted once more. The Grand Priest cast a discreet glance at Jiun before his form seamlessly merged with the cosmos, gradually vanishing from sight. With the departure of the Grand Priest, the tense atmosphere began to dissipate. Jiun, observing the swift arrival and departure of the Grand Priest, found himself bewildered, unable to comprehend the enigmatic nature of this family. Whis, did you summon our father? Bardoss inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. She understood that her father, as the Grand Priest, would not leave Zeno's side without pressing matters. Apologies, sister, I had no other choice, Whis chuckled. I was compelled to resort to this measure. I hope you will forgive me. He had discreetly contacted the Grand Priest when he sensed the situation was awry. Initially, the Grand Priest believed it was a trivial matter and suggested they resolve it themselves. However, upon hearing Ji-Yun's name, he hastily arrived in the 6th universe, rushing to the site where conflict was imminent. In fact, Whis had reported Jiun's issues to the Grand Priest quite some time ago. Upon learning of these matters, the Grand Priest expressed his utmost concern, insisting that Whis keep all information regarding Jiun under wraps. What precisely transpired between the two remained shrouded in mystery. Humph. Well done, Whis. Now that the battle has concluded, I suggest you all depart swiftly, Bardoss declared coolly, issuing an unceremonious dismissal. Although she was intrigued by Jiun's affairs, her father's warning kept her from probing further. With a wave of her staff, the surrounding space began to shimmer and warp. Soon, everyone returned to the previous room. At this moment, Kappa lay on the smooth floor, his battered body barely clinging to life, his breath shallow and labored, as if he could depart this world at any moment. Then we shall take our leave, sister, Whis said with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, Beerus opened his mouth, preparing to inquire about their wager. However, before he could voice his question, Whis swiftly grasped his collar and led him out of the palace. Jiun glanced at the departing Whis, leaving only himself and Android 18 in the room. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a Sinza bean from his waist and tossed it towards Bardoss. This is a Sinza bean, regardless of the extent of injuries sustained. Consuming it will restore one to their former state. I hope that upon Kampa's awakening, he will not harbor any resentment towards me. I was merely fortunate in my victory. And should there be future opportunities for sparring, please convey my request for leniency to Lord Kampa. Jiun spoke humbly to Bardoss. Given that they had come uninvited and left Kampa in a state of unconsciousness, it was only right that he offered some form of compensation. With nothing of value to present, he could only extend this small gesture. Very well. I shall convey your message to Lord Kampa. Please depart. Bardoss replied with a slight nod, accepting the Sinza bean while gesturing for him to leave. Setting aside the mystery surrounding Jiun, Bardoss genuinely appreciated his demeanor. He was neither arrogant nor rash, exhibiting great character. Were he not from the 7th universe, combined with her father's directive, she would have insisted on competing with Whis. Farewell. Jiun clasped his hands together and smiled serenely. He then took Android 18's hand, matching Whis' pace as they exited the palace. Bardoss nodded lightly, offering no further response. Swiftly, Jiun reached the palace exterior. Whis, seeing that everyone had gathered, tapped his staff on the ground, and they embarked on their journey back. Whis, does that mean I won the wager? Why did you prevent me from speaking earlier? Beerus asked, crossing his arms in irritation. Whis chuckled, addressing the sulking Beerus. Of course you won. Did you not see my sister's murderous expression? I feared that if I said any more, we would all be thrown out. Upon hearing Whis' explanation, Beerus felt a deep sense of frustration. Thus, the challenge against Kappa, the destroyer of the 6th universe, came to a close. However, this incident would soon be known to the destroyers of other universes. Thus, it has sparked quite a stir. Chapter 97. The Stir Across the Universes Days Later. The aftermath of Ji-Yun's challenge to the God of Destruction, Xiang Pa, from the 6th universe had transpired. However, under Beerus' deliberate promotion, this event became known across the remaining 10 universes, igniting a fervent uproar. Discussion swirled around the novice God of Destruction from the 7th universe. In the palace of the 4th universe, a diminutive figure enveloped in a golden hue, with a face reminiscent of a Raditz, sat in a position of authority. This individual was Ketla, the God of Destruction of the 4th universe. Konik, have you heard? That fellow Xiang Pa was defeated by Jiun. The novice God of Destruction from the 7th universe Ketla inquired gravely of the man beside him, who bore a striking resemblance to Whis and Beerus in attire. This man was Konik, the angel of the 4th universe. I have indeed heard, Lord Ketla. It appears the 7th universe has produced a remarkable individual, Konik replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His interest in Jiun piqued. He expressed a desire to visit the 7th universe and uncover the secrets behind this novice God of Destruction, who could single-handedly shake the very foundation of a God of Destruction. When will our 4th universe produce a talent of such caliber? Ketla lamented, his envy palpable. You have not seen Beerus flaunting his pride, coming here to boast, as if I were unaware. Simply a dog relying on its master's might. Konik chuckled softly, nodding in agreement, clearly endorsing Ketla's sentiments. In the 10th universe, a planet erupted in the cosmos, illuminating the dark sky with a fleeting display of brilliant fireworks. The remnants of the explosion dissipated into a straight line, vanishing into the vastness of space. Two figures emerged from the chaos. Lord Lam-Z, you seem to be in a rather foul mood today, remarked the petite angel of the 10th universe, Kliss, with a smile directed at the God of Destruction beside her. Lam-Z, the god of destruction of the 10th universe, waved his elongated nose, his gaze heavy with an unparalleled burden. A prodigy has emerged from the 7th universe, supposedly vanquishing the god of destruction, Saiyan. I cannot ascertain the truth of this matter, yet it unsettles me greatly. Oh, I can assure you, this is indeed true. It was Whis who informed me. However, Whis mentioned that this Jiun merely had the fortune of winning by chance. Klish chimed in cheerfully, initially shocked by the news. She had thought it a fabrication until confirming it with Whis, though she remained skeptical of the notion of mere luck. Upon hearing Klish's words, Lam-Z's spirit sank further. It is astonishing that someone so young could achieve such greatness. His future is undoubtedly boundless. He shook his head, resigned, and followed Klish into the depths of the universe. In the 11th universe, the charming angel Margarita, with her twin ponytails, stood beside the god of destruction, Waymede. What is your perspective on this matter, Margarita? Waymede inquired, his fiery red lips parting with a raspy voice. I suppose I shall simply observe, Lord Waymede. Margarita replied playfully, recognizing that the 11th universe rarely intersected with the 7th, rendering the events inconsequential, as strength lay predominantly in numbers. Waymede shook his head at Margarita's response. It is truly disgraceful that Saiyan was bested by a novice god of destruction. Yet, it matters not. Our 11th universe boasts numerous strong beings. Should this young man dare to intrude, he shall find no escape. The 11th universe, deeply rooted in strength, remained largely unfazed by Jiun's astounding feats. Meanwhile, in the 6th universe, Saiyan, after days of treatment, finally regained consciousness, having consumed the magical beans gifted by Jiun prior to his departure. He exhibited no signs of his previous injuries. Damn it, Beerus and that brat. Just you wait. The next time we meet, I shall ensure you both regret it. Although physically restored, Saiyan's spirit bore the weight of an unprecedented blow. Had it not been for the immortality of the gods of destruction, he might have longed for eternal slumber. Lord Saiyan, please calm down, urged Beidou, witnessing Saiyan's fury, unaware of the events that unfolded outside. Beidou hesitated to reveal the truth. Beidou, where is that brat? I must have another bout with him. Otherwise, my resentment shall never be quenched. Saiyan clenched his fists, his expression menacing. Beidou, looking at Saiyan with a hint of helplessness, responded, another battle? If you were capable of defeating him, you wouldn't be in this state. He has already departed. Furthermore, I must share another piece of news with you, and you must brace yourself. Saiyan, sensing the seriousness in Beidou's tone, felt an ominous premonition. What is it, Beidou? Sighing, Beidou hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. However, the truth would eventually surface. It was better to confront the pain sooner rather than later. As Beidou began to recount the rumors Beerus had spread across the universes during Saiyan's unconsciousness, Saiyan stood frozen, consumed by rage. After several minutes, Beidou concluded her account, and Saiyan, trembling with fury, ground his teeth in anger. I will kill you, Beerus. A thunderous roar echoed through the palace, reverberating with unrestrained fury. Chapter 98. Deceived across the cosmos, the illustrious deeds of Jiun reverberated, capturing the attention of many. While Jiun's fame soared, so too did the spread of rumors. Initially, these tales respected the objective truth, stating that Whis and Beerus had accompanied Jiun to challenge Kappa. The battle between Jiun and Kappa was said to be closely contested, with Jiun ultimately emerging victorious due to his superior stamina in the final moments. However, as time passed, the truth became obscured by exaggerated fables, transforming into sensationalized gossip that was widely believed. According to reliable sources, it was reported that Jiun, one day, out of sheer boredom, single-handedly stormed Kampa's palace in the 6th universe. Kampa, upon encountering this intruder, could not tolerate such audacity within his domain. A fierce confrontation ensued, and to everyone's astonishment, Jiun displayed terrifying strength, overpowering Kampa with one hand. The angelic attendant, Vados, stood by, not daring to breathe a word. Jiun's prowess instilled fear throughout the entire 6th universe. It was even said that the Grand Priest himself had to intervene, with a forced smile, to politely escort the young man out, thereby sparing Kampa from demise. What began as a mere embellishment of truth escalated into a widespread myth across various universes, leading many uninformed individuals to naively accept this narrative as reality. In the 7th universe, amidst a galaxy adorned with shimmering stars, Whis and Jiun stood suspended in the void. This was Jiun's first mission as an apprentice destroyer god. How does it feel to be famous, Jiun? Whis inquired with a smile, having just recounted the various absurd rumors circulating about Jiun throughout the multiverse. Each version was more ludicrous than the last, presenting an entirely new tale. I never anticipated such a stir. Lord Beerus certainly has a penchant for exaggeration. Jiun sighed, shaking his head in a wry smile. As the saying goes, fame brings its burdens. I merely wished to cultivate in peace, yet now my name is known across the cosmos. It is quite unexpected. Indeed, you seem to take it in stride. With your demeanor, you would make a fine Supreme Kai, Whis remarked lightly. Most would be swept away by such widespread acclaim. Beerus is a prime example. Though he did not defeat the enemy, he basks in the glory as if he did. Please, let us not go there. I prefer the role of a destroyer god, Jiun quickly interjected. Being a Supreme Kai sounds dreadfully dull, confined to the divine realm without the freedom to act. I merely suggested that your temperament suits the role of a Supreme Kai. I did not imply you should actually become one, was clarified with a chuckle. Even if you desired it, I would not endorse training such a formidable Supreme Kai. I serve as a destroyer goddess attendant, not a Supreme Kai-ess. All right then, Jiun nodded thoughtfully, observing the beautiful galaxy beneath him as he began to harness his destructive power. With a gentle wave of his hand, the vast expanse of stars transformed into a hue of purple, the radiant whirlpool disintegrating into violet particles, which soon vanished into the void. The universe dimmed, shrouded in darkness as the stars were obliterated. Whis, where to next? Jiun asked, gazing at the now-vanished galaxy. Just follow me. At this pace, we shall swiftly complete the tasks accumulated by Lord Beerus, Whis replied with calm assurance. Jiun nodded silently, realizing the ease of the destroyer goddess work and growing increasingly dismissive of Beerus, who had managed to evade labor despite the simplicity of their duties. Soon, they traversed through the endless expanse of space, arriving at another star system. Jiun, captivated by the celestial display, did not hesitate to unleash his power once more. With a flourish, purple specks scattered through the cosmos, marking the demise of countless planets. Let us proceed to the next location, Whis remarked, observing Jiun's rapid efficiency with a faint smile. Continuing this pattern, they visited distant star systems, each time witnessing the instantaneous obliteration of galaxies with minimal effort. As the day wore on, the count of destroyed star systems and planets grew innumerable. Whis, are we nearing the completion of our tasks? Jiun inquired, curious as they rested on a serene, uninhabited planet. Yes, soon. At this rate, we should be finished in about 7 to 8 years, Whis replied, raising an eyebrow at Jiun's surprised expression. 7 to 8 years? How can it take so long? Jiun exclaimed, nearly spitting out his drink in disbelief. Whis, wiping his face with a handkerchief, remained unperturbed by Jiun's reaction, explaining innocently, indeed, after my rough calculations, it appears to be around the time frame. Your speed of destruction is impressive, yet the universe is vast, and the star systems you have obliterated are merely the tip of the iceberg. Jiun was momentarily taken aback, a sense of being deceived washing over him. Reflecting on his earlier comments about Beerus and the ease of their tasks, he now felt as though he had unwittingly entered a ruthless factory, one with no compensation. Chapter 99. Cooler must I toil for another 7 or 8 years. Jiun lamented with a sorrowful expression. One misstep can lead to eternal regret. I never anticipated I would end up in such a nefarious factory. That needn't be the case, Whis replied with a smile. If the duration seems too lengthy, why not adopt a strategy akin to Frieza's? At Whis's words, Jiun felt a sudden jolt of realization. He was puzzled as to why Whis would evoke Frieza at this moment. What do you mean by that? Jiun inquired curiously. Does Frieza possess some unique methods? Whis chuckled lightly, then explained gradually, it is not a particularly profound tactic. The reason Frieza could assist Lord Beerus was not due to his own capabilities, but rather because he commanded a formidable army with considerable strength in the universe. With a gentle nod from Whis, Jiun instantly grasped the implication. He understood the adage that strength lies in numbers. If there were allies to assist him, the task would undoubtedly become significantly easier. Frieza's army had once flourished within the 7th universe, controlling approximately 70% of its territories. In those regions, countless planets were obliterated daily. Now that Frieza was deceased, the army had dispersed, and the destruction of planets had come to a halt. Whis continued to elucidate. After Frieza's demise, Beerus was eager to seize control of that army to ensure the continuity of operations. However, as gods of destruction and angels maintain neutrality regarding events in the universe, this matter was left unresolved. Presently, Jiun is not yet a true god of destruction, and he is entirely free to establish his own cosmic army. All right, I understand. Let us proceed with this plan. Ji-yun's gaze hardened with determination as he listened to Whis. To be frank, he had no desire to build any faction, having grown accustomed to solitary endeavors. Yet, to expedite his work, forming an army was indeed a prudent choice. Time is of the essence, Whis. Let us set forth immediately. Jiun rose from the ground, his eyes resolute. Such is the nature of humanity. Once a path to ease is discovered, one will steadfastly pursue it. Even the most effortless tasks, when repeated day after day, can become unbearable for anyone. Indeed, let us depart, Whis remarked with a smile, observing Ji-yun's fervor. Consequently, the two vanished from the exquisite planet. At the moment of their disappearance, the planet transformed into a myriad of purple light points, vanishing without a trace from the cosmos. This, of course, was Ji-yun's handiwork. Given the weight of his tasks, any planet that could be destroyed would be. 5 years later, colossal spaceships traversed the vastness of space. As they roamed through the cosmos, countless civilizations recoiled in fear, unwilling to confront them. At the heart of this armada lay a vessel far larger than the others, a colossal flagship. Numerous powerful beings gathered here, their appearances remarkably diverse. They stood in disciplined formation, gazing reverently toward the front. Listen closely, everyone. Our esteemed Lord is about to arrive. Maintain your composure. Should anyone falter and incur the displeasure of our Lord, they shall face my wrath, reduced to ashes scattered across the void. A figure resembling Frieza, yet distinct, commanded the attention of all present. This individual was Cooler, Frieza's elder brother. Unlike the character from the original story, this Cooler did not venture to Earth to avenge his brother. Upon learning of their father's demise, King Cold, he chose to conceal himself in the universe, avoiding the limelight. It was only 5 years ago that Whis and Ji-yun discovered his whereabouts. Without unnecessary words, Ji-yun swiftly subdued him and conveyed his intention to have Cooler lead an army. Upon hearing this, Cooler could only weep, lamenting, "You could have just asked. Why resort to violence? You nearly rendered me unrecognizable." "Yes, my lord." The assembled subordinates responded in unison. Under Cooler's leadership, the army had flourished over the years. It had now grown to rival the might of Frieza's former forces. All present felt a sense of pride in their identities. Meanwhile, Cooler paced anxiously within the expansive ship, clearly apprehensive about Ji-yun's arrival. As he wandered restlessly, his subordinates observed him, their eyes weary from the sight, yet they dared not voice their concerns. "My lord, you." One of his subordinates stammered nervously, pointing behind Cooler. Upon hearing this, Cooler's brow furrowed in irritation. "Speak plainly, do not stammer." "My lord, behind you." The subordinate indicated, as the rest held their breath, uncertain if the individual behind Cooler was indeed the esteemed lord they spoke of. "Behind me?" Cooler tightened his brow further. "What do you mean by?" He abruptly turned to see Ji-yun standing there, his words caught in his throat as cold sweat began to beat on his forehead. "Your subordinates, pay your respects to the lord." Cooler reacted swiftly, dropping to one knee, hands clasped in salute. Upon witnessing their leader kneel, the others followed suit, not daring to act out of turn. Before them stood Ji-yun, who had been missing for 5 years, accompanied by Whis. "Rise, Cooler." Ji-yun addressed him calmly. When he had departed, he had issued a singular command, to assemble an army and mercilessly obliterate the planets within the universe. "Yes, my lord." Cooler replied nervously, gradually standing. "You may also rise." Ji-yun gestured to Cooler's subordinates. However, they remained rooted in place, gazing at their leader with fervent eyes. Seeing his subordinates unmoving, Cooler erupted in fury. "Did you not hear? The Lord commanded you to rise. Have you no ears?" His mood plummeted as he realized his subordinates had embarrassed him in front of Ji-yun, contrary to his earlier instructions to avoid any blunders. Witnessing their lord's ire, the subordinates hastily complied, rising and bowing their heads. "My lord, please forgive us." Cooler smiled awkwardly, fearful of inciting Ji-yun's wrath. Ji-yun merely cast a discerning glance at him and spoke coolly. "Cooler, you have done well." Chapter 100. Task completed. Upon hearing Ji-yun's words, Gula felt a jolt of surprise. Was that praise or reproach? Gula found himself momentarily perplexed. "I am but a humble servant, relying entirely on your guidance. If I have erred in any way, I implore you to enlighten me. I shall rectify my mistakes promptly." Gula spoke with utmost humility, regardless of any hidden implications in Ji-yun's words. A timely admission of fault, after all, could never be a misstep. This scene left Gula's subordinates utterly astonished. Was this truly their formidable and imperious king? Why was he behaving so meekly? Jiun, too, was baffled by Gula's demeanor. He had merely complimented him. He had not indicated any wrongdoing. I stated that you performed admirably. How did we veer into this realm of error? Jiun replied, his tone calm, yet questioning. Hearing Ji-Yun's lack of reproach, Gula breathed a sigh of relief. 5 years prior, he had witnessed Ji-Yun's extraordinary power, which had thoroughly subdued him. Although they had not crossed paths since then, the lingering fear remained vividly etched in his memory. I misunderstood your intentions, my lord. Please forgive me, Gula expressed, not daring to exhibit any superfluous emotion. Upon hearing this, Gula's subordinates were once again rendered speechless, feeling that their king's current display was excessively timid. As his subordinates, they no longer felt the glory of yesteryears, only an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Jiun, uninterested in further engagement, pondered how he could evoke such terror with a single misstep. Was Gula's instinct for self-preservation truly that pronounced? As Gula noticed Ji-Yun's silence, he stepped forward eagerly. My lord, allow me to introduce you to the backbone of our legion. Ji-Yun acknowledged Gula's eagerness with a slight nod. Gula then hurriedly approached his subordinates and began the introductions. My lord, this is Shiviya, an old subordinate of mine. Upon hearing his name, Shiviya clasped his fist in greeting. Greetings, my lord, although his tone lacked any semblance of reverence. In the vast universe, strength reigned supreme. They had merely heard of Ji-Yun's prowess from Gula, but had not witnessed it firsthand, leaving them somewhat unconvinced. Ji-Yun remained unfazed, offering only a slight nod. This is Dre, and this is Nez. They are also my former subordinates, having fought alongside me through countless battles. Gula continued his introductions. The two men bowed their heads, greeting Ji-Yun, who acknowledged them with a faint nod. Gula proceeded to introduce the remaining subordinates aboard the spacecraft, taking approximately 10 minutes to mention each name. My lord, please, deliver your address. Gula implored after concluding the introductions, bowing before Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun waved his hand dismissively. An address is unnecessary. I am here to inform you that your task has been completed. You need not concern yourself with the annihilation of planets any longer, Ji-Yun stated calmly, his purpose for visiting clear. Since Gula's meteoric rise, the number of planets in the 7th universe had dramatically diminished. In just 5 years, he had managed to eliminate the excess planets. Upon hearing this, Gula's heart swelled with joy. For 5 years, he had tirelessly urged his subordinates to destroy various planets, suppressing any personal thoughts. Now, he felt liberated from the monotony of that task. Yet, despite his inner elation, he maintained a facade of solemnity. My lord's directives are etched in my heart, Gula lamented with a troubled expression. To suddenly learn that the task is complete leaves me somewhat disoriented. I cannot shake the feeling of emptiness within. Gula's subordinates were once again taken aback by their king's words. Were it not for their fear of death, they genuinely wished to confront him, demanding to know his absurdity. Ji-Yun, feeling nauseated by Gula's sycophancy, struggled to suppress his urge to retch. Enough. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. When I require your services, I will seek you out. With that, Ji-Yun exchanged a glance with Whis, signaling that it was time to depart. As Whis prepared to escort Ji-Yun away, Gula suddenly called out, Might I inquire your name, my lord? Gula had worked diligently for 5 years without knowing Ji-Yun's name. When Ji-Yun left years ago, he had only given tasks and withheld his identity. Now, as Ji-Yun prepared to depart once more, Gula was determined to learn his name. After all, having labored for so long, it would be absurd not to know the name of his superior. Ji-Yun paused for a brief moment of contemplation before slowly uttering, Ji-Yun. With that, he and Whis vanished from the ship in an instant. Ji-Yun, Gula murmured, savoring the name before nodding and whispering, a fine name, indeed. Though his voice was barely audible in the hushed atmosphere, his subordinates heard him clearly. My lord, they've departed. There's no need for further flattery. One subordinate, unable to contain himself, stepped forward and spoke softly. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Gula finally regained his composure. The warmth of his expression faded as he shot a cold glare at the man. The subordinate felt a chill run down his spine from Gula's icy gaze. With a mere gesture, Gula pointed at him, and in an instant, the subordinate's body exploded in a violent eruption. The enclosed space of the spacecraft filled with thick smoke as his fellow subordinates stared in horror at the gruesome sight, eyes wide with disbelief, swallowing hard in silence, no longer daring to harbor any disdain for Gula. Ji-Yun, Ji-Yun. Gula pondered. No, wait. Ji-Yun. Could it be him? Gula's pupils dilated as he began to connect the dots, cold sweat soaking his clothes. In recent years, rumors had circulated throughout the universe about an individual who had bested the God of Destruction from the 6th universe. It seemed that person was indeed named Ji-Yun. Could it be? Gula dared not think further, feeling as though he had been extraordinarily fortunate, as if his ancestors had smiled upon him. At the same time, he regretted not having ingratiated himself more with Jiun, wishing he had firmly secured his position as a loyal follower. Little did he know, the man who had slain his father, King Cooled, and his brother, Frieza, also bore the name Jiun. Chapter 101. Majin Buu. Gula's current thoughts were beyond Jiun's comprehension. At this moment, he was traversing the boundless expanse of the universe. Jiun, your task is complete. Do you have any further thoughts? Whis inquired gently, gazing ahead. Without hesitation, Jiun replied, I wish to return to Earth. Having spent 6 years in this realm, he longed for the familiarity of his homeland and the company of his loved ones, especially Bulma. Were it not for the inability to sense Earth's location, he would have already used instant transmission to return. Indeed, Earth is a commendable choice. Coincidentally, the Supreme Kai has been contacting me for assistance, stating that trouble has arisen on Earth and seeking Lord Beerus's intervention. Regrettably, Lord Beerus remains in slumber. It appears you will need to address this predicament, Whis stated nonchalantly. The Supreme Kai? Trouble? Given the timeline, it must be Majin Buu. Jiun's heart raced at Whis' words. Sure enough, in the next moment, an electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Majin Buu is currently wreaking havoc on Earth. Please make a choice. Option 1. Eliminate Buu and protect Earth. Reward. Instant transmission from Jebit. Option 2. Remain indifferent and allow destruction. Reward. Fusion skill. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiun felt a heavy weight in his chest. Majin Buu had indeed emerged prematurely and was now causing extensive devastation on Earth. I choose option 1. Jiun decisively declared. Even without a system task, protecting Earth was an obligation he could not forsake, especially with Bulma and his child still residing there. As for the fusion skill, it was of no use to him. Choice confirmed. Eliminate Buu and protect Earth. Upon completion of the task, rewards will be automatically distributed. Please check for notifications. The system announced. Whis. What is the situation on Earth now? Jiun inquired, a hint of urgency in his voice. Observing Jiun's anxious demeanor, Whis slowly responded, according to the Supreme Kai's description. The situation on Earth is dire. This creature called Buu appears to possess immense power, and the inhabitants of Earth are no match for him. Whis continued. When the Supreme Kai contacted me, he expressed his inability to handle this formidable foe and sought Lord Beerus's aid. After all, if the Supreme Kai were to perish, the destroyer would follow suit. However, I informed him that Lord Beerus is currently asleep and unavailable for assistance and requested his understanding. Upon hearing Whis' account, Jiun felt a sinking sensation in his heart. It seemed that Majin Buu posed a significant threat to Earth. After all, he was one of the primary antagonists in the original narrative. Had it not been for Goku's spirit bomb, Earth might have been lost forever. How much longer until we reach Earth? Jiun asked, anxiety etched on his face. Whis gazed ahead, estimating approximately 20 minutes, nodding silently at Whis' response. They both remained silent as they sped toward Earth. 20 minutes later, Jiun and Whis arrived above the devastated landscape of Earth. The planet appeared ravaged, with signs of destruction and flames everywhere, skyscrapers reduced to mere ruins. I can't believe after such a long absence, Earth has been reduced to this state. Jiun lamented, furrowing his brow. They should be over there. Let us investigate, Whis suggested, his gaze steady as he pointed toward the horizon. Jiun nodded in agreement, and in an instant, their figures vanished, reappearing at the scene of the battle. On a desolate plain, two figures faced each other, Majin Buu and Son Goku. Jiun frowned as he observed Majin Buu clad in a red martial arts uniform, clearly having absorbed Gohan. Opposite him, Goku, with earrings in his ears and hands, gazed at Majin Buu with a hint of reluctance. So close, yet so far. Goku gritted his teeth, scanning the area for any conscious individuals. Anyone capable of fusion would be worth a try. However, aside from the formidable Satan, there were no suitable candidates available. Goku eyed Satan's imposing frame, swallowing hard. Could it be that I'm left with no choice but to fuse with Mr. Satan? Meanwhile, in the Supreme Kai's realm, the old Supreme Kai and Jebit watched in despair as the events unfolded within the crystal ball. Ancestor, what shall we do? Are we truly doomed? Jebit exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. They had hoped for Goku and Gohan to fuse and defeat Majin Buu, but Buu's cunning had thwarted their plans by absorbing Gohan first. Who can I ask for answers? The old Supreme Kai replied, his expression one of helplessness. If the inhabitants of Earth could not stop Majin Buu, The Supreme Kai realm would also be thrown into chaos, perhaps even obliterated. How could this happen? I refuse to die, Jebbet cried, kneeling in despair. He felt he had so much more to accomplish and was unwilling to meet his end. Look at your lack of resolve. Do you still resemble a Supreme Kai? The old Supreme Kai reproached, his eyes fixed on the crystal ball, observing the unfolding battle. Wait a moment, what is that? The old Supreme Kai squinted, noticing two dark figures hovering above where Goku and Majin Buu clashed. Intrigued, he magnified the image within the crystal ball, adjusting the focus until, after several enlargements, two familiar faces appeared before him. Whis. The old Supreme Kai exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. Upon hearing the old Supreme Kai shout, Jebbet, still on his knees, suddenly jolted with joy, leaping to his feet and pushing the old Supreme Kai aside. It seems my plea for help was indeed effective. Whis has arrived. How could Lord Beerus not follow? Chapter 102. Long time no see. Hey, take it easy. Youngsters can be so reckless. The old Kaioshin tumbled over, expressing his dissatisfaction to Jebbet. However, Jebbet paid no heed to his complaints, his gaze fixed intently on the crystal ball. When he finally beheld that familiar yet foreign visage, an unparalleled joy illuminated his face. Marvelous. It truly is Whis. But where is Beerus? As long as Beerus is here, that mere Majin Buu will be no match for us. Ha. Jebbet erupted into hearty laughter, as if reignited with hope for life. The old Kaioshin shook his head in exasperation at Jebbet's unseemly mirth while continuing to observe the crystal ball. Suddenly, a cold realization washed over him. Do not rejoice too soon. Whis has arrived, that is true. However, I doubt that Beerus has come along. The old Kaioshin remarked, glancing at the face of Jiun. What? Jebbet's laughter abruptly ceased as he exclaimed in shock. He leaned closer to the crystal ball for a more careful inspection. Could it be? What is Beerus up to? Is he unaware of the impending doom he faces? Jebbet surveyed the surroundings, and apart from Whis and the unfamiliar young man, he indeed could not find Beerus anywhere. Ancestors, what should we do? Will Whis intervene to assist us? I have heard he is Beerus's mentor, even stronger than him. Turning his gaze towards the old Kaioshin, Jebbet looked on with hopeful eyes. The old Kaioshin shot him a glance before responding without mercy, stop dreaming. Whis is an angel. He will not intervene in any matters. His icy words fell on Jebbet's ears like a chilling wind. Jebbet stood frozen, fear creeping back into his heart. Then what is his purpose in coming here? Is it merely to witness our misfortune? He lamented. To resolve this crisis. Ever since the emergence of Majin Buu, he had persistently contacted Whis, hoping he would bring Beerus to alleviate their plight. Regrettably, the answer was always the same. Lord Beerus is sleeping. I will inform him once he awakens. This response had left Jebbet seething with indignation. Awake? By then, will he even still be alive? That's a matter of speculation. The old Kaioshin frowned slightly at Jebbet's complaints, clearly displeased with his descendant's demeanor. Whis is not one to come merely for amusement. If I am not mistaken, that young man by his side is likely the savior we have been awaiting. The old Kaioshin stated matter-of-factly, pinpointing the crux of the situation. Though he had only recently broken free from his seal, he had kept himself informed of various whispers circulating through the cosmos. Him? What can he do? You know well the might of Majin Buu. Who besides the God of Destruction stands a chance against him? Jebbet expressed skepticism, glancing at Jiun's exceedingly youthful face. However, being in Whis's company could mean he possesses some strength. If he could merge with Goku, perhaps there would be a slim chance of victory. I truly wonder how you became a Kaioshin with such lack of foresight. Forget it. I am weary of explaining. If my conjectures are correct, this impending crisis should soon come to an end. The old Kaioshin sighed in resignation. Although sealed for many years, he had kept abreast of significant events in the universe. If his deductions were accurate, that young man must be the much-discussed apprentice God of Destruction, Jiun. Jebbet was taken aback, raising an eyebrow in surprise, clearly unprepared for the high regard his ancestor held for the young man. Meanwhile, on Earth, after absorbing Gohan, Majin Buu's power had surged. He now gazed at Goku with a mocking expression. Goku, feeling like a restless ant on a hot skillet, could not conceive of a viable solution. It seemed his only option was to fuse with Mr. Satan. Resolutely, Goku decided to give it a try, regardless of the outcome. Perhaps it would yield unexpected results. Just as Goku prepared to call for Satan, a powerful aura descended from the heavens. Goku's words caught in his throat. What? Such an overwhelming presence. It feels strangely familiar. Who could it be? Goku's face reflected astonishment as he sensed the formidable energy emanating from above, belonging to Jiun. Whis, let us descend, Jiun remarked, surveying the situation below with a calm demeanor. Whis nodded in response, and in an instant, they appeared before Goku. Goku, long time no see, Jiun said. His back turned to Goku as he smiled gently. Goku, recognizing the voice, felt a jolt of surprise. You are? He inquired, examining the tall figure before him. Huh, after all these years, you failed to recognize an old friend? Jiun turned with a warm smile, addressing Goku kindly. As Goku's eyes widened in recognition, he exclaimed, It's you, Jiun. The long-lost companion stood before him, and joy surged within Goku. It really is you, Jiun. I thought you were dead, he expressed excitedly, gripping Jiun's sturdy arms, scanning him with fervor. Upon hearing Goku's words, Jiun's expression turned peculiar. Who told you I was dead? I am very much alive. Who spread such rumors? Jiun furrowed his brow, perplexed. I was merely away for a while. Did they truly think I had perished? It was the Lord Kai who mentioned it, right before. Before Goku could finish, Whis interjected, ahem. Let us not dwell on who spread the rumors. We have someone waiting ahead, let us not treat him as invisible, shall we? Whis coughed lightly, casting a knowing glance at Goku, as if to imply that he remembered the message relayed to the Kaishin, which did not indicate that Jiun was dead, merely that they were awaiting a resolution. Did you misinterpret the message, or did the North Kaishin misunderstand? Chapter 103. Once I take care of him, Wukong gazed intently at the familiar figure of Whis, as if a memory had suddenly resurfaced, illuminating his thoughts with a moment of clarity. Ah, it's you. You're the one from that day, he exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing Whis' visage. Whis, observing Wukong's reaction, merely smiled and nodded slightly, refraining from further words. All right, Wukong, we can reminisce later. First, I must deal with this fellow. Jiun turned to face Majin Buu, speaking in a calm tone. Wukong, caught up in his excitement, almost forgot the formidable foe before him. He stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiun. Jiun, this creature is exceedingly powerful. We must not let our guard down, Wukong warned, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized Majin Buu. Though he had attained the form of Super Saiyan 3, amplifying his strength manifold, confronting Majin Buu remained a daunting challenge. Do not fret, Wukong. He is merely a trifling opponent, hardly worthy of my attention, Jiun replied with a serene smile. While Majin Buu was undeniably strong, could he surpass the likes of Kampa? Could he withstand the might of Wukong's Ultra Instinct? Could he endure the destructive force unleashed upon him? At this moment, Jiun was not preoccupied with how to combat Majin Buu, but rather contemplating the most fitting method to ensure his demise. Though Majin Buu stood at a distance, his absorption of Piccolo endowed him with acute hearing, allowing him to eavesdrop on Jiun and Wukong's conversation. Upon hearing Jiun's audacious words, he erupted, Hey kid, no matter where you've come from, now that you stand before me, prepare to meet your end. Having absorbed Gohan, Majin Buu's arrogance had swelled. Previously, Gohan could contend with him, but now that threat had vanished, he regarded all adversaries with disdain. Wukong's mood darkened further at Majin Buu's taunts. Jiun, I recognize your strength. However, this foe is on an entirely different level than those we faced before. For our safety, would you consider fusing with me? Wukong implored, extending his palm to reveal the Patera earrings. Jiun glanced at the earrings, which belonged to the Kaishin. When donned, they would allow the two to merge, exponentially increasing their power. Nevertheless, Jiun simply smiled and shook his head before gradually making his way towards Majin Buu. Meanwhile, in the Kaishin realm, Kibito watched as Jiun declined Wukong's fusion request, pounding his chest in frustration before the crystal ball. Foolish. Utterly foolish. What an arrogant imbecile. Kibito raged, his spittle splattering the crystal ball. Enough. The old Kaishin interjected, delivering a sharp blow to Kibito's head. What do you know? Do you comprehend who stands before you? He chastised, feeling embarrassed by such an unworthy descendant. Rubbing his head in pain, Kibito retorted, Who is he? Just an arrogant fool, isn't he? His tone dripped with defiance. The old Kaishin, shaking his head, struck Kibito once more. After the second blow, Kibito cradled his head, feeling aggrieved. Are you truly a Kaishin? Have you not noticed the events unfolding in the universe? The old Kaishin sighed helplessly. As Kaishin, they were meant to remain vigilant of all cosmic occurrences. What should I have noticed? Ever since I learned of Majin Buu's impending resurgence years ago, I have been preoccupied with devising a strategy to confront this calamity. I hardly had time to concern myself with trivial matters, Kibito replied, feeling justified in his neglect. Open your eyes wide and behold. This young man may very well be your future relative by marriage. The old Kaioshin squinted, intently watching Jiun in the crystal ball. I am certain of it. This young man is the apprentice destroyer, Jiun, who astonished the universes years ago. What? Kibito was momentarily bewildered by his ancestor's statement, his mind racing with questions. Relative by marriage? Who is related to him? I am a dignified Kaioshin. On Earth, Majin Buu observed Jiun approaching with deliberate steps, raising an eyebrow in disdain. You're quite the arrogant one, aren't you? He sneered. Hearing Buu's words, Jiun chuckled and shook his head. He did not perceive his demeanor as arrogance, but rather as confidence. Arrogance belonged to those lacking ability, yet striving to appear formidable. While he lacked nothing but the absence of skill. Feeling belittled by Jiun's unyielding smile and silence, Buu's fury ignited. Kid, let me show you how I teach a lesson. He threatened, charging at Jiun with blinding speed. Yet, to Jiun, that speed resembled that of a sluggish snail. He effortlessly sidestepped Buu's assault, which merely grazed past him. TCH. You dodged it, Buu muttered, momentarily surprised, though he maintained an air of contempt. With renewed vigor, Buu propelled himself at Jiun once more, this time with an even greater velocity. Let us see you evade this. He growled, his speed reaching its zenith. In this realm, no one could possibly escape such an attack. Jiun remained unfazed, elegantly shifting his body as if dancing with the wind, evading Buu's onslaught once again. The impact sent Buu crashing into a nearby mountain, which crumbled under the force, sending plumes of dust into the air. With such speed, even if you struck for an entire year, you would never touch my garments. Jiun remarked coolly, observing Buu buried beneath the rubble. Chapter 104. Toying around remarkable. Absolutely remarkable, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his grip on the earring tightening with excitement. Ever since the emergence of Majin Buu, despair had enveloped the entire Earth. Every conceivable method to counter the threat had been exhausted. Yet now, Jiun had effortlessly evaded Buu's onslaught, leaving all in awe. Boom. As Wukong continued to marvel. The stones cloaking Majin Buu's form erupted skyward, a terrifying aura enveloping the land. You wretch, I wonder how long you can evade me. Buu snarled through gritted teeth. In an instant, the ground shattered, and he lunged once more at Jiun, his anger palpable due to his previous failures and Ji-Yun's taunts. Observing the slow approach of Buu, Ji-Yun shook his head in resignation before vanishing in an instant. The next moment, a powerful punch connected with Buu's face, producing a dull thud. Buu's visage contorted grotesquely as he crumpled to the ground, overwhelmed. Wukong, witnessing Ji-Yun's effortless defeat of Buu, was left in utter shock. Ji-Yun. Still so formidable. He murmured, recalling his earlier words with a self-deprecating smile. Fusion? What a farce. Ji-Yun is so powerful. How could he possibly need fusion? Meanwhile, Ji-Yun looked down at the crumpled form of Majin Buu. Can you still rise? He asked in a tone that remained unfazed. Buu's face began to mend, but upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, his once pink complexion flushed a deep crimson. Flames of rage ignited in his darkened eyes. You insolent brat. You have enraged me. I will ensure you suffer beyond death. Buu seethed, glaring fiercely at Ji-Yun, though his heart began to waver. Despite only exchanging a few blows, Buu understood that a head-on assault was futile. It could indeed lead to his demise. After assimilating Piccolo, Buu's intellect had sharpened, allowing him to comprehend the importance of strategy. Very well, I shall stand here. Come and slay me, Ji-Yun said nonchalantly. Buu had uttered such phrases countless times before, yet he had always emerged unscathed, rendering him immune to the intimidation these words once held. Die. Buu's eyes widened in fury as he sprang to his feet, unleashing a powerful energy wave aimed directly at Ji-Yun from point-blank range. Without waiting to see the outcome, Buu leaped backwards into the sky. However, before he could gain any distance, Ji-Yun was already waiting above him. Are you attempting to flee? Ji-Yun asked, observing Buu's panicked expression with a quiet voice. Buu's heart sank as he considered changing his escape route, but before he could shift his position, Ji-Yun's iron fist awaited him. Bang! Ji-Yun's punch struck Buu's neck, sending his pink form crashing towards the ground. Before Buu could hit the earth, Ji-Yun returned swiftly, watching the descending Majin Buu with a slight smirk. Bang! Ji-Yun raised his leg and kicked Buu back into space. Thus, Buu's body soared through the heavens, rising and falling as Ji-Yun played with him like a child with a ball. This is far too effortless, Wukong stammered, watching Buu being toyed with in disbelief. While they had struggled on Earth against Majin Buu, some dead, others injured. Now, with Ji-Yun's return, the tables had turned dramatically, transforming Buu into a mere plaything. In the Kaioshin realm, Kibito and the old Kaioshin observed the unfolding spectacle within the crystal ball, gasping in astonishment. Despite the old Kaioshin's mental preparation, he was still awestruck by Jiun's displayed prowess. What manner of being is he? Kibito stuttered, utterly flabbergasted. The situation was simply too incredible to fathom. If someone had told him that Majin Buu was being kicked around like a soccer ball, he would have deemed it impossible. Yet now, he witnessed it with his own eyes. The old Kaioshin patted his chest, striving to regain his composure. After a couple of minutes, he finally calmed down. If I am not mistaken, this individual is none other than our Universe 7's apprentice destroyer, Jiun, he asserted. Apprentice destroyer? Kibito gasped, clearly taken aback by this revelation. The old Kaioshin sighed, noting Kibito's surprise. As a Kaioshin, it is your duty to be aware of events unfolding in the universe, regardless of the circumstances. One must never forget the responsibilities of a Kaioshin. Embarrassed, Kibito scratched his head. He had indeed been woefully uninformed about the happenings in Universe 7 in recent years, as the crisis involving Majin Buu had consumed most of his attention, leaving little room for other matters. Does this apprentice destroyer already possess some renown in the universe? Kibito inquired, seeking wisdom from the old Kaioshin. Based on your previous comments, it seems he has made quite a name for himself, or else you would not regard him with such significance. Renown? That is an understatement. From what I have gathered, his reputation has spread far and wide. Among the 12 universes, from the Kaioshins to the Destroyers, and even the Guardian Angels, not a soul remains unaware of his name. The old Kaioshin explained gravely. Indeed. Upon hearing the old Kaioshin's words, Kibito was rendered speechless. This fellow, is that famous? He stuttered in disbelief. The old Kaioshin, observing Kibito's astonishment, felt a surge of dissatisfaction. This matter had become widely known. Any being with even a modicum of strength in the universe should be aware of it. Oh, we must begin our tale 5 years prior. The old Kaioshin sighed deeply, commencing the recounting of the rumors surrounding Jiun, the specifics of which were now lost to time. Chapter 105. The instantaneous movement of Jebit. The old Kaioshin spoke for approximately 10 minutes, articulating with fervor as he vividly recounted the remarkable deeds of Jiun. After his narrative, he paused to catch his breath, glancing at the astonished Jebit. Do you understand now? The old Kaioshin remarked with a calm demeanor. In Jebit's heart, tumultuous waves of disbelief surged. He never anticipated that the individual he had previously derided as a fool possessed such extraordinary achievements. It was utterly astonishing. I must admit, I was blind. This Jiun has truly surpassed even the gods of destruction. Jebit sighed, shaking his head. He observed the crystal ball, where the Majin Buu was still being toyed with, and couldn't help but mock himself. Who would have thought that the fool was actually me? Before Jebit could lament further, the old Kaioshin delivered a sharp blow to his head. Tears nearly welled in Jebit's eyes from the pain as he protested. What have I said wrong, esteemed ancestor? The old Kaioshin regarded him with a measured glance and nodded slowly, placing a finger to his lips. Caution is warranted. This being has transcended even the gods of destruction of the 6th universe. Should this reach the ears of that petty Beerus, do you wish to share my fate of confinement here? The old Kaioshin cautioned, recalling his own imprisonment from offending Beerus years prior. Jebit recognized the gravity of his earlier words, gingerly touching the swelling on his head. Understood, esteemed ancestor. He responded with newfound clarity. The old Kaioshin nodded slightly and prepared to depart in search of a secluded spot to rest. Are you not going to watch, esteemed ancestor? Jebit inquired, rising to see him off, his confusion evident. The old Kaioshin had already put some distance between them, raising a hand overhead and waving it slightly. No more watching. Majin Buu is doomed. The outcome will remain unchanged. His voice, tinged with age, trailed off as he gradually walked into the distance. Jebit silently acquiesced to the old Kaioshin's words, though he could not bring himself to leave. The deep-rooted fear of Majin Buu lingered within him. Even knowing Jiun could easily vanquish him, he felt compelled to witness it firsthand for his own peace of mind. On Earth, Jiun, having toyed with the situation for a while, grew bored and decided it was unnecessary to prolong the encounter. With a resounding thud, Majin Buu plummeted from the sky, crashing into the hard ground. This time, Jiun chose not to kick him away but walked calmly to where Buu had fallen. Majin Buu lay crumpled and grotesque upon the ground, resembling a lump of clay. Jiun seized the antenna atop Buu's head, lifting him to eye level. You are about to meet your end. Do you have any final words? Jiun inquired softly, recognizing that Buu had only recently emerged into existence. I will kill you. You managed to exclaim, his face contorting in anger despite his disfigured state. Jiun nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, I understand. With that, he raised his left hand towards Bu's face and uttered, annihilate. At the sound of Ji-Yun's command, Bu's body began to contort violently, his already damaged form twisting further as a violet glow erupted from his pink surface. Ah! Bu cried out in agony, his eyes filled with despair and terror. Gradually, his voice faded as his form disintegrated into a mass of purple light, dissipating into the air. Ji-Yun observed the spectacle with indifference. And only when Bu was utterly eradicated did he lower his hands. This is truly monstrous. Goku shivered, at a loss for words to convey his feelings, resorting to the term monstrous to describe the shock Ji-Yun instilled in him. Despite their relentless efforts, they had never managed to defeat Majin Bu, especially due to his despair-inducing regenerative abilities. Yet here was Ji-Yun, effortlessly dispatching him in mere moments. How could one not be astounded? In the Kaioshin realm, Jebet leaped joyfully upon witnessing Bu's demise. His heart swelled with uncontainable joy. Oh, what a relief. We have finally vanquished Majin Bu. I no longer have to live in fear. Jebet sobbed, covering his face in overwhelming emotion, reflecting on the torment he had endured for so long. After a time, he stood up, gazing at the crystal ball showcasing Ji-Yun's striking figure. Resolved to meet this apprentice god of destruction personally to express his gratitude. Just as Ji-Yun obliterated Majin Bu, an electronic notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received the system reward, Jebet's instantaneous movement, a refreshing sensation course through Ji-Yun's mind, vividly unveiling the distribution of all planets in the 7th universe. It seemed that any location could be reached with a mere thought. Such a splendid skill. Jiun marveled at the newfound ability, appreciating its superiority over the Urdration instantaneous movement. The former required only a thought to traverse the 7th universe, while the latter necessitated sensing a corresponding energy signature. His previous inability to return to Earth due to the lack of energy detection from Beerus was now resolved. In an instant, Jiun vanished from his location. Huh? Where did Jiun go? Goku exclaimed, bewildered as he attempted to approach. Whis, observing the sudden disappearance, narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of intrigue sparking within. What ability is this? Ah, I see. This is becoming increasingly interesting. Whis mused to himself with a faint smile. Chapter 106. Weeping loudly in an instant, at the very spot where Ji-Yun had departed, another figure materialized abruptly. This individual was not the recently vanished Ji-Yun, but rather the god of destruction, Jebet, who had teleported from the realm of the Kaioshin. Where is everyone? This should be the right place. Jebet murmured softly, surveying the remnants of the battle around him, convinced he was in the correct location. Goku, upon noticing the sudden appearance of this figure, was immediately drawn to him. Recognizing an old acquaintance, Goku called out cheerfully, Hey, Lord Jebet, over here. Hearing Goku's voice, Jebet turned to his direction and also noticed that Whis had not left, confirming that he indeed had not strayed from the intended location. Jebet flew towards the two. Whis raised an eyebrow, sensing the aura of the person before him. Although the energy felt somewhat familiar, the visage was utterly unfamiliar. Hello, Whis. Jebet greeted Whis first upon arriving. Whis, intrigued by the apparent recognition, responded with a smile, Might I inquire who you are? He was bemused, as the energy did evoke a sense of familiarity, yet the appearance did not resonate in his memory at all. Hee. Jebet scratched his head awkwardly, pointing to his ear as he continued to explain, I am the Kaioshin. Due to this earring, I have fused with Jebet. We are currently inseparable. Hence I am now Jebet. Upon hearing this, Whis suddenly understood. No wonder the aura belonged to the Kaioshin. However, the appearance was immensely different, making it challenging to identify. Ah, so you are the Kaioshin. My apologies. Whis replied with a gentle smile. Jebet continued to wear an awkward smile, feeling out of place in his current form, which bore little resemblance to the dignified appearance of the Kaioshin. Lord Jebet, are you aware that Majin Bu has been defeated? Goku exclaimed excitedly, simultaneously removing the earrings from his ears, including the one he had been holding, and offered them back. Jebet accepted the earrings Goku handed him, his tone equally jubilant as he said, I witnessed it through the crystal ball. Jiun is indeed remarkable. But where is he now? Jebet looked around, still unable to spot Jiun. Since Whis is still here, Jiun could not have left alone. I'm not certain. He was just here, and we hadn't even had the chance to celebrate with him before he vanished. Goku scratched his head, puzzled. However, He was accustomed to Ji-Yun's mysterious comings and goings, so while he was curious, he didn't find it particularly strange. Whis, do you know where he went? I wish to thank him in person. Jebet inquired once more, hoping Whis, who had arrived with Jiun, might have some insight into his whereabouts. Whis smiled at Jebet and then pointed in a particular direction, saying nonchalantly, Jiun has gone that way. His sudden departure likely means he intends to meet someone. Upon hearing Whis' words, Goku turned to the direction indicated, scratching his head before suddenly slapping his palm. Of course, that direction should lead to Master Roshi's place. He must be going to see Bulma. Bulma is there, along with his son, Goku exclaimed in realization. Whis raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering to himself, it seems he's straddling two boats. On the vast ocean, a picturesque island rested upon the waters. Red houses dotted the landscape. A blue-haired boy, around 5 or 6 years old, tirelessly exerted himself on the beach. Boom. The boy unleashed a punch, and instantly, massive waves surged across the sea. The powerful gusts whipped up clouds of sand on the shore. His determined little face bore a striking resemblance to Ji-Yun, save for his blue hair, making him a miniature version of Ji-Yun. Is this my son? Ji-Yun, hovering high above, exhaled deeply, his gaze filled with complex emotions as he observed the small figure below. He felt a tumult of feelings, having been absent for so many years, uncertain of how the two had managed without him. As Ji-Yun continued to watch, a figure, a person he had longed for, entered his line of sight. Ji-Yun's pupils dilated in shock, unable to contain his emotions any longer. In a flash, he vanished from the high altitude. With a swish, Ji-Yun appeared on the island, standing before the one who had occupied his thoughts incessantly. Bulma, I'm home. Ji-Yun whispered softly to the person before him, Bulma, whom he had not seen for 6 long years. The sudden appearance startled her, but as she recognized him, tears began to well up in her eyes. When she heard that familiar voice, the emotions she had bottled up for 6 long years erupted forth. Bulma threw herself into Ji-Yun's embrace, pressing her face against his chest as she wept uncontrollably. Ji-Yun reciprocated, pulling her closer, savoring the familiar scent. I'm so sorry, so sorry. I should have returned sooner. Ji-Yun expressed his remorse, his voice heavy with guilt. As Bulma heard his apologies, her sobs intensified, and her grip around Ji-Yun tightened, as though she would never let him go. Bulma's cries caught the attention of the little boy, who furrowed his brow, eyes brimming with defiance. Upon turning, he saw his mother weeping in the arms of a man he did not recognize. Instinctively, the boy labeled Ji-Yun as a threat and shouted angrily, You scoundrel, let go of her. With that, the boy charged towards Ji-Yun, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks that, unfortunately, had no effect. Ji-Yun merely tightened his embrace around Bulma, utterly indifferent to the boy's assault. Though Bulma continued to sob, she was focused solely on feeling Ji-Yun's warmth, instinctively pressing herself closer to him. You think you can bully me, huh? Let go of her, you jerk. The little boy seethed, gritting his teeth, seeing that his attempts to fend off Ji-Yun were futile, and that the scoundrel only held Bulma tighter. His frustration boiled over. He moved behind his mother, desperately trying to pry Ji-Yun's fingers away. Chapter 107. I am your father, alas. The little one's efforts were in vain. Ji-Yun's strength was far too formidable for him to contend with. Not even a single finger could be moved. The young lad's face turned crimson, beads of sweat beginning to trickle down his cheeks. Just as he was mustering all his strength against Ji-Yun, a tall man with flaming red hair detected the commotion. Upon his arrival, he witnessed Ji-Yun embracing Bulma tightly, while the agitated young boy was bouncing around in frustration. Ji-Yun, what are you doing? The red-haired man admonished softly, calling out the boy's name. Upon seeing the tall figure approach, Ji-Yun's face lit up with hope, and he cried out for help. Uncle 16, please come save us. This rascal is bullying my mother, and won't he let go? Ji-Yun jumped and shouted in desperation. Upon hearing this, 16's brows furrowed slightly. Ji-Yun, Bulma's husband, was his savior, and Bulma herself had aided him in restoring his body. Naturally, he could not tolerate anyone bullying her in his presence. Yet, oddly enough, Bulma, despite her tears, showed no signs of resistance. At that moment, Ji-Yun had his back turned to 16, making it impossible for him to discern his features. Uncle 16, stop dawdling and come quickly, Ji-Yun urged anxiously. Although 16 was perplexed, he was still unaware of Bulma's situation. Realizing the need to prevent harm to Bulma, he decided it was best to separate the two for the time being. All right, you step aside. I will deal with him, 16 replied in a low voice. As he prepared to confront Ji-Yun, Bulma, despite her sorrow, could hear their conversation. The reason she had ignored her son earlier was due to her overwhelming excitement upon seeing Jiun, wanting only to bask in his warmth. However, upon hearing that 16 was about to intervene, she suddenly snapped back to reality. "Stop it, 16. Bulma pushed Jiun away, ceasing her tears, and spoke to 16 with a choked voice. 16, who had been ready to strike, halted in confusion, looking at Bulma. "Mom!" Jiun exclaimed, rushing into her embrace. After nuzzling her for a moment, he turned to shield Bulma with outstretched arms, glaring angrily at Jiun. Jiun, too, emerged from his reverie, gazing at Bulma, whose face was still glistening with tears. He felt a deep sense of remorse and intended to approach her for a heartfelt conversation. However, he was met with Jiun standing defiantly in his path. "You must be Jiun, correct?" Jiun knelt down, his tone gentle. Though he had been lost in a world shared with Bulma, he had overheard their dialogue quite clearly. "Humph," Jiun scoffed, looking at Jiun with disdain, refusing to answer. "Do you know who I am?" Jiun asked curiously, observing this smaller version of himself. "I don't care who you are. You better scram before I lose my temper," Jiun retorted fiercely, resembling a miniature adult, albeit with a voice that retained a childlike quality. The serious expression he wore only added to his adorableness. Bulma, who had been on the verge of tears, couldn't help but chuckle at her son's words. "Truly, my precious child, it's evident my efforts were not in vain," she thought. Jiun, taken aback by Jian's response, found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of hesitation, he glanced at Bulma and decided to reveal his trump card. "I am your father," Jiun declared earnestly, his gaze serious. However, the heartfelt reunion he had envisioned, tearful embraces, joyous cries, or even curses directed at his late father, did not unfold. Instead, Jian's face flushed with rage as he huffed and puffed, evidently incensed. "How dare you insult me?" Jian's hair bristled. Teeth gritted as if he had suffered a deep affront. Jiun, bewildered by the unexpected response, realized he might not have articulated himself clearly and hurried to clarify. I didn't insult you." But before he could finish, Jian's furious fist came crashing towards Jiun's face. Fearing he might inadvertently harm his son, Jiun could only evade while desperately trying to explain. "I truly am your father. This is an undeniable truth. Your blood runs through my veins along with your mother's." As Jiun reflected on his words, he suddenly felt they sounded somewhat inappropriate, almost akin to an insult. "Shut up," Jiun shouted, resembling an agitated little lion as he lunged at his perceived adversary. With a resounding thud, Jian's punch landed squarely on Jiun's left eye. Jiun, distracted by thoughts of how to explain, was caught off guard and stumbled backward, nearly falling had it not been for 16's timely intervention, who steadied him. "Ow, you pack quite a punch, don't you?" Jiun winced, covering his left eye. Fortunately, his physique was sufficiently resilient. Had it been an ordinary person, they might have been blinded by such a blow. Nonetheless, Jiun's eyelid began to swell. 16, it has been a while." Jiun regained his balance and turned to greet 16. The familiar face widened 16's eyes in recognition. Being a robot, his memory surpassed that of a typical human. Though their encounters had been infrequent, he immediately recognized Jiun. "It truly has been a long time." "So it is you who has returned," 16 replied with a gentle smile. As the two conversed, a rush of wind signaled an impending attack from behind. Jiun, fueled by his earlier success, ignited with determination. "Frenzy, take this next punch." Jian's fist barreled toward Jiun's nape, aiming to incapacitate the insufferable man. Yet, just as Jian's fist was about to connect, Jiun slightly tilted his head, avoiding the blow while simultaneously seizing Jiun's arm, rendering him unable to escape. Chapter 108. An extraordinary man. Jiun felt his arm being firmly restrained. His body writhed desperately, attempting to free himself, yet all efforts proved futile. Jiun's grip showed no sign of loosening. "Let go of me, you scoundrel. Release me at once," Jiun exclaimed with youthful indignation, kicking at Jiun's ribs with his short legs. "Listen here, I told you, I am your father. If you dare to insult me again, I shall not hesitate to discipline you." Jiun turned his head, feigning a menacing expression. Jiun, unwilling to entertain Jiun's nonsense, began to seek assistance from the figure standing beside Jiun. "Uncle 16. Uncle 16, help me. Please save me from this scoundrel." Jiun looked up at 16 with hope. Amused by the plea, 16 shook his head in resignation. "I'm sorry, Jiun, but I am powerless here. I cannot contend with your father," he replied with a gentle smile. "Uncle 16, you mean?" Jiun began to speak again, but as he contemplated 16's words, he suddenly froze. "Wait, You said you cannot contend with my father. He truly is. Jian's eyes widened in disbelief as he slowly turned to face Jiun, who gazed back at him with a softened expression, as if sensing the moment. Jiun released his grip on Jian's arm. Instead of retaliating, Jiun descended gently to the ground, his gaze fixed on Jiyun's face, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. You really are my father? He asked uncertainly, having never encountered his father nor heard his mother mention him. The sudden revelation left his young heart tumultuous. Yes, my son, I am indeed your father, Jiun affirmed solemnly, his eyes brimming with affection. Hearing this, Jiun lowered his head and licked his lips nervously. He then abruptly lifted his gaze to scrutinize Jiun before swiftly turning and racing toward Bulma, diving into her embrace. Looking up at Bulma, Jian's eyes sparkled with hope as he inquired, Mother, is that person really, truly my father? His expectant gaze seemed to yearn for affirmation. Sighing softly, Bulma cast a lingering glance at Jiun, who felt the weight of her reproach and bore a look of remorse. He understood that all of this was his fault and would not evade the truth. Recognizing Jiyun's guilt, Bulma took a breath and gently reassured Jiun, Indeed, my son, he is your father. Upon receiving Bulma's confirmation, Jiyun's heart soared with excitement. Previously, whenever he inquired about his father, whether asking his mother or other uncles, the responses were unanimous, describing his father as an extraordinary man. Yet, the true meaning of extraordinary eluded him. At his tender age, he could not comprehend love or hate. Nor could he articulate his feelings of sorrow or joy, only an overwhelming impulse to shout arose within him. Just then, Jiun stepped forward, lowering himself to meet their gazes. For so many years, I have wronged you both. I swear, from now on, I shall never leave you again. Jiun spoke in a low voice, resolute in his promise to shield them from any further distress. With that, Jiun squatted down and, disregarding his son's protests, scooped him up with one arm while attempting to embrace Bulma with the other. Instinctively, Bulma struggled against his grasp, but her strength was no match for his. She managed to deliver a light punch to his chest, pouting as she looked at him. Soon after, she nestled against him, like a bird seeking refuge. In that moment, Jiun felt an indescribable happiness, savoring the sea breeze that enveloped them. This serene scene epitomized the ideal of a harmonious family. Observing this heartwarming tableau, 16 smiled and nodded, activating the camera function in his glasses to capture a family portrait against the backdrop of the beach and ocean. At that moment, Whis, Goku, and Vegeta arrived at Kame House. Ah, quite swift indeed. Have you embraced already? Whis quipped, noticing Ji-Yun's blissful expression. Jiun, catching the subtext of Whis's words, chuckled awkwardly. Uncle Goku, Jiun exclaimed, waving his arms upon spotting Goku. Hello, little Jiun. Goku beamed, reciprocating the gesture as he approached Jiun. Jiun, you are rather cunning. Was there truly a need to rush to meet your son? Goku chided playfully. I apologize. Goku, I was eager to see Bulma and this little one. I hope you can empathize with my sentiments. Jiun replied with a cheerful grin. Uncle Goku, didn't you go to confront Majin Buu? How did it go? Did you and brother Gohan defeat him? Jiun, perched on his father's arm, eagerly questioned Goku. His relentless training was motivated by the aspiration to emulate Goku and be on the front lines during crises. I'm sorry, little Jiun. Gohan has already sacrificed himself. Goku's expression turned somber as he spoke. When he arrived, he had not yet merged with Gohan before Majin Buu absorbed him. What? How can this be? Jiun gasped, his heart sinking as he processed Goku's words. Gohan was his favorite person, the strongest among them, and the thought of his sacrifice pained him deeply. Yet, Goku reassured him, but do not worry, we can still use the Dragon Balls to revive everyone. Moreover, your father has vanquished Majin Buu, despite his initial melancholy. Goku's spirits lifted at the prospect of resurrection, and he began to recount the tale of Ji-Yun's valor on the battlefield. As Ji-Yun listened to how effortlessly his father had dispatched Majin Buu, his perception of Ji-Yun began to shift. This, he realized, was what it meant to be an extraordinary man. Ji-Yun gazed at his father, silently reflecting on this newfound understanding. Chapter 109. Yukong continued to chatter excitedly about how Ji-Yun effortlessly dealt with the demon Majin Buu. Ji-Yun listened with rapt attention, his eyes sparkling with intrigue, occasionally glancing at his father, who was holding him close. At that moment, Jebushin stepped forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Ji-Yun, for your tremendous assistance. I am deeply grateful, he said, slightly bowing in appreciation. Ji-Yun regarded him with a peculiar familiarity, though he could not quite place where he recognized him from. May I inquire who you are? Ji-Yun asked. Having spent a considerable amount of time in this world, Many names had begun to fade from his memory. He certainly remembered this individual but struggled to recall his name. Jebetchen smiled courteously. My apologies for not introducing myself sooner. I am Jebetchen, the Kaishin, he replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Ji-Yun's eyes widened in realization. So, he was the Kaishin from the original story after the fusion. Ah. So you are the esteemed Kaishin. My apologies for the oversight. Ji-Yun responded politely upon learning his identity. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's courteous words, Jebetchen was taken aback. He quickly waved his hand, saying, I am not worthy. Your reputation has long since spread throughout the universe. I merely wish to meet this legendary apprentice destroyer. Jebetchen felt overwhelmed by Ji-Yun's politeness. After all, this man had once bested a destroyer, wielding a power far more terrifying than that of Majin Buu. According to ancient lore, even the Grand Minister treated him with utmost respect. Although he could not ascertain the truth of this, it was clear that he, as a Kaishin, should tread carefully around Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun found Jebetchen's startled expression amusing. He simply nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further conversation. Ji-Yun, the matters on Earth have been resolved. Will you return with me? Whis suddenly interjected with a gentle smile. Observing the joyful reunion of the family, he inquired about Ji-Yun's intentions. Everyone's attention turned to Whis, and Bulma and Ji-Yun looked at the man beside them with anxiety, fearing he might leave them once more. Ji-Yun sensed their gazes and smiled, patting Bulma's back reassuringly. Whis, I think I shall remain here for a while longer. I wish to spend more time with my wife and child, Ji-Yun replied calmly. They had longed for his return, and it would seem too callous to leave them again. He would not forgive himself for such an action. Whis smiled mysteriously and nodded in understanding. He was tempted to ask about the other individual, but seeing their blissful scene, he refrained from bringing it up. That matter was one Ji-Yun needed to address himself, as Whis did not wish to disrupt their happiness. Very well, take care. With your current abilities, if you wish to return, it is but a mere thought away, Whis said casually. Upon hearing this, Ji-Yun raised an eyebrow, realizing Whis was aware of his capability to utilize Jebetchen's instant transmission. Noticing Ji-Yun's silence, Whis continued. In that case, I shall take my leave. As soon as the words left his lips, Whis vanished in an instant. Wow, that was fast, Wukong exclaimed, astonished by the display. Ji-Yun merely nodded. Indeed, Whis' speed was remarkable. While it was not instant transmission, the velocity was nearly indistinguishable, even more impactful visually. If that is the case, I shall take my leave as well. Jebetchen began to bid farewell. Realizing his purpose for visiting was merely to express gratitude and familiarize himself with this renowned apprentice destroyer. At that point, he prepared to use instant transmission to depart. Wait. Jebetchen, Jiun called out, halting his departure. Jebetchen turned, perplexed. Is there something you need? He inquired. Jiun smiled calmly and said, not much. But most of the people on Earth are deceased. They could have been revived with the Dragon Balls, but Piccolo must have perished in his battle with Majin Buu. Therefore, the Dragon Balls would be rendered unusable. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, Wukong finally understood. Piccolo's demise meant the death of the Namekian dragon god, thus rendering the Dragon Balls on Earth ineffective. The plan he had just proposed to revive everyone was now impossible. What do we do now, Ji-Yun? Wukong asked urgently. Will we never see our comrades again? Seeing Wukong's anxious expression, Ji-Yun smiled and said, This is why I must trouble you, Jebetchen. I need you to take me to Namek to use their Dragon Balls to revive those who have perished on Earth. Ji-Yun gradually revealed his intention. He possessed the ability to take Wukong to Namek himself, but after the emotional reunion, he preferred not to leave again, thus he needed to enlist Jebetchen as help. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's request, Wukong recalled that Namek was indeed the origin of the Dragon Balls. Please, Jebetchen, could you assist us? Wukong pleaded, pressing his hands together in a careful request. Jebetchen's brow furrowed slightly. Life and death are natural phenomena. As a Kaishin, he could not arbitrarily alter such outcomes. However, out of respect for Ji-Yun, he found it difficult to refuse. Jebetchen found himself in a moral quandary. Ji-Yun observed Jebetchen's conflicted demeanor and, feeling it was unnecessary to press further, took Bulma's hand and cradled his son as they slowly walked toward the Turtle Hermit's house. Android 16 silently followed behind. Ji-Yun felt he had done enough for the day. If Jebetchen was unwilling, he would have to embark on the journey himself. Albeit it would take a bit longer. Wukong, witnessing Ji-Yun and the others depart, turned back to Jebetchen, who remained silent. He felt utterly helpless. After about 5 minutes of contemplation, Jebetchen finally spoke. Wukong, though I am eager to help, as a Kaishin, I have certain boundaries. We must adhere to the cosmic rules. Therefore, Upon hearing the word therefore, Wukong's heart sank. The Dragon Balls on Namek might be able to separate your bodies. Jiun's calm voice echoed from within the house. Jebetchin's eyes brightened at this revelation. Grabbing Wukong's hand, he declared, "There is no time to lose. We must depart immediately." Wukong, witnessing Jebetchin's rapid change of heart, could not help but scoff internally. What happened to the boundaries he had just mentioned? What about the rules? Is it true that when matters pertain to oneself, such things can be cast aside? The deity Jebet appears indifferent to the thoughts swirling in Wukong's mind. With a swift motion, the technique of instantaneous movement is activated, and the two presences vanish from the earth. Inside the Kame house, sighing deeply, Jiun sits upon the sofa, acutely aware of the absence of the two. He reflects on his role as a benevolent figure, ensuring that he has done his duty to the end. "I shall prepare dinner now," Bulma remarks to Jiun in a nonchalant tone before turning to enter the kitchen. Despite her calm demeanor, her heart swells with joy at Ji-Yun's return. "Thank you for your hard work, my dear." Ji-Yun smiles gently, expressing his delight, though Bulma's expression remains cool. Her willingness to cook signifies a noticeable thawing of the distance between them. Indeed, as Bulma approaches the kitchen, she catches Ji-Yun's words, and a satisfied smile graces her face. Ji-Yun, witnessing Bulma retreat into the kitchen, lets out another sigh, shaking his head in resignation. His anxiety does not stem from any trivial matter, but rather from the complexities of his relationship with Android 18, the resolution of which he feels unprepared to disclose to Bulma. He is at a loss, fearing that should Bulma discover the truth, her anger might shatter the fragile bond they have painstakingly rebuilt. Amidst his turmoil, Ji-Yun notices Android 16, the earnest one, standing against the wall, his gaze vacantly fixed on the opposite wall. A thought strikes Ji-Yun, and he approaches, waving a hand before 16's eyes. 16? 16? Are you present? At the sound of Ji-Yun's call, 16's eyes regain their spark, and he smiles, responding, "I am here. I was merely in standby mode. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command me." Seeing 16 revived, Ji-Yun nods with a gentle smile, then glances cautiously at the surrounding area before leaning closer to 16. "Aren't you curious about Android 18's whereabouts?" Ji-Yun inquires stealthily. He finds it peculiar that, considering their amicable relationship, 16 has yet to question him about 18. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's question, an odd expression crosses 16's face as he responds with perplexity, "Isn't 18 always with you? Why do you ask?" Ji-Yun's eyes widen in disbelief at 16's words. "You," he exclaims, though he quickly lowers his voice, glancing around before whispering, "How do you know this?" Chapter 110. Ji-Yun pondered for a moment, wondering if Whis had informed them. However, that did not seem plausible. If Whis had told them, he surely would not have concealed it from him. Moreover, when he first encountered Wukong, Wukong had thought he was dead. Just as Ji-Yun was lost in thought, 16 finally spoke up. "The dragon told us. After your disappearance, the King of Worlds contacted Sun Wukong. He informed us that you had offended the God of Destruction and were left there awaiting resolution." Upon hearing 16's words, Ji-Yun clicked his tongue. What did it mean to be awaiting resolution? The King of Worlds was rather unreliable in his statements, wasn't he? No wonder Wukong had that expression as if he believed Ji-Yun was already dead. It seemed he thought Ji-Yun had been dealt with. Yet, Sun Wukong had not inquired about the whereabouts of 18. They could only rely on the dragon to learn that 18 was with him. But they were not informed of her exact location. 16 continued to explain slowly. To be frank, he was curious as to why Ji-Yun had asked this question. Hadn't she always been by his side? Upon hearing 16's explanation, Ji-Yun suddenly understood. However, a sense of unease gripped his heart. Did Bulma know about this situation? Ji-Yun swallowed nervously and asked. He had not yet figured out how to explain this matter. If he spoke carelessly and said something wrong, it could lead to trouble. However, the more one worries about something, the more likely it is to occur. Under Ji-Yun's anxious gaze, 16 slowly nodded and calmly said, "We went to look for the Dragon Balls together. It was her who made the wish. Of course. She knows." At that moment, Jiun finally comprehended why he had asked this question. It was out of concern that Bulma might learn about 18. Now, he could relax, for she had already known. Gulp. Jiun could not help but swallow again, feeling a surge of panic. After spending 6 years together, if he claimed nothing had happened, it would be hard for Bulma to believe him. Besides, what was meant to happen had indeed occurred. Wait, that's not right? Ji-Yun had a sudden realization. Since Bulma knew about 18 being with him, she did not seem to dwell on it. From the beginning, she only blamed him for being away for so long, without overly reproaching him for anything else. Could it be that Bulma truly believed in his integrity? That he would not engage in any indiscretions? The moment that thought crossed his mind, Jiun shook his head in denial. He could not even believe such an explanation himself, let alone the astute Bulma. If it were not for that, then there was only one possibility. That was, while Bulma was indeed angry about the situation, time had evidently dulled her feelings, and she no longer obsessed over the reason behind it. Now, if he could take the initiative to confess, perhaps everything would turn out all right. With that thought, Jiun felt a sense of relief wash over him. Is there anything else you need? 16 asked with a smile, noticing Ji-Yun's relieved demeanor. Oh, nothing else. By the way, aren't you curious about how 18 is doing? Why not ask why she didn't come with you? Ji-Yun smiled at 16. 16 merely shook his head slightly. She should be doing well with you. As for why she didn't come with you, I suppose it's because you weren't ready yet. 16 replied with a gentle smile. Although he was a robot, his understanding of emotions was more precise than that of actual humans. That is partially true. But rest assured, it won't be long before I bring her back. Ji-Yun sheepishly scratched his head when he had heard about the situation on Earth. He had left in a hurry and had not thought to bring 18 along. Of course, he was also uncertain about how to explain their relationship to Bulma, which was another reason. Hearing Ji-Yun's words, 16 nodded with a smile. He trusted Ji-Yun's character, evident from his repeated acts of saving the Earth and assisting Wukong in resurrecting humanity. Ji-Yun, seeing 16's acknowledgement, smiled back at him. All right. Let us conclude our conversation for today. It's still early. How about we go out and spar a bit? Ji-Yun suggested with enthusiasm. Continuous training had become a habit for him. Once he had sorted out his thoughts, his hands itched with the desire to fight. I'm willing to oblige. 16 replied calmly. Despite the vast difference in their strengths, after so many years apart, he was eager to witness just how much Ji-Yun had grown. With that, the two vanished in an instant from the confines of the room. The next moment, they appeared high above the sea. Oh, it's Uncle 16. And Dad. Ji-Yun exclaimed in surprise as he saw the two appear above the ocean. He too was passionate about combat training. Just after Ji-Yun had brought him inside, he could hardly sit still and had dashed back to the beach to continue sweating it out in training. Although still young, he had already demonstrated remarkable abilities. Bang, bang, bang. Just after Ji-Yan's exclamation, the sound of collisions erupted over the ocean. The once calm sea began to churn violently. So impressive, so powerful, Ji-Yun exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he watched the battle between the two. Ji-Yun and 16 exchanged blows. Each strike met with a counter. From a spectator's perspective, while there were no instantaneous kills to awe the audience, it was still sufficiently thrilling. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their clashes grew louder. Beneath their feet, a whirlpool formed on the ocean, enveloping them. They fought from the sky to the sea, then back up again. Evenly matched in a fierce struggle, Ji-Yun had never witnessed such a combat scene. Each time the warriors of Earth battled against Majin Buu, Bulma had hidden him away securely, not allowing him to face any risks. Go, Dad. Ji-Yun cheered excitedly from the beach, jumping up and down. Ji-Yun seemed to hear his son's encouragement, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile as he turned to give Ji-Yun a thumbs up. Then, Ji-Yun swung his fist at the sky. 16 stood not far from Ji-Yun when a powerful shockwave surged forth. 16 crossed his arms before his chest in an attempt to shield himself. However, the shockwave was too overwhelming, instantly sending him flying and crashing onto the sandy beach. Seeing 16, who had just been fine, suddenly being launched away, Ji-Yun rushed over. Uncle 16, are you all right? Ji-Yun asked with concern in his eyes. He had not expected Uncle 16 to be defeated so swiftly. Ji-Yun, you've put me in quite a predicament. Your cheer for your father made him fight like he was on adrenaline, and he sent me flying with one punch, 16 said with a wry smile. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dirt clinging to his clothes. In a swift motion, Ji-Yun appeared before number 16, urgently inquiring, are you all right, number 16? Number 16 merely waved his hand and shook his head, dismissing any concern. It's nothing, truly. As a robot, he was incapable of feeling pain. Ji-Yun had clearly restrained himself, having only used the force of his fist to send number 16 flying. Yet, the robot could discern that had that punch connected directly with him, it would have likely rendered him inoperative. Dad, you're amazing, Ji-Yun exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he gazed at Ji-Yun. The word father rolled off his tongue with increasing ease. This was the first time he had witnessed his father's prowess, and it left a profound visual impact on him. Upon hearing his son's praise, Ji-Yun couldn't help but feel a swell of pride, stroking his chin as he replied, well, it was passable, just barely. he added with a casual demeanor. Your uncle number 16 is no slouch either. He is merely a smidgen less capable than I am. Jiun's heart swelled with joy at his son's admiration. Number 16, however, merely rolled his eyes and regarded Jiun with a hint of indifference. Feeling somewhat superfluous, he quietly excused himself from the scene. Dad, will you train me? I want to become as strong as you. Jiun exclaimed excitedly, his desire for strength evident in his fervent tone. Now that he had such a formidable father, he felt that the path ahead was becoming increasingly navigable. Jiun smiled and affectionately ruffled his son's hair, responding gently, of course, we can. Upon hearing his father's affirmation, Jiun leaped in excitement. Goten, Trunks, after I train with Dad, I will definitely teach you both a lesson. He clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with determination. Jiun nodded with a smile, proud of his son's competitive spirit. Contemplating this, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Yet, amidst his pride, Jiun suddenly encountered a moment of confusion. Wait a moment, Goten I can understand. But who exactly is this Trunks? He inquired, lifting Jiun into his arms with a gentle smile. Jiun lowered his gaze to his father's face and nodded vigorously. Yes, Trunks is Uncle Vegeta's son. His mother. I think her name is, I'm sorry, I can't quite remember. I've rarely seen his mother. Jiun struggled to recall, but no clarity emerged. Jiun silently nodded, realizing that even in this world where Vegeta and Bulma were not together, Trunks still existed. So, who is stronger between you two? Jiun asked with a smile, curiosity piqued, confident that his son would not fall short among his peers. Upon hearing his father's question, Jian's expression turned somber, his small face falling. Without transforming into a Super Saiyan, even if Trunks and Goten teamed up, they wouldn't stand a chance against me. Chapter 111. All resurrected. Jiun sensed an odd note in his son's voice. Son, can't you transform into a Super Saiyan? He inquired with curiosity. Jiun, his small face shadowed, nodded with reluctance, stating, before they transformed, even together, they were no match for me. But after they transformed, I couldn't defeat any of them. His voice grew increasingly despondent, revealing a hint of frustration in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Jiun's heart sank, and he pondered, this doesn't seem right. He continued to reflect until he arrived at a plausible explanation. Perhaps his transcendent bloodline was acquired through the system rather than being innate, which would explain why it couldn't be passed on to the next generation. Don't worry, my son. Even if you cannot transform into a Super Saiyan, you will surpass them. Jiun gently reassured him. Jiun nodded earnestly, convinced that he was not inferior to those two. Suddenly, Goku, King Kai, and Jebat appeared on the island. Jiun turned to see them arrive. They had left as two but returned as three, indicating that matters had progressed smoothly. Jiun, we're back. Goku greeted enthusiastically upon spotting him. Meanwhile, King Kai and Jebat bowed respectfully. Glad to have you back. Bulma is cooking, so it should be ready soon. Jiun replied with a light smile. Upon hearing this, King Kai immediately declined, saying, Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Jiun. But there are matters to attend to in the King Kai realm. We cannot stay long, so we must take our leave. With that, King Kai urged Jebat, and they vanished in an instant. They had already delayed too much for the day. Lingering longer would lead to negligence in King Kai's duties, and he dared not linger for a meal. Jiun watched the two leave in a hurry, feeling somewhat puzzled. I was conversing with Goku. I didn't invite you to stay for a meal, he murmured to himself. Goku, overhearing Jiun's words, sheepishly scratched his nose, feeling a warmth in his heart. Who would have thought my reputation would surpass even that of King Kai? Hey, are you all going to eat or not? Bulma called out, leaning against the doorway with her arms crossed. Hearing her call, Jiun smiled and said, Let us go eat. He then picked up Jiun and dashed into the house. Goku, already hungry, eagerly followed. A lavish feast awaited them. Wow! Jiun exclaimed, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the delicious spread. He hastily grabbed a large drumstick and stuffed it into his mouth, while his other hand busily grabbed something else. Before finishing one bite, he shoved another morsel in. Goku, too, wasted no time and began devouring his share without any semblance of decorum. Jiun maintained an air of elegance, savoring each bite, though his pace of consumption was no slower. Bulma watched as Jiun swiftly cleared one plate, a look of happiness spreading across her face. Mom, why did you make so much delicious food today? Is it to celebrate Dad's return? Jiun asked, mouthful. Bulma, hearing her son's words, stiffened for a moment with a smile. Don't talk while eating. Be careful not to choke, she admonished Jiun sternly. Che. Jiun scoffed, undeterred, as he quickened his pace, shoveling food into his mouth. Jiun glanced at the mother-son duo, chuckling softly. Bulma lowered her head, focusing on her own food. About 10 minutes later, the entire table had been cleared as if a storm had swept through. Oh, I am so full, so blissful, Jiun remarked, patting his round little belly as he reclined on the sofa. Goku, similarly satisfied, sprawled out on the floor, rubbing his expanded belly, unwilling to move. Jiun sighed contentedly, slumping in his chair. It had been ages since he had enjoyed such delectable cuisine, and today he felt thoroughly gratified. Bulma, observing their contentment, felt a surge of joy. Indeed, she was very happy today. This feast was to celebrate Ji-Yun's return. To maintain her figure, she usually had only a small bowl of food at every meal. However, today was an exception, and she had indulged in 2 large bowls. Now feeling too full to move. At that moment, the tightly shut door swung open. Goku, so you are here. Dad, you really defeated Majin Buu, exclaimed Kakarot, as Krillin, Gohan, Vegeta, and others gathered at the Kame house. They had known the moment they were resurrected that Majin Buu had been vanquished, for that malevolent energy had completely dissipated. People all over the earth were coming back to life. Heh, everyone, don't misunderstand. It wasn't me who defeated Majin Buu. Goku, struggling to rise, laughed as he addressed his friends, inadvertently blocking Jiun, who remained seated. It was T. Kakarot, was it? Vegeta remarked, his eyelids twitching. If it was T.U., then who could it be, Dad? Goten exclaimed, leaping into Goku's arms, firmly believing that his father was the strongest. Who else but his father could have the capability to defeat Majin Buu? All right, Goku, no need for modesty. If it was T.U., could it possibly be King Kai? Krillin chimed in, grinning. The others chuckled in unison at Krillin's remark. King Kai was likely too terrified to even show himself. How could he possibly have been the one to defeat Majin Buu? It truly was T.Me. Goku scratched his head in exasperation. He wanted to explain that it was Jiun who had defeated Majin Buu, but just then, Krillin stepped forward, smiling. We've already started the victory feast. And you still say it wasn't you, Goku. Krillin approached to see what they had been eating. Goku, aware, made way for him. As Krillin scanned the table, he suddenly noticed someone sitting at the very end. His gaze gradually ascended, and a familiar smile emerged before him. Ah! Krillin exclaimed in surprise at the sight of a familiar face. Chapter 112. Inaccuracies. Upon hearing Krillin's exclamation, everyone was taken aback. What could possibly be the matter? Was the food consumed by Goku and his companions truly that alarming? Jiun. Krillin cried out, promptly uttering the familiar name. The crowd, upon hearing it, was engulfed in astonishment. Jiun? Jiun. They began peering inside, and indeed, they spotted Jiun slumped in a chair, with only his head visible. Hello. It has been quite some time, everyone. Jiun greeted them with a smile, showing no intention of rising from his seat. The expressions of the crowd varied as they instinctively waved back at him. Piccolo, hearing Ji-Yun's name, squeezed his way in from outside. Meanwhile, Vegeta fixed his gaze intently on Ji-Yun, astonished that someone who had vanished for so many years had returned. What is the matter, Vegeta? Do you not recognize me? Why the intense stare? Ji-Yun spoke with a nonchalant tone. It was not only Vegeta. Nearly everyone's attention was directed towards him. The once spacious room suddenly felt crowded as everyone flocked to catch a glimpse of Ji-Yun. You're still alive? Vegeta exclaimed, disbelief evident in his voice. He had long since placed Ji-Yun on his list of the deceased. After all, who had ever lived after offending Beerus? Goten and Trunks regarded the handsome young man with curiosity. Ji-Yun's name was quite unfamiliar to them, as he had long departed from Earth before their birth. And few had spoken of him since. Ah, it seems you were rather eager for my demise, Ji-Yun remarked with a light smile, leisurely rising from his chair. Standing before them, his tall and muscular figure bore no signs of change compared to 6 years prior. If anything, he appeared even more robust. No, you've misunderstood my meaning. I meant, how could Beerus let you off so easily? Vegeta hastily denied, then voiced his confusion. The sight of Vegeta's flustered demeanor elicited laughter from the crowd. In the 6 years since Ji-Yun's disappearance, Vegeta had regarded everyone else as inferior, his arrogance reigniting the moment Ji-Yun vanished. Now, witnessing Vegeta's humbled and anxious behavior presented a stark contrast to his usual demeanor, prompting even more laughter. The most incredulous were Goten and Trunks, who exchanged glances filled with shock, seemingly questioning, is this still the Uncle Vegeta I know? At that moment, the happiest among the crowd was Ji-Yun, who had approached Ji-Yun. He gazed proudly at Goten and Trunks, repeatedly gesturing towards Ji-Yun with his thumb, as if to boast, look, this is my dad. You two should take a good look. He is extraordinary. Ji-Yun, oblivious to the antics of the young ones, caught on to Vegeta's bewilderment and chuckled. Perhaps Lord Beerus saw me as quite the catch. It would be a pity to eliminate someone so talented. So he decided to spare me for now. Jiun offered a casual explanation, fabricating a reason to deflect attention. After all, if he were to recount his story in detail, it would likely take hours. I see. Vegeta nodded thoughtfully. Although Ji-Yun's account was brief, it was perhaps the most suitable explanation. The crowd's expressions varied as they absorbed Ji-Yun's words. Though they had never encountered Beerus, the descriptions from Goku, Vegeta. And now Ji-Yun hinted at the terrifying nature of this individual. Ji-Yun, it seems you've endured quite a lot over these 6 years, Krillin remarked, approaching Ji-Yun and patting him on the shoulder with a sigh. Despite Ji-Yun's succinct narrative, Krillin could detect the underlying hardships. Ji-Yun turned his eyes upward, reminiscing about the past 6 years. Indeed, it has not been easy, he sighed in agreement. Being tricked into working for a heartless factory. Who would he find it challenging? As Ji-Yun sighed, the crowd displayed sympathetic expressions, realizing the struggles he had faced during his prolonged absence. Vegeta's gaze towards Ji-Yun grew increasingly admiring. To have survived 6 years under the God of Destruction Beerus was a testament to remarkable courage and resilience. Enough reason for Vegeta to lower his noble head in respect. Goku, observing Ji-Yun's words and sensing the peculiar atmosphere, scratched his head in confusion. Hold on a moment. Ji-Yun, what I was told by the King Kai doesn't quite align with this. Goku suddenly voiced his doubts towards Ji-Yun. Previously, during his visit to Namek to seek the Dragon Balls, the King Kai had described the commotion Ji-Yun had stirred in the universe over the years and had sternly warned Goku to maintain a good relationship with Ji-Yun, avoiding any conflicts. Goku had been filled with excitement at the time, but now, juxtaposing Ji-Yun's words, something felt amiss. Realizing that the King Kai had misrepresented his situation, Ji-Yun didn't wish to delve into the details further and could only respond with a hint of resignation. Perhaps there are slight discrepancies between the King Kai's account and mine, but fundamentally, our narratives remain consistent. After speaking, Ji-Yun picked up Ji-Yin and took Bulma's hand. With a swift motion, they vanished from sight, reappearing at the Capsule Corporation. Back at Kame House, the others were left wanting to say more, but upon seeing Ji-Yun had already departed, they could no longer continue the conversation. Their attention turned to Goku, who had heard the last remarks and silently mused. Slight discrepancies. Why does it feel like you both are telling entirely different tales? Kakarot, what exactly is going on? What did the King Kai tell you? Did Ji-Yun not speak the truth? Vegeta could not help but interject. He had expected the story to conclude here, only to find there were further layers that piqued his curiosity. Not only Vegeta, but the others were equally intrigued about what the King Kai had conveyed to Goku. Sensing the fervent gazes of the crowd, Goku recounted the true circumstances as narrated by the King Kai. Chapter 113. The Taste of Spring. Wukong spoke for approximately an hour, leaving all present in a state of astonishment. Those unfamiliar with the tale might have thought they were listening to a storyteller, for the content of Wukong's narrative was truly beyond belief. Vegeta stood frozen, more shaken than anyone else. The apprentice God of Destruction from Universe 7 had defeated the God of Destruction from Universe 6, Kappa. This astonishing revelation swirled relentlessly in Vegeta's mind. Kakarot. Surely the Kaishin isn't jesting with you? Vegeta questioned, his tone tinged with skepticism. The notion of vanquishing a God of Destruction seemed utterly implausible. If anyone understood the terror of a God of Destruction, it was he and Kakarot. The thought of eliminating such a formidable being was something they dared not even dream of. I too find it hard to believe. Yet the Kaishin's demeanor was grave and earnest. It did not seem fabricated. Wukong replied with a helpless shrug. Faced with Vegeta's doubts, he too was uncertain about the veracity of the matter. Although he had faith in the Kaishin's words and in Jiun's strength, his own encounters with the God of Destruction left him questioning the reality of it all. The Kaishin could also be misinformed. I shall remain skeptical about this, Vegeta stated, his arms crossed, his expression serious. Wukong nodded in reluctant agreement. Verifying the truth of this matter seemed impossible. Were they to confront the God of Destruction directly and inquire? As silence enveloped the room, Vegeta suddenly recalled something and turned to Wukong. Kakarot, you mentioned that Majin Buu was not defeated by you. So it was Jiun who dispatched him? The others, reminded of their initial inquiry regarding Majin Buu, now refocused their attention on Wukong, awaiting his response. Wukong nodded slightly, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, it was Jiun who defeated Majin Buu, and it was a complete and utter domination. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There is no doubt. By this time, the twilight had descended, sparkling stars dotting the sky. Wukong animatedly recounted the events of the day, and the audience was once again swept into a wave of astonishment. He toyed with Majin Buu? Gasped everyone collectively. As Wukong described how Jiun had effortlessly obliterated Majin Buu, a profound silence fell over the crowd. After years apart, Jiun's prowess remained as terrifying as ever. After a couple of minutes of stunned silence, the group gradually regained their composure, exchanging bewildered glances. Vegeta's usual pride had dissipated, and after a moment of contemplation, he turned to Trunks beside him. "Trunks, we shall take our leave." With that he strode out, resembling a comet streaking across the sky. Trunks, who had been resurrected alongside Vegeta, bore a striking resemblance to his original self, though his blue hair had turned black, and his features leaned more towards his father. Observing his departing father, Trunks felt a weight settle in his heart. This was the first time he had witnessed such a demeanor from Vegeta, who had always been an invincible force in his eyes. Even in sacrifice, he had believed his father to be unbeatable. Yet today, he saw a side of Vegeta he had never encountered before. "Goten, I must depart. We shall meet again when the time permits." Trunks bid farewell to Goten, who smiled and waved in response. After exchanging farewells, Trunks transformed into a shooting star, following in his father's wake. As the side of Vegeta and his son departed, the others did not linger any longer. The sky above Kame House was filled with shooting stars, as countless figures ascended towards their respective abodes. With Jiun's arrival, the matter of Majin Buu came to a close for the people of Earth. Within the confines of the Capsule Corporation, the building's courtyard lay cloaked in dust. Fortuitously, during Majin Buu's rampage on Earth, the structure had escaped severe damage, though it bore signs of disarray. After Jiun's diligent cleaning, the courtyard had regained its former splendor. Phew. Jiun wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling deeply. It was now late at night, and both Jiun and Bulma had long since retired to rest. Glancing at the late hour, Jiun contemplated heading to bed himself. Yet, he faced a dilemma. Should he rest in Bulma's room or in his son's? Never mind. It's better to be forthright and seek leniency, Jiun sighed, resolutely deciding on his course of action. In an instant, he vanished from the courtyard. The next moment, he appeared silently in Bulma's room. Noticing her peacefully asleep on the bed, he hesitated to disturb her. Instead, he crouched quietly by the wall, resigning himself to endure the night. "Have your sleeping habits changed after all these years?" A soft voice broke the tranquility of the room. Bulma, facing away from Jiun, spoke languidly. She had been in a light slumber, awakening when Jiun entered. Jiun scratched his head, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face. He had not anticipated that his careful movements would still rouse Bulma. Yet, from her words, it seemed she was not averse to his presence. Taking the cue, Jiun acted swiftly, stripping off his clothes in a few deft motions. In an agile leap, he joined Bulma beneath the covers, completely unclothed. Once settled, Jiun became restless, his hands exploring eagerly. "I wanted you to sleep soundly. Why must you engage in such antics upon arrival?" Bulma feigned reluctance, though her body betrayed her. Hearing her words, Jiun's hands did not slow but instead moved with even greater fervor. The atmosphere in the room began to heat up, filled with the essence of spring. Occasionally, peculiar sounds emanated from within. Chapter 114, The Request of Vegeta. As twilight deepened into the late hours of the night, the stirrings within the room gradually subsided into a tranquil silence. Breathless and flushed, Bulma lay supine on the bed, her chest rising and falling heavily. At this moment, Jiun also reclined contentedly, savoring the essence of reunion after a prolonged separation. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. They had finally rekindled their intimate connection after so many years. Observing Bulma, still recovering from their fervent embrace, Jiun drew her close. Bulma, devoid of strength, nestled her head against his chest, allowing the two to drift into a serene calm, a profound weariness enveloping them. Jiun gazed at Bulma's slightly dazed eyes. A contemplative thought crossed his mind. "Bulma, I have something I must confess." Summoning his courage, Jiun spoke slowly. Upon hearing him, Bulma, who had been stifling a yawn, suddenly perked up, as if anticipating his forthcoming words. "Yes, what is it? Please, go on," she encouraged gently. Jiun's gaze was fixed on her striking eyes, his lips parting to utter, "Actually, it pertains to Android 18. During our years in the realm of destruction, we have transcended certain boundaries." Bulma, seemingly already aware, blinked slowly. "What boundaries? What do you mean?" she inquired lightly, feigning ignorance. Jiun, caught off guard by her question, struggled to articulate his thoughts, believing she would comprehend. "Well, it's akin to our relationship," he stammered. choosing his words with care. After he spoke, Jiun watched Bulma's reaction intently, but to his surprise, there was no significant change in her demeanor. Ah, so men are indeed all the same? She remarked, her expression unfazed. I see. Is that all? Bulma continued, her tone languid and unbothered. She had anticipated this outcome. Although she had initially felt anger upon learning this through Shinran, the passage of time had dulled her ire. She recognized that a man as exceptional as Jiun could not possibly confine himself to a single woman. Otherwise, she would not have fallen for him so swiftly upon their first encounter. That's all there is to it. Jiun quickly refuted, his heart racing with anxiety, fearing Bulma's displeasure. Well, that's commendably honest. Bulma replied, raising an eyebrow. Since the matter was already settled, further inquiry seemed pointless. In truth, Ji-Yun's willingness to be forthright rather than evasive comforted her, indicating that he still valued her presence in his life. Heh. Ji-Yun chuckled awkwardly, scratching his nose. He then hesitantly questioned her. Aren't you angry? Bulma shot him a sidelong glance. Angry? Of course, I was at first. But what good does it do to remain angry? If I had told you to kill her, would you have done it? She said, her tone nonchalant. Heh. Jiun opted not to respond, maintaining his awkward smile. Bulma shook her head slightly. Well, that settles it. Rather than futilely being angry, we should consider how to navigate our future together. Jiun felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Such a remarkable woman was rare to find in this world. He resolved that if he ever wronged Bulma again, he would rather meet his demise than face her wrath. Thank you, my dear, Ji-Yun murmured, planting a kiss on Bulma's forehead in gratitude. Energized, he was eager to embark on another round of passionate engagement. Enough. I'm exhausted. Let's just sleep, Bulma exclaimed, pushing him away and turning her back to him. Also, if you have time, please bring her over. Don't leave her alone for 7 or 8 years, she added, her eyes fluttering shut as she drifted into slumber. These past few days had worn her out, and she finally found peace to rest soundly. Jiun gazed at Bulma's delicate form, a smile gracing his lips. He wrapped his arms around her from behind, surrendering to sleep as well. The following morning, Jiun and Bulma rose early. After a night of tender intimacy and conversation, their relationship had evidently mended. After breakfast, Jiun found a lounge chair and reclined leisurely in the yard, basking in the morning sunlight. It was a rare moment of tranquility as he watched his son diligently practicing in the courtyard, occasionally offering guidance. Android 16 had returned to the Capsule Corporation the previous night and now stood by Ji-Yun's side, resembling a stout yet amiable bodyguard. Just as Ji-Yun began to relish the new day, a figure descended from the sky, landing gracefully in the courtyard before him. Excuse me, do you have a moment? The visitor was none other than Vegeta, who approached Ji-Yun cautiously. Ji-Yun looked up and replied coolly, What brings you here, Vegeta? I need to step out shortly, and my time is limited. Vegeta's expression revealed a hint of disappointment. Ji-Yun was intrigued by Vegeta's demeanor. Since the previous day, he had sensed a peculiar humility in this typically stoic figure, now seeking Ji-Yun's attention. If you have time, I would like to request your guidance in my training, Vegeta stated directly. He had learned of Ji-Yun's effortless victory over Majin Buu, and, after a sleepless night, realized the vast chasm separating their abilities. Acknowledging that catching up to Ji-Yun was an impossible feat, he opted for a more open approach, hoping that seeking Ji-Yun's counsel might prove more fruitful than solitary training. Oh, is that so? Jiun nodded slowly, surprised. Was this truly the Vegeta he had come to know? It seemed that after the ordeal with Majin Buu, Vegeta had undergone significant growth. Chapter 115, The Return to the Realm of Destruction. Upon hearing the news, Jiun was once again astounded, his large, watery eyes scrutinizing his father. How could his father possess such remarkable prowess? It was true that he had triumphed over the Demon Buu, yet even the proud Vegeta had lowered his head, earnestly requesting guidance. This was truly hard to believe. If Trunks were here, he would surely find it unbelievable as well. As Jiun pondered whether to acquiesce to Vegeta's request, another figure descended from the heavens, Goku, clad in a red martial arts uniform. Wow, Vegeta, you come to Jiun's place and don't even give me a heads up? That's just too sly, Goku exclaimed even before he had fully landed. However, upon noticing Vegeta slightly bending forward to face Jiun, who was reclining in a chair, Goku curiously inquired, Hey, what are you doing, Vegeta? Seeing Goku approach, Vegeta straightened his posture, crossed his arms, and regarded him with a frosty glare. What brings you here, Kakarot? Goku, undeterred by Vegeta's lack of response and instead being questioned, clasped his hands behind his head and flashed a wide grin, revealing his white teeth. Of course, I'm here to train. With Jiun's current strength, training alongside him will yield exceptional results. Vegeta felt a slight jolt of surprise at Goku's revelation, realizing that Kakarot shared the same objective. In truth, Vegeta had long given up hope of surpassing Jiun. Thus, he viewed Kakarot as his rival. His primary reason for seeking Jiun was to advance further in his training and ultimately eclipse Kakarot, who had always been a step ahead. At this moment, Jiun found the situation utterly astonishing. The two strongest warriors on Earth had sought out his father for training at the same time. If Trunks and Goten were to discover this, they would surely think twice before being arrogant in his presence. With this thought, Jiun couldn't help but smile. Having such a powerful father was indeed wonderful. At their age, it was the perfect time for comparisons. Meanwhile, Jiun remained oblivious to his son's musings. His focus solely on Vegeta and Goku. It's not impossible for you two to train with me. However, at your levels of strength, I cannot possibly offer you any theoretical guidance, Jiun said languidly from his chair. He had never instructed anyone in training before. If it were merely to teach his son, that would be more than sufficient. Yet these two were seasoned veterans, not likely to learn the basics again. No problem. I just need you to fight alongside me. Theoretical knowledge is beyond my comprehension anyway. Goku interjected eagerly, sensing Ji-Yun's relaxation. Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone by Goku, asserted. I feel the same. As long as I can fight, that is the best training. Seeing their determination, Ji-Yun sighed and raised his hands in mock surrender. Very well. But you'll have to wait for me. I must step out for a moment, which may cause a slight delay. Ji-Yun informed them. His destination was, of course, the realm of destruction in Universe 7, with the intention of bringing Android 18 back, just as he was enjoying a moment of tranquility. He had already confirmed the coordinates of the realm of destruction in his mind. With a mere thought, he could teleport there instantly. Ji-Yun, where are you going? Can I come along? Goku eagerly asked upon hearing Ji-Yun's impending departure. The place Ji-Yun was heading to was certainly no ordinary location, and accompanying him might provide valuable insights. If Kakarot is going, I will go too, Vegeta stated calmly, glancing at Goku. He realized that if it were indeed a noteworthy place, he couldn't let Kakarot have all the fun. He had to tag along. Observing the two stubbornly vying for the opportunity, Ji-Yun smacked his forehead in exasperation. Just as he contemplated a firm refusal, a clever idea struck him. All right. We shall go. Just put your hands on my shoulders, and we shall depart immediately, Ji-Yun said with a gentle smile, rising from his reclined position. The two rushed over, placing their hands on his shoulders simultaneously. Ji-Yun, let Uncle 16 guide you in the meantime. We will continue once I return, Ji-Yun said to his son with a warm smile. Ji-Yun nodded earnestly in response. Ji-Yun then chuckled softly and initiated his instant transmission, and in a flash, the three vanished from the courtyard. In the next moment, they found themselves in a breathtaking paradise. Wow, this place is stunning, Goku exclaimed, marveling at the beauty surrounding him. Vegeta, having fought under Frieza for many years, had seen many beautiful planets, yet even he was captivated by the ethereal scenery. Nodding in silent appreciation. Jiun, where are we? It's absolutely gorgeous, Goku asked, his eyes sparkling as he admired the sky, rivers, and vegetation. Indeed, I have traveled far and wide for years, yet I have never encountered such a picturesque locale, Vegeta remarked, reveling in the environment. Jiun observed the enchantment in their expressions and smiled, recalling how he too had been equally mesmerized upon his first visit here, perhaps even more so. This was the realm of destruction, undoubtedly one of the finest places in the entire universe. Ah, this is the realm of destruction, Ji-Yun casually stated. Vegeta nodded in understanding. Oh, so that's it. Wait, the realm of destruction? Suddenly, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he reacted. Goku, startled by Vegeta's astonishment, asked, What's wrong, Vegeta? Is there something wrong with the realm of destruction? At this moment, Goku was still trying to grasp the situation. Looking at Vegeta in confusion, Vegeta's legs began to tremble slightly as he spoke, his voice quivering. Do you truly not know, or are you pretending? The realm of destruction is, after all, where the God of Destruction resides, Vegeta shouted at Goku. This outburst was meant for Ji-Yun, but he lacked the courage to express it directly, instead venting his frustration towards Goku. He began to regret his decision to come here, wishing he had not followed along. After all, his fear of Beerus was 100-fold greater than that of Majin Buu, if given the choice. He would prefer to avoid any association with the God of Destruction for a lifetime. Chapter 116, Cowardice Destroying the God Realm? Isn't that the very place where Jiun has spent all these years? Wukong, indifferent to Vegeta's roaring, curiously inquired. Little did he know. Jiun had endured much suffering in this very location. Indeed, I have mostly resided here over the years. What do you think? Quite splendid, isn't it? Jiun replied with a smile. The environment was comfortable and elegant, akin to a paradise beyond the mundane world. Wukong nodded in agreement, acknowledging the beauty of the surroundings. To train in such an environment would indeed be a delight. However, Vegeta vehemently disagreed. But this place is home to the God of Destruction Beerus. What is so wonderful about that? He retorted. Now, as he surveyed the scenery, it no longer appeared as beautiful as when he first arrived. His eyes were filled with trepidation. To an unknowing observer, it might seem like a hellish nightmare. Jiun, is Beerus here? Vegeta asked anxiously. The primary objective now was to ascertain whether Beerus was present. Observing Ji-Yun's nonchalance, Vegeta surmised that he likely knew Beerus was temporarily absent, which is why he had dared to enter. Upon hearing Vegeta's inquiry, Ji-Yun calmly replied, "This is the God realm. Lord Beerus must certainly be here." Gulp. Vegeta felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his heart plummeting. He was overcome with the urge to confront Ji-Yun, demanding, "If you know Beerus is here, why did you come? Are you intentionally seeking your demise? Then, let us leave swiftly, before we are discovered. It is wise to depart now," Vegeta suggested anxiously. The thought of fleeing lingered in his mind. He did not wish to tarnish his illustrious reputation. After all, who would not desire to prolong their life? Wukong, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow slightly. Before Ji-Yun could respond, he interjected, "Vegeta, why are you being such a coward? This is not like you. Since we are here, we might as well greet him. It would be nice to become familiar. After all, it has been so many years since our last encounter, and I would love to spar with the God of Destruction once more." Wukong's enthusiasm contrasted sharply with Vegeta's apprehension. He remembered vividly the God of Destruction he had defeated 6 years prior on Earth. If he could exchange a few more techniques, it would be splendid. Vegeta, taken aback by Wukong's naivety, exclaimed, "Greet him? Spar? Are you out of your mind? Do you even realize who you are dealing with? You could very well lose your life here." Before he could fully process the situation, Ji-Yun spoke again. "Wukong is right. Now that we are here, a greeting is indeed in order. Otherwise, Lord Beerus might reproach us for our lack of decorum," Jiun said with an air of calmness. Casting a playful glance at Vegeta, it was evident that Vegeta harbored significant fear of Beerus. Vegeta turned to Ji-Yun in disbelief. "This is madness. I should never have accompanied you. I was foolish to seek out this trouble," he muttered, convinced that their fate was sealed. He was also puzzled as to why Ji-Yun needed to fetch someone from the God of Destruction's domain. Had the years of torment not been sufficient? Seeing Vegeta's dismay, Ji-Yun shook his head with a wry smile. "Come with me. Stay close and do not wander off. If Lord Beerus awakens, he will surely show me some favor and not harm you." After saying this, Ji-Yun took the lead toward number 18's residence. Wukong, noticing Ji-Yun's movement, hurriedly followed suit. Vegeta, after a moment of hesitation, finally began to jog after them, still skeptical of Ji-Yun's earlier words. "Show you favor? I just hope you can keep yourself safe," he thought, suppressing his inner doubts. The trio moved swiftly, soon arriving at the modest yet well-equipped dwelling where Ji-Yun and number 18 resided. The exterior was simple, but the interior boasted facilities that rivaled any luxurious abode. Jiun did not pause. He pushed the door open and called out, "Number 18, I have come to take you. Hurry and prepare. We shall depart shortly." Wukong and Vegeta exchanged hesitant glances upon hearing Ji-Yun's announcement. They were unaware that number 18 was present here, as only Bulma and Android 16 knew of their connection. The realization struck them when a graceful figure emerged. Number 18 rushed out at the sound of Ji-Yun's voice, disregarding her appearance, and threw herself into his arms. "Ji-Yun, you have finally returned. When Whis came back, I did not see you. I thought something had happened to you," she exclaimed joyfully. Whis had left with Ji-Yun, and upon his return, Ji-Yun was nowhere to be found. She had feared the worst until Whis explained the situation, alleviating her worries. "Hey, what could possibly happen to me? Hurry up and get ready. I am taking you back to Earth," Ji-Yun said cheerfully. Number 18, still with her head lowered, hesitated. Did you discuss this clearly? Is it all right for me to return?" Her tone carried a hint of concern. She had learned from Whis that Ji-Yun's family had reunited and appeared very happy. She did not wish to disrupt their harmony, feeling like an unwelcome third party. If her presence were to cause Ji-Yun's family to fracture, it would weigh heavily on her conscience. Understanding her apprehensions, Ji-Yun smiled reassuringly. "Bulma already knows about us. She is not a petty woman. It was she who urged me to bring you back. Moreover, even if there were any objections, I could not leave you here all alone. Jiun explained gently, hoping to ease number 18's worries. Chapter 117. A cake provokes a quarrel indeed, upon the utterance of those words. The previously anxious android 18 felt an immediate sense of relief. If you say so, then I shall be at ease. I have nothing to pack. Let us depart directly. She remarked with a gentle smile, her heart brimming with gratitude for Bulma's generosity. Upon returning to Earth, she resolved to foster a close bond with her. Having already regarded Bulma as a sister, from now on, no one was to bully her sister. Very well, if there are no further matters at hand. Let us bid farewell to Whis and take our leave, Jiun said, holding Android 18's hand with a serene smile. Indeed, she nodded in agreement, showing no dissent. The pair then proceeded towards the exit, where Android 18 suddenly noticed Goku and Vegeta standing at the doorway. Until that moment, her attention had been entirely captivated by Jiun. Goku, observing Android 18's gaze, cheerfully waved, "Hey, Android 18, long time no see." Android 18 nodded politely, replying, "Long time no see, Goku." Vegeta, arms crossed, regarded her with a detached expression, offering a slight nod but showing no intent to engage further. After all, this was the woman who had once severed his arm. Though he could easily overpower her now, she was presently Ji-Yun's partner. To stir trouble would be akin to courting disaster. Android 18 acknowledged Vegeta with a subtle nod, considering it a greeting. "All right, we are heading to the palace now. Let us greet Whis," Jiun said as he led Android 18 onward. As they approached the Grand Castle, Goku pondered. Is this truly the residence of the God of Destruction? Quite impressive. He followed Jiun closely, his eyes fixed on the majestic palace. Vegeta, however, furrowed his brow in frustration but felt compelled to accompany them. In his mind, since they had already arrived, it would be wiser to leave without any pleasantries. After all, why invite trouble? Yet, he dared not linger behind, fearing that if Beerus discovered he had failed to pay his respects, he might become the first to face destruction. Given Beerus's notorious temperament over trivial matters, the group moved in silence, gradually entering the palace where the smooth, clean floors reflected their images. In the hushed atmosphere, only the sound of their footsteps echoed. Thud, thud, thud. Wait, it seems there is an argument occurring inside. Jiun squinted, his tone laced with curiosity. As the strongest among them, his perceptive abilities were notably sharper. Huh? An argument? Goku held his breath, straining to listen to the surroundings. No, it's perfectly quiet. There is no argument here, he replied, perplexed. After listening intently for a while, he discerned nothing out of the ordinary. Vegeta, too, frowned, unable to detect anything unusual. Jiun shook his head gently, responding, "Indeed, there is a quarrel, originating from Whis' chamber. Let us investigate." They were now only a few steps away from Whis' quarters. In a typical setting, Goku and Vegeta would surely have heard the commotion. However, the palace possessed exceptional soundproofing. It was challenging for an ordinary person to perceive anything. Only Jiun had faintly caught some unusual sounds. With that, Jiun quickened his pace. Within moments, he reached the grand door, and the voices grew increasingly distinct. He was certain that there was indeed a dispute occurring within. "Let us enter," Jiun said with a gentle smile, then pushed open the door, striding in with Android 18 by his side. As expected, the moment the door swung open, two voices reverberated throughout the palace, creating a cacophony. Goku, noticing Jiun had entered, followed suit without much thought. Vegeta hesitated at the entrance for a moment before steeling himself, stepping in with a sense of grim determination. Inside the spacious room, Whis and Beerus were embroiled in a heated argument, even resorting to pulling at each other's garments. "Lord Beerus, you have already eaten enough. This cake is my afternoon tea," Whis exclaimed, tugging at Beerus's ear. Beerus, unyielding, retorted while gripping Whis' attire, "You've already consumed so much behind my back. This cake is rightfully mine." Whis, irked by his response, pushed against Beerus' face, attempting to shove him away. "Lord Beerus, you have had your fill. This cake was brought by me. Release it at once. Who told you not to bring me along? Had I not awakened unexpectedly, you would have devoured it all yourself. I shall not relent. This cake is mine," Beerus insisted, determined to cling to his prize. Jiun, observing the scene, found it amusing. So it was merely a dispute over a cake. He had anticipated a more serious matter. However, noticing the cake in Whis' possession, it bore a striking resemblance to something brought from Earth. It seemed Whis had taken a trip to Earth and pilfered some delicacies. Goku stood a short distance away, watching the two familiar figures with a sense of bewilderment. These two seemed quite different from my initial impressions of them. When Goku first encountered Beerus, he appeared cold and imposing, while Whis exuded refinement and tranquility, always adorned with a calm smile. Yet, the current spectacle before him was entirely incongruous with their previous demeanor. Could time truly alter a person so drastically? Vegeta, too, was taken aback. He had prepared flattering remarks for his encounter with Beerus, yet was met with this unexpected scene instead. Although Vegeta had seen Beerus and Whis in their youth, their appearances had not changed in the slightest, leaving no room for error in recognition. However, the unfolding events shattered his preconceived notions of Beerus, prompting him to silently question, a god of destruction? Is this truly their nature? Chapter 118. Excessive politeness. The two engaged in a contest for approximately 10 minutes, completely disregarding Jiun and the others. Finally, as Whis smacked his lips in satisfaction, he declared the battle a resounding victory. Beerus lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes filled with resentment and frustration. After finishing his cake, Whis pulled out a handkerchief to dab at his mouth. Jiun, you've arrived. Whis' calm voice rang out, his gaze shifting to Jiun and his companions. From the moment they entered the realm of the God of Destruction, Whis had taken note of their presence. However, he had been preoccupied with competing for food with Beerus and thus had not acknowledged them. Yes, Whis, I am here to take Android 18 with me, Jiun replied. Smiling, he felt it inappropriate to leave without at least greeting them. Of course, he harbored another purpose as well. Upon hearing this, Whis nodded with a smile. You are quite attentive to etiquette, commendable, he remarked. Upon seeing Android 18, he continued teasingly, it seems you've resolved matters on Earth. With a grin, Whis discreetly gave Jiun a thumbs up. Jiun, feeling a bit shy, touched his nose, fully aware of what Whis implied. Whis then shifted his gaze to Goku and Vegeta. Goku sensed Whis' attention and greeted him with a casual wave. Vegeta, on the other hand, averted his eyes, avoiding direct contact with Whis. He was unaware of Whis' true identity but assumed that someone who had been by Beerus' side for so long must be a formidable individual. Oh, Jiun has come. It has been quite a while since we last met, especially after you dealt with that Compa fellow, Beerus' indifferent voice chimed in, completely ignoring Goku and Vegeta. As the god of destruction, he retained his pride. Only Jiun was worthy of equal conversation. Jiun nodded in response to Beerus' words. Indeed, Lord Beerus, aside from your frequent departures, you've mostly been asleep. It has been 5 years since we last met. Jiun replied with a gentle smile. After the battle in Universe 6, Beerus had been busy promoting his apprentice's victory across the universes, returning only to sleep thereafter. Thus, they had not crossed paths since. Beerus nodded slightly, pleased that his apprentice had triumphed over Compa and had taken to promoting it widely. Even now, the echoes of Jiun being hailed as the strongest in Universe 12 lingered. Are you leaving already? Not staying for a few more days? Beerus asked neutrally. He maintained a degree of courtesy towards Jiun, who had restored his dignity, especially since Jiun had handled his affairs impeccably. Such individuals naturally earned Beerus' favor. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Beerus. I have overstayed my welcome for 6 years and wish to take Android 18 back to Earth for a visit. Jiun replied cheerfully. If it weren't for his family back on Earth, he might have wished to remain indefinitely. Very well, since you wish to return, I shall not keep you. Should anything arise, feel free to come find me, though it is best to do so while I am awake, Beerus said, his tone still calm. Vegeta, who had been quietly listening, found the encounter surprising. Beerus did not seem as harsh or tyrannical as he had imagined. While he was aloof towards Jiun, it was clear that their interaction resembled that of old friends. This realization caused Vegeta to lift his head slightly, regarding Jiun with newfound respect. It appeared that Jiun was not only formidable in strength but also adept in interpersonal relations, managing to earn the respect of someone like Beerus. Goku, in contrast, did not ponder much. With his hands behind his head, he felt that the god of destruction seemed rather amiable. I will be mindful, Lord Beerus, Jiun replied with a gentle smile. Beerus nodded in acknowledgement before addressing Whis, who had pilfered his cake. Whis, please assist in sending him off. Whis smiled slightly and nodded. Of course, Lord Beerus. This remark astonished Vegeta. Was Beerus truly being so courteous to Jiun? Even if they were on good terms, he was still a god of destruction. Shouldn't he maintain some degree of authority? Unbeknownst to Vegeta, Beerus regarded Jiun as an equal. For anyone else, a mere gesture of farewell would be inconceivable, lest they be swiftly dealt with. Wait a moment. Whis, I have one more matter to discuss. Jiun interjected, halting Whis' progress. Oh, what is it? Speak freely. Whis raised an eyebrow, smiling lightly. Jiun nodded. glancing at Goku and Vegeta. Whis followed Jiun's gaze towards the two. Both were momentarily puzzled, uncertain of why Jiun was involving them. This is Son Goku, and this is Vegeta. I initially came alone, but upon hearing I was coming here, they insisted on accompanying me, claiming to have long admired your esteemed name. They wish for your guidance in their training. Jiun explained his intentions. When it came to training, there was likely no one more suitable than Whis in the entire universe. Moreover, in the original narrative, these two had indeed trained alongside Whis. Whis appeared slightly taken aback by Jiun's request, clearly surprised that this was the matter at hand. Goku and Vegeta were equally bewildered. When had they expressed admiration for this individual? They had only just learned his name. Just then, Beerus's voice broke the tension. Oh, it's Vegeta? No wonder you looked familiar. He had positioned himself directly behind Vegeta, startling him, as he turned to find Beerus's face mere inches from his own. His piercing gaze fixed intently upon him. Chapter 119. The escalating rumors. Vegeta unconsciously took a few steps back, as if ready to flee at any moment. Huh. Look at you. You resemble your foolish father. Beerus remarked disdainfully, digging at his nostrils. To Beerus, someone as weak as Vegeta was hardly worthy of his respect. Whis observed Beerus intimidating Vegeta with a calm demeanor. I apologize, Jiun, but I cannot grant your request. The reason I taught you was due to your status as an apprentice destroyer. It was only natural to guide your training. As for the two of them, they are merely ordinary humans, and I cannot instruct them, Whis said, casting a glance at Goku and Vegeta. As an angelic guardian, his role was solely to educate the destroyers. Teaching others fell outside his purview. Vegeta's eyes filled with extreme panic as he faced Beerus, simultaneously processing Whis's words to Jiun. What did you say? Jiun is truly an apprentice destroyer? Vegeta thought, astonished. The tales Goku had shared previously were difficult for him to believe, especially the one about defeating the destroyer of the sixth universe, which sounded utterly absurd. Vegeta couldn't accept it, however. Whis's confirmation of Jiun's status as an apprentice destroyer left no room for doubt. Wow, it seems the Supreme Kai didn't deceive me. Jiun has indeed become incredibly strong. Goku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. After hearing the Supreme Kai's account, he too had been skeptical. When he relayed this information to Vegeta and the others, they had expressed disbelief and raised questions, leading Goku to doubt it himself, suspecting the Supreme Kai might be boasting. Noticing the various expressions on their faces, Whis raised an eyebrow. It appears you haven't shared your circumstances with them? Whis turned to Jiun with a gentle smile. Jiun could only shake his head helplessly and replied, I prefer to keep a low profile, as you well know. Whis chuckled softly, covering his mouth. Excessive modesty can often be mistaken for pride, he kindly reminded. Then, Whis continued nonchalantly to Goku and Vegeta, since you are not entirely informed, allow me to introduce him. After all, he is our 7th universe's apprentice destroyer. A position of great significance. Henceforth, be cautious not to offend the esteemed apprentice destroyer. Goku and Vegeta swallowed hard, momentarily ignoring the fearsome Beerus, and leaned in to listen intently to Whis's description of Jiun. Though Jiun's status as an apprentice destroyer was confirmed, the Supreme Kai had shared more than just that. He had also spoken of defeating other universe destroyers in a manner that seemed exaggerated and implausible. Even with this newfound status, they suspected the subsequent events might be riddled with embellishments. This was the unspoken thought of the two. After a brief pause, Whis began in a rather flat tone. Since the Supreme Kai has already mentioned it, I want to elaborate on the defeat of the 6th universe's destroyer. As soon as Whis finished speaking, Goku and Vegeta felt as though a bomb had exploded within them, their eyes wide with shock. Goku involuntarily glanced at Beerus, waves of disbelief crashing through him. Jiun had indeed defeated an entity of Beerus's caliber. How incredible! Goku couldn't help but recall the moment he was flicked away with a mere finger, instantly losing his combat capability. Vegeta, too, stole a glance at Beerus, feeling a bitter ache in his heart. Jiun had surpassed the destroyers. He had arrogantly questioned this news just yesterday. Now it made sense. The once unapproachable Beerus treated Jiun with such deference not due to connections, but because of genuine strength. Beerus noticed their gazes and frowned slightly. Hey, are you two trying to court death? Why are you staring at me? I wasn't the one defeated. It was the destroyer of the 6th universe, named Nappa, whom I just mentioned. Beerus retorted, irritated. The two insignificant beings dared to underestimate him. He was not some worthless Nappa. Upon hearing Beerus's reprimand, the two immediately diverted their gazes, no longer daring to look directly at him. Then there's nothing more to discuss. Whis, the rest is merely a collection of rumors, Jiun said, smiling as he waved his hand. His achievements were limited to defeating Kampa. The rest was nothing more than an endless stream of rumors. After hearing Jiun's words, Goku and Vegeta found themselves unable to believe him any longer. Just yesterday, he had claimed to have barely survived for the past 6 years, living an arduous life without mentioning his own accomplishments. His humility seemed excessive. Even if the rumors were false, they still wished to hear them. The circulating gossip was anything but ordinary. They ought to listen. This very rumor had not diminished his reputation but had, in fact, enhanced it, Beerus remarked with a peculiar smile. Sensing Beerus's expression, Jiun felt apprehensive. Fearing that what was to follow would not be good news. Tentatively, he turned to Whis and inquired, "What exactly is going on, Whis? What are the rumors spreading throughout the universe?" Whis smiled at Jiun, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "Oh, it's nothing much. It's just that as the rumors spread, you have been proclaimed the strongest being in the universe. And mind you, this title does not merely refer to the 7th universe, but the strongest across all 12 universes. The destroyers and angels from each universe are included in this assessment," Whis explained with a grin. This revelation left not only Goku and Vegeta dumbfounded but also Jiun himself in utter disbelief. Staring blankly at Whis, he remained frozen for several seconds before his lips began to twitch, bitterly stating, "This is simply absurd. The title sounds grand, but to bear such a name, how many individuals would I offend? If it were merely ordinary beings, that might be manageable, but including destroyers and angels, who could possibly contend with them? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Who on earth has the time to spread such outrageous rumors? Absurd? Oh no, that is not all. There is even more absurdity to come," Whis said, finding amusement in Jiun's bewildered expression. "More?" Jiun exclaimed incredulously, his eyes wide with shock. Every hair on his body standing on end as his clothes became drenched in sweat. Chapter 120. So be it. In response to Jiun's exclamation, Whis smiled and nodded. "Indeed, there is more." Gulps echoed as Jiun swallowed hard, his voice barely a whisper. What else could there be? Anxiety coursed through him. The gods of destruction and angels from various universes were already beyond his capabilities. What could possibly be more outrageous than that? Whis observed Jiun's nervous demeanor, a charming smile gracing his lips. Beerus, with a hint of schadenfreude, listened intently, eager to witness Jiun's reaction to the news that was about to unfold. Whis gradually approached Jiun, glancing around before speaking in a tone only they could hear, according to the latest rumors. "It seems there are comparisons being made between you and the Omni King. Some even speculate on who is stronger, yourself or the Omni King." Upon hearing this, Jiun felt a buzz in his head, his vision blurring. He stumbled slightly, nearly toppling over, only to be steadied by the ever-watchful Android 18. It was evident that Jiun was on the verge of collapsing. Who spread such nonsense? Do these people have no sense? He trembled, feeling dizzy. Did he not know his own strength? To dare compare himself to the Omni King, was that not courting death? Not to mention, even the most ordinary angels from various universes would easily surpass him. How dare they spread such rumors? Goku and Vegeta exchanged curious glances, bewildered by Jiun's extreme reaction to Whis' words. It was evident that whatever Whis had shared had deeply affected him, nearly causing him to fall flat on the ground. "Ah, the power of rumor is indeed fearsome. I never anticipated things would escalate to such absurdity. Fortunately, not many are aware of this rumor." Whis sighed as he observed Jiun struggling to maintain his balance. Upon hearing Whis' explanation, Jiun's mood lightened slightly, though he cast a discontented glance at Beerus, who was snickering by the side. This whole affair stemmed from Beerus's earlier proclamations that had circulated throughout the universes. Little did they know, the situation had spiraled out of control, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Beerus noticed Jiun's displeased gaze and frowned. "Hey, you can't blame me for everything. I merely conveyed the truth about your victory over Kampa. As for these subsequent rumors, I bear no responsibility," he explained with an air of indifference. Realizing he hadn't anticipated the extent to which his words would spread, embellished to this degree, Jiun sighed wearily, though he was regaining his composure. A sense of helplessness lingered. As the saying goes, fame begets envy, and in this case, he had unwittingly offended many. "Well then, let us not dwell on this matter any longer," Jiun declared resignedly. The situation had escalated beyond human control, and despite his strength, he could not silence every whisper. Whis, upon hearing Jiun's words, smiled gently. "You seem to take it quite well. If it were Lord Beerus in your position, he would likely be trembling in fear." Whis complimented Jiun while subtly belittling Beerus. Beerus, hearing this, expressed his irritation. "Whis, do not fabricate tales about me," he retorted. Though he did not contest Whis' statement, After all, he held a genuine fear of the Omni King. Had someone dared to spread similar rumors about him, he would have rushed to the Omni King to beg for forgiveness. Indeed, Lord Beerus, Whis replied with a smile still adorning his face. Goku and Vegeta, observing the lively exchange among the three, felt utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend their conversation. Was this the way deities communicated? So elusive and difficult to grasp? Seeing that their conversation had reached a natural conclusion, Whis turned to Jiun. Well, since you are now aware of this matter, I shall refrain from further discussion. If there is nothing else, I will send you back. At Whis' subtle dismissal, Jiun raised an eyebrow. It seemed that enlisting Whis to train Goku and Vegeta was not going to be feasible for the time being. He would have to devise a long-term plan. There was plenty of time ahead. However, he found himself pondering how Goku and Vegeta had persuaded Whis to train them in the original story. Perhaps the passage of time had dulled his memory. Jiun nodded slightly at Whis and cupped his hands, saying, "Then we shall take our leave." But before he could finish his sentence, Goku could contain himself no longer. He jumped forward, interrupting Ji-Yun's farewell. "Lord Beerus, do you remember me?" Goku exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Recalling that Ji-Yun had single-handedly defeated a God of Destruction, Goku's heart raced with enthusiasm. Being inherently combative, he yearned to challenge the path Ji-Yun had walked. Even if he could not reach Ji-Yun's level, he would have no regrets. What is Kakarot doing? Vegeta thought anxiously, gritting his teeth. Just when he thought they were about to depart, Kakarot had to jump in, oblivious to the potential folly of his actions. Beerus regarded the suddenly exuberant figure before him with indifference. He recognized Goku, the one who had previously attacked him upon arriving on Earth. "Ah, you are, what's your name?" Beerus pondered, trying to recall, as Whis and Ji-Yun had mentioned it earlier, but he had not paid much attention. "I am Son Goku." "Lord Beerus," Goku replied, his expression a mix of eagerness and oddity. After all this time, he felt somewhat out of place, realizing he had yet to establish his own identity. At least Beerus remembered Vegeta. "Oh, yes, Son Goku, that's right. What is it that you desire?" Beerus asked, his expression remaining unreadable. He had little regard for such minor figures, and had it not been for Ji-Yun's introduction, he would have likely obliterated them upon their arrival. "Since our last encounter, I have gained a profound understanding of your strength, Lord Beerus. I have made significant progress and hope you can offer me guidance once more." Goku beamed, revealing his intentions. Vegeta, upon hearing this, shook his head vigorously, internally exclaiming that Kakarot was nothing but a fool. Chapter 121. The hesitant Beerus blinked in astonishment, taken aback by the unexpected request presented before him. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards Goku, prompting him to reassess the seemingly unremarkable young man. "Lord Beerus, may I?" Goku implored softly, but Beerus remained silent, prompting Goku to beseech him once more. The situation felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of when Ji-Yun had ventured into the 6th universe to challenge